Plundering the Heavens Chapter 333 to Chapter 386. After the sword embryos were auctioned off, the great golden crow let the bidders take the sword embryos before letting the 6 cultivators who had obtained the sword embryos at a lower price take theirs. At this time, Fang Xing was still holding on to the 2 sword embryos that he had promised to give to Li Ying and Han Ying. Fang Xing did not hold back and bluntly said that he was injured and wanted the 2 of them to help him guard his seclusion. He would only hand over the sword embryos after he came out of seclusion. Although the 3 of them were brothers in name, in reality, they did not trust each other. They expressed their understanding and left the sword tomb under the cover of the 10,000 spirit flag. At this time, there were still some cultivators loitering outside the sword tomb. Even though there were some who had bought the sword embryos, there were naturally even more who did not obtain the sword embryos. Moreover, even if they had bought the sword embryos, they felt that they had paid the price and were dissatisfied. They loitered around the sword tomb and did not go. It was clear that they had evil intentions. However, with Han Ying and Li Ying present, ordinary cultivators did not dare to casually come up and offend them. However, being stared at by such a group of people was naturally not a good thing. Fang Xing shouted, "Those who are loitering here, help this young master pass on a message. In 7 days, I will enter the depths of the Xian domain and challenge that bastard from the Huangfu clan. Tell him to wait for me." This shout shocked the crowd and caused them to be speechless. Many people quietly retreated. However, they were also reminded by this sentence. The person in front of them was a little devil who dared to declare war against the Huangfu clan. If they did not have some ability, it was best not to provoke him. In the end, they would not be able to catch the fox and would be stained with a body full of trouble. That would not be worth it. What kind of person would have what kind of opponent? Fang Xing's words could be considered to be borrowing the power of the Huangfu clan. After shocking Zhu Xiao, Fang Xing sneered and waved the 10,000 spirit flag. Immediately, an endless black fog enveloped the surrounding area of 4 to 5 kilometers. Then, Fang Xing and the others quietly climbed over a mountain under the cover of the black fog and went to find a place to heal their injuries. It was necessary to be so careful. After all, Fang Xing needed to find a place to heal his injuries in seclusion. This was no small matter and he could not be disturbed. If the foreplay was not enough, someone might covet the large amount of wealth Fang Xing obtained from the auction of the sword embryo and come to invade. Or if there were spies from the Huangfu clan among these people who secretly followed Fang Xing and told the Huangfu clan the location while he was healing his injuries, then Fang Xing would really die without a burial place. They had to be extra careful. However, it was not easy to find a secret place to heal his injuries in the mysterious domain. After all, the mysterious domain was full of fortuitous opportunities, and the motivation of cultivators to pursue fortuitous opportunities was endless. Basically, every nook and cranny in the mysterious domain had been explored by people. At this time, the Golden Crow suggested that it knew a secret place that could allow Fang Xing to heal his injuries without worry. This thieving bird did not seem trustworthy, but Fang Xing trusted the Golden Crow, so he let it lead the way. Thus, the Golden Crow led everyone through many twists and turns, traversing mountains and valleys, choosing remote places to walk. They even took a few detours. Finally, after 6 hours, they arrived at a place on the west side of the mysterious domain. The spiritual energy here was thin, and it did not seem like there was any fortuitous opportunity there. In addition, there was a mountain that collapsed. Here, and countless rocks fell down, covering a valley. The great Golden Crow cleared the rocks at the entrance of the valley, and let Li Ying and Han Ying guard the entrance while it led Fang Xing, Su Lingyun, Qingyi, and the others into the valley. Looking at its mysterious appearance, it seemed that it had some secrets that it did not want Han Ying and the others to see. Fang Xing vaguely guessed that this might be related to the fortuitous opportunity that the Golden Crow obtained in the mysterious domain, so he became interested. Speaking of which, how did the Golden Crow enter the mysterious domain? What kind of lucky chance did it obtain inside that allowed it to have such a tyrannical demonic body, which was almost comparable to the early stage of the Foundation establishment realm? To fight head-on was still a mystery. After entering the valley, they took a few turns, and finally, they found a half-dead locust tree at the side of a cold pond. The Golden Crow uprooted the locust tree, and dug up the soil and rocks under the tree, revealing a milky white mysterious coffin. It was cold to the touch, and emitted a slight chill, causing one's heart to feel cold. Fangxing was even more shocked to find that this coffin was actually made of bright cold jade. It was the same type of jade as the lunar jade vein that was discovered by the Ice Sound Palace's Huqin elder under the snowy mountain. However, this jade coffin seemed to be made of better jade, and on top of it, there were mysterious runes that were faintly discernible. This is the fortuitous opportunity that made your demonic body so tyrannical? Fangxing walked around the jade coffin twice, and asked with some surprise. The Golden Crow looked around furtively, and said, "You have to be careful, Lord Jin is now confused about the path of cultivation, and this jade coffin is probably the only chance for me to cultivate in the future. I tell you this because I treat you as a brother, don't tell anyone else." Hearing its solemn words, Fangxing also became serious, and hurriedly asked what was going on. The Great Golden Crow sighed, and told Fangxing about its experience during this period of time, but it also made Fangxing not know whether to laugh or cry. It turned out that after it parted ways with Fangxing, it was a mythological beast in the 100 Beasts sect for a period of time, like a big boss, ordering Xianxia and the disciples of the 100 Beasts sect as if they were his grandchildren, and its days were very comfortable. However, this good life did not last for too long, and it was also because the Golden Crow was so bad that it actually stole a few monster cores that Xianxia treasured. Those monster cores were Xianxia's greatest treasures. Back then, when Fangxing plundered the 100 Beasts sect's treasury, he was too embarrassed to take them. However, the Golden Crow did not care so much. Taking advantage of Xianxia's absence, it stole everything for him in one go, angering Xianxia to the point that he no longer cared about anything else. He wanted to kill the Golden Crow no matter what, so the Golden Crow could only flee through the night in fright. Perhaps it was luck or misfortune, but it just happened to escape to the giant monster ridge. Afterwards, when it raised its head, it saw the stars moving horizontally, and a dark light descending from the sky. The dark light was the fortuitous opportunity of the mysterious coffin that descended from the sky. Unfortunately, the Golden Crow just happened to be enveloped by the fortuitous opportunity, and it was almost crushed to death by the coffin that descended from the sky. From this aspect, the Golden Crow was the first to enter the Xian domain out of the countless experts and geniuses in the 4 continents of Tianyuan. When the Golden Crow reacted, the place where it was had already turned into a pool of blood. It was deep and viscous, almost drowning it to death. It could not escape even if it wanted to. Afterwards, as it struggled for its life, it accidentally discovered an ice coffin in the pool of blood. It dove into it, and the water of the pool of blood actually surged towards it with the coffin as the center, tormenting the Golden Crow to death. During this process, the Golden Crow felt that it was running out of blood time and time again. It was almost tormented to death. Fortunately, it had 3 blood lotus seeds on it. They were the ones that Fangxing had given it back then, so it ate them 3 times. This refining process lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. When the Golden Crow woke up in a daze, the pool of blood had already turned into a deep pit, and its body had become extremely tough. Even Foundation establishment cultivators would find it difficult to injure it. Up until now, the Golden Crow could basically resist all attacks. Only Legio from the 9 Bens tribe had injured it with his lightning. The Golden Crow was quite cunning. After discovering all this, it knew that the coffin was definitely a treasure, but it just couldn't be stored in a storage bag. As a result, it dug a pit and buried the coffin. It even made a lot of disguises. The mountain that collapsed outside the valley was actually knocked down by its head. It planned to secretly move the coffin away after it figured out how to leave. A pool of blood and 3 blood lotus seeds were all refined into your body? Fangxing was quite shocked when he heard what the Golden Crow said. Fangxing had never seen the pool of blood with his own eyes, so he didn't know exactly how big it was. However, the blood lotus seeds were famous for their strong blood qi. Each seed contained an unimaginably huge amount of blood qi. How could the Golden Crow refine them all? The Golden Crow said, exactly. When I was suffering in the pool of blood, I vaguely felt that there seemed to be a voice in my head, passing me a scripture. It seemed to be some immortal scripture. Damn it, I can't remember much. I just felt very uncomfortable at that time. So much blood qi was pouring into my body. It felt worse than having an enema. Immortal scripture. Fangxing was shocked and looked at the Golden Crow in disbelief. He had obtained 2 scriptures named after the immortal scripture. One was the immortal spirit-transforming scripture that he had obtained in his dream. It could help him refine spiritual objects and had extraordinary effects. Until now, he still couldn't live without this scripture. The other was the immortal sensing scripture that he had obtained from the Green Hill tomb. It was also a strange scripture. He had only cultivated it once by accident, but he felt that his divine thoughts had become much stronger. And the thieving golden crow had unintentionally obtained the supreme undying scripture? Do you still remember the scripture? Quick, tell me about it. Feng Xing asked the great golden crow hurriedly, not even bothering to treat his injuries. The great golden crow chuckled and said, "Of course I remember. Listen to me." He opened his mouth and wanted to recite the scripture to Feng Xing. However, he couldn't say a single word after opening his mouth for a long time. Strange, why is it that the more I want to say it, the more my head feels empty and I can't say anything? The golden crow murmured. He took out the jade talisman and wanted to inscribe it. However, after holding the jade talisman for a long time, he still couldn't draw anything. He was so anxious and annoyed that he was about to cry. He said repeatedly, "It's not that I don't want to say it, but why can't I remember anything? Damn it, little bandit, don't look at me like that. Am I the kind of person who can't even bear to tell you a scripture? Don't worry, I'm not doubting you. I already knew that this scripture can't be passed on to others." Feng Xing sighed and comforted the golden crow. In fact, he had once thought of passing the supreme spirit transformation scripture to Bai Qiantai, Xiao Man, and Tai Ruquang, who had treated him well later on. However, at that time, he had already discovered that the supreme spirit transformation scripture was incomparably clear in his heart. It just so happened that when he wanted to speak it out and put it into words, he would momentarily forget the words. His mind would be empty, and he could not speak at all. It was the same for the immortal scripture. He had obtained this scripture from the jade booklet in the Green Hill tomb. The jade booklet had been destroyed, and the scripture only existed in his mind. He could comprehend it and understand it, but he couldn't pass it on to others. It must be the same for the immortal scripture that the golden crow had obtained. It wasn't that he didn't want to pass it on, but he couldn't. In a hidden valley in the mysterious domain, Li Ying and Han Ying, the two brothers of Feng Xing, were guarding outside the valley. The great golden crow and the thousand spirit flag were guarding inside the valley. Su Lingyun was guarding outside the cave for Feng Xing. As for the green-clothed bandit, she was more casual. Feng Xing's sensitive ability to sense other people's hostility did not sense anything from him, so she let him do as he pleased. At this time, Feng Xing had already decided to recuperate in this place. After all, this place was indeed hidden enough. As for the golden crow's opportunity, Feng Xing had also investigated it. However, in the end, he discovered that no matter if it was the undying scripture or the coffin carved from the bright cold jade, they were not things that he could touch. It seemed to be an inheritance, and the golden crow was the only inheritor of that inheritance. Speaking of which, comparing oneself to others was really infuriating. Other people, in order to enter the mysterious domain to obtain opportunities, would risk their lives from the moment they entered the mysterious domain. For the sake of obtaining opportunities, they would even go on a killing spree. Who knows how many dangers they had to go through. But this thieving squid, who had nothing better to do, was just strolling around when he was enveloped by the mysterious domain. It just so happened that he fell into the blood lake and obtained the incomparably profound undying scripture in a daze. This scripture was really extraordinary. With the golden crow's current cultivation state, because its monster body did not have any traces of transforming into a human form, it looked like a spirit movement realm. In reality, based on the density of its qi and blood, it had probably already reached the foundation realm. Moreover, it was not an ordinary foundation realm. Even someone with the strength of Crown Prince Chu Huang could not harm it at all. This was simply abnormal. However, the golden crow also had its own troubles. It had already broken away from the ordinary cultivation path of the demon clan and had to find its own cultivation path. However, the demon clan was weak and most of the cultivation techniques were in the hands of a few large clans. Ordinary demon clan's cultivation relied on instinct. Until now, the golden crow still did not know what kind of path it should take in the future. If it had transformed into a human form, it could still use the cultivation manuals of the human race as reference. But now, it seemed to have embarked on a different path. It had a premonition that if it cultivated the human form, its demon body would probably be weakened. In this regard, Fangxing could not help much. Right now, he could only think about healing his injuries as soon as possible. According to the condition of his physique, Su Lingyun refined a few batches of corresponding medicinal pills for him. Fangxing also took out some medicinal pills from his own treasure vault, which could really be considered a treasure vault. When Su Lingyun saw it, she was completely dumbfounded. She took out some medicinal pills and treasured medicines, swallowed them, and slowly refined them to repair the seriously injured physique. Under the nourishment of the medicinal pills and treasured medicines, it was also a period of physical cultivation. After experiencing an intense battle, if the body was properly recuperated, it would soar to another level. This was also one of the original meanings of a combat cultivator. Only through countless battles could the strength of a combat cultivator increase rapidly. Of course, behind this increase was the endless accumulation of resources, as well as the replenishment and recovery of brilliant medicinal techniques and medicinal pills. Without these as a foundation, one would be riddled with hidden injuries after 1 or 2 battles. Under the effect of the Supreme Spirit Transformation scripture, Fangxing's injuries recovered at an astonishing speed. This kind of hidden injuries was originally much harder to heal than open injuries, but in just 3 days, Fangxing's injuries were almost completely healed. However, when he thought about the future, he did not rush out of seclusion. Instead, he looked at the resources that he had obtained from the series of battles and secretly made a decision. The mystic region with countless opportunities could be said to be a paradise. And in this paradise, Fangxing decided to make use of it until the end. He was prepared to once again increase his cultivation in order to deal with the strong enemies in the future. Very quickly, all kinds of spirit herbs and medicinal pills were picked out by Fangxing. They all contained large amounts of spiritual qi and could be used to increase his cultivation. Among them, the 5 golden cores that Fangxing had obtained from the Immortal Garden were the main ones. Of the 5 golden cores, he had given one to the green-cloaked bandit. Before the battle, Fangxing had eaten one to provide him with an endless supply of spiritual qi. Now, he only had 3 left, and they were his greatest reliance in increasing his cultivation. Fangxing didn't rush to swallow the golden core. Instead, he first ate some other medicinal pills that could replenish his spiritual qi. He raised his cultivation to the peak of the 3rd tier of foundation establishment before swallowing one of the golden cores. Having already eaten 1 golden core, he more or less understood how the medicinal properties of the golden core would work. Thus, after swallowing the golden core, he temporarily meditated and breathed twice, calming his heart and mind. He knew that this golden core was called the 9-9 Spirit Reversal Pill. Its medicinal properties were boundless. After it melted, the spiritual liquid within it could even increase the quality of any medicinal pill by 30%. It was truly miraculous. A normal person wouldn't even dare to think about swallowing such a pill. Only he would dare to do so. However, he didn't dare to play around. This was because once this pill was refined, its medicinal properties would be extremely violent. He had to be completely mentally prepared. However, he didn't expect that as he lightly breathed twice, his breath would trigger the golden core in his body. The golden core actually jumped slightly. Then, there were several faint rays of golden light emitted from the golden core. This faint light was like tentacles, seeping into Fangxing's meridians and organs, connecting every inch of his body. It was as if a magical formation had appeared in his body. Then, as Fangxing breathed, rolling spiritual qi surged into his body. For a moment, the spiritual qi surged like 10,000 galloping horses swimming in his meridians. It was almost like a battlefield. Fangxing was a little shocked. He actually felt that the medicinal properties emitted by the golden core were far stronger than the medicinal properties he emitted during the battle. This made him faintly feel that choosing the golden core as his medicinal pill to replenish his spiritual qi might have been a huge mistake. Or rather, it wasn't a huge mistake, but a huge waste. This golden core was not used to replenish spiritual qi at all. It was used to guard the dantian and help a cultivator cultivate. The spirituality it contained was naturally extremely strong, but its most important characteristic was not this. It had the effect of condensing spiritual qi. It could absorb all the spiritual qi from all directions, turning the cultivator's body into a spiritual chi vortex between heaven and earth. Every breath was equivalent to swallowing a spiritual chi pill. This made Fangxing feel a little bitter. Compared to the golden core's effect, it was really a waste for him to use it to replenish spiritual chi. This effect was probably not known even by the green-clothed robber's master. This was because other than Fangxing, a freak who possessed the supreme spiritualization scripture, no one would dare to swallow a golden core like this. Therefore, he only knew that the golden core's effect was to improve the quality of other medicinal pills, but he didn't know that the golden core's greatest effect was to improve the process of a cultivator's cultivation. Boom, 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 with Fangxing's seclusion cave as the center, the spiritual chi spread out for 10 miles. For a moment, the spiritual chi was like a tide, gathering like smoke. The surging spiritual chi seemed to be swallowed by a giant monster, sucking it into the shape of a funnel, turning it into a line and leading it into the ground. Then, this line of spiritual chi was swallowed by Fangxing's body, continuously seeping into his meridians, turning into his personal cultivation power. This special phenomenon was like Fangxing swallowing the sky. How could this be? At the entrance of the valley, Li Ying and Han Ying were shocked when they saw this phenomenon. Could it be that an opportunity has descended into the world? Li Ying was the first to stand up. He looked into the valley with a suspicious expression. When the immortal garden had appeared, there had been this kind of phenomenon. This scene made him think about it. Han Ying's eyes were also cold. After a while, he said, when the immortal garden appeared, the spiritual chi was even more turbulent than this. Li Ying's eyes flickered. Should we go in and take a look? Han Ying stared at the valley for a long time before saying, if this is the phenomenon of the birth of a lucky chance, then this phenomenon cannot compare to the majestic appearance of the celestial garden. It is clear that this lucky chance is not as important as the celestial garden, and the celestial sword embryo is more precious than the celestial garden. Therefore, I will not offend that little demon for this possible lucky chance and ruin the chance to obtain the celestial sword embryo. Li Ying was slightly startled when he heard this. In the end, he nodded lightly and said, what you said is true. In that case, I don't care about it. The celestial sword embryo is more important, but... He paused and looked at Han Ying with a smile. I don't know if it's my illusion, but why do I feel like you're protecting that bastard? It seems like you think highly of him? Han Ying was still expressionless when he heard this. After a while, he said, he dared to declare war against the Huangfu family. I am not as good as him. Li Ying thought about it and suddenly said, so you're sincere about becoming sworn brothers with him? Han Ying did not hesitate and said, since we're sworn brothers, of course it's true. Li Ying was stunned. Then why didn't you say it? Han Ying said, I have to say it if it's fake. Why would I say it if it's true? Li Ying was speechless. He stared at Han Ying without blinking for a long time. This time, Han Ying was the first to speak. I don't like men, let alone ugly men like you. Li Ying was instantly annoyed. He jumped up and scolded, are you handsome? Are you very handsome? While Li Ying and Han Ying were quarreling, Fangxing was also immersed in the feeling of the surging spiritual energy cleansing his internal organs. His talent was ordinary and he was not close to spiritual energy, so he usually cultivated with pills as the source. This was the first time he felt this kind of surging spiritual energy, the first time he felt that he was the darling of the heavens and earth, and the heavens and earth were passing on their most precious source to him. The spiritual energy was like lava, as if the sky had been torn apart, and a sea had poured into a lake. With the replenishment of this abundant spiritual energy, Fangxing almost didn't have to go through the process of breaking through from the third to the fourth layer of the foundation establishment stage. The fourth layer of the Dao Pagoda quickly took shape and then became solid. The spiritual energy grew and sat in the void. The fourth layer of the Dao Pagoda was unexpectedly easily broken through. At this time only about 1/10 of the Jindan had been refined, and the golden threads were still constantly emitting. When the fourth layer of the Dao Pagoda was formed, Fangxing's cultivation speed slowed down. It was not that the golden core had lost its effectiveness, but that the remaining spiritual energy in the surroundings had become thin and had been completely absorbed by him. At this time, the golden threads on the golden core also became dim, and then the tentacles retracted and reattached to the golden core. The golden core floated in Fangxing's dantian, neither going up nor down, neither increasing nor decreasing, and there were no signs of it being refined. Fangxing faintly felt that if he did not deliberately activate the Supreme Spirit Transformation scripture, the golden core would not be refined, but would remain forever. This is not a fucking golden core at all, but a golden core that is between a magic treasure and a pill, Fangxing cursed in his heart. He did not even know how to determine the nature of this golden core. After accidentally discovering the correct use of the golden core, his entire person fell into a state of shock. The things in the Xian domain could not be judged with common sense. It was as if the things in the Xian domain were not things that could appear in the Tianyuan continent. Some of the ideas had been overturned. The pills in the Tianyuan continent all contained a large amount of spiritual energy, but the golden core in the Xian domain had subverted this idea. It was only a core, and its function was like a spirit-gathering array, directly drawing the spiritual energy between heaven and earth into the body. A golden elixir had created a talented young cultivator. Under such circumstances, Fangxing thought of some possibilities and couldn't help but be tempted. In the Xian domain, the spiritual qi was abundant. However, with the appearance of all kinds of fortuitous encounters, a large amount of the spiritual qi would disappear. Currently, the spiritual qi in the Xian domain was already very thin. Even so, with a single breath, Fangxing was able to advance from the 3rd level of foundation establishment to the 4th level of foundation establishment. Fangxing couldn't help but think that if he were to find a spirit vein in the outside world. The divine dragon absorbs water, absorbing the power of a spirit vein and turning it into its own cultivation. How miraculous would that be? At this moment, Fangxing's eyes shone brightly. He could vaguely see his future path. He had a violet Dao foundation. Reaching the Khanate level was difficult. Cultivation required an enormous amount of resources. Even for him, he could only take things one step at a time. He had no time to think about what would happen in the future. But now, this golden core gave him hope. It's hard for me not to become a public enemy. Fangxing's eyes twinkled and he laughed. Even he felt that his future path would be much more interesting. After a long time, he finally calmed himself down and took out the foundation cleansing pill that he had extorted. With this golden pill in his body, he was no longer in a hurry to use elixirs to increase his cultivation. Instead, he began to think about another matter. His Dao foundation was a purple low-grade Dao foundation, and this foundation cleansing pill was obtained from the mysterious domain. It could increase the quality of the Dao foundation. Would it be useful to him? After thinking about it, Fangxing opened his mouth and swallowed the foundation cleansing pill. As the elixir dissolved, Fangxing quickly felt that there were traces of spiritual flames appearing in the foundation cleansing elixir. They attached themselves to the Taoist foundation and actually began to refine the Taoist foundation with fire, refining the impurities on the Taoist foundation. However, this trace of spiritual fire had no effect on Fangxing's Taoist foundation. After all, Fangxing's Taoist foundation was already purple, crystal clear, and surrounded by celestial qi. How could there be impurities? Looks like I've snatched this opportunity for nothing, Fangxing sighed and opened his eyes. He was a little disappointed. In the Xian domain, there were many different kinds of opportunities, but for different people, they had different effects. No matter how ambitious he was, he couldn't take all the opportunities for himself. For example, this foundation cleansing pill was an extremely precious item. If it was left in the outside world, who knew how many foundation realm cultivators would fight over it? However, for him, this foundation cleansing pill had no effect at all. Even if he ate it, it would be useless. Thinking about this, Fangxing decided to disperse the spiritual flame and stop trying. However, right at this moment, a faint phenomenon appeared. After the spiritual flame inside the foundation cleansing pill was no longer restrained by Fangxing, it didn't flow out of his body with the spiritual power as Fangxing had imagined. Instead, it flowed along his meridians and, as if it was being pulled by an invisible force, it quickly flew in a certain direction. The direction it flew in was impressively Fangxing's sea of knowledge, the foggy area that he couldn't control. Could it be? Fangxing was stunned for a moment. He suddenly thought of a possibility in his heart and was greatly shocked. He hurriedly swallowed another foundation cleansing pill, refined it, and then dove into his sea of knowledge. This time, he could clearly see that the wisp of spiritual flame had once again escaped into the misty region of his sea of knowledge. When it entered the misty region, the mist swayed, revealing part of the scene inside. This scene allowed Fangxing to see that wisp of spiritual flame fly directly into the furnace of flames. That wisp of flame was the manifestation of the Samadhi true fire in Fangxing's body. The spiritual flame inside the foundation cleansing pill actually directly entered the furnace of flames and fused with it. This also caused the furnace of pure green flames to have a hint of red. Could it be that the spiritual flame inside the foundation cleansing pill is also a type of Samadhi true fire? Fangxing's heart was shocked. He faintly guessed a possibility and could not help but feel happy. When Bai Qianzhong taught him the path of battle cultivation, he once told him that the reason why he had the qualifications to practice the path of battle cultivation was because he had obtained the unyielding raging flame from the beheading picture in the mysterious coffin. This flame was the manifestation of the raging flame within the true fire of Samadhi. The true fire of Samadhi was composed of 3 types of flames: anger, desire, and will. Only when all 3 types of flames are complete can it be called the true fire of Samadhi. These 3 types of flames were divine flames that transcended the common flames of the mortal world. They had inconceivable magical effects. According to common sense, a cultivator could only refine the true fire of Samadhi after achieving yuanying and passing through the 9 tribulations. However, the opportunity of the mysterious coffin could not be calculated with common sense. It allowed Fangxing to obtain the raging flame within the true fire of Samadhi when he was in the spiritual movement realm. And now, Fangxing had unintentionally discovered another type of true fire within the true fire of Samadhi during the foundation cleansing pill, the spiritual flame. Which type of true fire of Samadhi is it? Fangxing was both surprised and happy. He could not help but ponder. Soon, he deduced that this type of true fire should be the extremely pure will flame. The reason was very simple. Because according to what Bai Qianzhong had explained to him, the desire flame was the most difficult type of fire to control. Just touching it slightly would cause one to go berserk and burn down one's Tao foundation. The will flame was the most extensive, but it was relatively easier to control. This type of foundation cleansing pill, since one dared to use this type of transcendent flame to refine a pill for a cultivator to cleanse their Tao foundation, then there was an 80 to 90% chance that they would choose the Samadhi will flame that was the easiest to control. Uncle 11 said that if there was a chance to supplement the true fire of Samadhi, I must seize it. Isn't this an opportunity? Fangxing thought it through and was overjoyed. He swallowed a few more foundation cleansing pills and felt nothing strange. However, the spiritual flame contained in each foundation cleansing pill was too little. Even if it was integrated into the true fire of Samadhi, it still did not play a big role. He made up his mind, picked up a gourd full of foundation cleansing pills, raised his head, and poured all of them into his mouth like eating jelly beans. Boom, 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 streams of spiritual flame seeped into Fangxing's body and flew into the mist like a sky full of fireworks. The flames of the true fire of Samadhi sprang up 2 feet high with a whoosh, and the color also changed from green to red, changing constantly. I've reached the limit. Fangxing watched the changes in the sea of consciousness. Not long after, he found that the spiritual flame seemed to be overflowing and began to float out. The green and red flames in the furnace maintained a balance, like the yin and yang of Tai Chi, which was mysterious and inexplicable. No matter how much spiritual flame there was, it began to be repelled by the cluster of flames. It could not enter the sea of consciousness, and it scattered out of Fangxing's body. The true fire of Samadhi already has 2 of them. I don't know if the effect of calcining the Taoist foundation will be better. Fangxing's heart moved slightly, and the true fire of Samadhi automatically ignited, attached to his Taoist pagoda, and curled up and steamed. The raging fire forged the true gold. Just like when he first reached the Zhuji phase, the true fire refined the Taoist foundation, making it abnormally solid. Originally, through the calcining of the true fire of Samadhi, Fangxing's Taoist foundation had almost reached its limit, and it could no longer be improved. But now that the true fire of Samadhi had made up for it, its power was higher, and the effect of refining the Taoist foundation was naturally higher. It made Fangxing's low-grade purple Taoist foundation vaguely show signs of further improvement. The Taoist pagoda shrank, solidified, and the purple color became more obvious. As time passed, Fangxing's cultivation showed faint signs of declining as the Samadhi true fire refined it. However, Fangxing did not panic at all. This was a normal phenomenon. When the quality of one's Tao foundation increased, one's cultivation would decrease accordingly. This was not a bad thing. Instead, it was a great thing that countless people dreamed of. The increase in the quality of one's Tao foundation was far more important than the increase in one's cultivation. It really is effective. Looks like if I use the Samadhi true fire to refine it from time to time, raising my Tao foundation to the violet foundation shouldn't be a problem. Fangxing let out a sigh of relief and looked inside his sea of consciousness. He was overjoyed. After leaving his sea of consciousness, he did a quick count and discovered that out of the 40 or so foundational cleansing pills he had obtained in the celestial garden, he had actually consumed over 30 of them. This was equivalent to 2 gourds. It was indescribably wasteful. However, he had used over 30 foundational cleansing pills in exchange for one of the Samadhi true fire. It was not a loss. Fangxing even felt that he had made a profit. After discovering the correct usage of the gold elixir and foundation cleansing elixir, Fangxing could be said to be refreshed and in a great mood. He stopped practicing and called Jinwu, Su Lingyun, and Qingyin. He told them about the usage of the gold elixir. These people were also quite shocked, especially Qingyi. Even his master did not know that the gold elixir could be used this way. He only knew that it could improve the quality of elixirs. Master once said that the short-sighted look at the Xian realm and see treasures everywhere. The far-sighted look at the Xian realm and see legacies. Sure enough, this is true. This golden core is so wondrous that it's different from any other methods of alchemy in the 4 continents of Tianyuan. If we can understand its secrets and refine it in large quantities, the problem of talent that has troubled the cultivation world for tens of thousands of years will be solved to a certain extent. After a moment of shock, Qingyi sighed softly and seemed to be in thought. The golden crow, on the other hand, became excited. It approached Fangxing with a grin and asked if he had any more golden cores. Fangxing looked at it in disdain and said, "There are 2 more, but don't even think about it. One is for senior sister Lingyun." The golden crow was stunned, but it would not fight with Su Lingyun. After all, she was someone who would think of saving Fangxing in a dangerous situation. For someone like her, it would not be too much even if Fangxing gave her all his treasures, let alone a golden core. However, the golden crow rolled its eyes and said with a smile, "Isn't there another one? Give me the last one, I need it too." Fangxing smiled and said, "I can't give you this one either. Someone else has chosen it." The golden crow was furious. It rolled its eyes at Fangxing and looked at him angrily. Fangxing took out a golden core and pulled out a person who was immobilized by a soul-locked talisman. It was the junior division leader of the Fire Cloud tribe. Fangxing put the junior division leader and the golden core into a storage bag and casually threw it to the robber in green. Seeing how generous he was, the robber in green was a little surprised. "You're willing to give it to me just like that?" Fangxing chuckled and said, "Of course I'm going to give it to you, but I have 2 things to ask of you." The robber in green was slightly stunned. "You don't have to tell me the first thing. Do you want me to bring Miss Lingyun to China? When you borrowed her to return the star grass to me, I already knew what to do. As for the second thing..." Fangxing took a deep breath and suddenly said, "That girl, Xiaoman, wasn't bullied, right?" Su Lingyun was shocked when she heard the word Xiaoman and looked at Fangxing in surprise. The robber in green was also slightly taken aback. After a while, he laughed and said, "You guessed it?" Fangxing rolled his eyes and said, "I'm not stupid. You're from the Divine Prefecture and have nothing to do with me, but you know me. Someone must have told you. I've lived for so long, and the only person I've dealt with from the Dongxing Divine Prefecture is 4th Madame Xian of the Fuyao Palace. However, that woman seems to be very arrogant. She didn't hesitate to kill an ant like me back then. Now, she wouldn't specially ask you to teach me a lesson. Thinking about it, the only possibility is..." Xiaoman, after a pause, he continued, "When senior sister Lingyun was refining pills for me yesterday, she accidentally mentioned that you know her name." "Haha, other than that stupid girl Xiaoman, who else can know both of us at the same time?" The robber in green was stunned and laughed. He said, "It's not easy for you to remember it now." Fang Xing snorted and said, I thought you were a man at the beginning, so I didn't think it was Xiao Man. Xiao Man would never be intimate with another man behind my back. It would be better if it was a woman. The robber in green was shocked this time and said, who said I was, haha. Before she finished speaking, the golden crow and Fang Xing had already burst into laughter. The laughter was so disdainful that the robber in green blushed with embarrassment. Twisting your waist and but while walking, and you still say you're not a woman. The golden crow's laughter was so ear-piercing and loud that it kept croaking. The robber in green snorted coldly and a drop of blue water floated in his palm. The golden crow was startled and laughed. I'm going to take a walk outside. After saying that, he sneaked away like a thief. Did you also find out that I'm a woman like this bird? The robber in green looked askance at Fang Xing. Fang Xing sighed and said, I'm not. Although I saw you swaying your waist when you walked, I thought you were a sissy. However, when you saved senior sister Lingyun, I realized. The robber in green was stunned. Even Su Lingyun was a little surprised and looked at Fang Xing. Fang Xing laughed. When senior sister Lingyun fell from the sky, you actually went up to her and grabbed her arm to fall to the ground. Senior sister Lingyun is so beautiful, but you didn't go up to hug her. You're either a fool or a woman. I don't think you're that stupid. The robber in green was speechless. She did not expect that Fang Xing could see the reason and was even more of a bastard than the great golden crow. Su Lingyun blushed and found a random reason to leave. Fine, so be it. I didn't intend to hide it for too long anyway. The robber in green no longer hid it and said that he had indeed been entrusted here by Xiao Man. After listening to her narration, Fang Xing's heart felt strangely stifled. According to the robber in green, Xiao Man had now officially become a disciple of Fuyao Palace and had revealed her talent in the art of pills. She had revealed a little of her talent, and the robber in green had also gotten to know Xiao Man because of a furnace of pills. Their relationship grew closer and they could be considered bosom buddies. It was also the robber in green who told Xiao Man about the news that the mysterious coffin had landed on Nanzhan. Based on Xiao Man's understanding of Fang Xing, she knew that this young master of hers would definitely come to join in on the fun. Thus, she begged the robber in green to come see him and pass on a message for her. It was also because of Xiao Man's entrustment that she would come to the area where cultivator Nanzhan was. While searching for the spiritual medicine, she wanted to see who this fellow who had charmed her sister to the point of losing her soul was, and what kind of ability did he have to make that girl treat Xiaositu of Fuyao Palace with such disdain. In the beginning, when she mentioned Fang Xing, that indistinct hostility came from this. How is Xiao Man doing over there? Fang Xing was most concerned about this question. When this girl was mentioned, it was as if she was a thorn in his heart. Master Fang Xing, was capable, thick-skinned, and shameless enough. Basically, no matter what he did, there was nothing he could not achieve. Only Xiao Man, the girl who had been with him through the most difficult and sorrowful days, the person he had thought of as one of his own, was taken away by someone else. When it was difficult for her to escape the identity of someone else's concubine, he could not stop her. He was helpless and felt an indescribable helplessness. The robber in green did not know what he was thinking. She only looked at Fang Xing indifferently and said, originally, it was very good. Xiao Man is intelligent, kind, and talented. Even if she has the blood of the demon and barbarian, very few people would look down on her because of this. Originally, if she had continued on this path, perhaps her future achievements could be said to be limitless, but it's a pity. Following the change in her tone, Fang Xing's heart suddenly jumped. The robber in green sighed softly and said, it's a pity that this girl, Xiao Man, at the most critical time, made the worst choice. Their Fuyao Palace's inheritance is unique, I think you've heard of it. Xiao Man and her group of outstanding disciples originally had the opportunity to be promoted to study with Xiaositu in Fuyao Palace. Once they were promoted, they would reach the heavens in a single step and have a bright future. After a pause, she said softly, originally, this opportunity was fought for by an elder who thought highly of Xiao Man. Because normally, with the blood of the demon and barbarian, Xiao Man would not have the opportunity to study with Xiaositu. But who would have thought that even though that elder fought for such a good opportunity for her, that girl Xiao Man rejected it? She would rather not have those resources and opportunities. At this point, the robber in green turned to look at Fang Xing and said with a smile, do you think she's stupid? Fang Xing's face was expressionless as he said, how is she now? Did someone bully her? The robber in green said, she and I are good friends, so I'm afraid there aren't many people who would dare to bully her. However, some dirty things in the dark are unavoidable. Who asked her to be the only disciple in Fuyao Palace who doesn't want to serve Xiaositu? Hee, this girl told me in private that her identity is your servant girl. One servant cannot serve two masters, so even if she dies, she will not serve another man. At this point, the robber in green looked at Fang Xing and said, when I first came to the Xian region, I even had the thought of killing you to put an end to this silly girl's unrealistic thoughts and prevent her from bringing disaster to the future. After all, if she doesn't serve Xiaositu at this time, she will only be left out in the cold. But when Fuyao Palace's Xiaositu becomes the crown for 100 years, if she dares to disobey, she will be courting death. When Fang Xing heard this, he didn't speak for a long time. It was impossible to tell whether he was happy or angry. The robber in cyan continued to stare at Fang Xing after telling him about Xiao Man's situation. Her eyes were cold, as if she was waiting for an answer. Deep down in her heart, she had always felt a trace of dissatisfaction because of Xiao Man's loyalty to Fang Xing. She was born into a noble family, so naturally, she would not lack servants and maids. However, she felt that Xiao Man was different. She liked Xiao Man's talent and personality. Otherwise, she would not have become close friends with her. However, it was also because of this that she felt that Xiao Man should not have such a loyal mindset. However, Xiao Man did. She was such an intelligent person, but her head was filled with foolish loyalty. It was because of this thought of Xiao Man that she was very curious. What was the young master that Xiao Man had mentioned? In her opinion, perhaps Fang Xing had used his rare sincerity to move Xiao Man. If that was the case, then she felt that Fang Xing should have opened his mouth and let go of Xiao Man. That would be good for her. After a moment of silence, a smile appeared on Fang Xing's face. He said softly, you are indeed my good girl. The robber in cyan was slightly startled. There was a trace of anger in her voice. Is this your reaction? You just think that she is your good girl? Fang Xing sneered, because you are afraid that I will be angry, you let go of such a great opportunity. Isn't that a good girl? The robber in cyan said calmly, you don't seem to care about her future and life. Fang Xing stretched himself and sighed softly, if life is not easy, what's the point of having a future? As for life and death. He laughed, and there was an inexplicable trace of murderous intent in his voice. When I bought her, Xiao Man was just a demon barbarian who was selected like an animal. Her life was worse than that of a pig or a dog. When she was taken away by Xianxia of Fuyao Palace, I had already said that one day, I would attack Fuyao Palace and bring her back. If I can do it, Xiao Man will certainly live, and live a good life. If Xiao Man dies before I can do it, then I will slaughter everyone in Fuyao Palace, not even a mouse will be spared. The once worthless demon barbarian girl has been buried by so many important people. It must be worth it, right? Slaughter everyone in Fuyao Palace? The robber in cyan was stunned. For a moment, she did not know whether to laugh or cry. Because she suddenly realized that Fang Xing was speaking very seriously, as if he was stating a fact. In his words, Fang Xing did not even have the slightest doubt that he could do it. All he was considering was time. She did not know how to answer for a moment. After a while, she said softly, you are very powerful. Fang Xing said, I know that myself. The robber in cyan ignored him and said, but it will not be easy for you to win against me. Fang Xing was slightly taken aback. Thinking of the robber in cyan's strength, he nodded lightly and said, it is indeed not easy. The robber in cyan said, I am not a combat cultivator. Among the heaven's favorites of the younger generation in the Dongxing divine continent, my strength is not even second-rate. Xiaositu of Fuyao Palace is an existence that can be ranked as a Taoist on par with my brother. You can think about it. I believe you have some understanding of the strength of the hidden sovereign Huangfu family of the Nanzhan. However, the Huangfu family is actually just a failure in the Dongxing divine continent when they fought against the other forces. In the end, they were forced to move their entire family to the Nanzhan continent, the robber in cyan slowly said to Fang Xing, after the Dongxing divine continent's heaven's favorites make their move on the Xian coffin divine steel, with Huangfu Daozi's strength, he cannot even be ranked among the Tian gang. You will have to fight against Xiaositu of Fuyao Palace, who is firmly ranked among the top 3. In fact, when the time comes, you will anger the entire Fuyao Palace, and even all the Dongxing ancient families. She spoke very solemnly, but Fangxing did not like to hear it. He smiled and said, "What is this Xian coffin divine steel that you speak of?" The robber and Xian knew that he was changing the topic. After a moment of silence, he did not continue the previous topic and answered, "Every time a Xian coffin descends, there will be an immortal palace in the deepest part of the Xian region. There is a divine steel in there. All the heaven's favorites who enter the Xian region are qualified to leave their names on the divine steel. Huangfu Daozi, the Ghost Kingdom's princess, the Northern Divine Mountains Daoist, and the Western Desert's #1 prodigy. The reason why they disregarded their opportunities and rushed to the deepest part of the Xian region as quickly as possible was to leave their names on the divine steel." "Leave my name on the divine steel?" Fangxing was stunned and hurriedly asked, "Are there any benefits?" The robber and Xian frowned slightly and sighed softly. "There is a legend that if you leave your name on the divine steel, an even greater opportunity will descend. However, there is no precedent for this. When the first Xian coffin descended, the people who left their names on the divine steel did not seem to obtain any great opportunities. However, one thing is certain. If you leave your name on the divine steel, it proves that you have potential. There is hope that you will be chosen by the divine continent and enter a large sect of the Dongxing divine continent to cultivate." Fangxing curled his lips and said, "Just to enter a large sect of the divine continent?" The robber and Xian smiled and said, "Entering a large sect of the divine continent and being nurtured as a good seedling is not an easy thing to do. Being able to leave your name on the divine steel is the best choice. Of course, there are some people who do not do it for this matter. For example, for Huangfu Daozi, he absolutely would not allow a cultivator from the Nanzhan to be ranked above him. That is why he is in such a hurry to enter the depths of the Xian region. As for the experts of the divine continent, every person who leaves their name on the divine steel has a direct opportunity with the Xian coffin. This may indicate something. There are even legends that say that the immortal palace in the depths of the Xian region is the true inheritance of the Xian coffin. Those who leave their name on the divine steel have hope of obtaining the true inheritance. That is why they do not care about their background and focus on nurturing them. However, after so many years, there has never been a person who has truly obtained the inheritance of the immortal palace. This is only a guess. So it's like that." Fangxing suddenly thought of a question. "You said earlier that the heavens prides of the divine continent have already seized the top 36 spots on the divine steel. That is why Huangfu Daozi cannot enter the heavenly spirits? However, why haven't I seen any of the heavens prides of the divine continent in the Xian region?" This was indeed something he felt suspicious about. After entering the Xian region, he had already seen the people from the Chu region, the western desert, the southern border and the northern divine mountain. However, from the legendary strongest place, the Dongxing divine continent, he had only seen this cyan-clothed bandit. This made Fangxing feel a little suspicious. Could it be that all the heavens prides of the Dongxing divine continent were so strong that they could directly enter the depths of the Xian region? When the cyan-clothed bandit heard this, he sighed softly and said, "It's normal that you haven't seen them. If you did, I'm afraid that the cultivators of Nanzhan would not be able to seize any opportunity." In fact, when the Xian region was first opened, the elders had already made an alliance agreement. The spiritual mountain temple represented Nanzhan and discussed with the major powers of the divine continent. They divided the entire Xian region into 4 areas. They were divided into 4 areas: Nanzhan, Shihe, Beiju and Dongxing. "Now, all of you are fighting for the land of Nanzhan." Fangxing was immediately stunned. "What about the other 3 areas? Is there only one area for each continent? Is it that fair?" The cyan-clothed bandit said lightly, "Beiju is full of demons and Shihe is full of devils. You are not of our race, so what right do you have to enter the Xian region?" The Xian region is divided into 4 areas. Nanzhan occupies 1 area and Dongxing occupies the other 3. The cultivators of the divine continent do not come to the Nanzhan area to fight for opportunities. Naturally, the cultivators of Nanzhan would not dare to cross over to the east, west and north areas to fight for opportunities. The reason why I can enter this place is to find those few extinct spiritual herbs. Therefore, I specially informed the great monk of the spiritual mountain temple and the Huangfu clan and obtained their permission. When he heard this, Feng Xing was instantly stunned. He finally had a direct understanding of the power of the cultivators of the Dongxing Divine Continent. It was clearly an opportunity that fell on the Nanzhan area, but the Nanzhan area only occupied a quarter of the area. This Dongxing Divine Continent, just how many F***king treasures were there? Seeing Feng Xing's stunned expression, the cyan-clothed bandit smiled slightly and said, now you should know how strong the Dongxing Divine Continent is. There are 3,000 great Daos, and 8 or 9 are in the Divine Continent. That is the place where Daos originate, the supreme existence of the cultivation world, and the place where countless immortals have been born. Fuyao Palace is in the Dongxing Divine Continent and is also one of the strongest forces. Do you still plan to persevere? From the moment Xiaoman entered Fuyao Palace, her fate was already decided. She can't change it, I can't change it, and you can't change it either. When the cyan-clothed bandit said this, he sighed softly and his tone was soft and helpless. For you, if you want to grow and survive the pursuit of the Huangfu family, the best way is to enter the depths of the dark domain and leave your name on the divine monument. This way, some forces from the divine continent might fancy you and choose you. No matter how powerful the Huangfu family is, they won't dare to be too overbearing when facing the many forces of the Dongxing Divine Continent. However, you've already offended the people of the Huangfu family. I've seen Huangfu Shenji once. He's only 35 years old this year, but he's already in the late stage of the foundation establishment realm. His strength is unfathomable. Moreover, the Huangfu family, a family that once lost power in the struggle, now cares more about their prestige and reputation. You killed the 4th Division Junior Division leader of their family and led people to rob the Sword Catacomb. The Huangfu family must hate you. If you die, it'll be fine if you don't enter the depths of the dark domain, but once you do, they'll definitely hunt you down and kill you. For the sake of Xiaoman, I'll give you a chance. You can follow me to the Divine Continent, and I'll give you an identity. However, before that, you have to promise me that after you go to the Divine Continent, you'll definitely forget about Xiaoman. Otherwise, if I bring you to the Divine Continent, not only will I not be able to save you, but I'll also bring harm to your and Xiaoman's lives. This isn't an alarmist talk, you have to think about it carefully. After she finished speaking, she looked at Feng Xing quietly, waiting for his reply. She thought that Feng Xing would think about it carefully, and he might even deceive her and agree to it first. However, she didn't expect that after Feng Xing heard her, he would directly say, I'll go to the Divine Continent sooner or later, but not like this. He stood up, stretched his body, and said, pass a message to Xiaoman. If anyone bullies her, slap them in the face. If you really can't slap them, then note them down and don't let any of them go. The expression on his face seemed to be joking, but also very serious. When I go to the Divine Continent to pick her up, I won't let any of them go, including that so-called Big Situ. After listening to Feng Xing's words, the bandit in green did not insist, nor did she try to persuade him. She remained indifferent, as if she already knew what Feng Xing's answer would be. She only sighed and said, although in my opinion, you rejecting my proposal is a very stupid thing to do, I am also relieved for Xiaoman. 2 people being stupid together is better than 1 person being stupid alone. Forget it, I can only say this much. Since you are not willing to go with me, I will wait for you in the Divine Continent. I wish you good luck. As she spoke, she stood up and reached under her mask. She seemed to want to take it off, but she let go in the end. Feng Xing smiled and said, so the alliance is broken? The bandit in green smiled and said, I will not help you deal with Huangfu Shenji. I am sorry to say this, but I only allied with you because of your ferocity. After all, although the Divine Continent is powerful, it is not convenient for me to make a move in the Nanzhan cultivators' territory. If I act too arrogantly, the monks of the Lingshan Temple will cause trouble for my master. She paused for a moment and said in a serious tone, I will take Su Lingyun away. It will be considered as fulfilling the promise of the star grass. As for you, I can only wish you good luck. I hope you will not really enter the mysterious region to challenge Huangfu Shenji. Feng Xing waved his hand and said, I must go and kill him. The bandit in green smiled and helplessly shook her head. She flew out of the cave. Not long after, Su Lingyun entered the cave and bid farewell to Feng Xing. There were naturally some precious words that didn't need to be mentioned again. Su Lingyun also knew that this was a rare opportunity. Although she was kind-hearted, she wasn't a pedantic person. She knew that she had already caused a great disaster by protecting Fang Xing in front of others. If the Huangfu clan wanted to capture Fang Xing, she definitely wouldn't let it pass. It was also good for her to leave now, lest she implicated her sect. When they parted, Fang Xing took out a gold core and 4 foundation cleansing pills and gave them to Su Lingyun. Su Lingyun did not refuse. After receiving them, she did not say any words of thanks. She gently bowed to Fang Xing and left. After sending off the robber and Su Lingyun, Fang Xing felt a little disappointed. After thinking for a while, he went out to see Li Ying and Han Ying, who were guarding the entrance of the valley. When the two saw Fang Xing, they were a little shocked. They had thought that Fang Xing would need at least 10 days to half a month to recover from his internal injuries. They did not expect that in just 3 days, his injuries had completely healed and his cultivation aura had become stronger. They'd vaguely guessed that Fang Xing's cultivation had probably advanced a step further now. Freak! Both of them had the same thought in their minds. At the same time, they were slightly vigilant. They were worried that Fang Xing would rely on his cultivation and renege on his promise to give them the sword embryos. However, what made them happy was that Fang Xing did not do that. Instead, he directly gave them the sword embryos that he had promised them. He was so happy that they felt that they were gauging the heart of a bandit with the yardstick of a villain. With your abilities, I'm sure you have a way to detect the sword embryos in their bodies. As for how you'll extract the sword embryos, I don't care. It's up to you. If I give them to you, it'll be considered as me fulfilling my promise. Han Ying and Li Ying looked at each other. They each picked up a junior division leader of the 8 demon tribes and stuffed them into their storage pouches. This, that, many, Li Ying stammered. He wanted to say many thanks, but he was not used to it. Han Ying was much more straightforward than him. He said directly, "You want to enter the mysterious domain to challenge Huangfu Shinji?" Fang Xing said proudly, "Of course, I've already announced it." Han Ying said, "I can't help you." Li Ying said, "I can't help you either." Fang Xing looked at them disdainfully and said, "It's just a mere Huangfu Daozi. Why would I need your help?" The two of them choked and did not know how to reply. The only person who dared to call Huangfu Daozi mere was probably this extremely daring guy. "If you really survive, I can even call you my brother." Han Ying calmed himself down and said with his fists cupped. His expression was very serious. "I'm young anyway. I won't lose out no matter what I do." "That's right." Li Ying also said, indicating that he had the same thoughts as Han Ying. "Looks like I'll have 2 more underlings." Fang Xing chuckled confidently and said, "If I hadn't said that, I wouldn't have told you a secret. However, seeing that you'll be following me in the future, there's no harm in telling you." As he spoke, he leaned over to the two of them and whispered a few words in a low voice. He told the two of them the secret of the 99 spirit reversal pill. The two of them were stunned when they heard it. Swallowing a golden core. "You're not joking, right?" Li Ying was stunned. Swallowing a golden core was something that sounded unimaginable. To a certain extent, swallowing a golden core of this level was no less than suicide. When Fang Xing heard this, he sneered, "The secret method has been passed down. Whether you believe it or not, it's up to you." Han Ying and Li Ying both had serious expressions on their faces. It was obvious that they could not make a decision. However, they did not ask too much about this matter. Fang Xing had no intention of proving it to them. In his opinion, if they did not even dare to take such a small risk, then there was no need to accept them as his underlings. Of course, in reality, Li Ying and Han Ying had only agreed to become sworn brothers and had no intention of becoming his underlings. However, in Fang Xing's opinion, since they regarded him as their elder, then there was no difference between them and his underlings. He had to put on airs. After a moment of hesitation, the 3 of them, along with the great golden crow, sat down cross-legged. Han Ying took out a white porcelain wine bottle. After taking a sip, he placed it on the ground and cupped his fists. He got up and mounted his Pegasus and flew away. Li Ying snatched the wine jar and took a sip. He cupped his fists and was about to say something when Fang Xing impatiently waved his hand and said, "Get lost." His heart was filled with disdain. Li Ying was too ugly. He really did not want to drink wine from the same jar as him. However, the wine that Han Ning took out was indeed mellow and fragrant. He was intoxicated by the smell and could not bear to not drink it. Li Ying was once again looked down upon by Feng Xing and was instantly enraged. He stomped his feet and cursed at Feng Xing. In the end, he was scolded badly by Feng Xing. He had overestimated himself. His scolding skills were far inferior to Feng Xing's. Now that Feng Xing had the help of the Great Golden Crow, he was clumsy and did not even have the strength to fight the Golden Crow alone. How could he be a match for the two of them? In the end, he was so angry that smoke was coming out of his 7 orifices. He angrily walked away, gritting his teeth. After everyone left, only the Great Golden Crow and Feng Xing were left. The autumn wind blew and the atmosphere was somber. "Are you going to kill that impudent Huangfu Daozi?" the Great Golden Crow asked in a low voice. His voice was already filled with battle intent. Huangfu Daozi was undoubtedly extremely terrifying. He had already stepped into the late stage of the Foundation establishment realm at the age of 35. Moreover, as the Daozi of the Nanzhan hidden royal family, he had a huge amount of resources gathered on him. Moreover, he had an unknown number of powerful magic treasures and talismans. He also had many helpers by his side. Not to mention the fact that Feng Xing's cultivation was far inferior to his. Even if they were at the same cultivation level, perhaps not many people would think that Feng Xing could be a match for Huangfu Daozi. However, the Great Golden Crow was also extremely daring and feared that the world would not be in chaos. Seeing that Feng Xing had declared that he wanted to challenge Huangfu Daozi, his battle intent was high. Of course, he couldn't drop the ball. When a man walked in the world who wouldn't go crazy like this, therefore, at this moment, the battle intent in his heart had already been ignited. Of course, hearing the Golden Crow's question, Feng Xing also replied in a low voice. "Of course I won't King go. Do you think I'm stupid? That bastard is already in the late stage of the Foundation establishment realm. I'm only in the early stage of the Foundation establishment realm. Am I going to die? It's fine if there's any treasure inside, but it just has to leave a stupid name. Whoever wants to fight for it can fight for it. I've already made a lot of money. Quickly retreat before they react." The Golden Crow was stunned. "Retreat? Didn't you say you want to kill that bastard from the Huangfu family?" Feng Xing said, "It's fine if you're bragging, but do you really want to kill him? We'll talk about it when my cultivation surpasses him." The Golden Crow didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It hesitated and said, "But if we retreat now, it just feels like it's not the right time." Feng Xing said disdainfully, "I've killed the people from the Huangfu family and robbed the sword tomb. I've gained a lot. If we don't retreat now, when will we retreat?" The Golden Crow couldn't refute him for a moment. After a long time, he stammered, Then why did you say that you were so heroic in front of others? Even King believed it." Feng Xing curled his lips and said, "If I can't even deceive you, how can I deceive others? While those bastards think I'm going to enter the Xian domain to kill that Huangfu Daozi, it's our chance to slip away. Otherwise, do you think it's so easy to sneak out of the Xian domain?" After saying that, he ignored the Golden Crow and ran into the valley with his hands clasped behind his back. After the auction of the sword embryo, the news of Feng Xing declaring that he would go to the depths of the mysterious domain to challenge Huangfu Daozi in 7 days had already spread. Because of his fearless style and his strength that allowed him to look down on everyone else, all the cultivators who heard the news believed his words. After all, this little bastard even dared to attack the sword tomb, so what else wouldn't he dare to do? Because of this, after the news spread to the depths of the mysterious domain, even the troops of the Huangfu clan made preparations to meet the enemy. They stationed people day and night at the divine bridge that led to the depths of the mysterious domain. They were prepared to capture and kill this little bastard the moment he appeared. Moreover, because they believed that Feng Xing would go to the depths of the mysterious domain to challenge Huangfu Daozi, the Huangfu clan didn't even send a large number of troops to the outside world to look for him. Instead, they stationed themselves in the depths of the mysterious domain. Each and every one of them acted as if they were facing a great enemy and didn't dare to slack off in the slightest. However, 1 day passed, and the little bastard still didn't appear. 2 days passed, and the little bastard still didn't appear. 3 days passed, and the cultivators thought that the little bastard was injured and must be recuperating, so he probably wouldn't come so early. 7 days passed, and there was still no trace of the little bastard. At this time, many cultivators thought that the little bastard's injuries were too heavy, and in order to recuperate, he was delayed. Therefore, they still had some expectations in their hearts. However, on the 10th day, when Fang Xing still hadn't appeared, the cultivators and the Huangfu clan's Daozi began to frantically search for Fang Xing. Unfortunately, a large number of people searched countless times, but they still couldn't find a trace of Fang Xing. Not only him, but even his arrogant great golden crow had also disappeared. This finally made the cultivators vaguely realize a problem. Mother Ker, this little bastard actually slipped away. His words were so loud, and his actions were so crazy, but in the end, under everyone's expectations, he actually slipped away. Was there anything more shameless than this? All the cultivators had the urge to curse out loud. Each and every one of them was a smart person, but they were actually fooled by a little bastard. It wasn't that no one had imagined beforehand that Fang Xing would slip away, but in reality, everyone that had seen Fang Xing had been deceived by him. His cold and arrogant appearance of challenging Huangfu Daozi and his heroic appearance of saying that he'd enter the depths of the profound region to kill Huangfu Daozi in 7 days had caused all the cultivators to feel that he was extremely serious. Thus, news of this spread to 100 spread to 1,000, and it caused all the cultivators to surge towards the area of the Divine Bridge and wait for his appearance day and night. The waiting of the cultivators affected the Huangfu clan's judgment to a certain extent. Even the people of the Huangfu clan felt that a young prodigy who could annihilate 4 of the Huangfu clan's 8 demon tribes, including an expert like Lei Jiao, could truly be considered a great enemy of Huangfu Daozi. This kind of secret speculation and shock caused everyone in the Huangfu clan to treat Fang Xing as a great enemy in the dark, and they even raised his status more and more. Then, in this atmosphere, Fang Xing slipped away. He actually slipped away. He actually slipped away. How could he slip away? Countless cultivators in the area of the Divine Bridge that hoped to watch this battle let out a torrent of curses. Slipping away is normal, right? How many people would dare to fight Huangfu Daozi? Some cultivators spoke hesitantly as they felt that it was normal for Fang Xing to slip away. But he's Fang Xing. He's a little devil. He's done so many things that others don't even dare to think about. Motherfucker. Even I faintly admire him. At this critical moment, even if he came to fight Huangfu Daozi, even if he died at Huangfu Daozi's hands, I would still admire him for being a man. But why did he slip away? This isn't something someone like him would do. Countless cultivators hated iron for not becoming steel, and they cursed furiously in their hearts. There were also cultivators that sighed. Living is better than dying, right? Besides, isn't that little devil famous for being slippery? But, no matter what, he shouldn't have escaped. He didn't look like he was going to escape. While the cultivators were guessing, there were naturally people that thought deeply and sneered. If that little devil didn't escape, then he'd really be letting down his title as a little devil. Think about it, he killed the Huangfu clan's emissary, annihilated 4 of the Huangfu clan's 8 demon groups, and even robbed the Huangfu clan's sword tomb in exchange for countless treasures. It can be said that 30% of Nanzhan's fortune is in his hands. In this kind of situation, he still managed to trick everyone and safely leave the Xian region. Isn't this a skill? But, he didn't show up for the arranged battle. This little devil's reputation must have been ruined, right? Reputation? When did he ever have a good reputation? Betraying the sect, humiliating the Ice Sound Palace's disciple, which of these didn't incur the wrath of the heavens and the resentment of the people? Moreover, even if he didn't show up for the arranged battle, he killed the Huangfu clan's emissary, robbed the treasures, and left safely. With all these things in front of him, who would dare to look down on him? In the vast Nanzhan, there are countless prodigies. Who would dare to do such a thing? When the cultivators heard this, they were all speechless. No one was a fool. After some thought, no one felt that there was a problem with the little devil's escape. Just like the first thought that came to everyone's mind, there was a problem if he didn't escape. The news of Fang Xing's arranged battle with Huangfu Daozi and escaping from the Xian region quickly spread throughout the Nanzhan. The little devil, Fang Xing, was already quite famous. Firstly, he betrayed the Blue Cloud sect, and secondly, he made Yi Guin, who was known as the #1 prodigy below the spiritual foundation of the Ice Sound Palace, suffer a great loss. Among the cultivators of the younger generation, he had some status, but it was still difficult for him to enter the eyes of the experts. However, after the news of what happened in the Xian region spread, it immediately spread throughout the Nanzhan region, causing people to look at him in a new light. He actually exterminated 4 of the 8 demon lineages of the Huangfu clan, and even led people to attack the Sword Catacomb. This little devil was really audacious. One had to know what kind of existence the Huangfu clan was. It was a colossus that stood above the various clans and sects of the Nanzhan. It was an existence that ruled over the Nanzhan. In the entire Nanzhan, other than the spiritual mountain temple that usually didn't care about worldly affairs, there was no other power that could contend against the Huangfu clan. Many people believed that as long as the Huangfu clan was willing, they could proclaim themselves as the king of the Nanzhan and make all the cultivators bow down to them. And who did that little devil think he was? He had already betrayed his sect, and he was a lonely ghost that didn't belong to the heavens or the earth. Yet, he dared to slap the Huangfu clan's face in such a blatant manner. Even the words courting death couldn't describe his audacity. Such a guy, after taking advantage of the situation, actually used such a strange method to attract the attention of the Huangfu clan and then escaped from the mysterious domain. This caused all the cultivators present to be shocked, but they also felt a hidden sense of admiration. Although the method he used was a little shameless, to be able to escape, he was really capable. That son of a bitch actually escaped? I was going to help him collect his corpse. Near the Divine Bridge, Li Ying was dumbfounded. After hearing this news countless times, he finally admitted that it might be the truth. Han Ning, who was traveling with him, also had a strange expression on his face. Didn't I say that if he escaped from the Huangfu clan's pursuit, I would worship him as my elder? Li Ying's expression was strange. You did say that, but I don't think that's what you meant, right? You clearly said that if he entered the Xian region and fought with Huangfu Shenji, if he could still escape from the Huangfu clan's pursuit, you would worship him as your elder, right? At that time, I said that I thought the same as you, that it was impossible for him to escape from Huangfu Shenji's pursuit. He said a series of words, but Han Ning remained silent. He took advantage of me. After a long time, Han Ning let out a long sigh and smiled helplessly. Li Ying was even more helpless. Who told you to always be so short? He actually escaped? In the Xian region, on a golden chariot, the green-clothed bandit, who had returned to her female clothes, was slightly stunned when she heard the news. After a long time, she smiled bitterly. That bastard is really different from the geniuses I know. After muttering to herself, she smiled bitterly at Su Lingyun, who was sitting beside her, and said, "Can you imagine? He actually escaped." Su Lingyun's face also revealed a touch of gratification. She said softly, "Although it's a little unexpected, if you think about it carefully, this is the junior brother Feng." In the depths of the mysterious domain, there was a strange place filled with stone tablets. There was a black fog everywhere, causing this place to look like a paradise, but also like hell. In this hell, there were countless powerful demon spirits guarding every corner. On a stone platform in the deepest part of the stone tablets, there was a young man with a lotus mark on his forehead. He was sitting cross-legged and was in deep thought. Report, a voice came from the outside world. The black fog dispersed, revealing a passage. In the passage, a purple-armored warrior quickly walked out. This person was tall and sturdy, and he wore an iron mask on his face. It was impossible to tell his age and gender. He arrived in front of Huangfu Daozi, knelt down, and said in a deep voice, reporting to Daozi, "I've already ordered people to search everywhere in the periphery of the Xian region. It can be confirmed that the little thief is no longer in the Xian region. However, previously, the people of my 8-division demon clan set up layers of defense outside the Xian region, but they didn't find any traces of him. He should have used the Daozi challenge as a smokescreen to attract everyone's attention and create an opportunity for himself to escape." When the young man with the golden lotus between his eyebrows heard this, he was silent for a breath of time. Then, a mocking expression appeared on his face. "To think that I even made the preparations to go to the Divine Bridge and kill him when the 7 days agreement arrives. But it turns out that he's still a useless coward. Report back to the clan and issue a decree to capture and kill him. This person is not a cause for concern, but the sword embryo must be recovered. Yes, the purple-armored warrior replied in a low voice before turning around and leaving. On the other hand, the young man with the golden lotus between his eyebrows remained silent. After a short while, he suddenly laughed coldly with a disdainful expression, yet there was a faint feeling of unwillingness within it. It was as if he'd punched the air, and it caused him to feel extremely uncomfortable. Of course, the cultivators only cared about the fact that Feng Xing had escaped, but no one thought that it wouldn't be so easy for him to escape. In reality, when Feng Xing angered the Huangfu clan, it was already extremely difficult for him to leave the mysterious domain. Not to mention the Huangfu clan's encirclement, because he had a huge amount of wealth on him, there were also countless cultivators secretly watching him. They all knew that it wasn't scary to not be able to seize any fortune from the mysterious domain, but if they could capture that little demon, they would still be able to make a fortune. Because of this matter, there were even many people who specially sent people out of the mysterious domain to the outside world to send a message to their elders, telling them that they had to pay attention to this person. No matter how many people they lost, they had to stop him and not let him escape. As for the Huangfu clan, after they received the news that their prestige had been violated, the 8 demon tribes and even the Huangfu clan's main family members set up a perimeter around the mysterious domain, swearing to capture him. Among them, the people from the Juku tribe were the most furious. After all, Lei Jiu was a genius and was known as the #1 expert under Huangfu Daozi. His future was boundless, but he was tricked and killed by this little demon. Under this kind of inescapable net, it was almost impossible for Feng Xing to escape. Many cultivators believed that Feng Xing would really enter the depths of the mysterious domain to fight Huangfu Daozi. This was also the reason why. After all, this little demon couldn't escape even if he grew wings. Perhaps he entered the depths of the mysterious domain to challenge Huangfu Daozi because he wanted to fight to the death. However, because everyone believed that Feng Xing would challenge Huangfu Daozi, they didn't strictly guard the area during the first 7 days. Instead, they thought of ways to inquire about the situation inside the mysterious domain and waited for Feng Xing to appear near the divine bridge. And Feng Xing took advantage of this opportunity to slip out of the mysterious domain with the great golden crow. They passed through layers of obstacles and escaped with their lives. And it was the 4th day when all the cultivators were waiting for him to appear near the divine bridge. The process naturally wasn't easy. Even though the various powers all thought he was going to challenge Huangfu Daozi, they still set up layers of defenses just in case. Any cultivator that came out of the mysterious domain had to be strictly inspected. Feng Xing and the Great Golden Crow, who secretly investigated a sect of unlucky cultivators, carried a coffin and miserably teleported out of the mysterious domain. At this time, Feng Xing put on Yiguin's dress, put on a wig, applied makeup, and cried. Meanwhile, the Great Golden Crow wore the myriad ghost mask that Feng Xing gave him and hid his golden feathers. He turned into an owl and sat on Feng Xing's shoulder. As for this group of cultivators, all of them were weeping. Their bodies were covered in injuries and they looked extremely miserable. At a glance, this group of cultivators was a typical example of cultivators that had lost in the mysterious domain and were lucky enough to escape with their lives. They even carried a coffin. Without a doubt, the person inside the coffin was a powerful figure from their sect. Because of this, they couldn't bear to leave their corpses in the mysterious domain. Even their backbone had fallen, so it could be seen how miserable this group of cultivators was. Their path was unexpectedly unobstructed. Even the people from the Huangfu family didn't bother to investigate these small cultivators. However, after traveling for several dozen kilometers, there were still some people following them. They were cultivators that wanted to rob them. This type of cultivator was also worth mentioning. They hid in the dark and specialized in robbing cultivators that came out of the mysterious domain. These people either had disciples that did not obtain any opportunities in the mysterious domain or did not have any suitable disciples to send to the mysterious domain. However, they still wanted a share of the loot. Thus, each and every one of them had their eyes on the cultivators that came out of the mysterious domain and robbed them one by one. However, even though these people killed cultivators, they did not dare to do so in the vicinity of the Xian region. After all, the elders of the various powers were all here. If they caused too much of a ruckus, there might be people who would intervene. Thus, most of them chose their targets and followed them 50 kilometers away before suddenly attacking. This process also gave Feng Xing and the Great Golden Crow a chance. After leisurely walking for hundreds of kilometers, the cultivators that followed them did not even have the time to make a move. Feng Xing and the Great Golden Crow had already cooperated and turned around to kill. The cultivator that wanted to move them was only at the middle stage of the Foundation establishment realm. Because he was over 40 years old, he could not enter the mysterious domain and only wanted to rob a few spiritual movement realm cultivators. However, who would have thought that the fat sheep that they had their eyes on would be so difficult to deal with? In just a few breaths of time, the 3 cultivators that wanted to rob them were slaughtered by Feng Xing and the Great Golden Crow. Then, a golden cloud flew back and looked at the 7 or 8 trembling cultivators. I believe you all know how overbearing the Huangfu family is. If they knew that the 2 of us used you as a cover to come out, then your branch will be removed from the Nanzhan. You all are not stupid, right? The cultivators that were held hostage by Feng Xing hurriedly nodded. Not stupid, not stupid. We have never seen that little demon. We have never seen you. Feng Xing nodded his head and laughed. He casually took out a few baptizing foundation pills and threw them over. You guys did not come for nothing. After he finished speaking, he carried the translucent mysterious coffin on his shoulder and flew away with the Great Golden Crow sticking close to the ground. Now that he had finally escaped, the only thing left to do was to find a few spirit veins to increase his cultivation and observe the situation. If the Huangfu family really dug 3 feet into the ground to find him, then this Nanzhan really would not be able to stay. Although Feng Xing was arrogant, he was not a fool. With his strength, he would be courting death if he fought the Huangfu family head-on. On the 7th day after Feng Xing escaped from the mysterious domain, in the supreme hall set up by the spiritual mountain temple, old monster Wan Luo, who was dressed in a gray robe, revealed a faint smile when he heard that the little demon Feng Xing had escaped from the mysterious domain. However, this smile disappeared in the end and he let out a long sigh. He once again firmly guarded his divine abode and no longer cared about the matters of the outside world. He had maintained this appearance for 10 days. I have already sent a letter to the Huangfu family stating that the disciple that we accepted from the Great Snow Mountain is called Feng Xiaojiu. However, this child had used the name Feng Xing to deceive us, which led to the misunderstanding. Now that Feng Xiaojiu has rendered meritorious service to the Huangfu family in capturing the little demon Feng Xing, his sins have all been erased. From today onwards, the Great Snow Mountain is the Great Snow Mountain and the little demon is the little demon. There will be no division anymore. Zhang Daoyi of the Ghost God Valley walked into the hall and sat down cross-legged. Mu Longyin smiled faintly and said, "Will the Huangfu family believe it?" Zhang Daoyi of the Ghost God Valley said, "The monk from the spiritual mountain temple personally accompanied me to deliver the letter. The Huangfu family will believe it." Mu Longyin let out a long sigh and said, "That's good. At least we have avoided a disaster. This little demon is really..." He stopped halfway and looked at old monster Wan Luo, who was resting with his eyes closed, and did not say anything else. 10 days ago, when the news of Chu Huan being killed by the little demon, Feng Xing, spread out from the inner circle of the mysterious region, Chu Taishang fought with old monster Wan Luo. In the end, Chu Taishang was injured and returned to the Chu royal court. He swore in front of everyone that he would gather all his strength to capture and kill the little demon, Feng Xing. No matter who it was, if they dared to stop him, they would become mortal enemies with the Chu royal court. Later, when everyone suggested to cut off the connection between the Great Snow Mountain and the little demon, Feng Xing, old monster Wan Luo did not stop them. He only laughed and said, 50 to 60% of the opportunities obtained by the Great Snow Mountain were taken by the little demon, right? From that day onwards, the cultivators did not dare to speak to old monster Wan Luo, but they still cut off the connection between the little demon and the Great Snow Mountain. The process of cutting off the connection was not difficult. After all, when Feng Xing joined the Great Snow Mountain, he used the fake name of Feng Xiaojiu. Although there was a time when he said his real name, as long as he wanted to cover it up, it was easy. Just when Mu Longyin and Zhang Daoyi were silent, old monster Wan Luo spoke. What did the Huangfu clan say? Zhang Daoyi knew what he was asking. After a moment of silence, he softly said, dig 3 feet into the ground, and we must capture Feng Xing. Old monster Wan Luo's eyes turned cold, then dimmed. He let out a long sigh and said to himself, "Can he escape?" Zhang Daoi knew what he was worried about. He said, "The 8 demon tribes of the Huangfu clan have all come out of their caves. They have locked down all the altars and summoned diviners to deduce the direction of the little demon's escape. Under such circumstances, it would be easy for the little demon to escape for a day or two. If he is lucky, he might even be able to hide for a year or two. But unless he hides in a mouse hole for the rest of his life, otherwise," he did not finish his sentence, but everyone already knew what he was going to say. The Huangfu clan of the Nanzhan concealed sovereign was extremely powerful. It was not an exaggeration to say that they controlled the Nanzhan. Even the 8 demon tribes under their control were not ordinary. They were as powerful as the top sects and clans of the Nanzhan. Under the pursuit of such a colossus, even Golden Core realm cultivators like them would not be able to escape death, let alone a little demon in the Foundation establishment realm like Fengxing dig 3 feet into the ground and capture Fengxing. On the 3rd day after the 7-day agreement, which was also the 10th day after Fengxing attacked the Sword Tomb, a decree was spread throughout Nanzhan. Bandit Fengxing has offended Huangfu, killed the young division leaders of the 9 Melody Division, Fire Cloud Division, Dangyu Division, and Black Marsh Division, and attacked the Sword Catacomb. He has committed the most heinous crimes and will not be forgiven even if he dies 10,000 times. Huangfu's decree has been issued. Cultivators of Southern Site, heed my command. Capture Fengxing, regardless of life or death, and you will be rewarded handsomely. Anyone who captures Bandit Fengxing alive will be rewarded with a divine ability, 300 spiritual essences, 1 Huangfu Immortal token, 1 spiritual cave, 100 purple pills, and 1 Huangfu Immortal token. Anyone who kills Fengxing and brings the bandit's head to me will be rewarded with a profound formula, 100 spiritual essences, 1 profound weapon, and 50 purple pills. From this decree, one could see the anger of the Huangfu clan. Whoever captured Fengxing alive would be rewarded with a divine ability and 300 spiritual essences. What kind of value was this? It must be known that even mid-level sects might not have a divine ability, and 300 spiritual essences was a fortune that could move the heart of a golden core cultivator. As for the spirit cave and purple core, they could be considered as a supplement. The most important thing was the Huangfu Immortal token. This token meant that whoever captured Fengxing alive would receive a token from the Huangfu clan to protect him. Seeing the token was equivalent to seeing Huangfu, and all cultivators would retreat. The rewards issued by this decree were too great, and it could be said that everyone was tempted. The reason for this was that Fengxing had offended the dignity of the Huangfu clan, and the Huangfu clan wanted to punish him as an example to others. The other reason was that the Huangfu clan wanted to capture Fengxing so that they could retrieve the lost sword embryo. Although the Huangfu clan already knew that the sword embryo had been auctioned off by this little devil and it would be difficult to retrieve it, they were still unwilling to give up on this clue. This was the reason why the reward for capturing Fengxing alive was much greater than capturing him dead. This decree was quickly spread throughout Nanzhan with the 8 demon tribes of the Huangfu clan. The efficiency was so high that even the big cities had Fengxing's portrait. Even the Golden Crow was gloriously listed on the list. The Huangfu clan was terrifying not only because of their enormous forces, but also because of their rallying power. With a single order, the entire Nanzhan was turned upside down. Countless forces and countless people began to move. When the mysterious domain opened, it was unknown how many forces were unable to enter the mysterious domain to fight for the opportunity because they didn't have the right connections, were not talented enough, or were too old. But now, the Huangfu clan's decree gave them a good opportunity to not lose to the mysterious domain. On the 3rd day after the decree was issued, a dark cloud shrouded the top of the Blue Cloud Sect's mountain. This dark cloud was hundreds of miles wide, and it was like a piece of sky that suppressed the sky above the place where the Blue Cloud Sect was established. Within the cloud, there were indistinctly countless valiant cultivators looking on coldly and arrogantly. Ferocious demon beasts were glaring at them covetously, as if they would immediately rush down and flatten the Blue Cloud Sect once the order was given. In front of the might of this dark cloud, the mountain guarding formation of the Blue Cloud Sect seemed so dim. "Where is the sect master of the Blue Cloud Sect? Come up and see me." The dark cloud dispersed, revealing the figure of an old man in white who was standing with his hands behind his back. At this moment, the pattern on the lower corner of his white robe indicated his identity. Impressively, he was a member of the Huangfu clan. In the dark cloud behind him, there were also 4 or 5 figures with soaring auras standing there. Their cold gazes pierced through the dark cloud and landed on the blue cloud sect. Anyone who saw them would feel a dense murderous aura. The sect master of the blue cloud sect, Xianxia, greets the angel of the Huangfu clan. Please forgive me for not welcoming you earlier. Within the blue cloud sect, after 2 or 3 breaths of silence, a figure stepped out of the cloud and bowed from afar. He didn't even consider his safety by staying within the mountain guarding formation. This was because he knew that in front of the Huangfu clan, the mountain guarding formation of the blue cloud sect really couldn't be considered a guarantee of safety. It was useless to hide inside, so he might as well face the Huangfu clan's inquiry calmly. Is that bandit, Fang Xing, a disciple of your blue cloud sect? The old man in white looked at Xianxia of the blue cloud sect coldly and said in a cold voice, "What a good disciple you've taught." Xianxia was trembling in fear as he hurriedly said, "Senior, please understand. That traitorous disciple, Fang Xing, has long been expelled from the blue cloud sect for violating the sect's rules. Before he left, he even had the audacity to blow up the 3 valleys of the blue cloud sect and loot all the resources of the 3 valleys. Such an evil deed has angered both humans and gods. For so many years, the blue cloud sect has been looking for him. We can't wait to tear him into pieces." Xianxia tried his best to express his anger towards Fang Xing in order to gain the approval of the old man in white. Although the old man didn't show any emotion on his face, he didn't really attack Xianxia either. In fact, before coming here, the Huangfu clan had already investigated and found out that Fang Xing had indeed betrayed the blue cloud sect. His anger wouldn't implicate the blue cloud sect. The reason why they came here was that the Great Snow Mountain was under the protection of the spiritual mountain temple. In addition, the Great Snow Mountain was not weak, so the Huangfu clan couldn't easily deal with them. Since they couldn't investigate the little devil's whereabouts from that direction, they could only start with the blue cloud sect. Even if the little devil had betrayed the blue cloud sect, there must be some traces of him cultivating and living here. You don't have to be afraid. The Huangfu clan is the ruler of Nanzhan and abides by the rules. Since the little devil has betrayed the blue cloud sect, we won't do anything to the blue cloud sect. However, my men will descend to the blue cloud sect and investigate carefully. Moreover, when the little devil was in the blue cloud sect, I want you to find all the things he used and the places he stayed in. Do you agree to this?" Although the old man in white asked, he didn't give Xianxia any time to answer and immediately turned around to give the order. Yes. Yes, although the other party had already given the order, Xianxia had no choice but to reply and retreat to the side. The Huangfu clan's forces descended from the sky and directly sealed off the entire blue cloud sect. All the disciples of the blue cloud sect who had contact with Fang Xing were summoned, including the medicine boy who was taken in as a follower by Fang Xing in the spiritual herb field. All the houses that Fang Xing lived in and the things that he used were also rummaged through and solemnly stored away. This was because in the hands of those who were good at divination, they could use the residual aura on these items to calculate Fang Xing's whereabouts. The disciples of the blue cloud sect were cowering like little sheep in front of a pack of tigers and wolves. No matter what the people of the Huangfu clan asked, they didn't dare to hide anything and told them everything in detail. In the hearts of these disciples of the blue cloud sect, they faintly had an extremely strange feeling. Although Fang Xing had caused a huge disaster, his current strength was also shocking. One must know that everyone cultivated together in the past. Moreover, when Fang Xing had just joined the blue cloud sect, which disciple in the blue cloud sect didn't have a better family background, aptitude, and starting point than that little devil? Now, why did that little bandit have to live to such an extent, on the main peak of the blue cloud peak, looking at the dark clouds that seemed to cover the sky, as well as the people of the Huangfu clan and their generals who were coldly traversing between the peaks of the blue cloud sect? There were 2 people whose expressions were as cold as ice. Their eyes were filled with shock, doubt, nervousness, and other expressions, as well as unconcealable fear and regret. These 2 people, one in a red robe and the other in a linen robe, were Qing Miao and Xiao Shanhe. This little devil actually caused such a huge disaster. He's indeed seeking his own death, Qing Miao sneered. Although he seemed to be disdainful, there was unconcealable fear in his eyes. What if he doesn't die? Xianxia's expression was cold as he said coldly. What if he doesn't die? Xianxia's sneer immediately froze. It was as if the fear in her heart had been flipped out and revealed on her face. Xianxia, he continued to speak coldly. I asked someone to inquire about what happened in the mysterious domain. Although it might be false, this little devil, Chu Huang of the Chu royal court, killed Feng Xiaojiu, who once severed 4 meridians by himself when he first entered the mysterious domain. He even killed the young division leader of the 9 Tun tribe, Lei Jiu, and stole the Huangfu clan sword tomb. Which of these things can be easily done by you and me? I didn't expect my worries from back then to become reality so quickly. That little dog that loves to bite has become a man-eating wolf. Xianxia's expression was strange. She tried her best to calm down and pretended that nothing had happened. Then you better hope that the Huangfu clan will find this little devil and kill him. Otherwise, who knows, he might come back to seek revenge. After obtaining the mysterious technique inheritance of the Fuyao Palace, your cultivation has reached the late stage of the foundation establishment realm. However, you still haven't formed your gold core. Facing that crafty little devil, it won't be easy to deal with you, right? Xiaoshan, he smiled eerily. Naturally, I won't be easy to deal with. However, do you think that you can stay out of this matter? Xianxia's expression became even more unnatural. She turned her head and said indifferently, what does this have to do with me? Xiaoshan, he smiled coldly. Back then, didn't you give away that girl called Xiao Man to someone in order to obtain the mysterious technique of the Fuyao Palace? Xianxia suddenly became angry and shouted, Xiao Man is my disciple. Who I give away to is my business, Xiaoshan, he said. If you think that this reason can convince that little devil, you can use this to have a talk with him. Elder Xianxia was instantly speechless. How could she not know that the little devil didn't know how to talk with people? Moreover, she herself knew some things that even Xiaoshan he had never heard of. She had once forced Feng Xing to hand over the secret technique that Bai Qianzhong had left for Feng Xing. For this, she didn't even hesitate to use Xiao Man and Su Lingyun as hostages. Even after Feng Xing betrayed the Blue Cloud sect, she had once done something that even she felt very guilty about. She was faintly panicking in her heart and didn't know if she had angered that little devil. Back then, although Fuyao Palace gave Elder Qingniao and Xiaoshan he the profound method and pointed out the path to the Gold Core realm, they did not leave behind any resources. There were some necessary things that they had to collect themselves. Not long before the opening of the Xian domain, Elder Qingniao had once wanted to marry Su Lingyun to an old cultivator over 200 years old as a concubine in exchange for a rare elixir in the old cultivator's hands. Later on, when the Xian domain opened, Su Lingyun took the initiative to say that she wanted to enter the Xian domain to retrieve the opportunity for her master. Elder Qingniao knew that Su Lingyun actually had the will to die at that time. However, she was after all greedy for the opportunity in the Xian domain. She also knew that with Su Lingyun's personality, even if she died, she would still desperately help her obtain the opportunity. Thus, she temporarily put off that plan and begged the White Dragon Gate to bring Su Lingyun into the Xian domain. This matter naturally created a huge crack between the master and disciple. At this moment, Qingniao recalled that the relationship between that brat and Su Lingyun had always been pretty good. In the mysterious region, there was even news that her treasured disciple, Su Lingyun, had once risked her life to protect that trapped brat. Qingniao became even more terrified in her heart, fearing that Feng Xing would take revenge on her because of Su Lingyun. Of course, this was also the heart of a vile person. She didn't even know that Su Lingyun hadn't told Feng Xing about this matter at all. Moreover, before they left southern Zhan, Su Lingyun had already prepared a gift to thank her. However, because the green-clothed bandits hadn't left the Xian region, she hadn't had the chance to send a message to Qingniao. All of this could only be left to Qingniao to guess blindly. No, this little demon dared to anger the Huangfu clan. It will be difficult for him to escape death. After being exposed by Xiaoshan he, Qingniao's voice also became cold. She fiercely asserted that Feng Xing would definitely die. However, Xiaoshan he sneered, back then, in front of the two of us, he was only an ant at the spiritual movement realm. We also thought that he would definitely die, but what happened in the end? It's only been a few years, but he's already become an existence that even we tremble with fear when we think about him. Moreover, he slipped away right under our noses all those years ago. Now, the Huangfu clan doesn't even know where he is, so how can you be so sure that he's dead? If he finds a safe place and hides for a few decades, who can do anything to him? Qing Miao's eyes were filled with poisonous flames, and she said in an awe-inspiring tone, "Do you have a motive for saying all these things?" Xiaoshan he laughed out loud, then stopped laughing and said in an awe-inspiring tone, "That little demon must die this time. If he doesn't die, then we will be the ones to die. Whatever golden core realm, it will all turn into smoke and dissipate. Moreover, in order to kill this little demon, the Huangfu clan has paid a huge price. You've also seen the contents of the decree. If we receive the reward, why would we worry about the golden core realm?" When Qing Miao heard the word reward, her eyes also lit up. However, after a while, she became a bit depressed and sighed, "But we can't help much. Back then, that little demon was so weak that we couldn't even capture him. Now that he has successfully reached the Foundation realm and is a famous and fierce combat cultivator, one of us cultivates pill techniques and the other cultivates formations. What confidence do we have in capturing him?" When Xiaoshan he heard this, he sneered, "Who said we're going to capture him personally? We only need to tell the Huangfu clan how to find him." Qing Miao was startled and turned to look at him. Xiaoshan he sneered and said coldly, "That little demon has no relatives or friends. If there's a way to force him out." Qing Miao understood Xiaoshan he's intention and couldn't help but feel a chill down her spine. While the entire Blue Cloud sect was discussing Feng Xing, he was exploring the innumerable huge mountains. During this period of time, he and the Golden Crow didn't go to the cities at all. Instead, they wandered in the innumerable huge mountains. Firstly, they were avoiding trouble, and secondly, they were looking for some spiritual veins that were scattered in the mountains. There was spiritual energy in heaven and earth, and there were some special areas that contained a large amount of spiritual energy. These areas were called spiritual veins, and the jade stones mined from the spiritual veins were spiritual stones. In the cultivation world, there were some cultivators who went deep into the mountains and rivers all year round, looking for spirit veins that had not been discovered by others, and then mining spirit stones. As for Feng Xing, he was naturally not strolling in the mountains to dig up those inferior spirit stones. However, he was indeed looking for spirit veins, but his purpose was to directly absorb all of them in one breath after he found them. It was an exaggeration to say that spiritual qi was scattered between heaven and earth, and only spiritual stones could store spiritual qi. Cultivators could only cultivate by breathing or absorbing the spiritual qi from spiritual stones. It was really unheard of to directly absorb a stream of spiritual qi. However, Feng Xing, who had the 99 soul reversal elixir in his body, made this possible, and directly used spiritual veins to cultivate. However, finding spiritual veins was not an easy task. One needed to understand the principles of formations in order to distinguish mountains and rivers and find spiritual veins. This was because spiritual veins were actually equivalent to a naturally formed spirit-gathering formation. Even if Feng Xing had the yin-yang fiend god mirror, it would not be of much use. On the other hand, the Great Golden Crow was much better than Feng Xing. This guy had a deep understanding of formations in the first place. By distinguishing the direction of mountains and rivers, and the principles of yin and yang, he had found two messy spiritual veins during this period of time. However, it was not so easy to find a high-grade spiritual vein. These two spiritual veins were only very low-grade. In one spiritual vein, 1 or 2 low-grade spiritual stones could be dug out, but the other spiritual vein had just formed not long ago, and there were no spiritual stones yet. A crimson mountain rock hung horizontally on one side of the mountain wall in an extremely secretive manner. It was like the indistinct shadow of a dragon that hung on the mountain wall, waiting to break through the wall and fly away at any time. Numerous formation flags had already been set up around the crimson mountain rock, and all of them were for the sake of preventing the spiritual energy from leaking out. Feng Xing stood on a black cloud and guarded the front of the crimson mountain rock. He silently circulated his mental cultivation method and breathed with rapt attention. In his body, there seemed to be a terrifying whirlpool. As he breathed in and out, the red dragon on the mountain wall gradually dimmed, and finally slowly disappeared, as if it had never appeared. Feng Xing, on the other hand, restrained his Xianxia, sat cross-legged on the ground, and slowly refined the huge spiritual qi of the entire spiritual vein in his body. He refined the impurities, gathered them in his meridians, and turned them into his own cultivation. This kind of cultivation method was already beyond the imagination of ordinary cultivators. If it had to be described, it could be said to be the method of immortals. Oh my, the spiritual vein is known as the ancestral dragon. Legend has it that the first dragon in ancient times was transformed from the spiritual vein. Therefore, the spiritual vein is also known as the dragon vein in the mortal world. Although this is not a high-grade dragon vein that is purple in color, but only a low-grade spiritual vein with short and thin spiritual chi, it is still a spiritual vein. How could this bastard swallow it directly? Isn't this equivalent to him eating a dragon? Not far away, the great golden crow, who was on lookout, became more and more astonished. At the same time, it felt sad. If only I had a Jindan. However, just as it was feeling conflicted, it suddenly saw a clear cry in the sky. A vermilion bird flew over and circled in the air. When the golden crow saw it, it was slightly stunned. It activated the Beast King tripod in its body and emitted a strange aura. The vermilion bird immediately sensed it and flew down, throwing a jade slip to the golden crow. The golden crow held the jade slip and carefully sensed it. Its expression suddenly changed. It looked at Fangxing worriedly, not knowing whether it should call him or not. It's over, it's a big problem. This vermilion bird was tamed by the 100 Beasts sect. It was a demonic bird that was specially used to send messages. Fangxing and the golden crow were hiding in the deep mountains and searching for the spiritual vein for Fangxing's cultivation. If they knew nothing about the outside world, it would naturally be inappropriate. Therefore, they let the 100 Beasts sect Xianxia help them keep an eye on them. If there was any urgent news, the vermilion bird would send it over. The golden crow's body contained the Beast King tripod that it stole from the 100 Beasts sect. That was also a low-grade profound level weapon that could control demonic beasts. Originally, because it stole the Beast King tripod, the 100 Beasts sect would not rest until it was dead. However, after it borrowed the power of Fangxing, Xianxia did not dare to object. The Beast King tripod naturally became its possession. It could use the aura of the tripod to attract Zhu Ke. Looking at the information recorded on the Jade Scroll, the golden crow's expression immediately changed. It knew that big trouble was coming. At this moment, it even had the thought of hiding the Jade Scroll from Fangxing. However, after pondering for a long time, it finally gave up on this idea. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Fangxing had finished adjusting his breathing and flew over on a cloud. The golden crow directly threw the Jade Scroll over to him and said, "There's trouble. Whether or not you want to save her will depend on your words." Fangxing caught the Jade Scroll and frowned. He probed it with his divine sense. Originally, he did not care much about it. From his point of view, there was really no trouble that could be called big. However, after reading the contents of the Jade Scroll, he instantly felt as if he was struck by lightning and was stunned on the spot. "Huangfu clan, this means that you want to play with me to the end." A trace of ruthlessness flashed across Fangxing's face. With a paw sound, the Jade Scroll was crushed into powder by him. The contents of the Jade Scroll made him very angry. An unprecedented anger rose from the bottom of his heart. He never would have thought that in order to force him to appear, the Huangfu clan would do such a thing. The message in the Jade Slip was simple. The former elder of the Blue Cloud sect, Iron Like Madness, attempted to shield Fangxing when the Huangfu clan went to the Blue Cloud sect to investigate the background of the little devil. Moreover, when the Huangfu clan's guards tried to capture him, he refused to submit and killed one of them while resisting. Thus, he was sentenced to the punishment of having his body and soul destroyed. An execution platform was set up on the main peak of the Blue Cloud sect, and his sentence was set up for 3 months. This punishment of having one's body and soul destroyed consisted of finger swords striking the body and divine thunder striking the soul. Every day, 3 bolts of divine thunder would strike the body, and 3 magic swords would pierce the body for 3 months until the victim had suffered 100 bolts of divine thunder. After the 100 magic swords were pierced, the victim would be in a state where he could neither live nor die. In just a few days, the news had spread throughout the entire Nanzhan. It was obvious that someone had deliberately promoted it. When Fangxing saw the news, he gnashed his teeth in hatred, and his blood boiled. What was this about wanting to shield, refusing to submit? Iron-like madness had long retired to Xianxia Bay. How could he have met the Huangfu clan and the Blue Cloud sect when they went to investigate him? Moreover, even if he had met them, Iron-like madness was no fool. Why would he go against the Huangfu clan? As for the punishment of having one's body and soul destroyed, it was the most inhumane punishment in the cultivation world. Lightning struck the soul, and sword mutilated the body. After the punishment, no matter how high the cultivation base of the cultivator was, his soul would be obliterated, and his body would be reduced to ashes. This punishment was once too cruel, and it was abolished by the cultivation world. It was only used to deal with demons. Why would Iron-like madness, who stood aloof from worldly affairs, suffer such a punishment? Bang! Feng Xing, who was extremely angry, suddenly smashed his fist towards the mountain wall. The hard mountain rock was smashed by him, and a large pit with a circumference of 100 feet appeared. Crushed stones and rock chips rustled down, and smoke and dust rose in all directions. The smoke and dust filled the air, and it looked like a ferocious ghost. Everyone knows that I've betrayed the Blue Cloud sect. On the surface, my relationship with Iron Master has long been severed. How would the Huangfu family know that they're using him to force me to show myself? Amidst the smoke and dust, Feng Xing's voice was cold and cruel. There must be someone from the Blue Cloud sect who leaked the information to the Huangfu clan. It looks like I'll have to return home in glory and make a trip back to the Blue Cloud sect. Are you going back? The Great Golden Crow asked worriedly. Feng Xing didn't even think about it and said with a cold gaze, "Return." The Great Golden Crow hesitated and said, "But the Huangfu clan must have already set up an inescapable net around the Blue Cloud sect and are just waiting for you to show up." Feng Xing said, "Didn't they also set up an inescapable net outside the mysterious domain?" The Great Golden Crow didn't say anything. It knew that Feng Xing had even put away his usual cheeky expression, which showed that he was really angry. If the little devil didn't die prematurely, the Blue Cloud sect would be plunged into a storm of blood. The danger was indescribable, and even the Great Golden Crow couldn't escape unscathed. It might even die in the Blue Cloud sect together with the little devil. Seeing that the Great Golden Crow was silent, Feng Xing sneered and said disdainfully, "If you don't go, I won't make things difficult for you." His words were a little cold, and the Great Golden Crow naturally understood that if it didn't want to go, Feng Xing wouldn't make things difficult for it. However, their friendship would probably end here. The little devil didn't have the habit of thinking for others. After thinking for a while, the Great Golden Crow sighed and scolded, "If I don't go, will you be able to escape even if you save him?" A smile finally appeared on Feng Xing's face when he heard this. He flicked his finger and a lotus seed flew towards the Great Golden Crow. "For you." That lotus seed was the last blood lotus seed in Feng Xing's hand. Back in the Green Mountain's tomb, Feng Xing plucked a lotus head with 7 blood lotus seeds. Feng Xing returned one of them to the naked baby at the bottom of the lotus pond. The remaining 6 seeds were divided among the Great Golden Crow and the Great Golden Crow. He had already used up 2 of them, and this was the last one. The Great Golden Crow swallowed the 3 seeds in the blood pool of Xian domain and turned them into nourishment to refine his demon body. For the Great Golden Crow, this kind of blood lotus seed was extremely precious. Each seed could bring a leap in his strength. However, Feng Xing only had 1 seed left. In order to save it for a rainy day, he didn't give it to the Great Golden Crow. But at this time, seeing that the Great Golden Crow was willing to accompany him in such a dangerous situation, he took out the last lotus seed as a reward for the Great Golden Crow. However, when the Great Golden Crow saw it, it flapped its wings slightly and hit the lotus seed back. It said sternly, "Do you think that Lord Jin is accompanying you because of your stupid lotus seed? You look down on me too much. It's not easy for Lord Jin to be so loyal. I must let you, little bastard, remember it in your heart. This lotus seed is not enough to return the favor. Leave it for the suffering old man." When Feng Xing heard this, he took it back. He knew that Iron-like madness had suffered a lot. It was good to leave the lotus seed for him to heal. "Old Jin, I owe you one," Feng Xing said loudly. He flew up and jumped on the back of the Great Golden Crow. One man and 1 crow did not dare to delay any longer. They hurried to catch up. Feng Xing crossed the innumerable huge mountains once, but it took him 10 days. Now that the great golden crow's strength had greatly increased, its demon body was unimaginably strong, and its speed had also increased by 10 times. It would not take that long to cross the innumerable huge mountains again. On the back of the great golden crow, Fangxing was also concentrating and pondering carefully. The sudden change this time was really beyond his imagination. He had already expected that the Huangfu family would definitely find trouble with him and use all means to force him to show himself. However, he was not afraid. The 5 ancestors of the Great Snow Mountain were all famous gold core cultivators in the Chu region. When the 5 of them worked together, their strength was tyrannical. In addition, he had automatically separated himself from Fang Xiaojiao and left no room for gossip. Presumably, the 5 old bastards would have a way to protect themselves. As for other people, there were not many who deserved his attention. Bai Qianzhong was carried away by Master Zhou Rou, and Su Lingyun was also entrusted to the Xingyi bandits. No matter how strong the Huangfu family was, they might not be able to find trouble with these 2 people. Fangxing originally thought that he was already free and unfettered. The Huangfu family could no longer threaten him, but he did not expect that they would eventually find trouble with iron like madness. Speaking of which, among all the living beings in the world, only this old man could threaten him. After all, he was indebted to him, and he had yet to repay this kindness. After all, he was still too inexperienced, Fangxing thought to himself. He thought that he could look down on everyone and live a carefree life by himself. He would bully those he could defeat, and if he couldn't, he would run away. No one could do anything to him anyway. However, he didn't expect that he wouldn't be as carefree as he imagined. With the Huangfu clan's strength, they still found someone who could threaten him, or rather, his weakness. This time, how should I solve this problem? Fangxing muttered to himself and forced himself to calm down. He calculated his ability and the upcoming crisis. Now that he had absorbed 2 spirit veins, even if they were inferior spirit veins with short spirit veins and thin spirit qi, the amount of spirit qi in them could not be compared to spirit stones. The majestic spirit qi directly raised his cultivation to the 6th level of the Foundation Establishment realm, which was the peak of the middle stage of the Foundation Establishment realm. Furthermore, under the refinement of the Samadhi True Fire, his Tao Foundation gradually increased in purple and showed signs of rising to the middle grade. In this state, his spirit qi was majestic, and he would dare to fight head-on against a late-stage Foundation Establishment realm cultivator. However, even with such strength, he did not dare to be careless in the face of the Huangfu family who was eyeing him covetously. Even if he could fight head-on against a late-stage Foundation Establishment realm cultivator, what if he encountered a gold core cultivator? Even if he did not encounter a gold core cultivator, what if he encountered a Huangfu disciple with a real myriad spirit flag? There was a huge difference between having a transcendent artifact in hand and not having a transcendent artifact in hand, or in other words, having a deity tier transcendent artifact and only having a profound level transcendent artifact in hand. If Fangxing was not careful, not to mention rescuing someone right under the Huangfu clan's noses, he was even worried that he would lose his life. It was precisely because of this that Fangxing needed more close combat methods so that he could fully display his cultivation. With the myriad spirit flag in hand, he had accumulated quite a bit of blood qi through the several battles in the mystic domain and could unleash quite a bit of power. As for the yin-yang grindstone, he was already very familiar with it. Once he used it, it would definitely be extraordinary. Furthermore, when he was in the Xian region, he had obtained quite a few good items by auctioning off the sword embryos. Other than the spiritual medicines and rare fruits, there were also some broken weapons. The weapons here all possessed extraordinary power. However, the majority of them were extremely damaged, as if they had been forcibly destroyed by someone during a great battle. However, after Fangxing carefully selected them, there were quite a few that he could use. With these things and his solid purple mid-grade Tao Foundation, Fangxing really dared to fight head-on against any Foundation Establishment realm cultivator. However, he was facing the Huangfu family after all, so these things were still not enough. He needed more close-quarters combat techniques, more powerful spells and divine abilities. With this thought in mind, Fangxing's heart suddenly jolted as he thought of an existence. After making up his mind, he took a deep breath and sank into his sea of consciousness. His true spirit moved and traversed tens of thousands of miles in his sea of consciousness. He arrived in front of the hazy mist and floated in the air. "Hey, that black, big, and ugly broken sword over there. I'm in trouble. Come out and have a chat." Fang Xing's divine sense trembled and he sent a message into the mist. His target was the black sword embryo that he had unwillingly merged within the mystic domain. The sword embryo was rumored to be miraculous. If there was any hope of solving his predicament, it was probably the only one. In the sword tomb, Fang Xing had already sensed that the presence of the sword embryo was extraordinary. At the very least, it was no weaker than the five-colored sword embryo enshrined in the hall. However, its presence was just too violent and strange, which was why Fang Xing did not dare to fuse with it so easily. Of course, it had forcefully fused with it afterwards, so he could only accept his fate. His future path of cultivation had already become unavoidable for him to cross paths with this sword embryo. Since that was the case, why not make peace with it earlier and borrow a portion of its power? The sword embryo had a spirit and was nurtured by cultivators. It could use the cultivator's power to grow, and other than its own power, the sword embryo should also possess the ancient flying sword technique that had been lost on the Tianyuan continent. It was a wondrous technique that could spit out a streak of white light and kill enemies from 1,000 kilometers away. It would be strange if he was not tempted. Logically speaking, it was very simple to comprehend this ancient flying sword technique. This was where the profundity of the sword embryo lay. Because the sword embryo was the spirituality nurtured within the flying sword, it itself possessed the remarkable ability to cultivate the ancient flying sword. To put it bluntly, as long as one could communicate with the sword embryo and cultivate with the sword embryo, the ancient flying sword technique would naturally be formed. However, Fang Xing's black sword embryo was rather strange. After entering his sea of consciousness, it had directly flown into the mist in Fang Xing's sea of consciousness. Even now, it had not communicated with Fang Xing at all, lying there like a loach that had sunk to the bottom of a pond. Fang Xing had already tried to communicate with it several times, but it said nothing. It did not even respond with a single thought, as if it had always been asleep. If it were any other time, he would have let it be, but now that the challenge was imminent, Fang Xing could not care so much anymore. Black sword embryo, come out and have a chat with me. His true soul stood outside the mist. Fang Xing used the sense of his soul and called out into the mist. He had learned his lesson, but he did not dare to enter the mist as he wished, or he would be slapped back into reality. However, when he sent his thoughts into the sea of consciousness, it was like a rock sinking into the ocean. There was no response at all. Fang Xing waited for a long time. Unwilling to give up, he shouted again, "That ugly black sword, come out and let me have a talk with you." There was still no movement. In the fog, there was only silence. Fang Xing was annoyed this time. He scolded directly, "Go to hell. You are so arrogant. Anything that enters my sea of consciousness can be used by me. Yin Yang Fiend God Mirror, Samadhi True Fire, which one is not at my beck and call? Even that sword light helped me once. Why are you so arrogant? When this young master's cultivation increases one day, I'll definitely kick you out." As he sent his divine will into the foggy area, there was still no movement. However, the fog surged for a while, as if there were some changes happening inside. Fang Xing could vaguely feel that there was a rising anger inside. He knew that there was a chance. He simply scolded even louder, "You ugly broken sword, you forcibly fused with me, but you refused to pass on the ancient flying sword technique to me. You also refused to listen to my punishment. You should know that it was I who saved you from the abyss of the sword mound. Do you still have a F** king conscience? Let me tell you, I am going to do something very dangerous. If I die, you will not have a good ending in my sea of consciousness. You will also vanish into thin air. It will be completely over." In the mist, there was a sudden bang. It was like a thunder strike. A turbulent divine sense spread out. Fang Xing had already prepared himself mentally. With a whoosh sound, he fled far away and carefully observed the changes in the fog. However, he heaved a sigh of relief because it wasn't the black sword core in the mist that was infuriated by him and wanted to fight him. It was actually only a strand of divine perception that floated in the air above his sea of consciousness, and it transformed into a ball of translucent black radiance that didn't carry any killing intent. At the same time, a divine perception fluctuation came from within the mist, and it transformed into an aged and distant voice that reverberated through the air. If you are not capable enough and forcibly resist a strong enemy, you are not a hero. At most, you are an idiot. If you go, no one will stop you. I will give you this technique. Go and comprehend it yourself. If you can't cultivate it, don't come to me before yuanning. Aren't you supposed to be controlled by me? Fangxing looked vigilantly at the misty area and shouted loudly. The big black sword in the mist did not give him any face. With your current level, what right do you have to control me? I chose you because I wanted to find a better sword box. Take the technique and leave. Don't disturb me if there's nothing important. After saying that, its voice gradually sank and there was no more sound. Fangxing shouted for a while. One moment, he wanted to negotiate with it. The next moment, he wanted to challenge it. In the end, the big black sword became mute. No matter what, it's good to scold it for a while, Fangxing sighed. Although he could not control this black sword, he had forced it to use something. The true spirit stood beside him and carefully probed the ball of black light for a while. It was only after discovering that there was nothing wrong with it did it relax slightly. It then remembered that the big black sword had chosen him as its sword box, so there was no reason for it to casually destroy the sword box. It steeled its heart and swallowed the ball of light in one gulp. In an instant, a profound mantra began to circulate in its mind. Fangxing pondered for a long time, and finally slowly grasped this mnemonic formula. Unlike what he had imagined, this cultivation method was not a sword-controlling technique at all. It could not even be considered a spell. Instead, it was a method to mobilize spiritual energy, conceal one's body, and move about. If he had to find a suitable way to describe it, he would say that it was a battle method tailored for combat cultivators. Strictly speaking, it was similar to a mortal martial skill. Furthermore, this set of techniques did not have a name, nor was there any indication of its grade. It was difficult to judge its quality. Fangxing looked at it for a while and was unwilling to give up. He shouted into the mist again, "Do you think I'm so easy to deal with? Where's the ancient flying sword technique? Hurry up and hand it over, or don't stay in my sea of consciousness." Just as he was about to curse a few more times and reap some benefits, he didn't expect that the big black sword wouldn't waste any more words with him. The dense fog came crashing over like a wave, causing Fangxing's true spirit to tumble a couple of times. He came to his senses and retreated from his sea of consciousness. He was stunned for a moment, and then he was so angry that he cursed, "This bastard, he's even more arrogant than I am. Does he think he's the boss?" The golden crow was flying in the air with Fangxing on its back and did not notice that Fangxing had already sunk into the sea of consciousness. When it suddenly heard such a curse, it was startled and turned to roll its eyes at Fangxing. "You scared me. What are you cursing about?" Fangxing said, "I'm cursing a bastard." "How's your sword embryo now?" The golden crow said, "We've just started to cultivate our relationship." "Why are you asking this?" Fangxing was even more depressed when he heard that. He wondered why his black sword embryo was so difficult to deal with. He had originally wanted to subdue the black sword embryo at this critical juncture so that he could have a helping hand. However, he did not expect that the black sword embryo would not listen to him. In that case, he could only try to study the nameless technique that it had given him. Speaking of which, the nameless technique focused on movement and close-range combat, which suited his taste. Unfortunately, this kind of combat technique was usually not of a high grade. At this moment, within the Blue Cloud Sect's mountain gate, a 300-meter-tall execution platform had been erected. Meanwhile, on top of the execution platform, there was a giant purple-gold pillar, iron chains wrapped around it, bound to an elder with a long black beard. His upper body was bare, his body dripping with blood, already covered in sword injuries. Meanwhile, above the sword injuries, there was a patch of scorched skin, sealing up the bleeding. Above his head, there were 8 purple flags floating, gathering mist. Meanwhile, in front of him were 100 ancient bronze swords, each one sticky with blood. Below the execution platform stood a row of combat cultivators. Among them were pill masters, alchemists proficient in medicine, and cultivators proficient in the art of lightning manipulation. This group of people was carefully selected by the Huangfu clan to be the executioners. After Monk Jiao Ro carried the mountain away, only 5 of the original 7 peaks of the Blue Cloud sect remained. At the highest point of each peak, a cultivator was sitting cross-legged. Among these 5 people, the Golden Core cultivator of the Huangfu clan was sitting on the main peak, while the other 4 peaks were occupied by the experts of the Nine Bends tribe, the Spirit Cloud tribe, the Tranquil Swamp tribe, and the Black Marsh tribe. These 5 people were responsible for guarding this place, and they were waiting for Feng Xing to come. They had concealed themselves, making it difficult for others to discover them, but their divine senses covered an entire area of 50 kilometers. Under such circumstances, as long as Feng Xing arrived, they would immediately be able to take control of the situation. For the sake of Feng Xing, 5 Golden Core cultivators were dispatched. The Huangfu clan's hatred was evident. The huge Blue Cloud sect has become a big urn, waiting for Feng Xing to take the initiative to enter the game. In the urn, iron-like madness was so miserable that he was barely recognizable. It's time for the execution. Following the shout of the executioner, the 5 executioners below the platform lined up in a line. The one at the front was the apothecary sent by the Huangfu clan. He scanned Tai Ruquang's body with his divine sense and checked Tai Ruquang's condition. Then, he pinched open Tai Ruquang's lower jaw and stuffed a spirit pill that could replenish blood and qi into Tai Ruquang's mouth to help him digest it. This way, Tai Ruquang would not die during the execution. Such a cruel punishment could take a life in a day, so how could it be guaranteed that the person being tortured could survive for 3 months? This was the purpose of sending the pharmacist here. His responsibility was to keep the person being tortured alive. Huangfu clan. I have never fought for anything in my life. How dare you bully me like this? After being forced to eat the elixir, iron-like madness regained a little vitality. He opened his bloodshot eyes and roared in a low voice. When the alchemist heard this, he sneered and said, "If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for teaching such a good disciple. In order to force him out, I can only wrong you. Don't worry, when he shows himself, I will give you a quick death." Iron-like madness was enraged and shouted, He has been expelled by our Blue Cloud sect. What does that have to do with me? You want to use this old man to force him out? That's a waste of effort. The Huangfu clan is called the Concealed Emperor in vain, but they can't even deal with a child like this. Helpless, they even resorted to such a vicious scheme. Don't you feel ashamed? The Huangfu alchemist revealed an eerie smile. It's true that you were expelled from the sect, but it's not necessarily true to say that you two no longer have a master and disciple relationship. At the very least, that brat blew up the 3 valleys and plundered them, but he didn't touch a single hair on the true Forging Valley. Plus, you protected him back then, so if that brat had any conscience, he wouldn't have watched you suffer for 3 months, right? At this point, he paused slightly and laughed sinisterly. He lowered his voice and said, "Moreover, so what if that brat doesn't show up? He's just a dispensable foundation establishment cultivator. My Huangfu clan can still afford to kill him." For a moment, iron-like madness's eyes were bloodshot, and he seemed to have gone mad. The Huangfu alchemist's words were their true thoughts. So what if he couldn't lure Feng Xing out? In any case, he was just a dispensable foundation-building cultivator. In the eyes of the Huangfu clan, he was just like an ant, not worth mentioning. Killing someone like him was no big deal. It would be great if they could lure out Feng Xing, but even if they couldn't, they wouldn't feel any psychological burden. Seeing iron-like madness's rage, the apothecary found it all the more interesting. He waved his hand and said with a smile, "Begin the execution." Boom, in the sky, 8 formation flags revolved, attracting endless dark clouds. After a long while, a bolt of lightning as thick as an arm descended from the clouds, crackling as it struck the purple-gold pillar that bound iron-like madness. The lightning energy was like a silver snake, coiling around the copper pillar before pouring into iron-like madness's body. Amidst the deafening explosion, iron-like madness did not scream. Instead, he madly shouted, "Huangfu clan, you dare to humiliate me like this?" Boom, after the first bolt of lightning struck, the second bolt of lightning struck the purple copper pillar. Iron-like madness's voice seemed louder than thunder. This old man only taught a disciple and passed on his teachings. I, iron-like madness, have a clear conscience. Yet, you accuse me of a crime and humiliate me. Aren't you afraid of divine retribution? Humph, you still have the strength to shout? Looks like the punishment is still too light. The apothecary sneered. You can increase the strength of the next bolt of lightning. With me watching, he won't die. Boom, the third bolt of lightning was 3 times thicker than the previous 2. It struck the purple copper pillar like liquid lightning. No matter how strong Iron like Madness's bones were, he could not bear the soul-tearing pain and held. The Huangfu clan's apothecary sneered. Divine retribution? If there's a sky in Nanzhan, it's my Huangfu clan. You're dreaming if you think you can force that little bastard to come out with such despicable methods. You'll only anger him. After howling in pain, Iron like Madness was filled with boundless anger. He's the person chosen by Master Bai. How could he be captured so easily? I didn't know why Master Bai chose him, but now I know. The harsher your punishment is, the greater his potential. You've made a grave mistake. You think he's the one who angered the Huangfu clan, but in fact, it's the Huangfu clan that has angered him all along. If you kill me today, that brat will definitely destroy the Huangfu clan when he grows up. The hysterical voice came from the execution platform and spread far and wide. Iron like Madness, who was suffering in pain, did not really believe that Feng Xing had the ability to destroy the Huangfu clan. However, he had to give himself a glimmer of hope in his desperate situation. Therefore, he placed his hope on the brat who brought him such a disaster. Since the brat was chosen by the mysterious Master Bai, he must have something special about him. Even the Huangfu clan couldn't do anything to him, which further proved the little demon's ability. Since he had the ability, he shouldn't have appeared here. He should have hidden himself and waited for the little ant to grow into a man-eating beast before taking revenge for him. Master, in the valley below the execution platform, the Maxin Valley disciples knelt down and cried. However, as they were only at the spiritual movement realm, they didn't even dare to cry too loudly, let alone save Iron like Madness. Around the execution platform, there were countless cultivators on the left and right, quietly watching Iron like Madness being tortured on the execution platform. After the news of Iron like Madness's torture spread, the Blue Cloud sect completely opened up the mountain guarding formation and allowed cultivators from all walks of life to come in and watch the torture. Firstly, it was to deter Zhu Xiu and let them know the consequences of going against the Huangfu clan. Secondly, it was to use their mouths to spread the news. Secondly, it was to give the brat, who was hiding somewhere, a chance to come in. The Huangfu clan believed that as long as the brat saw Iron like Madness being tortured, he wouldn't be able to bear it and would show himself. After all, the Huangfu clan had a deep foundation and raised many strategists. Some people had already analyzed the little devil Feng Xing's actions. They had even determined that Feng Xing was in fact Feng Xiaojiu, a disciple of the Snowy Mountain. However, due to the involvement of the spiritual mountain temple, the Huangfu clan had to accept this fact. And if Feng Xiaojiu was Feng Xing, then they could see some clues from their actions. The Huangfu family's strategist believed that Feng Xiaojiu had purposely cut off his connection with the Great Snow Mountain so that he would not bring disaster to the Great Snow Mountain. It could be seen that this little devil was not a heartless person. Since he was not heartless, it meant that he had a weakness, and they just had to target it. They had already determined that if Feng Xiaojiu saw Iron like Madness being tortured, there was at least a 70% chance that he would show himself. They had purposely set the sentence to be as long as 3 months for this purpose. These 3 months were undoubtedly a kind of torture for Tai Ruquang, but it was also a kind of torture for the little devil hiding in the dark. No, he could endure it. On a mountain peak, under an ancient pine tree, 2 people were playing chess. One of them was wearing a red robe, it was Elder Qing Miao, while the other was wearing a linen robe, it was Xianxia, who had a solemn expression on his face. Tai Ruquang's furious roars continuously resounded on the execution platform, but the 2 of them were expressionless as they took turns to place their chess pieces. However, the scattered chess pieces on the chessboard showed that their hearts were not as calm as they thought. Junior sister Blue Bird, you've placed a wrong piece again. Xiao Shan, he said calmly after blocking Elder Blue Bird's few white chess pieces. Elder Blue Bird let out a long sigh and stopped playing. She simply asked, will that brat appear? He will. Xiaoshan, he said plainly and glanced at the cultivators outside who came to watch the execution. Perhaps he's already here. Elder Bluebird frowned and casually placed a chess piece. She said softly, after all, iron like madness is from the same sect as us. Xiaoshan, he sneered. Is friendship from the same sect more important, or is cultivation opportunity more important? With a clap, he placed a chess piece down and said, moreover, even if this brat doesn't appear, we'll still receive a lot of rewards for giving the Huangfu clan such a suggestion. We'll have enough confidence in stepping into the gold core realm. When the time comes, as long as we form our gold cores, what can that brat do to us? Haha, no matter what we do, we'll still win. Hearing this, Elder Bluebird did not speak anymore. A hint of ruthlessness flashed in her eyes. It's already done anyway, she thought. Should we go in? At this moment, in a tea house at the foot of the Blue Cloud Sex Mountain, the great golden crow who had transformed into a black crow squatted on Fangxing's shoulder and asked softly. At this moment, Fangxing had changed his appearance. He used the disguise technique of the Jianghu to disguise himself as a middle-aged man. At the same time, he also concealed his aura. This way, as long as they were not too close, even a golden core cultivator would not be able to find him. From where they were, they could see the dark clouds that occupied the top of the Blue Cloud Sex Mountain. Every time a bolt of lightning fell, Golden Crow could feel Fangxing's body tense up. Although he did not show any expression on his face, Golden Crow could feel his anger. They had been here for 3 days, and Fangxing had been holding back and did not make a move. From the moment they arrived, Fangxing had seen through the seemingly loose but hidden formation and disguised cultivators. He had already determined that no matter what method he used to save iron like madness, the success rate would be less than 10%. Therefore, he had not left during this period of time. Instead, he had been anxiously circling around. In the Golden Crow's opinion, they should either make a move or leave. It was very worried about Fangxing's current state. However, it understood what Fangxing was thinking at this moment, so it had been waiting. Not far away from Fangxing and Golden Crow, an old man in a gray robe looked at them indifferently. The old man looked very ordinary, and his aura was almost undetectable. He had been watching Fangxing and Golden Crow for a long time and had been following them not far away. However, with Fangxing and the Great Golden Crow's alertness, they did not notice his existence at all and did not know that someone was following them. At this time, on the execution platform, the 3 bolts of godly thunder had ended, and the 3 swords began to attack. Although Tai Rukwang was old, he still had a body of iron bones. When the divine thunder punished his soul, he couldn't bear the pain. He had to shout curses to distract himself and dissolve the unbearable pain. However, when the magic sword attacked his body, he clenched his teeth and didn't make a sound. However, the wounds on his body that were dripping with blood looked so ghastly. Those who were slightly soft-hearted would turn their gazes away, unable to bear to look at him. At the foot of the mountain of the Blue Cloud sect, Fangxing was silent, staring coldly at the sword light at the top of the mountain. With every flash of sword light, his expression became colder, his murderous aura became stronger, and his eyes became more bloodshot. Huangfu, as long as I, Fangxing, am not dead, I will not leave any bloodline of your family. After a long time, Fangxing slowly closed his eyes, then opened them and said, Golden Crow, do it. The Great Golden Crow's eyes turned cold, and it said in a low voice, okay, let's discuss where to break in. When it first came here, it had discussed with Fangxing, and it knew that the entire Blue Cloud sect seemed to be normal, and even the mountain defense formation was closed, but in fact, it was a huge trap. As long as it entered, it would be trapped inside. Even if it had speed, it would not be able to escape. Even if it had a teleportation device, it would be imprisoned by a golden core cultivator. After listening to its question, Fangxing just said lightly, we don't need to go in. After that, he let out a long sigh, and secretly sent a divine thought to Daphne in the 1000-spirit flag. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, in the north of the Blue Cloud sect, there was a sudden black smoke. Its momentum was as fast as lightning, and with invincible power, it rushed straight to the execution platform that was erected high above the Blue Cloud sect. This change shocked everyone. Countless people looked up and were surprised. They all thought, that little devil really couldn't bear it and came to rescue Master? At the same time as the black smoke came, the golden core cultivators hiding in the 5 mountains of the blue cloud sect also opened their magic eyes and looked into the black smoke. They did not make a move before they knew what was going on. Instead, they wanted to make sure that the little devil they were looking for was in the black smoke. Anyway, since he was in their sight, they were not afraid that he could escape. However, at this moment, when the attention of the 5 golden core cultivators was attracted, a magic cloud quietly rose into the sky from the south of the blue cloud sect. In the cloud, Feng Xing pulled his bow and arrow, aiming at Iron like Madness, who was on the purple copper pillar. At this moment, he was expressionless, but there was only murderous intent. All of his murderous intent was attached to the magic arrow of the magic bow in his hand. Endless spiritual energy was injected into the arrow, and the arrow gradually glowed with spiritual light. The bow and arrow in his hand was called the God-slaying bow. It was a broken weapon obtained from the mysterious domain. In the mysterious domain, he had auctioned the sword embryo and exchanged it for many good things. Other than spiritual herbs and strange fruits, there were also some strange magic treasures. With the ability of the Yin-Yang Fiend God Mirror, Feng Xing sorted out all of his gains. The valuable ones, the useful ones, and so on were divided into different categories. This god-slaying bow was one of the more useful magic treasures that he had found. It was said to be more useful because the power of the god-slaying bow was limited. It did not increase strength, so the arrow it shot could only exert the power of a close-range attack by Feng Xing. However, the spiritual energy it consumed was close to 10 times that of a close-range attack by Feng Xing. Fortunately, when the arrow was shot from the god-slaying bow, the sword was like a meteor. In the blink of an eye, it could travel 5 kilometers, making it impossible to defend against it. When he saw the tormented Iron like Madness, Feng Xing's heart skipped a beat. His face was expressionless as he loosened the bowstring. With a whoosh, the arrow disappeared from the bowstring. When it reappeared, it was already in front of Iron like Madness. This arrow was so fast that it left faint traces of fire in the air, strangely intersecting the path of the arrow as it flew past. Hee, you are indeed a man. However, there are still 2 months of time for you to suffer. Take your time. At this moment, the Huangfu family's apothecary laughed softly under the purple copper pillar. He shook his head and was about to walk down the execution platform. However, he suddenly felt a sense of danger and quickly turned his head. Just as he turned his head halfway, he saw the abrupt arrow light and hurriedly shouted, "There's." He only managed to say one word before he heard a pu sound and a bloody hole appeared in his chest. His cultivation was in the middle stage of foundation establishment. Because he was skilled in medicine, he was somewhat lacking in the path of magic. In addition, this arrow had come so abruptly that he did not even have time to react before his chest was pierced. The arrow did not stop and continued flying towards Iron like Madness. At this moment, Iron like Madness sensed something. Instead of looking at the arrow light, he looked in the direction it had come from. That little bastard really doesn't disappoint me. Due to his severe injuries, Tai Ruquang was unable to see Feng Xing, who was drawing his bow and shooting an arrow from 5 kilometers away. However, he knew that it must be that little bastard who had come to free him. He heaved a sigh of relief in his heart and cursed inwardly. This was the only way to help him and not let the Huangfu family have their way. With a chi sound, the arrow pierced through the apothecary's chest and nailed into Iron like Madness's heart. At this moment, Iron like Madness did not feel any pain. Instead, a sense of relief rose from the bottom of his heart. Ha 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 ha. At the last moment before his spirit left his body, Iron like Madness used all the strength in his body and laughed. Good kill. Little bastard, I will wait for news of your revenge in the netherworld. If you don't kill enough people, I will curse you for 10,000 years in the netherworld. Amidst the laughter, Iron like Madness's life flowed away and he died with a smile on his face. Oh no, it's a diversion. The black smoke coming from the north was extremely strange. Even the 5 golden core cultivators hiding in the dark could not see through it in a short period of time. However, they were old monsters who had lived to the age of man after all. Soon, they felt that something was wrong. With a thought, they sensed a faintly discernible killing intent coming from the south. They were immediately alarmed, and their divine senses spread into the distance like a tide. Little devil, you're finally willing to show yourself. With a roar, the golden core cultivator sent by the Huangfu family turned into a stream of light and flew toward the southern sky of the Blue Cloud sect. He did not care about Iron like Madness's life or death. After all, his target was only Fang Xing. After shooting the arrow, Fang Xing did not hesitate to put away the bow and shouted to the golden crow on his shoulder, "Let's go." The large golden crow was already prepared. It flew into the air, and with a hissing sound, its disguise was torn apart, revealing its shining dark golden body. It flapped its wings in the air, and an unimaginably strong force was unleashed, stirring up the wind and clouds. Under its wings, 2 visible tornadoes of air rolled backward. At the same time, it had already carried Fang Xing and flew into the distance. Swoosh, Fang Xing crushed the 10-mile teleportation talisman and used the artifact that Iron like Madness gave him for the last time. He and the golden crow disappeared in the sky in an instant. When they reappeared, they were already 5 kilometers away. However, 5 golden lights flashed behind them like lightning. Their figures flashed and paused for a moment before they caught up with them at an incredible speed. The 10-mile teleportation talisman was useless in the eyes of golden core cultivators because golden core cultivators had mastered the art of teleportation and could travel dozens of kilometers in a flash. What was really useful was the formation that Fang Xing had set up in the sky in advance and the speed that the golden crow controlled. At this time, the myriad spirit flag was not stingy with the blood qi it had accumulated in the Xian domain. Half of it was consumed in one go, turning into a huge black smoke that enveloped a radius of 100 miles. It was not to stop the Gold Core Realm cultivators, because Fang Xing and the Great Rock Evil Monarch both knew that even if the Great Rock Evil Monarch recovered the power he had when he was alive, it would be difficult for him to resist the might of 5 Gold Core Realm cultivators. The purpose of setting up this huge black smoke was to prevent the Golden Core Realm cultivators from locking onto Fang Xing with their divine thoughts and teleporting over. At the same time, it was to make them wary and not dare to directly penetrate through the black smoke to chase after him. Taking advantage of this time, the Golden Crow directly displayed the secret technique it learned from the Supreme Immortal Scripture. It burned its own blood qi, and on its dark golden body, there was actually a faint blood-red flame. Boom, it was clearly a physical fight, but there was a faint sound of thunder. The great golden crow's body burst forth with a speed that was not inferior to that of a golden core cultivator, and it instantly flew hundreds of kilometers away. It had originally cultivated the secret method of the Rock Clan, which was known for its speed. When it was in the spiritual movement realm, its speed was already comparable to that of a middle-stage Foundation Establishment realm cultivator. Now, it had obtained the inheritance of the Supreme Immortal Scripture in the Xian realm, and its body was unimaginably strong. On the way to the Blue Cloud sect, it knew that this trip was dangerous, so it had thoroughly understood the secret flying method of the Rock Clan, and its speed had increased again. Now, it was burning its blood qi and using the secret method, so its speed was unimaginably fast. Its body was almost invisible, and there was only a dark red line of blood floating in the air, which was the residual light of its burning blood qi. When the 5 golden core cultivators passed through the black smoke and broke the formation that Fang Xing had set up in the sky, the golden crow and Fang Xing had already escaped hundreds of kilometers away. Go. They were not willing to give up, and they chased after the line of blood. At this time, Fang Xing was sitting cross-legged on the back of the great golden crow. He did not feel the joy of escaping, and he could not control his grief. He suddenly burst into tears, and his heart was filled with guilt, pain, and anger. His voice traveled for 10 kilometers, and it could be heard in all directions. Listening to Fang Xing's cries, the great golden crow sighed in his heart, and he sped up. "Oh Huangfu clan, do you know what kind of enemy you've formed an irreconcilable enmity with?" Fang Xing cried all the way and escaped with the help of the Golden Crow. The Blue Cloud sect was in a state of shock. Under the coercion of the Huangfu clan's vicious scheme, the little devil had shown himself as expected. However, the outcome of his appearance had exceeded everyone's expectations. He actually didn't make a move to rescue Tai Ruquang, but instead killed Tai Ruquang with a single arrow and freed him before fleeing far away. All the cultivators practically didn't dare to believe this outcome. Just how ruthless was that little devil to actually commit such an evil deed as killing his own master, although the weak were prey to the strong in the cultivation world, because inheritance was the foundation, people were very respectful of their masters. The act of killing one's own master was not something that people in the cultivation world could accept, even if Fang Xing's method was the best choice at the moment. As expected of the little devil, he killed his own master with an arrow. It seems that the Huangfu clan has underestimated the little devil's ability. It's also the Huangfu clan's fault for not understanding the situation. Think about it. The little devil has long betrayed his master. How could he have any thoughts of respecting his master? The Huangfu clan made the wrong move by using his master to threaten him. I think this little devil is probably doing this on purpose to deter those who want to threaten him. From today onwards, I'm afraid no one will use this method to deal with him. Up and down in the Blue Cloud sect, countless people were whispering about this matter. The expressions of the crowd ranged from surprise to indignation. Some people even sighed softly, thinking that they had witnessed the birth of a real devil. That son of AB*TCH actually killed Master. I will not live under the same sky as him. The disciples of the Blue Cloud sect in the Maxin Valley were also wailing and condemning Fang Xing. It could be predicted that no matter under what circumstances Fang Xing had committed such a crime, in the Blue Cloud sect, he had truly become a little devil who had betrayed the sect and killed his master. The name of a devil had been set in stone, and it would be difficult to wash it away. It might follow him for the rest of his life. Xianxia and Elder Xianxia, who were playing chess calmly just now, were now pale, and their hands were trembling. After a long time, Xianxia wailed and glared at Xianxia. It's all your fault. It's all your good idea. Xianxia was silent. After a long time, he sighed and said, "What's the point of saying this now?" Elder Bluebird was alarmed and scared. What should we do? What should we do now? Xianxia fell silent for a while before he said, "What else can we do? Let's pray that the Huangfu clan can catch up to him." There was a chill in his voice. "This time, if he doesn't die, the two of us." Hee. Although Xianxia was smiling, there was no smile on his face. Instead, it was cold. When Elder Bluebird heard this, he became even more anxious, and fear appeared in his eyes. In the mountains of the Blue Cloud sect, an old man in a gray robe was the one who had been observing Fang Xing and the Golden Crow. He looked at the execution platform and saw Iron like Madness, who had been pierced through the heart by an arrow. He sighed softly and took out a blank scroll. He touched it with his finger and drew a mysterious talisman. After a long time, a faint brilliance flew down from the execution platform. The brilliance flew onto the scroll and turned into the appearance of a person. It was Iron like Madness, who was laughing with his face up. "It seems that your disciple did something that made you happy." The old man in gray sighed softly and said, "This little devil killed you with one arrow." The gray-robed elder sighed softly and said, "This little devil killed you with one arrow. He's really ruthless, but at least he managed to keep your divine soul intact. Forget it, come with me. There's someone in the spiritual mountain temple who feels that you've taken responsibility for him and feels guilty towards you. He's trying to think of a way to make it up to you. In this case, it's your good fortune." With the scroll in hand, the old man in gray sighed softly and floated away. At that moment, Fang Xing had already flown into the 100,000 mountains with the help of the Golden Crow. As for the 5 Golden Core cultivators who had been chasing them furiously, they were nowhere to be seen. Fang Xing cried and cursed along the way, using almost all the vicious language in the world. When the Golden Crow felt that it was safe, it stopped at the top of a mountain. Fang Xing's voice was hoarse from crying. The great Golden Crow did not try to persuade him. He only squatted on the mountain peak and looked into the distance vigilantly to prevent the people from the Huangfu family from chasing after them. After a while, Fang Xing's crying became softer. He wiped the tears off his face and said to the Golden Crow, "Let's go." The great Golden Crow saw him like this and knew that something big had happened. He took a deep breath and said, "Where to?" Fang Xing gritted his teeth and said, "Collect some interest." The Golden Crow asked urgently, but after listening to Fang Xing's detailed explanation, it was shocked. Its dark golden feathers stood up, thinking that it had heard wrong. At this moment, there were indeed many cultivators who had not left the mysterious domain. After the opening of the Xian region, the time of the people who entered was not fixed, and the time of the people who came out was also not fixed. Those with small ambitions only wanted to enter the Xian region. Regardless of good or bad, they just wanted to obtain some treasures. Preserving their lives was the most important thing. As for those with great ambitions, they would search for better opportunities within the Xian region, such as the Immortal Garden, the Sword Tomb, the Law Hall and other places. As for those with great ambitions, they would directly enter the depths of the Xian region. Not only the mysterious domain, but also the world's fortuitous opportunities were nothing more than scriptures, spells, tools, pills, and herbs. Scriptures were cultivation techniques, just like the Blue Cloud Chi training scripture of the Blue Cloud sect. They taught cultivators how to use the spiritual energy of the world to improve their cultivation. Different scriptures had different methods. The stupidest was the slowest, but there were also some brilliant ones that could improve quickly. Spells were spells that were usually the circulation of some cultivation power. For example, the Yin-Yang Millstone was a magical spell. Tools were magic treasures and weapons. The Sword Tomb actually contained the highest quality magic treasures and fortuitous opportunities in the mysterious domain. After that were the medicinal pills. Not only did they contain all sorts of miraculous effects, they also contained alchemy principles for concocting medicinal pills. To an alchemist, each and every medicinal pill represented a legacy of alchemy magic, and could be used to gain enlightenment from them. As for herbs, they were spirit medicines and strange fruits. Among the 5 types of fortuitous opportunities in the mysterious domain, Feng Xing had already obtained 3 of them: tools, pills, and herbs. According to the special nature of the Sword Tomb, it could be said that he had also obtained a cultivation technique. This was because the sword embryo contained the cultivation method of the ancient flying sword technique, so it could also be considered a cultivation technique. As for the most basic scriptures, Feng Xing did not obtain one. Instead, the Golden Crow obtained one. Apart from these fortuitous opportunities, there were also some peak cultivators who set their eyes on the divine steel in the depths of the mysterious domain. They wanted to leave their names on it. According to the cyan-clothed bandit, if they left their names on the divine steel, they would have the chance to obtain the legendary, true mysterious domain opportunity. Moreover, if they left their names on the divine steel, they would have the chance to join a large sect in the divine continent. Because of this, even though most people gradually left the mysterious domain, there were still some peak cultivators who were still fighting in the depths of the mysterious domain to obtain a ranking on the divine steel. Feng Xing did not know the specific methods of fighting. It was nothing more than a battle of techniques and formations, displaying their strength, and so on. In short, this group of people were the last to leave the mysterious domain. They were 20 days later than Feng Xing. At this moment, outside of the mysterious domain, there were people everywhere, dragons and snakes mixed together. Those who stayed here were either the most powerful people in the Nanzhan, or they had outstanding disciples who had yet to come out, so they stayed here to wait. Other than that, there were some meddlesome cultivators who stayed here to wait for the ranking of a junior cultivator in the Nanzhan. To put it bluntly, they just wanted to watch the show. Those who dared to enter the depths of the mysterious domain were true geniuses, and it was rare for them to make a move. Now that there was an opportunity for them to gather in one place and determine who was superior, all the cultivators naturally treated it as a grand occasion. Among all the great powers, the Huangfu clan was naturally the most powerful. In addition, the people from the southern border Ghost Kingdom also did not leave. This was because the Ghost Kingdom's crown prince, Li Ying, and the Ghost Kingdom's princess, who was very mysterious in the southern border, did not leave either. The 4 or 5 powers in the northern Divine Mountain region also did not leave. The forces from the Great Snowy Mountain also did not leave. This was because after Xiaoxue sent the disciples of the Great Snowy Mountain out of the mysterious domain, she also turned around and entered the depths of the mysterious domain. She wanted to take her sword and leave her name on the divine steel. In other words, above the 5 types of opportunities of scriptures, techniques, tools, pills, and herbs, there was another type of opportunity in the mysterious domain: fame. According to the latest news from the mysterious domain, Huangfu Daozi, the Daozi of the northern Divine Mountain, the crown prince of the southern border Ghost Kingdom, Li Ying, the son of the Han clan and daughter of the Wang clan of the western desert's 4 prodigies, Xiaoxue of the Great Snowy Mountains lineage, and a few other mysterious youngsters have crossed the divine bridge and entered the depths of the mysterious domain. However, the divine steel only has a total of 36 heavenly Dipper 6 and 72 earthly fiends, making a total of 108. However, the geniuses of the Eastern Victory sect have already occupied too many spots. I wonder how many of these geniuses of the Nanzhan will be able to leave their names on the divine stele and squeeze into the 108 spots. Outside the mysterious domain, countless cultivators were waiting and discussing in whispers. They were discussing the matter of leaving their names on the divine stele within the mysterious domain. How exactly will they leave their names on the divine stele? Will the geniuses fight in the depths of the mysterious domain? Someone asked this question. However, there are many ways to leave one's name on the divine stele. Rumor has it that there are no more opportunities in the depths of the mysterious domain. However, there are many methods to leave one's name on the divine stele. It is said that there are no more opportunities in the depths of the mysterious domain, but there are all kinds of cruel secret realms, mysterious formations, and ferocious corpses. If the geniuses who entered the mysterious domain earlier can rely on their own strength to enter the depths of the mysterious domain, they will be able to leave their names on the divine stele. This seems to represent a kind of evaluation. In addition, if they enter the depths of the mysterious domain later, they also have a chance. They only need to defeat the cultivators who have already left their names on the divine stele and sprinkle their blood on the mysterious domain to replace their names. Therefore, it is very likely that these geniuses will fight in the depths of the mysterious domain. In this world, there were countless cultivators and countless prodigies. In reality, no matter what power, as long as they were nurtured by a family, they would usually be able to fight for the title of a prodigy. After all, they had the most precious resources in the cultivation world. It would be difficult for them to not be stronger than normal cultivators. However, there were different levels between the prodigies. The lowest level of prodigies was the group of Chu region and the 7 surrounding countries, Lingdong. Their qualifications were not bad, or else they would not have been chosen by their families. Coupled with the fact that they did not lack resources, they usually achieved extraordinary achievements. Being in the spiritual movement realm was enough for them to look down on their peers. Above them were the prodigies like Yiguin and Ho Guimen. Not only were their qualifications good, they did not lack resources, they also had their own skills. They dared to call themselves invincible within the same level. As for those who were one level stronger than them, they were geniuses like Crown Prince Chu Huang and Xiao Shui. They no longer only had a single skill, but they had a stubborn mindset towards cultivation. They had studied a single skill to the extreme. For example, Xiao Shui clearly had an ordinary background, but she relied on her sword to challenge all the geniuses in the Chu region. She no longer dared to call herself invincible, but she had used facts to prove this point. The other prodigies like the Western Desert 4 heroes, the Crown Prince of the Ghost Country, and the 3 fairies of the Northern Divine Mountain were also at this level. In order to compete for the Divine Monument in the deepest part of the mysterious region, the weakest person had to be at this level. If one was weaker than them, they might not even be able to cross the Divine Bridge. There were probably only a few dozen people like this in the entire Nanzhan continent, and all of them were prodigies in the cultivation world. In fact, they were already unwilling to stay in a small place like Nanzhan. Instead, they hoped to make use of the Divine Monument ranking this time to fight for a chance to enter a large sect in the Dongxing Divine Continent to continue cultivating and advance to the next level. However, wanting to leave one's name on the Divine Monument was a very difficult thing. The most important thing was that there were too many prodigies. The term prodigy had a very strong limitation. In the eyes of the little beggar on the street, the young master of the merchant family on Vermilion Bird Avenue, who was well dressed, ate meat, and walked leisurely like a carriage, was the son of heaven, an existence that he could not touch. But in the eyes of the young master of the merchant family, the poor scholar next door could also be the son of heaven, because the other party had studied poetry and books since he was young. Once he passed the imperial examination, he became a general and a minister, an existence that he could not touch. It was the same in the cultivation world. A heaven's pride that dominated a small region, after leaving this small region, would suddenly find that they had become ordinary. Many of the spiritual movement stage disciples from the Great Snowy Mountain had this kind of experience. In their own small country, they were truly invincible and loved. However, after entering the Great Snowy Mountain, they found that their aptitude was only ordinary. The profound region had attracted at least 30% of the geniuses from the 4 provinces of the Tianyuan Plain. That was an extremely great number. It was truly difficult to stand out among so many outstanding young cultivators. It was so difficult that even people like the Taoist of a region would find it extremely difficult to make it to the top of the heavenly spirits on the god stele. Even for the young cultivators of Nanzhan, they no longer dared to hope to enter the heavenly spirit realm. They only thought that no matter what, as long as they could enter the divine monument, it would be the greatest success, because the opponents they faced included the cultivators of the divine continent. There's news. In the distant sky, a black-cloaked cultivator excitedly flew over on a cloud and reported to his sect loudly. Xianxia, the fourth disciple of the fish dragon sect, crossed the divine bridge and broke a mysterious magic formation with his own strength. There are words appearing in the sky, announcing that his name has been placed on the divine remnant monument. He is now ranked 107th. At this moment, Xianxia is rushing to the nearest teleportation altar, preparing to leave the mysterious domain. Hua, the cultivators of the fish dragon sect immediately cheered and were pleasantly surprised. The fish dragon sect was also a large sect of the northern divine mountain, but their disciple had only managed to enter the second last place on the divine monument with his attainments in formations. Yet, the fish dragon sect was already extremely excited. An old cultivator almost cried tears of joy. I just heard that the daughter of the Wang family, one of the 4 heroes of the Western Desert, killed her way into the depths of the mysterious domain with the wind and fire wheel and killed 45 corpse demons. Her name is ranked 99th on the divine monument. Another person transmitted the news, causing a lot of cheers. There's news from the Ghost Kingdom. The Ghost Kingdom's princess, Xianxia, is ranked 81st on the divine monument. The reason is unknown. At this moment, Feng Xing had already rushed to the periphery of the mysterious domain and was observing the situation. From time to time, there would be news of the top prodigies of Nanzhan successfully leaving their names on the divine monument. Every time a piece of news came, the cultivators would cheer wildly, unable to contain their joy. However, there was also sadness. Among the many pieces of news, there were also painful ones. What a pity! The Taoist of the ancient Zhong family of the northern divine mountain challenged the Ghost Kingdom's princess, Xianxia, and was killed. How sad! Xianxia of the fish dragon sect was killed on his way to the teleportation altar. His name is erased from the divine monument. How painful! The daughter of the Wang family, one of the 4 heroes of the Western Desert, was challenged and lost. Her blood spilled in the mysterious domain, and her name fell to the bottom of the divine monument. In this chaotic situation, there were people who specialized in transmitting news and running back and forth. There were a total of 3 gates leading to the exit of the Xian domain. News was also transmitted from these 3 gates. Some of the more powerful sects had placed many disciples in the Xian domain. It wasn't for opportunities, but rather because they wanted to immediately leave the Xian domain after obtaining important news from within the Xian domain. These disciples were precisely the ones who brought this news. In short, in the depths of the mysterious domain, the heavens' prides were engaged in a fierce battle for the divine monument. Big news, Huangfu Daozi finally made his move. He killed 99 corpse demons and left his name on the divine monument. He is ranked 54th, that was close. The Ghost Kingdom's princess, Xianxia, was challenged by 2 mysterious people. In the end, she escaped, but because the battle was unfair, her name was not erased. Shameless! There is news that the people who joined forces to challenge the Ghost Kingdom's princess were the Ghost Kingdom's crown prince, Li Ying, and the Western Desert's Han family. As siblings, they actually joined forces with outsiders to plot against their own sister. The Ghost Kingdom's crown prince is really useless. No one knew what the others were thinking, but when the southern Ghost King heard this news, his face darkened to the point where water almost came out. Northern Divine Mountain's Daoist Xianong made his move. He broke 3 great formations and left his name on the divine monument. He is ranked 72nd. The little doctor, Cordyceps, saved a mysterious spirit object in the depths of the mysterious domain. He left his name on the divine monument of medicine. He is ranked 96th. When this news arrived, it immediately caused a small clan of the southern border to be alarmed and scared. That little doctor was actually a girl from this clan. Originally, her strength was only average, but her natural disposition was stubborn. When she rushed into the depths of the mysterious domain, everyone thought that she would undoubtedly die. Who would have thought that because she saved the mysterious spiritual creature in the mysterious domain, she would leave her name on the divine monument? However, this result did not make people happy. For those without strength, leaving their names on the divine stele was not necessarily a good thing. Even Moyongzi of the Fish Dragon sect was killed because he left his name on the divine stele. Such a young doctor was undoubtedly asking for trouble. Of course, no one expected that the young doctor was so lucky that he actually met a sect from the divine land in the depths of Xianxia. He was favored by that sect and was accepted into the sect on the spot. Huangfu Daozi made his move again. He accepted the challenge of the top 10 experts and swept through all his enemies. His ranking on the divine monument has risen to 41st. Among the countless news, although there were occasionally some unfamiliar names that shocked everyone, most of them were disciples of the big sects that had been famous for a long time. Among them, the one that attracted everyone's attention the most was undoubtedly Huangfu Daozi. This person rarely made a move, but every time he did, his ranking would rise by a lot. Some people analyzed his actions and believed that his goal was to obtain the number of heavenly stars. In the depths of the mysterious domain, Nanzhan and the cultivators of the Dongxing divine continent fought for the divine monument's ranking together. It was really difficult. Everyone else wanted to leave their names on the divine monument, but only an outstanding person like Huangfu Daozi not only wanted to leave his name, but also wanted to obtain the number of heavenly stars. This kind of continuous news spread out for a total of 7 to 8 days. All kinds of news were incomparably shocking. Even the news of Feng Xing killing his master was overshadowed. During this time, there were only people discussing which sect's disciple succeeded in leaving his name on the divine monument, and how much Huangfu Daozi's ranking had advanced. However, for a moment, no one talked about the little demon who caused a storm in Nanzhan not long ago. Just like this, 7 days passed. The news gradually decreased, and the divine monument's ranking gradually became fixed. There were very few changes. In the Nanzhan prefecture, there were a total of 10 cultivators who left their names on the divine monument. Moreover, 3 of them left their names on the divine monument because they relied on medical techniques and formations. There were actually only 7 people who left their names on the divine monument. They were the Huangfu clan's Daozi, currently ranked 37th. The Ghost Country's Princess Li Hongyi, currently ranked 93rd. One of the 4 heroes of the Western Desert, Wang clan's Queen Qiong, currently ranked 101st. The Great Snow Mountain Xiao Shui, ranked 104th. The Ghost Country's Crown Prince, Li Ying, finally managed to leave his name on the divine monument. Unfortunately, he was ranked last, ranked 108th. In addition, there was also a cultivator from Nanzhan who left his name on the divine monument. However, his identity was a mystery, and no one knew who he was. At this time, Feng Xing originally thought that Han Ying had no hope of leaving his name on the divine monument. However, unexpectedly, one day, there was news that Han Ying, one of the 4 heroes of the Western Desert, had killed a heavens chosen from the Dongxing divine continent with a single spear strike and obtained the 64th rank on the divine monument. This shocked everyone, because he was the first person from Nanzhan to obtain a position on the divine monument by challenging a cultivator from the divine continent. Both Nanzhan and Zhu Xiu felt that Han Ying was going to die soon, but they didn't expect that Han Ying would survive. Instead, a sect from the Dongxing divine continent took a fancy to him and decided to accept him as a disciple. With the protection of that great sect, Han Ying was finally able to preserve his life. On the 21st day after Feng Xing left the mysterious domain, the last piece of news finally came out. Huangfu Daozi challenged a cultivator from the divine continent who was ranked 36th on the divine monument. After a bitter battle, he narrowly won and obtained his opponent's ranking on the divine monument. He finally became the first cultivator from the Nanzhan divine continent to enter the Heavenly Dipper realm and was determined to leave the mysterious domain. When the cultivators heard this news, they all cheered. Since Nanzhan had a cultivator who entered the Heavenly Dipper realm, they also felt honored. After hearing this news, Feng Xing, who had been waiting for a long time, finally stood up and walked towards the area occupied by the Huangfu clan. All sorts of thoughts and schemes flashed through his mind, as if he was spinning silk from a cocoon. Outside the mysterious region, the Huangfu clan occupied the closest mountain to the exit of the mysterious region and built it into their temporary imperial residence. Huangfu Daozi's Dao protector, the late Gold Core realm Huangfu Lanhe, personally oversaw this place. Back then, it was the Huangfu clan master who personally escorted Huangfu Daozi to the mysterious region. However, it was impossible for the Huangfu clan master to personally oversee this place and had already left. Huangfu Lanhe was responsible for welcoming him. Besides him, there were also the Foundation Building Realm cultivators of the Huangfu clan and the numerous Golden Core Realm and Foundation Realm cultivators of the 8 groups of demons. When combined, this strength could really be said to be able to sweep through a region, yet now, all of them were the people that were in charge of guiding Huangfu Daozi out. Besides that, there were almost 1,000 servants, a few hundred beautiful female attendants, dancers, old grannies, and the others, and they possessed various cultivations. With so many people occupying only one mountain, it was actually not easy at all. In fact, it was quite crowded. Restrictions were laid down around the mountain, forbidding any cultivators from approaching within 300 meters of the mountain. Otherwise, they would be killed without mercy. When Fang Xing arrived at this area, it was the wee hours of the morning. He crouched in the thicket 300 meters away and silently stared like a wild beast. About an hour before the sun rose, he heard the restrictions on the mountain path within the tightly guarded Huangfu clan's temporary imperial residence open up. A string of laughter that sounded like silver bells rang out, and a dozen beautiful female attendants walked out carrying sky-blue porcelain bottles. After 7 or 8 days of observation, Fang Xing had long since discovered some of the habits of the people in the Huangfu clan's temporary imperial residence. He knew that these beautiful female attendants went to fetch water from the river 5 kilometers away because the Huangfu clan's ancestor never used stagnant water. He was only used to splashing the water from the clearest mountain stream. Furthermore, he didn't allow men to fetch water, and only the youngest and most beautiful virgins were allowed to do so. The group of beautiful female attendants giggled as they walked toward the mountain stream. 2 mid-foundation establishment cultivators stood guard by her side. Fang Xing followed them from a distance in the forest, watching as the group of concubines finished fetching the water, placed the water bottles on their heads, and gracefully walked back. Meanwhile, the 2 foundation establishment cultivators silently followed about 100 feet behind them, chatting casually. When the group of concubines turned a corner in the mountain, they had already left the 2 foundation establishment cultivators' line of sight. It was also at this moment that Fang Xing, who had been lying in ambush in the deep ditch behind the corner of the road, made his move. He flicked his finger at the grass 30 feet away. A wild rabbit was startled and jumped out, fleeing into the forest. A group of maids with low cultivation were startled and turned their heads to look. Taking advantage of this time, Fang Xing had already covered the mouth of the third last maid, twisted her neck, and put her into the storage bag as fast as he could. He had already used the 1,000 luo ghost face to disguise himself as the maid and caught the water bottle in his hand. Tui, how petty. We are also cultivators, but we were frightened by a wild rabbit. The group of female attendants all let out sighs of relief and giggled. The 2 foundation establishment cultivators also heard the strange situation and rushed over. Seeing that nothing had happened, they finally let out sighs of relief. The female attendant behind Fang Xing watched as Fang Xing stood up straight. He had just jumped out of the ditch on the side of the road. It looked like he had almost fallen into the ditch and had just stood up straight. She said with a smile, "Chower, your courage is getting smaller and smaller. A wild rabbit almost scared you into falling into the ditch. You have to be careful. If you break the water bottle, the old nanny will beat you again, N." Fang Xing answered in a low voice. He imitated them, put the water bottle in a bun, and continued to move forward. A group of female attendants continued to move forward while talking and laughing, but no one knew that there was one more alien in their group. When they came to the front of the summer palace, the leading female attendant chatted with the guard on the mountain road for a while, and then the restriction formation was opened. The female attendants filed in and came to the back kitchen. They all poured the newly fetched mountain stream into a large milky white vat, and then the group of female cultivators came to her small courtyard to pack up their clothes. Not long after, a servant carried a vermilion food box and delivered breakfast. The female attendants laughed and finished their breakfast. There was also a round-faced girl who laughed and snatched a lotus seed from Fang Xing's bowl of white fungus and lotus seed soup. Fang Xing casually touched her chest to take revenge. After they finished their breakfast, two solemn-looking and gloomy nannies came to the small courtyard and lectured them on the rules. Daoist child has already decided that he will come out of the mysterious domain at 9:15. You have to offer flowers and wine to him. You have to listen to the rules and listen to the ceremonial officer's orders. On such a solemn occasion, if anyone dares to break the rules, don't even think about keeping your little lives. Being beaten to death is a light punishment. When the time comes, it will be too late for regrets. Don't blame nannies for not reminding you. The female attendants all said they didn't dare to do so. They lowered their heads and didn't even dare to breathe loudly. After the two nannies scolded them to death, they explained the rules again and then let the female attendants practice again. Fang Xing stood at the side and watched with cold eyes. He wanted to memorize all the rules as fast as possible. After a round of practice, he actually didn't make any mistakes. A quarter of an hour before the hour, all the maids followed the mommy out of the small courtyard and headed towards the front of the Xian domain to wait. Right now, the Huangfu imperial residence was already bustling with activity. Troops after troops of family warriors and servants were running around under the steward's orders. The ceremonial tents, drummers, and musicians were all performing their duties. A troop of maids also fetched fresh fruits, exotic fruits, and fine wine. Under the mommy's lead, they filed out in a line. In front of the mysterious domain, a ceremonial platform that was over 300 meters tall had already been erected. A large red silk cloth that was 30 meters wide and 1 kilometer long was stretched down the steps from the ceremonial platform to the entrance of the mysterious domain. When Huangfu Daozi left the mysterious domain, he had to step onto the ceremonial platform step by step on this silk cloth and report to the clan elders about his achievements in the mysterious domain to show his honor and glory. After waiting under the scorching sun for an hour, a thick mist finally gushed out from within the mysterious domain. A young man dressed in blue magic robes appeared at the entrance of the mysterious domain. Behind him was a personal guard dressed in red armor. Behind them were 4 powerful cultivators with different appearances. One of them was half human and half demon, while the other had the appearance of a pure demon. They were none other than the junior division leaders of the 8 division demon lords. Daozi has returned. The heavens bless Huangfu. Following the ceremonial official's clear shout, ceremonial music resounded throughout the surroundings of the mysterious domain. Countless cultivators surrounded the palace and looked at the scene of Huangfu Daozi coming out of seclusion with reverence and envy. This person is Huangfu Daozi? Nan Zhan is the only cultivator who managed to enter the Heavenly Dipper realm. This old man has already heard of his name countless times. It's just that the Huangfu clan is too low profile and has been living in seclusion by the Black Water Lake for thousands of years. I've never seen his true appearance. From the moment the mysterious domain opens, the Huangfu clan will no longer be low profile. The concealed sovereign might even step onto the stage. The Huangfu clan doesn't seem to be doing much. Didn't they still have countless of their subordinates killed and their sword mounds snatched away? All the cultivators discussed spiritedly as they surrounded the area 300 meters away. All sorts of different emotions emerged one after another. Some were envious, some were in reverence, and naturally, there were also some who were dissatisfied and mocked. As for the Huangfu clan's third ancestor, Huangfu Jialan, who was overseeing this place, he coldly swept his gaze across the surroundings. It was unknown how many cultivators in the surroundings had all lowered their voices. In front of the number 3 figure of the Huangfu clan, no one dared to speak carelessly. After intimidating all the cultivators with a single gaze, Huangfu Jialan no longer paid them any attention. A trace of a smile appeared on his face as he looked at Huangfu Daozi, who was at the exit of the mysterious domain. He said with a smile, "Shen, I've already heard about your campaign in the mysterious domain. You've done well in challenging the prodigies of the divine continent and won in one fell swoop. You've even entered the Heavenly Dipper realm on the divine steel. Such an impressive battle record can only be achieved by the descendants of my Huangfu clan." These words could be said to be powerful and resounding. They were filled with lofty sentiments, and they were intentionally heard by all the cultivators present. However, when the cultivators heard this, there were still some who were unconvinced. Although Huangfu Daozi was the only one among the prodigies of the Nanzhan to enter the Heavenly Dipper realm, he was not necessarily the first person who dared to challenge a cultivator of the Divine Continent. In fact, the first person to challenge a cultivator of the Divine Continent should be Han Ying, one of the Western Desert's 4 heroes. Of course, Han Ying's ranking was slightly lower. Huangfu Daozi's expression was indifferent as he said, "If it wasn't for the limited time, my ranking could be even higher." When the cultivators heard this, they immediately drew in a breath of cold air. It was already very impressive for Huangfu Daozi to be able to challenge a cultivator of the Divine Continent and obtain a ranking of the Heavenly Dipper realm. Yet, he said that it could be even higher. Didn't that mean that he was also qualified to defeat some of the cultivators ranked higher than him? If other cultivators said such words, they might not necessarily believe them. However, when it came from the mouth of the Huangfu clan's Daozi, no one doubted it. When Huangfu Jiaolan heard this, he laughed and said, "Very good. A descendant of the Huangfu clan dares to have such lofty sentiments." As he spoke, he clapped his hands and said with a smile, "Shen take off your armor and get on the stage. Return to the clan with me. There's something you must know. The Heaven Grudge Patriarch of the Divine Continent's Lihan Heaven has sent a letter to summon you to the Divine Continent to cultivate. Once you enter the Lihan Heaven, you can become a true disciple of the Lihan Heaven. When you return to the Black Water Lake and pay your respects to the Patriarch, you can pack your bags and head to the Divine Continent." When he heard this, even the indifferent Huangfu Daozi's eyes lit up slightly, and a smile appeared on his face. The surrounding cultivators were so envious that their eyeballs almost popped out. That was the Divine Continent's Lihan Heaven. Even in the Divine Continent, it was a first-class sect, and its patriarch had actually personally invited Huangfu Daozi. It seemed that the rumors were not false. Being able to leave one's name on the Divine Stele meant that one would indeed have the opportunity to join a large sect in the Divine Continent. "Daozi, please take off your armor." A beautiful female attendant walked forward and took off the black blood armor that was tainted with blood on Huangfu Daozi's body, and then he changed into a soft and elegant robe. After that, Huangfu Daozi walked up the divine altar while being surrounded by a group of female attendants. Behind him, the red-armored general and the junior division leaders of the 4 demon groups had stopped moving as well. The opportunity to ascend the divine altar of the Huangfu clan was an honor, and they didn't have the qualifications. Along with Huangfu Daozi walking up the divine altar, the female attendants on both sides walked forward with fresh flowers, exotic fruits, and fine wine in their hands. They half knelt on the platform and lowered their heads as they waited for Huangfu Daozi to pass by. Moreover, Fang Xing was amongst them while holding a bunch of grapes in his hand. When Huangfu Daozi stepped onto the altar, Fang Xing raised his head slightly and carefully sized him up. It was a young man wearing blue magic robes. A faint lotus imprint was engraved on the space between his eyebrows, making him look extremely young. It was impossible to tell that he was already 35 years old. At first glance, he was only 3 or 4 years older than Fang Xing. He was expressionless and exceptionally handsome. He had a tall and slender figure, and when he walked, it seemed as if stars were revolving around his robes, making him look like a graceful immortal. Was this the Daozi of the Hidden Emperor's Huangfu clan? Nanzhan was fully deserving of being the #1 genius of heaven. He was a youngster whose name was on the Divine Legacy Monument and was ranked among the Big Dipper heavenly spirits. He was the perfect god in the eyes of countless women and the idol in the eyes of countless men. He was also the person Li Xiandao wanted to kill. As Huangfu Daozi approached step by step, Fang Xing heaved a long sigh, and a sweet smile appeared on his face. When he saw that Huangfu Daozi was about to reach him, he suddenly put down the grapes in his hand and took the wine tray from a female attendant beside him. He then welcomed Huangfu Daozi with a faint smile. His smile was natural and harmless, and his eyes were filled with joy. "Daozi has worked hard. Please drink this cup." Fang Xing held the tray in his hand and half knelt in front of Huangfu Daozi while raising the wine tray high above his head. This action exceeded everyone's expectations, and the female attendant who was originally responsible for holding the wine tray instantly turned pale with fright. Even the etiquette officer and the old woman responsible for educating the female attendants were secretly startled. The fresh flowers, exotic fruits, and fine wine in the hands of these female attendants were merely a formality, and they were following the ancient etiquette. It was only a short process of walking up the platform from the bottom of the platform to the top. Huangfu Daozi naturally wouldn't be greedy to the point of actually eating a grape or pouring a cup of wine to drink. Moreover, he wouldn't be like those vulgar swordsmen who would pinch a fresh flower and bring it to his nose to sniff it to display his elegance. However, Fangxing came forward at this moment. In this kind of situation, it did not seem strange. After all the warriors and servants of the Huangfu family were beaming with joy. Fangxing's harmless smile and the joy in his eyes didn't seem fake at all. It made people who didn't know what was going on feel that it was very natural. Even Huangfu Jialan, who was on the altar, felt that this was probably arranged by the ceremonial officer and there was nothing wrong with it. Huangfu Daozi didn't feel anything strange and instead felt that it was rather interesting. He lightly smiled as his left hand held up the sleeve of his right hand, and then his white and slender fingers stretched out to pick up the wine cup on the tray. He slightly gestured towards Huangfu Jialan who was on the altar, and then he slightly gestured towards the cultivators in the surroundings. His unrestrained bearing and peerlessly handsome appearance truly made him seem like an extraordinary person. As expected of a dragon amongst men, Huangfu Daozi, I wish Huangfu Daozi all the best when you head to the divine land and achieve great things. In the crowd, there were naturally cultivators that were skilled in flattery that shouted out loudly and jeered in the crowd. For a time it seemed to be extremely bustling, and even the faces of the Huangfu clan warriors couldn't help but reveal a slight smile. Amidst this smile, Huangfu Daozi toasted the surroundings before lightly smiling and raising his cup high above his head. Fellow Taoists, cheers to victory! After that, he held the cup with both hands and brought it to his lips before raising his head and drinking it dry. A large wave of cheers instantly sounded out from all the cultivators in the crowd, and the atmosphere was at its peak. Even Huangfu Jialan who stood on the altar let out a long sigh. The Huangfu clan's Daozi of this generation really has an extraordinary bearing, and he's much stronger than me all those years ago. This kid's karmic luck is even better. Not only does he possess a shocking cultivation at such a young age, he's even encountered a major event like the descent of the dark coffin. Once he heads to the divine land, perhaps he'll really be able to achieve great things and allow the Huangfu clan's wish of returning to the divine land for many years to come true. In the air a few dozen kilometers away from the Huangfu clan's temporary residence, the four ancestors of the Great Snow Mountain lineage were also watching from afar. After a long time, they lightly shook their heads. They thought to themselves, for the Huangfu clan to produce such an outstanding figure in this generation, it can only be said that not only did the Huangfu clan's luck not end, it had even flourished. It would probably be very difficult for the cultivators of the southern gazing sect to escape the shackles of the Huangfu clan. At this moment, Fangxing, who was half kneeling in front of Huangfu Daozi, saw Huangfu Daozi raise his wine cup and revealed a clear, white, ivory-like neck. A trace of killing intent suddenly appeared in his eyes. At this moment, in order to prevent being discovered by a golden core expert like Huangfu Jialan, he had been deliberately suppressing his spiritual power. At this moment, in order to prevent himself from being discovered by a golden core expert like Huangfu Jialan, he began to frantically circulate his spiritual power. The spiritual power circulation was too frantic, causing the camouflage on his body to suddenly tear apart and scatter in all directions. At this moment, Fangxing's real body suddenly jumped up and waved his hands. In his hands, there was already a huge black sword that was 3 times longer and 3 times wider than an ordinary longsword. It was abnormally ugly and abnormally old, but its killing intent was also abnormally heavy. With a fierce roar, Fangxing brandished the huge black sword and slashed at Huangfu Daozi's neck. At this moment, the spiritual power on his body burned frantically at a speed that was 10 times faster than usual. This was equivalent to him completely displaying his cultivation in this sword strike. There was even a faintly discernible black demonic aura above his head. This was the manifestation of the devil fetus in his Dao foundation, and within the black demonic aura, there was an overflowing purple intent, mid-grade purple Dao foundation, peak mid-stage foundation establishment cultivation. The monstrous spiritual power was completely ignited and consumed by this sword strike. Among them was the nameless technique that Fangxing had recently comprehended from the huge black sword. It was a technique that was specially used in close combat, similar to a martial technique in the mortal world. After studying it for a period of time, Fangxing had already discovered that this technique was extremely profound. During this period of time, He had been studying it day and night, but he hadn't made any progress. This was because this technique was too difficult. However, at this moment, he didn't care anymore. In order to fight with his life on the line, he displayed this technique with all his might. At this moment, in order to kill, he was completely focused on one thing. He actually slashed out the most perfect sword strike. Since he had comprehended this technique, the power that erupted from this sword strike had even surpassed the sword strike of a Foundation establishment cultivator. From the moment Feng Xing rose up explosively and swung his sword to the moment his sword struck Huang Fu Daozi's neck, there wasn't even a process in between. In the blink of an eye, the sword had already slashed at Huang Fu Daozi's neck. The edge of the sword was cold, and a chill seeped into Huang Fu Daozi's neck. At this moment, Huang Fu Daozi was pleasantly surprised. He had never thought that his female attendant would suddenly become such a strange person. She swung her sword to kill him, because it was almost impossible for someone of his status to suffer from internal injuries. Even if there was an assassination, it seemed that it shouldn't be at a time like this. It was even more impossible for someone to disguise themselves as another person without him noticing it at all. However, he didn't have the time to think so much. He roared furiously as he tossed the wine cup in his hand at Feng Xing, and then his left palm formed a profound seal. Shockingly, the image of a black tortoise appeared on his palm, and he used the thick and hard tortoise shell to block the black-colored sword that had just slashed into his neck. On the other hand, the index and middle fingers of his right hand formed a sword that slashed straight towards Feng Xing's chest, and the tip of his finger was filled with ghastly sword insight that was like a real sharp sword. Even at such a critical moment, he still defended and attacked, and he executed two shocking techniques at the same time, causing his shocking strength to be revealed without a doubt. In Huang Fu Daozi's heart, any one of these two techniques would be sufficient to resolve the dangerous situation he was in. But unfortunately, he'd encountered Feng Xing now, a Feng Xing that had already gone mad to the extreme and was bent on taking his head. Boom! Facing the finger sword that Huang Fu Daozi had stabbed towards his chest, Feng Xing paid no attention to it at all. His eyes were wide open as he still converged the spiritual energy in his entire body onto the black-colored sword in his hand and fiercely slashed towards Huang Fu Daozi's neck. The strength of this sword was so strong that it faintly contained a supreme sword insight that could slay gods and Buddhas, and it carried Feng Xing's belly full of rage and monstrous killing intent as it slashed down. Bang! The black tortoise's tortoise shell shattered, and it didn't even have the slightest effect of obstructing Feng Xing's sword. The black-colored sword practically didn't stop in the slightest as it shattered the tortoise shell and severed half of Huang Fu Daozi's hand before slashing straight into his neck. At the same time, Huang Fu Daozi's finger sword pierced through Feng Xing's chest and directly left a bloody hole in his chest. But facing this terrifying injury, the space between Feng Xing's brows didn't even blink, and his face was filled with ruthlessness and excitement. Puff! The black-colored sword swept past Huang Fu Daozi's neck, causing his gaze and expression to freeze as well. Who asked you to provoke me? After Feng Xing swung his sword, he cried out with all his might. His voice was like a great bell, and it was incomparably domineering. As he cried out, he didn't even stop for a moment. His leaping figure didn't even land on the ground as he reached out to grab Huang Fu Daozi's hair bun. The golden wings on his back flashed, and he fled into the distance. It was also at this moment that a huge crow had already rushed out from the crowd, and at the same time a black flag flew up. This scene was truly too shocking. It was as if an invisible and terrifying hand had deterred all the surrounding cultivators. It was even to the extent that even the Golden Core Realm cultivator of the Huangfu clan, Huangfu Jialan, was stunned by this scene for 2 breaths of time, and he only recovered from his shock when fresh blood sprayed out for 10 from Huangfu Daozi's neck and transformed into a fountain of blood. The fresh blood from Huangfu Daozi's neck splattered onto the red carpet, and it was exceptionally dazzling. Because of the valley and the surroundings, that loud shout was still reverberating back and forth. Who asked you to provoke me? Who asked you to provoke me? Who asked you to provoke me? How difficult was it to kill a person? For ordinary people, it was naturally extremely difficult. Thus, some people quarreled with their neighbors for their entire lives and cursed them to die early. However, their neighbors still lived to the age of 80 and might even die later than them. However, for a bandit, it was not difficult. If they wanted someone to die, they only needed to stab them in the heart or even chop their neck. then they would naturally die. Sometimes, whether it was easy or difficult to kill someone depended on whether they dared to do so. Fang Xing was undoubtedly the kind of person who dared to do so. Because the Huangfu clan caused the death of Iron like madness, he hated the Huangfu clan. Because he hated the Huangfu clan, he wanted Huangfu Daozi to die. If he wanted Huangfu Daozi to die, he naturally had to come and chop him. However, it was not easy to chop Huangfu Daozi. This was because he was not an ordinary person. He was the Huangfu clan's Daozi, the publicly acknowledged #1 genius of the Nanzhan prefecture. At the age of 35, his cultivation had already reached the late stage of foundation establishment. He was proficient in countless secret techniques, possessed countless magic treasures, and was accompanied by countless experts. It would not be easy for anyone to kill him. It could even be said that it was not easy to find someone in the Nanzhan who dared to kill him. Since Fang Xing dared to kill him, he wanted to kill him as well. Thus, he began to plan and take action. First, he used the myriad ghost mask to sneak into the Huangfu clan's maidservants. Not only could the ghost mask help him change into someone else's appearance, but it could also conceal his cultivation so that he wouldn't be exposed in a short period of time. After that, he used the nameless divine art to infuse all of his cultivation into a single strike. This was a very dangerous method, but it was also a very effective method. Integrating all of his cultivation into a single strike meant that there was no way out. If the strike missed, he would definitely be harmed by the enemy. However, the power of a strike that was executed in this way was also indescribably powerful. To put it simply, even Fang Xing himself had no confidence in taking such a strike. All these factors, under Fang Xing's audacity, were transformed into practical actions by him. They converged into a single strike that chopped towards Huangfu Daozi. And this sword indeed had a very effective effect, cutting off the head with one strike. The pitiful Huangfu Daozi wasn't necessarily weaker than Fang Xing in a real fight. With his late-stage foundation building cultivation, perhaps Fang Xing could rely on his violet mid-grade Dao foundation to compete with him in terms of purity of spiritual energy, but in terms of mastery and utilization of mysterious techniques, Fang Xing was definitely not his match. In terms of quality and quantity of magic treasures, it was even more difficult for Fang Xing to compare with him. Unfortunately, it was useless. Fang Xing did not give him the chance to use all of this. He was clearly a cultivator, but Fang Xing had used a method that only martial artists in the secular world would use: assassination. With a single strike of the sword, he took his head and left. No one was able to react to this sudden attack. As they looked at Huangfu Daozi's headless body that stood upright and unafraid, many people felt that they were still dreaming. Daoist child, only after 3 breaths of time did the red-armored guard standing at the bottom of the altar let out a heart-wrenching cry, "Audacious, audacious!" At this moment, Huangfu Jiaolan also reacted. He disregarded everything and madly chased after Fang Xing up until the moment he pounced. He shouted audacious 3 times because he truly did not dare to believe that this scene had happened. Almost at the instant he flew out, countless figures flew out of the Huangfu clan's temporary imperial residence like beautiful fireworks. They were all golden core cultivators that the Huangfu clan had stationed here, as well as the troops of the 8 demon tribes. There were more than 10 of them, and they roared as they chased after Fang Xing. At this moment, even their minds were blank. There was only one thought in their minds: they had to catch up to him. This was terrible. The sky had been turned upside down. Huangfu Daozi had actually been assassinated the moment he left the mysterious region after accomplishing his great task. They did not even dare to imagine the severity of this matter. They only felt their hearts turn cold and filled with panic. The name Daozi wasn't given for nothing. Since he was called Daozi, it meant that after he was designated as the Daozi, all the resources of the entire Huangfu clan and the efforts of the seniors had been poured into him alone. For 30 years, all the resources and efforts were simply an astronomical figure. He represented the hope and reputation of the Huangfu clan, and to a certain extent, he represented the future of the Huangfu clan. But it was precisely such an important figure that had been killed on the spot at the most critical moment. If the Yuanying ancestor of the Huangfu clan were to find out about this matter, they didn't dare imagine what the outcome would be. Presently, they only had a single thought in their minds, and it was to capture this little demon and kill him on the spot. Bang! 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 All the golden core cultivators didn't hold back at all as they executed teleportation techniques at the same time, and they roared like dragons as they clawed at Fangxing. They would not allow Fangxing to escape at all. If they didn't kill him, their hatred would not be appeased. It was also at this moment that a large flag that was flying in the sky was suddenly torn into pieces. Endless black smoke drifted out from the large flag and blocked the path of the golden core cultivators. It was the 10,000 spirit flag. At this moment, in order to help Fangxing escape, it directly exploded. The enormous blood aura and the hundreds of demonic spirits within the flag unleashed the final attack of their lives at this moment. This scene was like a thick layer of ink that smeared half the sky. Fangxing was on the dark side, and it was as if he wanted to devour the entire sky. As for the golden core cultivators of the Huangfu clan, they were on the bright side of the sky. With endless rage, they charged toward the half of the sky that had been dyed black by the 10,000 spirit flag's explosion. They wanted to tear the dark sky apart. The power of the 10,000 spirit flag's explosion was so great that it had even disrupted the laws of this world. If golden core cultivators wanted to execute teleportation techniques, they could only do so in a world where the laws were stable. The more unstable the laws of heaven and earth, the greater the risk of executing teleportation techniques, and the stronger the backlash one had to bear. The 10,000 spirit flag's explosion had disrupted the laws of heaven and earth. It was precisely to disrupt the laws of heaven and earth that they relied on to execute teleportation techniques, so that Fangxing could have a chance to escape. However, the power of the 10,000 spirit flag's explosion only stopped the Huangfu clan cultivators for less than 6 breaths of time. Huangfu Jiaolan roared angrily, and a glass lamp flew out of his sleeve. As it shone in the sky, a bright light swept across the sky, tearing apart all the black fog and the demonic spirits that were madly rushing toward the Huangfu clan's golden core cultivators with the intention of entangling them and exploding themselves. After 6 breaths of time, half of the sky that was dyed black had been swept clean. Kill, 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 kill. We must kill that brat. Huangfu Jiaolan almost hysterically shouted these words, and angrily shouted in the direction where Fangxing had escaped. At this time, even with the 10,000 spirit flag's explosion, Fangxing had only escaped a few dozen miles away, and his small figure was faintly discernible. That brat is fast. Use your flying magic tool. No matter what, we can't let him escape, a cultivator from the Huangfu clan shouted and used his flying magic tool. He turned into a stream of light and chased after Fangxing and the golden crow. Old heretic, I caused you to lose your shelter. I will help you find a suitable body. At this time, on the back of the golden crow, Fangxing held Huangfu Daozi's head in his hand and spoke coldly to Daphne in his sea of consciousness. This 10,000 spirit flag was originally proposed by Daphne, and it was refined using the demon spirits in the dark prison abyss. Daphne's intention was to use this flag to help Fangxing, and also to conveniently find a suitable host for him to seize in the future. However, he didn't expect that the 10,000 spirit flag would be destroyed before Fangxing let it go, and his painstaking efforts would come to nothing. However, Daphne was in a very good mood when he heard this. Hee, if you want this old man to explode the 10,000 spirit flag to do something else, this old man might not be willing, but if it's to kill the Daozi of the Huangfu clan, this old man is extremely willing. After hearing this, Fangxing knew that the demon race had always had a deep feud with the Huangfu clan, so he didn't say anything else. It was also at this time that Huangfu Daozi's head suddenly released a weak divine thought. Why do you want to kill me, Fangxing lowered his head to look and saw that Huangfu Daozi's head had already been chopped off, but his vitality actually hadn't completely vanished. His eyes were still blinking, and the faint lotus brand between his brows was flickering. It seemed like this lotus brand was protecting his divine thought, causing his divine thought to not dissipate in a short period of time, and if it was released, he might still be able to live. However, he only had a head left, so he was unable to speak and could only use a weak divine thought to transmit information to Fangxing. Why do I want to kill you? Because I'm Fangxing, and you're Huangfu Daozi. Isn't that enough? Fangxing lifted up Huangfu Daozi's head and looked straight into his eyes as he sneered, and there were flames flickering in the depths of his eyes. The enmity between us is not that much. Let me go. The enmity between us will be written off, Huangfu Daozi blinked his eyes and strenuously transmitted information to Fang Xing. Fang Xing laughed, and he suddenly raised his hand to slap Huangfu Daozi over a dozen times before he gritted his teeth and said, "Not that much enmity? Do you know that old man Tai is already dead? If it was before, of course you wouldn't have done this. I'm already F*king avoiding you, so what right do you have to chase after me relentlessly? It's fine if you chase after me, but why do you have to deal with old man Tai?" The skin on Huangfu Daozi's face had already been broken by Fang Xing, and he blinked his eyes swiftly as he transmitted his divine thought to Fang Xing. "If you kill me, you won't be able to escape at all. If you don't kill me, the Huangfu clan's repayment will be unimaginable." As he spoke, in the distant sky, countless golden lights were charging over at the speed of lightning, and they were rapidly approaching. The golden core cultivators of the Huangfu clan had already chased after them with their lives on the line, and even with the golden crow's speed, they were unable to shake them off. From the looks of it, it was only a matter of time before they caught up to Fang Xing. At this moment, he was heavily injured, and the myriad spirit flag had already exploded, so it seemed like he had utterly no hope of escaping. Although Huangfu Daozi only had a head left, his judgment was actually extraordinarily accurate. Ha 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 ha. When Fang Xing heard this, he started laughing instead, and his laughter affected the injuries on his chest, causing him to cough. "Now that things have come to this, you still want to threaten me?" He glared fiercely at Huangfu Daozi's eyes. "Do you think that I'll be done with killing you alone? I can't escape." Back in the Blue Cloud sect, Fang Xing did not enter the encirclement of the golden core cultivators. After killing Iron like madness with an arrow from more than 10 miles away, he crushed the 10 miles teleportation talisman and gained another 10 miles of distance for himself. Then, with the help of the golden crow's secret technique of burning his blood and qi, he escaped at an extremely fast speed. Only then did he shake off the 5 golden core cultivators and escape into the 100,000 mountains, but now, he had directly escaped from the Huangfu family's temporary imperial residence. Although he had the element of surprise and the self-detonation of the 1,000 spirit flag had bought him some time, it was still incomparable to the time in the Blue Cloud sect. Moreover, the person overseeing this place this time was the third most powerful person in the Huangfu family, Huangfu Jialan, who was in the late golden core stage. He was extremely powerful. Moreover, the Huangfu family had prepared a flying magic treasure this time. Once it was activated, its speed would not lose to that of a cultivator who had reached the peak of the golden core stage. In addition, the Huangfu family's golden core cultivators were crazy with anger. It would be strange if Fang Xing could shake them off. No matter how one looked at it, if the Huangfu family's golden core cultivators caught up with him, Fang Xing would definitely die. The enemies behind him were getting closer and closer at a speed that was almost visible to the naked eye. However, Fang Xing did not panic. Instead, he patted the golden crow's back and gestured for it to act according to the original plan. The golden crow was also mentally prepared. It took a deep breath and shouted, "Fang Xing, I have something to say to you." Fang Xing was slightly startled and looked at it. The golden crow let out a cry and said loudly, "If we don't die this time, we will definitely be unrivaled in the world in the future." With that said, it let out a loud croak and once again used the secret technique of burning its blood energy, increasing its speed to another level as it flew in a certain direction. Behind it, the cultivators of the Huangfu clan rode on flying magic treasures, tore through the void with their physical bodies, and used teleportation techniques. There were also some who burned their core light, and all of them chased after it with all their might. With a speed that was unimaginable to ordinary cultivators, he covered a distance of several thousand kilometers in a flash as he charged in a certain direction. This was the Bohai country, and in the Bohai country, there was a mysterious place called the Green Hill Tomb. The golden crow did his best to rush to the Green Hill Tomb. Then, he quickly cooperated with Fang Xing to break the formation around the Green Hill Tomb and rushed in. Just as they rushed into the formation, the cultivators of the Huangfu family arrived. Huangfu Jialan waved his palm. From a distance of 3 to 4 miles, the palm force hit the formation like a torrential river. Hung Long Long, the huge formation was actually on the verge of collapse from his attacks. Even the golden crow and Fang Xing, who had rushed into the formation, were affected by the palm energy and almost fell. "Why is there a formation here? That brat escaped into the formation," When they arrived around the Green Hill tomb, the Huangfu clan cultivators slowed down a little and shouted in bewilderment. Huangfu Jiaolan did not think too much about it and shouted, "You want to escape with a mere formation? Leave 3 people to stand guard outside. The rest of you, attack with me. Tear the formation apart and rush in. We must capture and kill that brat." Huangfu Jiaolan secretly observed and faintly thought that there might be an ambush by that brat behind the formation. Although he did not care about any ambushes from that brat at his cultivation level, in the face of absolute strength, those mysterious ambushes were just a joke. However, as a precaution, he still left 3 people to stand guard outside to prevent any accidents. After giving the order, he roared and took the lead to attack the formation, tearing it apart by force. Almost the same outcome as the self-detonating myriad spirit flag, the formation did not last for long before it was torn to pieces by the joint attack of a dozen golden core cultivators. At this time, Fang Xing and the Golden Crow were just about to rush into the thick miasma that covered the valley when they were spotted by the group of Huangfu clan cultivators. Almost without hesitation, they all chased into the miasma. The miasma was poisonous, and even late-stage Foundation establishment cultivators did not dare to touch it easily. However, for this group of golden core cultivators, it was enough to resist it by circulating the power of their cultivation. At most, they only needed to hold their breath and directly rushed in. They followed the faintly discernible golden shadow in the miasma and rushed straight to the stone platform hidden in the miasma. Then, they broke into the Green Moon Fox's Cry Hill. "Old bastard, you had so much fun chasing me back then. Today, I have brought people to kill you." As soon as they entered the stone cave, Fang Xing shouted and circulated his spiritual power. His voice spread very far in the stone cave. He was in charge of shouting and cursing, while the Golden Crow was in charge of passing through the formation and avoiding the various restrictions like a swimming fish. After the Huangfu clan cultivators chased after them, they immediately felt that something was wrong. The formation and restrictions in the stone cave were many times more profound than the restrictions outside the valley. Even with their cultivation, they found it abnormally difficult to break them. They immediately hesitated because they had already guessed that such profound formation and restrictions were definitely not set up by that little devil. "What are you waiting for? Even if we have to destroy the formation here, we have to capture that little devil for me." Huangfu Jiaolan noticed the hesitation of the others and shouted angrily. Naturally, he had also discovered the extraordinariness of this place. However, so what? If they did not capture that little devil, how could these people survive? Not to mention that this place was a little strange. Even if it was heaven or hell, they would still have to force their way through. Boom. Boom, boom. The Golden Core Realm cultivators no longer had time to care about anything else. They each used their ultimate methods. Some calculated the operation of the formation, while others attacked with all their might. Fang Xing, who had the Yin-Yang Fiend Mirror and the Golden Crow calculation formation, ran faster than those Jindan stage cultivators in this special stone cave. However, after he ran for a while, he realized that those Jindan stage cultivators did not catch up with him in time. Instead, he made up his mind and did not run away. Instead, he deliberately lingered not far away from those Jindan stage cultivators, pretending to be desperately running away while shouting desperately. "Bastards of the Huangfu clan, killing your Daoist today is just a little interest. Sooner or later, I will kill your entire family. Kill him, we must kill him. We must kill his 9 generations. No, we must kill everyone related to him." Huangfu Jiaolan was so anxious that his eyes were bloodshot, as if they were about to explode. The Golden Core Realm cultivators of the Huangfu clan did not care too much and rushed forward with all their might. Seeing that the group of Golden Core Realm cultivators were completely anxious, Fang Xing chuckled and sped up with the Golden Crow, heading deeper into the cave. With the Yin-Yang Fiend God Mirror, he and the Golden Core Realm cultivators were much faster than the Golden Core Realm cultivators in this stone cave. There were people leading the way, and there were people chasing from behind. The cultivators gradually went deeper and deeper into the cave. They were getting closer and closer to the Immortal Palace, but the distance between Fang Xing and the Golden Crow and the Jindan stage cultivators was getting farther and farther away. Their eyes were red with anxiety as they cursed loudly. In the midst of this chaos, in the deepest part of the cave, in the quiet Immortal Palace, an existence was finally awakened by everyone. Someone broke into this place again? That existence was the stone tortoise that Fangxing had seen before. At first, it showed a little confusion, but soon became clear-headed. Then, anger and hatred shot out from its eyes because it had heard the voice closest to the immortal palace, shouting and cursing at the top of its lungs, "Damn tortoise, rotten bastard, where the hell are you? I have brought people here, hand over all your treasures." "It's that little devil." The stone tortoise recognized Fangxing's voice, and for a moment, its heart was burning with anger. Then, through his connection with the formation in this region, he already sensed that it was a dozen or so experts who were trying to destroy the Great Formation. He immediately cried out in anger, "Hateful brat, not only did he cheat away the immortal palace's inheritance, he even dared to bring people back to steal other things. Does he really think the immortal palace's existence is just for show? Do you really think that the immortal palace is a place that anyone can break into?" As it shouted angrily, it directly operated all the formation. "If I let you escape today, I will be a stone tortoise for 10,000 years, the formation is operating." At this moment, the golden crow's hair stood on end as it accurately sensed the operating aura of the surrounding formation. The forbidden ghost slave has also appeared. At this moment, Fangxing also keenly felt a trace of coldness and saw the white-clothed female ghost in the distance. Okay, it's time to escape. Fangxing took a deep breath, knowing that it was time to play with his life. Let's do it. The golden crow also secretly mustered up its strength a few times, and with a croak, it turned into a stream of light and rushed over. With the immortal palace as the center, the surroundings were filled with stone caves that extended in all directions like a spider web. At this moment, the golden crow was rushing towards the stone cave that was adjacent to the one they came in from. After all, it was the second time that it came in, and this time, whether it was cultivation or courage, it was much stronger than the previous time. Moreover, it was mentally prepared, so the golden crow was not as scared as last time. Huh? What's that shiny thing? At the same time that the golden crow turned around and flew away, Fangxing unintentionally turned his eyes and saw that among the corpses kneeling in front of the immortal palace, there was a dragon-headed corpse kneeling on its head. On its head, there was a shiny pearl that was extremely dazzling. When he first came in, he was only in a hurry to enter the immortal palace to see if there was anything good, so he didn't pay attention to these kneeling corpses. The instinct of a bandit had been deeply engraved in his bones. Even at this critical moment of escape, he could not help but be tempted for a moment. He stretched out his hand to use the gravitational space, grabbed the bead in the air, and stuffed it into his storage bag. At the same time, the changes in the Dharma formation in the stone cave had also attracted the attention of the golden core cultivators from Huangfu's faction. All the cultivators were shocked. The Dharma formation was deliberately activated by someone. Could it be that someone was activating the Dharma formation? It must be known that an automatic death formation was not on the same level as a deliberate Dharma formation. The same Dharma formation would be more than 10 times more lethal. Rumble, the death gate of the Dharma formation was pushed, enveloping the group of golden core cultivators. All the cultivators were shocked and desperately fled in all directions, but there were still 2 or 3 people who were trapped. These 2 or 3 were also golden core cultivators, but in the face of the pressure of the Dharma formation, they did not even have time to scream before they were ground into meat paste. A dignified golden core realm cultivator killed 2 people in an instant. At this instant, the cultivators of the Huangfu clan had an indescribable feeling of terror. Since they were of high birth and possessed formidable strengths, it could really be said that it was very difficult for them to encounter a person or thing that could pose a threat to their lives in the Southside region. Originally, they didn't take capturing a little devil like Fangxing seriously in their hearts. Simply speaking, they felt Fangxing was hateful, yet he wasn't terrifying, but now, before they could react, 2 golden core realm cultivators were ground into meat paste. Even their divine souls were obliterated by the terrifying formation. This shock was indescribable. After they escaped, their faces were still full of shock and they forgot to speak. At this moment, before they could react, a few female ghosts had already flown in front of them. As golden core realm cultivators, they were not afraid of spiritual beings like female ghosts. One of the cultivators immediately slapped at them and shouted at the same time, "Get lost." He wanted to tear it apart with the wind generated from his palm, but he did not expect that the female ghost was completely unaffected and floated straight toward him. A female ghost reached out and grabbed a cultivator's arm. Terrifying white smoke immediately rose from the point of contact. Oh no, this is not an ordinary spiritual body. Be careful. After seeing the female ghost, Huangfu Jialan immediately turned pale with fright and shouted. White smoke rose from the arm of the golden core cultivator who was caught by the female ghost. It was as if all the water in his body had been sucked out in an instant, and he became a withered corpse. After that, the corpse was covered with a layer of green frost, and it fell straight to the ground, no longer breathing. A dignified golden core realm cultivator was killed by this female ghost in the blink of an eye. Even his core light was tainted and extinguished. Even without his reminder, all the Jindan stage cultivators had already gasped. Those who could form their Jindan stage had all experienced a lot of fortune and knowledge. They were quick-witted and knowledgeable. Even if they didn't know the details of this female ghost, when they saw this scene, they immediately guessed that this female ghost's spirit body must be the manifestation of an extremely strange curse technique, which was the most terrifying existence for cultivators. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, at this moment, who could care about Feng Xing? All the golden core cultivators shouted and retreated, wanting to go back the way they came. However, at this moment, they discovered that it was extremely difficult for them to retreat. Golden core cultivators usually mastered the art of teleportation, which allowed them to travel 1,000 miles in an instant. However, this art of teleportation consumed a lot of spiritual energy, and the backlash on the body was also very strong. Therefore, it was usually only used in places where the laws were stable. However, in this ghost cave, they were shocked to find that with the operation of the formation, the laws were chaotic, and even using the art of teleportation was very difficult. In this place, golden core cultivators' teleportation techniques were not as convenient as teleportation arrays. This was because magic artifacts could be forcefully teleported and the magic artifact would bear the backlash. However, although it was convenient to use a teleportation magic artifact, one had to bear the backlash. Whoosh 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 whoosh, amidst the panic of the golden core cultivators, countless ghostly shadows flashed around them, one after another, densely packed together. They were all forbidden ghost slaves, and they had already surrounded the group of golden core cultivators. This group of demons can't be controlled by Dharma spells. We can't hurt them or hide from them. What should we do? Even the golden core cultivators cried out nervously at this moment. Huangfu Jialan gritted his teeth fiercely. Form a circle and escape. At this moment, he couldn't care less about chasing Feng Xing anymore. The ghosts and the formation in this stone cave were too powerful, and even he couldn't easily resist them. He could only order a quick retreat. Otherwise, not to mention chasing that little ghost, even his group of people might be wiped out. In fact, even if they retreated now, Huangfu Jialan didn't know how many of them could survive. The order he gave was to form a circle and escape. He wanted to use the lives of the cultivators on the periphery to save the lives of the cultivators inside the circle. At his command, all the gold core realm cultivators hurriedly formed a circle, whether they were willing or not, and at the same time, took out all kinds of Xian weapons and Dharma spells to protect themselves as they rushed back to where they came from. The person in the circle was Huangfu Jialan. Their speed was naturally extremely fast, and they rushed out of the cave like lightning. However, as the formation operated, they were thwarted and had no choice but to break the formation to escape. It was also at this moment that the surrounding forbidden ghost slaves endlessly charged towards them. They were like a group of savage piranhas, continuously tearing off pieces of flesh from the bodies of these people that had formed into a large fish. Oh my god, it's a pity that Division Leader He Zhao, who has cultivated for 700 years, is going to die in the hands of ghosts here? What the hell is this ghost? How can it be so powerful? Damn little devil, how dare you set such a vicious trap for us? I will not rest until you die. Amidst a wave of wailing and shrill cries, the stone cave had practically become hell for golden core realm cultivators. Dignified golden core realm cultivators were figures that reigned supreme in the outside world and were looked up to by all. Yet here, they seemed to have become worthless cabbages that were casually killed by the forbidden ghost slaves that filled the sky, causing their cultivation to vanish into nothingness, and their aspirations to vanish just like that. They were unwilling, and unwilling. If they were in the outside world, they could still escape. Although the speed of the Forbidden Ghost slaves was fast enough, there was still a gap between them and the teleportation technique of Golden Core cultivators. However, in this stone cave, their movements were blocked by the formation, and the rules were chaotic. They could not use the teleportation technique as they wished. They seemed to have turned into restrained beasts and could not escape from the ghost's pursuit. At this moment, Feng Xing and the Golden Crow were much luckier than the group of Golden Core cultivators. The Forbidden Ghost slaves in the stone cave seemed to be attracted by the group of Golden Core cultivators. Most of their attention was focused on them, and they actually let down their guard against the two ants, Feng Xing and the Golden Crow. There were only 4 or 5 ghosts that came to kill them. In addition, with the cooperation of Feng Xing and the Golden Core cultivators, they were like fish swimming in water as they passed through the formation. In addition, the Great Golden Crow was not the same as before. Its speed was as fast as lightning. For a moment, the Forbidden Ghost slaves could not do anything to it and Feng Xing. The two of them were like butterflies passing through flowers as they nimbly drilled out of the formation. Behind them, there were 4 or 5 female ghosts that reached out their hands and chased them in the air. However, there was a distance of 2 or 3 feet between them and they could not catch up. The stone tortoise in the Immortal Palace had its consciousness damaged, so it could not cover the entire area of the stone cave. It did not know that the Huangfu family's Golden Core cultivators were actually enemies with Feng Xing. It only thought that everyone who entered the stone cave was in the same group. In addition, it was not the true master of the Immortal Palace, so although it could activate part of the formation, it was not easy to do so. As for the Forbidden Ghost slaves, it could only use part of the formation to wake them up to protect the Immortal Palace, but it could not directly command them. In other words, once they were awakened, the Forbidden Ghost slaves could only act according to their instincts. In the past, it was precisely because of this that the slippery little Feng Xing slipped away. Now, it was precisely because of this characteristic that most of the Forbidden Ghost slaves were attracted to Huangfu Jialan's group. On the contrary, the pressure on Feng Xing was reduced a lot. In addition, he and the Great Golden Crow had a great advantage in the formation, so they had an advantage over the Huangfu family's Golden Core cultivators. However, the stone tortoise did not know this. Back then, Feng Xing played with it, making it so angry that it could not sleep for days and nights. It only hated that it could not move freely and could not go out to find this little bastard for revenge. It did not expect God to open its eyes. This little bastard was so greedy that he actually brought people back to rob the Immortal Palace. Was this not a good opportunity for revenge? The stone tortoise was overjoyed. How could it let Feng Xing leave? It risked its life to activate the formation. It swore that this time, it must destroy this little bastard. Of course, it did not know that its risking its life to activate the formation had helped Feng Xing eliminate his opponent. At this moment, outside of the Green Hill Tomb, many cultivators had already rushed over. The Bohai country's Green Hill Tomb was not far from the mysterious domain. Although their speed was a bit slower than Feng Xing and the Huangfu family's Golden Core cultivators, they still caught up after the time it took to drink a cup of tea. When they saw the 3 Golden Core cultivators from the Huangfu family guarding the void outside, they knew that the little devil was definitely nearby. Out of curiosity, the crowd of cultivators also looked around, searching for the little devil. At this moment, the shock in the hearts of the crowd of cultivators could be said to be indescribable with words. The dignified Nanzhan concealed sovereign, the Huangfu family's Taoist, was actually killed by the little devil at the critical moment of leaving the mysterious domain. This kind of strong contrast was simply more shocking than a country's princess being slept with by a little beggar. This was the Huangfu family's Taoist, he was actually killed by a sword. Who would believe this? Originally, no matter how great the reputation of this little devil, Feng Xing, was, all the cultivators subconsciously wouldn't place him on the same level as Huangfu Daozi. After all, a little devil was a little devil, a loner, and without any background or power of a clan. Even if a person like this had some ability, it would only be a flash in the pan and would quickly vanish into the crowd. After all, without a clan or sect, it was equivalent to having no resources and reserves. In reality, the reason why Feng Xing was able to possess such a reputation was because he was extremely daring and directly challenged the Huangfu clan in the Profound region. But later on, even though he seized the sword tomb and annihilated 4 of the 8 groups of demons under the Huangfu clan, it was mostly a trick. Moreover, he slipped away when he was challenging Huangfu Daozi. Even though all the cultivators admired his resourcefulness, they couldn't help but look down on him a little. Later on, the Huangfu family laid out an inescapable net to capture and kill Feng Xing, which made people feel that this little devil was nothing more than a reckless person who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Although he had gained some benefits for the time being, he had still caused a great disaster in the end. Not only would he not be able to escape death sooner or later, but he had also implicated his master back in the Blue Cloud sect, causing his life to fall into eternal damnation. The gains did not make up for the losses. A few days later, news of the little devil killing his own master with a single arrow spread out. Although the cultivators were shocked by the little devil's ruthlessness, they looked down on Feng Xing's fearsomeness even more. In their eyes, the little devil was only someone who had been forced to the brink of insanity by the Huangfu clan's pursuit. Although his ruthlessness was chilling, it also revealed his helplessness. After all, if you really had the ability at that time, why did you have to kill them? Why didn't you just save them? At this point, Feng Xing had practically become a heart-wrenching joke in the cultivation world of Southern Vision continent. A capable, courageous, and ruthless little devil was still a helpless and tragic character in front of the powerful Huangfu clan. The cultivators all felt a sense of helplessness toward the Huangfu clan's power. At this time, Huangfu Daozi, with his outstanding talent, charged into the mysterious domain's deity's realm in one fell swoop and obtained the Heavenly Dipper ranking on the Divine Steel, pushing the Huangfu clan's reputation to the pinnacle. After the demon-banishing battle, the Huangfu clan of Nanzhan, which had been living in seclusion by the Black Water Lake for 3,000 years, easily climbed to the pinnacle. The Huangfu clan of Nanzhan was already showing signs of ruling over Nanzhan. It was so glorious that people couldn't look straight at it. It was also at this moment that the little devil that was regarded as a joke appeared once again. He had actually used a despicable assassination method to kill Huangfu Daozi in front of everyone's eyes. Assassination methods were extremely rare in the cultivation world. In the mortal world, assassination methods were used because influence and strength were actually separated. Those who controlled a powerful force didn't necessarily have a powerful individual's martial strength. Thus, assassination methods were used. Using the strength of an ordinary person to kill someone who controlled a powerful force but didn't have enough strength was the same as using strength to fight against power. This was the meaning of the so-called anger of an ordinary person. In the world of cultivation, strength was everything. As a result, those who grasped great power would also possess great power. In this kind of situation, assassination methods were extremely rare because those who were stronger than their opponents could easily accumulate their strength and wouldn't lose to their opponents. But if their strength was weaker than their opponents, then assassination methods were even more of a joke. It was precisely because of this sort of situation that assassinations rarely occurred in the cultivation world, and it had been like this for a few thousand years. Cultivators didn't take any precautions against assassinations, and battles of the arts and techniques emerged endlessly instead. However, this fellow, Feng Xing, who grew up in a den of bandits, had brought the assassination methods of the mortal world into the cultivation world, and he relied on his courage and ruthlessness to really succeed. Thus, in the blink of an eye, the situation changed greatly. The extraordinary Huangfu Daozi had officially revealed himself before all the cultivators, yet in less than a month, he'd been beheaded at the most glorious moment of his life, and the glory of the Huangfu clan had become a joke. Besides feeling shocked, all the cultivators had thoughts about this matter, and they followed over to see what exactly happened. They were already able to imagine that the matter of Huangfu Daozi being assassinated would surely become the greatest matter in the cultivation world in the last 300 years. This little devil deserved to be called a little devil. Gradually, more and more cultivators arrived in the surroundings, and the space and ground around Green Hill Tomb were completely filled with people. Some had expressions of excitement because they'd caught up with this extremely rare topic of conversation, and this matter would probably be spread for a few hundred years in the cultivation world. There were also some that were deeply worried about the terrifying consequences this matter would bring about. They had different feelings, yet they were constantly concerned about it. It wasn't long before even the 8 groups of demons under the command of the Huangfu clan had arrived. They originally intended to charge in, yet they didn't dare rashly enter because they noticed the miasma in the surroundings of Green Hill Tomb was extraordinary, and they waited anxiously outside. All of their faces carried killing intent, and they wished for nothing more than to drag the little devil out before tearing, chewing, and swallowing his flesh bite by bite, leaving not a single trace behind. An entire 9 Golden Core Realm cultivators went in to capture this little devil. Why hasn't he come out after so long? All the cultivators didn't dare rashly enter the miasma, yet they couldn't help but discuss in bewilderment when they didn't see anyone come out after a long time. Could it be that there's some sort of trap set up by that little devil? The difference in strength is there for all to see. Not to mention 9 Golden Core Realm cultivators, even one of them would be able to kill that little devil with a single slap. Even if there's a trap, how could he do anything to Golden Core Realm cultivators? Unless there's a Yuanying lying in ambush in that trap of his. Hearing up to here, all the cultivators smiled and shook their heads, thinking that if that little devil could bring out a Yuanying, then he wouldn't have been forced into desperation by the Huangfu clan and taken such a great risk to assassinate Huangfu Daozi. After all, Yuanying was an enormous backer. However, there was also someone who analyzed hesitantly. This place looks like an ancient ruin, and that miasma isn't simple either. Could it be that it was once a ruin of the demon race, and there's some sort of dangerous setup inside that was used by this little devil to trap the Huangfu clan's Golden Core Realm cultivator? This statement was close to the truth, but the cultivators whispered to each other and felt that it was impossible. The demon race's ruins were swept clean 3,000 years ago, and every inch of the place has been thoroughly investigated. What kind of powerful ruins could there be that could trap a Golden Core Realm cultivator? Moreover, if it really is a powerful place that can trap a Golden Core Realm cultivator, then this little devil wouldn't necessarily have the ability to set up a trap. After thinking for a long time, they still had no clue and could only wait patiently. On the other hand, Feng Xing relied on the Golden Crow's speed and the method of the two of them working together to deduce the spell formation. It turned out that although there were many twists and turns in this stone cave, there was only one passage to leave the stone cave. Feng Xing went around in circles for a long time, but in the end, he still had to leave through the main passage. After finally seeing the light at the exit in front of him, Feng Xing heaved a long sigh of relief in his heart. To be honest, when they first decided on this plan, he and the Golden Crow did not have much confidence in their hearts. The two of them had already experienced the dangers of this stone cave. Although their strength had greatly increased, when it came to safely entering and exiting the stone cave and not being caught by the forbidden ghost slaves, they still only had about 30% confidence. However, Feng Xing was angry, but he still took the risk. Moreover, he had also discussed with the Golden Crow that the forbidden ghost slaves should have two characteristics. One was that it was more interested in people with high cultivation because it was a manifestation of a spell. It was a dead thing driven by instinct. The higher the cultivation of the person, the more spiritual qi in the body, the more attractive it was to it. This was a great advantage for Feng Xing and the Golden Crow. Secondly, the forbidden ghost slaves could be regarded as a supplement to the large array in this stone cave. It was also an existence that guarded the immortal palace. From the previous experience, when the large array was activated, the forbidden ghost slaves would wake up. It could be seen that they were connected to the large array. In that case, the less one touched the large array, the less they would be noticed. As a result, the Huangfu clan's Golden Core cultivators were extremely attractive to the forbidden ghost slaves. It could be said that without the Huangfu clan's cultivators, Feng Xing and the Golden Crow wouldn't have been able to escape from the cave so easily. Now that he saw the hope of escape, he could escape after tricking a group of Huangfu clan's Gold Core Realm cultivators. It could be said that his plan had succeeded. Naturally, Feng Xing was overjoyed and urged the nervous and excited Golden Crow to quickly leave the cave. In fact, the Golden Crow didn't need him to urge it. It really treasured its life more than him. With a quack sound, it rushed toward the cave entrance. Seeing that there was hope of escape, it was extremely excited. Ha 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 ha, quack, 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 the man and the bird rushed out of the cave entrance and immediately burst into laughter. This time, they weren't as exhausted as last time. After rushing out of the cave, they directly fell down. Instead, they rushed straight into the sky. After breaking through the thick miasma, they suddenly saw a blue sky in front of them. Their beating heart finally calmed down. At the same time, they let out wild and proud laughter. It was also at this moment that the man and the bird were stunned. They suddenly saw the sky full of cultivators looking at them in surprise. The group of cultivators closest to them was only 10 feet away, and they could see each other's eyelashes. Damn, so many people? Fangxing was not mentally prepared and was startled. The cultivators opposite them, or even all the cultivators in the void and on the ground, were also startled by Fangxing and the great golden crow. They originally thought that the Huangfu clan's Gold Core Realm cultivators would grab Fangxing and drag him out. Unexpectedly, the Huangfu clan's Gold Core Realm cultivators didn't come out. Instead, Fangxing and the Golden Crow came out and laughed so proudly. Could it be that the Huangfu clan's Gold Core Realm cultivators have met with misfortune? Such a thought appeared in everyone's mind, and they actually faintly felt a kind of panic in their hearts. If this little devil really had some means to trap and kill 9 Huangfu clan's Gold Core Realm cultivators, then this ability was really boundless. Most of them are just here to watch the show. Fangxing's divine sense was powerful, his senses were sharp, and his reaction was fast. He immediately noticed that the cultivators nearby were looking at him. Most of them were surprised, but there was no killing intent. He knew that they were just here to watch the show. Below him, a group of Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators was charging toward him under the leadership of a red-armored soldier. They were from the Huangfu clan's 8 demon tribes. After discovering this, he immediately yelled at the Golden Crow, "Get out!" However, at this moment, a powerful and piercingly cold aura shrouded down from the sky. A voice shouted, "Little devil, where is Patriarch Jelon?" Following this voice, a hand so large that it could almost cover a mountain came crashing down, wanting to grab Fangxing. It was one of the 3 Golden Core cultivators that Huangfu Jialan had left outside to stand guard. These 3 Golden Core cultivators were worried that Fangxing had entered the cave and had another way to escape. Therefore, they didn't all guard this exit. Instead, they were spread out in the void within a radius of dozens of miles to prevent Fangxing from escaping. And now, it was the Golden Core cultivator guarding above the cave that pressed his hand down when he saw Fangxing coming out. Damn it, there are still Golden Core cultivators guarding here? Fangxing was furious. He thought that they would lure all the Huangfu clan's Golden Core cultivators into the cave and kill them with the forbidden ghost slaves. If only ordinary Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators were left, he really wouldn't be afraid of them. Even if he was injured, the Golden Crow's ability was enough to help him escape. However, he didn't expect that the Huangfu clan cultivators were not stupid. They actually left Golden Core cultivators outside to stand guard. Go back. Fangxing immediately made up his mind and urged the Golden Crow to turn back into the miasma. Now that he didn't have the means to stop a Golden Core cultivator, the possibility of him forcibly escaping from a Golden Core cultivator was pitifully low. In desperation, he could only return to the grotto and see if there was another way to leave. Or, he could directly go to the old stone tortoise to negotiate and use the last blood lotus seed and the green fox ghost face to threaten it. Then, he could see if the old stone tortoise would be magnanimous and let him live. Previously, when he was making the plan, Fangxing had already made preparations. The 2 things were already hidden elsewhere. His purpose was to use these 2 things to threaten the old stone tortoise if his plan to lure the Huangfu family's Jingdan cultivator into the Green Hill tomb did not go smoothly. Putting aside the blood lotus seed, Fangxing knew that the green fox ghost mask was very important, so the stone turtle would not dare to play with it. However, the situation didn't seem to be that bad. Just as he was about to retreat into the miasma, 2 masked cultivators suddenly rushed out of the void. One charged straight at the Huangfu family's Jingdan cultivator who was condescendingly grabbing at Fangxing. The other stood in the void and waved his hands in the air. Waves of chaotic and powerful energy sealed the void and actually deterred all the cultivators. Seize the opportunity and run for your life, the masked man who was rushing toward the Huangfu family's Jingdan cultivator in the sky sent a divine sense to Fangxing and sighed softly. He actually came to save me. Sensing the fluctuation of this divine sense, Fangxing immediately knew who the masked man was and felt somewhat complicated. Honestly speaking, when he made preparations to assassinate Huangfu Daozi, he was grieving and unable to restrain his anger from killing Tai Rukwang with a single arrow. However, he also felt a sense of loneliness and bitterness from living alone in this world because of the threat of the Huangfu clan. In the end, no one would pay attention to him. But at this time, when he saw the two masked men, Fang Xing's heart felt slightly warm. The one who had come was naturally curmudgeon Wan Luo. The other one, who had pointed at the void and deterred the surrounding people and the foundation establishment cultivators of the 8 tribes of demons, was Hu Qin. He had originally thought that he was a lonely person who was hated by the heavens and the earth, but it turned out that there were 2 people who would come to save him. "Old bastard, you have to work hard. Don't get caught and killed again." Fang Xing sent a divine sense message to curmudgeon Wan Luo to be careful. This was the truth. In his heart, he was very clear about the importance of each person. He was really worried that the Huangfu family would also capture curmudgeon Wan Luo, and he didn't have the ability to save him. The masked man in the sky sent a furious divine sense message, "Scram." It was obvious that curmudgeon Wan Luo was very dissatisfied with Fang Xing's way of saying goodbye. Whoosh, the great golden crow also knew that this was a rare opportunity. It spread its wings, and its golden feathers soared into the sky as it rushed toward an opening in the void. The world was big, but one's life was the most important. At this juncture, it was best to escape. At this moment, the Huangfu family's golden core cultivator who was closest to Fang Xing was forced into a corner by curmudgeon Wan Luo's powerful mystic arts. The other cultivators were all frightened by old man Hu Qin and couldn't do anything to stop him. With the help of these 2 experts, Fang Xing actually left in a dignified manner under the gazes of the cultivators. Seeing that there was hope for him to escape, Fang Xing also became complacent. He lifted Huangfu Daozi's head up and sat on the golden crow's back. He laughed heartily and shouted to the crowd of cultivators, "Tell the Huangfu clan that this is the consequence of offending this young master. 1 Daozi and 10 golden cores are just the interest. When this young master's ability increases, he will definitely annihilate the Huangfu clan. I won't even let a dog go." Some of the cultivators wanted to stop him, while others just watched coldly. When they heard his words, they were all shocked. A foundation establishment cultivator dared to say that he would destroy the Huangfu family. It could be said to be the biggest joke in the world. However, what was even more terrifying was that at least half of the cultivators didn't think it was a joke. Even the Huangfu family's Daozi and 9 golden core cultivators were killed. Was there anything that this little devil couldn't do? "Little devil, where do you think you're going?" Just as Fang Xing was bragging proudly, he heard a mighty voice in the distant sky. 2 golden core cultivators tore through the void and rushed over with the momentum of wind and thunder. They were the other 2 golden core cultivators that Huangfu Jiaolan had arranged to guard the periphery. When they saw that there was something strange, they used a teleportation technique to rush over. However, it gave Fang Xing a fright. How could there be 2 golden core cultivators? For a moment, he couldn't care less about cursing and hurriedly urged the golden crow to escape. "The little devil must die. You dare to stop him? Do you want your entire clan to be exterminated?" One of the 2 golden core cultivators who rushed over shouted. He was still a few miles away, but he had already used a mighty mystical technique to attack old monster Wan Luo who was fighting in the sky. At this time, the 3 Huangfu family golden core cultivators were also extremely angry. Not only was the Daozi killed, but even the golden core cultivators were also killed. As a hidden royal family, how many years had it been since the Huangfu family suffered such a loss? The most infuriating thing was that there were still people who dared to help the little devil at this critical moment. Could it be that the Huangfu family's power had fallen to such an extent? Did this group of people think that going against the Huangfu family was a trivial matter without any consequences? Hehe, I just want to say that I've wanted to experience the Huangfu family's divine destruction technique for a very long time. Old monster Wan Luo laughed ghastly in the sky. He shook his body and formed a seal. At this moment, his figure actually split into 2 figures, and they formed a seal each before moving to greet the 2 golden core cultivators that were flashing over. He actually wanted to resist the 3 golden core cultivators of the Huangfu family by himself. On the other hand, old man Hu Qin who was slightly below swept a cold gaze over as well. He flicked his finger in the air, and it seemed as if he'd plucked a shapeless string, causing a ghastly sword chi to shoot out violently towards one of the golden core cultivators in the sky with the intention of helping old monster Wan Luo share the pressure. The #1 expert in Chu region had joined forces with old monster Wan Luo, who no one knew exactly how strong he was, and they'd actually shockingly gone against the 3 Golden Core realm cultivators of the Huangfu clan. At the same time, they'd deterred all the surrounding cultivators with unknown intentions, causing them to be unable to move, and they even seemed to have strength to spare. The 3 Golden Core realm cultivators of the Huangfu clan burned with rage when they saw Fang Xing and Gold Crow fleeing further and further in the distant sky, and they anxiously desired to chase after them. But they were only from a branch family, and they weren't an extraordinary Golden Core realm cultivator like Huangfu Jialan after all. Moreover, the strengths of these 2 masked people were formidable to an unimaginable degree, so under their full strength entanglement, they actually didn't have the chance to shake them off and charge forward. As they roared, they were already hateful to the extreme, but it was also at this moment that the miasma in the Green Hill tomb surged, and suddenly, a person rushed out from inside. His hair was disheveled, and his dharma robe was in a mess. He was covered in wounds, and he'd lost an arm. He was roaring incessantly. Impressively, it was Huangfu Jialan. If Fang Xing had seen this scene, he'd probably be shocked that Huangfu Jialan had forcibly escaped from the stone cave. Old monster Wan Luo and old man Hu Qin's hearts trembled when they saw this scene. The 2 of them joining forces was enough to suppress the 3 people guarding outside, but if Huangfu Jialan joined in, the pressure would be too great. However, in this brief moment of absent-mindedness, 2 more Gold Core experts rushed out from the void. Without saying a word, they directly attacked Huangfu Jialan, who had not yet stabilized his footing in the void. Poor Huangfu Jialan. He had escaped from the land of certain death with great difficulty, but before he could even catch his breath, he was forced to retreat into the miasma by the 2 powerful forces once again. Old monster Wan Luo and old man Hu Qin laughed in unison, thinking that these 2 bastards had finally made their move. Afterwards, when Fang Xing heard about Huangfu Jialan's misfortune, he also felt that this fellow was too pitiful. It must be known that he and the Golden Crow were able to escape from the stone cave because, in their eyes, the formation inside the stone cave was useless. In addition, the Golden Core cultivators of the Huangfu clan had attracted the attention of the Forbidden Yin ghost slaves, which created an opportunity for them. However, Huangfu Jialan relied on his own adaptability and strength, as well as the help of the other Golden Core cultivators, to forcefully break through the formation and the Forbidden Yin ghost slaves' encirclement and escape. Of course, one of the arms that was caught by the Forbidden Yin ghost slaves was also ruthlessly torn off by him. "Little devil, in the 9 heavens and 10 earths, I will definitely kill you," Huangfu Jialan rushed out of the miasma and roared angrily. As one of the outstanding Golden Core cultivators of the Huangfu clan, he had never suffered such a great loss before. However, before he could finish his roar, he was suddenly forced back into the miasma by 2 people who suddenly rushed over. The miasma originally contained countless Forbidden Yin ghost slaves. When they saw that Huangfu Jialan had escaped from the miasma, they didn't dare to chase after him. However, when they saw that he was suddenly forced back, they immediately attacked him, and in an instant, 7 or 8 Forbidden Yin ghost slaves grabbed his body. What the F***ck is going on? Until he was sucked dry, Huangfu Jialan still didn't know who killed him. Hee, you 2 old bastards are also willing to make a move. Old monster Wan Luo laughed and asked the 2 masked Golden Core cultivators. One of them was holding a long sword that emitted a piercingly cold light. He didn't have time to argue with old monster Wan Luo and said resolutely, "Since we have already made a move, let's be more ruthless. Today, none of the Huangfu clan cultivators can live." After saying that, he angrily attacked the Golden Core cultivators of the Huangfu clan side by side with old monster Wan Luo. Old monster Wan Luo was stunned when he heard this and thought to himself, why are the youngsters nowadays so ruthless? Am I King old? The 2 people who had made their moves were naturally Mu Longyin and Zhang Daoyi of the Great Puppet Sect. Mu Longyin was younger than old monster Wan Luo by 200 years, so he could indeed be considered a young man. As the 2 of them made their moves, old monster Wan Luo and old man Hu Qin's advantage became even more obvious. Unless Yuanying from the Huangfu clan personally came, the situation would be irreversible. In order to wait for Xiao Shui to enter the depths of the profound domain, the people of the Great Snow Mountains lineage didn't leave. Even when Huangfu Daozi left the profound domain, they were still watching from the sky. When they saw Huangfu Daozi's outstanding talent, these old men had mixed feelings. They deeply felt that the Huangfu clan's foundation was indeed extraordinary. It was as bright as the sun, suppressing the cultivators of the Nanzhan province. They were all old and shrewd fellows. They had secretly heard that the Huangfu clan had endured for 3,000 years and planned to take advantage of the opening of the profound domain to push their daozi into the light, preparing for the Huangfu clan to truly rule over the Nanzhan province. In other words, the Huangfu clan of the Nanzhan province was already tired of the title of Hidden Emperor. They were prepared to step onto the stage and become the true emperor of the Nanzhan province. The heavens suspending 9 coffins were filled with countless opportunities. In the eyes of different cultivators, the 9 coffins represented different things. When some people saw the 9 coffins, they thought that they represented countless opportunities and treasures. When others saw the 9 coffins, they thought that they represented countless inheritances. And in the eyes of some ambitious people, the 9 coffins represented countless opportunities. For example, the Huangfu clan of the Nanzhan province believed that the opening of the profound domain represented an opportunity for them to step onto the stage. They could take advantage of the opening of the profound domain to establish their prestige and fight for opportunities. At the same time, they could also prove their strength. It was like killing 3 birds with 1 stone, thinking back to when old monster Wan Luo and Chu Taisheng joined hands to chase after the Golden Light ancestor. They coincidentally met the Huangfu clan's patriarch and resolved the grudge between them. To put it bluntly, the world was so big, so how could it be so easy to meet? The Huangfu clan felt that this was an opportunity, so they purposely appeared at the right place at the right time and used their prestige to resolve this conflict. Although it was only a simple resolution of a conflict on the surface, it had its own deeper meaning. First, they could gain the favor of a character like the Golden Light ancestor. Second, they could use this opportunity to declare to the world and evoke the memory of the legendary Huangfu clan's prestige in the Nanzhan. Afterwards, the reason why Huangfu Daozi issued an order for Feng Xing to immediately enter the depths of the profound domain to pay a visit to him was also in accordance with the Huangfu clan's philosophy. It was nothing more than using the provocative Feng Xing to establish his prestige. All of this was originally incomparably smooth, even smoother than the Huangfu clan had imagined. However, they never expected that in the end, because of Huangfu Daozi's order, so many things would happen. It could be said that the Huangfu clan's painstakingly managed strategy was ultimately disrupted, and there was almost no smooth progress at all. Of course, this wasn't the end. In the end, Huangfu Daozi even lost his life. After seeing the scene of Feng Xing assassinating Huangfu Daozi, the shock in the hearts of the Great Snow Mountain's 4 elders could be said to be indescribable. This little bastard, every step he took was truly hair-raising, even they faintly admired him. Although their cultivation was higher than his, their courage really couldn't compare to his. After that, old monster Wan Luo secretly made a decision. When he saw Feng Xing escape, he said a few words to the other 3 elders of the Great Snow Mountain. If this little bastard doesn't die, the Huangfu clan's Nanzhan's title of Hidden Emperor will be a joke. After saying that, he escaped into the void, secretly already having the intention to save Feng Xing. Although it was very dangerous to go against the Huangfu clan, he couldn't care less. The other 3 elders of the Great Snow Mountain knew that the main reason old monster Wan Luo wanted to save Feng Xing was because he valued the little devil as his disciple. However, they also felt that old monster Wan Luo's words were somewhat reasonable, so they fell into hesitation. Old man Hu Qin was the second person to make the decision. He only indifferently smiled. I already owe him a favor. After saying that, he also disappeared into the void. The 2 of them quickly made a decision to save Feng Xing's life and let him escape. However, Zhang Daoyi and Mu Longyin were conflicted for a long time. Under the urging of various thoughts, they finally made their move. Zhang Daoyi's thoughts were more far-reaching. He felt that the trouble Feng Xing had caused was too big. The Huangfu clan's reaction after the incident was simply unimaginable. Anyone related to him would probably not be able to escape the Huangfu clan's hostility. If the Great Snow Mountain could tacitly cut off their relationship with the little devil before, it was no longer possible now. Since that was the case, rather than letting the little devil die here, it was better to help him escape. This would also give the Huangfu clan a target to vent their anger on. As long as the Huangfu clan was anxious to kill Feng Xing, they would be less focused on the Great Snow Mountain. After all, the Great Snow Mountain was not Blue Cloud's sect, and old monster Wan Luo was not iron like madness. In addition, with the protection of the spiritual mountain temple, before the Huangfu clan captured Fangxing, it was impossible for them to completely fall out with the Great Snow Mountain. Their only choice was to use all kinds of methods to capture Fangxing. However, Mu Longyin's thinking was much simpler. After seeing what Fangxing had done, he suddenly felt that if this little bastard did not die, his future would probably be limitless. Thus, he wanted to push the boat with the current and form a good relationship with him. For people like them who prioritized benefits, once they made a decision, they would be even more ruthless than old monster Wan Luo and old man Hu Qin. From their point of view, since they were going to make a move, they would not leave a single person alive. After all, even if Li Fuchen was masked, as a gold core realm cultivator, his senses were astonishing. How could he really hide from the Huangfu clan? His identity would be exposed sooner or later, so they might as well kill all of them so that there would be no evidence. Old monster Wan Luo was not an old bird. After understanding the intentions of the two, he decided to come up with a vicious plan. After thinking for a while, he let out a fierce roar and his divine scent shook the void. Today, everyone from the Huangfu clan will die here. The great opportunities that they obtained from the mysterious domain will all become ownerless. I wonder who will get their hands on the treasures that they plundered from the mysterious domain? Hearing this, the faces of the Huangfu clan's cultivators immediately changed, while the eyes of countless cultivators at the side suddenly lit up. Old man Hu Qin knew what old monster Wan Luo was thinking and transmitted his divine sense. This plan is very vicious. Old freak Wan Luo chuckled and said coldly, this old man just wanted to learn from that brat's methods. I have to say, this is a brilliant plan. The so-called cultivators cultivate a sanctimonious appearance, with the demeanor of an immortal, but inside, they are ruthless and greedy. Without crossing the 9 tribulations, their desires cannot be quenched, and they are all greedy. As long as we give them a primer, they don't have to worry about the rest. Old monster Wan Luo was right. Not long after he shouted, a person shrouded in golden mist suddenly appeared from the void and charged towards the Huangfu clan's foundation establishment cultivators like a lion hunting a rabbit. With his gold core cultivation, how could he allow the foundation establishment cultivators to resist? In an instant, he killed 2 or 3 of them and took their storage pouches. The law doesn't discriminate against the masses. Since they dare to make a move, how can this old man fall behind? Damn it, the Huangfu clan has been flaunting their strength for long enough. Now that the chaos is over, this old man will also take a share, with the opportunity in front of us, who dares to call themselves the hidden emperor or not. I was the one who set my eyes on that storage pouch first. In an instant, even more people attacked with cold gazes. The cultivators were like lions and tigers, bearing their sharp claws and fangs. The dignified Nanzhan Hidden Emperor clan was actually facing annihilation. At the same time, at the foot of a towering mountain in the western desert of the southern Zhan prefecture, there was a huge lake. The water of the lake was black, and it was unknown how many demon spirits were floating within it. Although they had been dead for many years, these demon spirits were not free. They were sealed within the lake, and the surging resentment caused the entire lake to be dyed black. It was as terrifying as the netherworld itself. Beside the lake, there were several hidden caves. The mysterious cultivators inside absorbed the resentment from the lake water day and night to cultivate. For thousands of years, they didn't care about worldly affairs and only cultivated day and night. However, at this moment, an old cultivator who had been immersed in his sea of knowledge for countless years was suddenly awakened as if he had sensed something. Trash, trash, trash. After the cultivator opened his bright eyes, a strand of divine sense floated out and quickly found something. His aged voice immediately shouted, causing the entire mountain to shake and the black lake water to churn. The ancestor has awakened? In the layers of palaces on the mountain, the Huangfu clan master, who had just learned that Huangfu Daozi had been killed and was anxious to mobilize troops, was greatly shocked. He hurriedly knelt in the direction of the black water lake and shouted, "Ancestor, please calm down. This grandson is useless. I will personally capture the person who assassinated my Huangfu clan Daozi and exterminate his 10 clans to prove my Huangfu clan's might. Daozi can die, but the lotus cannot be lost." Without waiting for the Huangfu clan master to finish speaking, the cultivator by the black water lake let out a roar and a black shadow soared into the sky. At the same time, it was as if a flood dragon was rolling inside the black water lake. After a long while, there was a rumble and half of the lake water was sucked out, turning into a terrifying demonic cloud. The brown-robed old cultivator tore through the void and fled toward the Bohai nation. With his extreme speed, it only took him half an hour to cross 100,000 li, which was much faster than a flying magic treasure. However, when he was only about 10,000 li away from the Bohai nation, he suddenly felt a chill in his heart. In the blink of an eye, he stopped his magical ability and floated above the clouds. A gust of wind blew in front of him and tore the clouds apart, revealing a white-haired man sitting cross-legged in the void. In front of the man, there was a chessboard. There were only a few pieces on it, and the game was still in progress. "Fellow Taoist, who are you? Why are you blocking my way?" The brown-robed old man said coldly. Fearing his opponent's cultivation, he didn't directly charge forward. The white-haired man's expression was indifferent as he lightly smiled and said, "I intend to invite you to a game of chess." The brows of the old man instantly knit tightly, and he shouted sternly, "I don't have time to play chess with you, quickly move aside." The white-haired man raised his head and looked at the brown-robed elder. He said calmly, "If you're not going to play chess, then scram back to Blackwater Lake." The brown-robed elder instantly flew into a rage, and his gaze shot out like an arrow as he shouted coldly, "What did you say?" The white-haired man sighed softly and said, "I really don't like you people from the Huangfu clan. I originally shouldn't have made a move, but you've forced me to be unable to sit still. I'll give you one last chance. If you're not willing to turn back, then I'll kill you." At the Green Hill tomb, the situation had already completely gone out of control. Not to mention the cultivators that had been lured into the Green Hill tomb by Feng Xing, they were completely annihilated. Even the 3 golden core cultivators that stood guard outside were killed by the joint forces of the 4 masked cultivators. In the end, because of a single sentence, it caused the situation of all the cultivators fighting over the Huangfu clan's fortuitous encounter. That group of pitiful cultivators from the Huangfu clan usually had a high and mighty attitude no matter where they were, but now they had become lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Things have gotten out of hand. In the chaotic situation, the 4 elders of the Great Snow Mountain had already quietly retreated to the side after killing the 3 golden core cultivators from the Huangfu clan. Looking at the chaotic situation around the Green Hill tomb, the few of them were a little speechless, feeling that the situation was even bigger than they had imagined. When cultivators go crazy, it's really scary. Even the 4 of us feel a little shocked when we did such a thing. Where do you think that little bastard came from? At such a young age, he dares to do such a thing in the mysterious domain? Zhang Daoyi of the Ghost God Valley sighed guiltily as he looked at the scene. When old monster Wan Luo heard this, he was a little proud and chuckled. That little bastard has guts, he doesn't know fear. Old man Hu Qin also smiled and said, "This kid is extraordinary." Mu Longyin said, "If he survives, I'm afraid we'll have to rely on him in the future. But let's not talk about him for now. With his ability, he should be able to escape, and we can't help him anymore. Let's think about our situation. This time, things have gotten out of hand. Although the Huangfu clan can't find any evidence to pin it on us, they're not stupid. They'll definitely think that we have something to do with it. If the Yuanying clan of the Huangfu clan attacks in anger, I'm afraid the 4 of us won't be able to withstand it." When old monster Wan Luo heard this, he sneered and said, "Do you think the Yuanying clan will attack so easily? If the Yuanying clan makes a move, the whole world will be shocked, and the spiritual mountain temple will not sit idly by. If worst comes to worst, the 4 of us will shave our hair and become monks." When the other 3 heard this, they looked at each other and smiled helplessly. They knew that old monster Wan Luo was right. Old man Hu Qin laughed and teased his old friend. "It's not a big deal for me to become a monk. I'll be lonely anyway, and I have no other worries. But if you, the old man who was known as Hua Hua Tai Sui, became a monk, that would be quite interesting." Just as he was about to leave, old man Hu Qin suddenly frowned and looked into the distance. Old monster Wan Luo, Zhang Daoyi, and Mu Longyin all looked in the same direction. They saw that in the sky to the southeast, there were clusters of auspicious clouds flying in their direction. Those clouds were different from the usual auspicious clouds. They actually contained traces of divinity, and contained an indescribably terrifying pressure. "Why are the people from China here?" Zhang Daoi's expression changed greatly when he saw those auspicious clouds. He had a bad feeling. Old man Huqin said in a low voice, "There's killing intent in the clouds. They don't come with good intentions. Let's return to the Temple of Paragon." Having made their decision, the four of them immediately used a teleportation technique to leave. However, the other cultivators didn't have the same fast reaction speed and decisiveness as them. The slaughter continued down below. It was no longer the case of people fighting over cultivators from Huangfu's faction. Some of the weaker factions, those that had lost their backbone, or those that were injured, were being targeted by others. In the past, although there were cultivators who secretly robbed others, they didn't do it openly. There were still some rules between the various powers, and the cultivators did their best to abide by them. Even the Huangfu clan only used their power to suppress others and didn't directly rob other cultivators. But now, with the Huangfu clan's cultivators being robbed, the balance that was maintained in the dark was broken, and everyone began to rob others. Even when the clouds came from the southeast, the cultivators did not stop. Only a few who saw the opportunity quickly slipped away. Haha, the land of Nanzhan is indeed a group of barbarians. I knew they wouldn't follow the rules. The clouds flew past the sky above the Green Hill tomb. A cloud stopped and dispersed, revealing an old man with long black hair draped over his shoulders. His eyes were filled with disdain as he glanced at the cultivators below. He thought for a moment, and a hint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. The Taoist of China's Qing Luo sect was killed in the Xian domain, and we obtained very few opportunities. Instead of letting these opportunities fall into the hands of these barbarians, why don't we? Thinking of this, he sent a spiritual thought to the disciple behind him. Since the Nanzhan wants chaos, then let's make it even more chaotic. His disciple understood and immediately rushed out of the cloud, charging towards the cultivators of the Southern Sword sect who were engaged in a fierce battle below. The elder of Qing Luo school smiled coldly and rushed down towards the Green Hill tomb with the others. They had been alerted by the aura coming from the Green Hill tomb. The faster cultivators from the Divine Prefecture had already rushed into the valley where the Green Hill tomb was located. Someone cast a secret technique and grabbed a handful of miasma in his hand. With a slight sniff, a bright light immediately flashed across his eyes. That's right. From the aura, this is the Immortal Palace from China. I didn't expect it to be here. Could it be that Nanzhan is really a blessed land? This great opportunity is also here. Break into the palace. There's no mistake about the miasma. The Immortal Palace that escaped from China is most likely inside. For a moment, all the cultivators from China were overjoyed. There were even people who directly studied the miasma that gathered in the Green Hill tomb, preparing to break into the palace. In the southeast direction, there were still countless clouds rushing over. They were all the sects and forces of China. They were originally stationed at the sea. Other than the junior disciples who were sent to the mysterious domain, they did not set foot in Nanzhan. However, at this moment, they were all attracted by the Immortal Palace in the Green Hill tomb. For a moment, the clouds were like rain. Among the cultivators from China who came here, some came for the Green Hill tomb, some saw the chaos in Nanzhan and had the same thoughts as the Qing Luo sect. Without saying it out loud, there were people who joined the fight for the opportunity. Starting from the Green Hill tomb, the chaos spread out circle by circle, and the disaster continued to expand. A riot that was the biggest since Nanzhan had chased away the demons was sweeping across the land of Nanzhan like a wildfire. In just 3 short days, the calamity of Nanzhan was unavoidable. From the beginning of the plundering of the Huangfu clan's cultivators, to the beginning of a small-scale massacre among the cultivators of the Nanzhan provinces, to the involvement of some cultivators from the Divine Continent, and the covert involvement of the cultivators from the Divine Continent, this small massacre quickly spread from the Bohai country's Qingqiu tomb to all the cultivators who had yet to leave the Xian domain. Gradually, it started from the Chu domain and seemed to be burning the entire Nanzhan. After the cultivators of Nanzhan obtained their fortuitous encounters, some of them left immediately. Some of them stayed in the Xian domain and only left the Xian domain a few days ago. Thus, many people who had obtained fortuitous encounters quickly gathered in this area. They were undoubtedly the first group of people to suffer. Starting from them, some sects and powerful forces were also plundered. In a short period of time, everyone felt insecure. Fortunately, most of the people who took action were the small sects and forces of the Divine Continent. Although the Divine Continent occupied 3/4 of the Xian domain, there were many big sects and forces. Naturally, it was difficult for these small sects to get a share of the pie and obtain very few fortuitous encounters. Thus, they set their sights on the cultivators of Nanzhan. In their hearts, they all had the same thought, and that was that the barbaric land did not deserve the fortuitous encounters of the Xian domain. Apart from them, there were also some mysterious forces that joined in the plundering. Some people speculated that they were the demonic seeds of the northern demon tribe and the western ox prefecture who did not obtain the opportunity to enter the Xian domain. They did not dare to provoke the sects and families of the Dongxing Divine Continent, so they focused their attention on the cultivators of Nanzhan. They wanted to stir up the already chaotic waters of Nanzhan and obtain their own fortuitous encounters. Under these circumstances, the only forces that had the ability to stop this calamity of Nanzhan were the Lingshan Temple and the Huangfu clan. However, the Huangfu clan discovered that they had lost 10 gold core realm cultivators and a Daoist in the course of this battle in the Xian domain. Moreover, they had gained nothing in the end. Hence, they did not plan to stop this. Instead, they added fuel to the fire and pushed this chaotic situation to the extreme. Nanzhan's calamity could no longer be avoided. Even the Lingshan Temple had to retreat to protect themselves after a series of futile efforts. At the root of it all, the source of all this calamity was related to Feng Xing, and it started from the moment he assassinated Huangfu Daozi. It was precisely because of this that besides feeling detest, the cultivators of Nanzhan gave Feng Xing another name. Bringer of disaster. Wherever the little devil went, there would be countless disasters. It had almost become the golden rule of the cultivation world. When this calamity engulfed Nanzhan, the real big sects of the Divine Continent did not participate in it. Or, although they had also sent their disciples to plunder opportunities, their main attention was still on the Green Hill Tomb. Some of the big sects of the Divine Continent had grasped many secrets that the cultivators of the foreign domain did not understand. They attached great importance to the Green Hill Tomb, even more so than the opportunities of the Xian domain. The miasma can be solved. Refining the antidote is enough. The Great Array can also be broken step by finding people who are proficient in array formations. Only the forbidden ghost slaves are difficult to deal with. Even Gold Core Realm cultivators are not its match. Do we need to invite the Yuanying ancestor to break into the Immortal Palace? The Yuanying ancestor's aura is vast and powerful. Once we get close, it will trigger the Immortal Palace's counterattack or escape. Even the Xian domain will be closed because of their approach. Therefore, these various opportunities can only be obtained by Gold Core Realm cultivators. The big sects of the Divine Continent gathered near the Green Hill Tomb were wholeheartedly studying the matter of breaking into the Immortal Palace. Some people had a headache because they could not find a safe way to enter the Immortal Palace in the stone cave. With such opportunities in front of us, how can there be no risk at all? Some people were more impatient and eager to enter the Xian domain. They made a firm decision. If we are careful, we might be able to avoid the forbidden ghost slaves. It is said that as long as we enter the depths of the Immortal Palace, we might be able to obtain the inheritance of the Immortal Palace. We can't wait any longer. When all the big forces arrive, we might not have a chance. We must immediately find people to risk our lives and enter the Immortal Palace. Even if we die, we must quickly enter. All kinds of thoughts made some sects and forces decide to risk their lives and enter the Immortal Palace. Although cultivators all cherished their lives, in the face of a fortuitous opportunity, there was no lack of courage to risk their lives. Soon, many sects had already sent out fully armed golden core cultivators, determined to explore the Immortal Palace with a determination to die. After the first Gold Core Realm cultivator rushed in, it was as if the floodgates had been opened. Gold Core Realm cultivators rushed in like a tide. Countless people were torn apart by the Great Array, and countless people were killed by the forbidden ghost slaves. The inside of the Green Hill Tomb seemed to have really become a desolate tomb at this time. It was the tomb of the Gold Core Realm cultivators. Ha 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 ha, how dare you? Aren't you afraid of death? In the Immortal Palace, the stone turtle that had been awakened by Feng Xing sensed that more and more people had rushed in. In anger, it sneered. Since you all want to risk your lives, then I will let you all die. Anyway, the more cultivators that die here, the the stronger the power of the great array. I want to see how long you all will continue to want to die. In any case, the more the better for me." With a cold roar, the stone turtle pushed the great array. A vast power crushed over, grinding every cultivator like a giant millstone. "There are heavy casualties. We can't force our way in anymore." The cultivators in the region of the Divine Prefecture were also in pain. None of the people they had sent in had returned. Many cultivators did not even escape from the stone cave. Under the pressure of pain, they had realized that it was really difficult to force their way in. The mysterious Great Array and the ubiquitous Forbidden ghost slaves had turned the inside of the stone cave into a land of death. It was a tomb that buried Gold Core Realm cultivators. "We can't force our way in, but it's not like there's no way at all. Capture people, capture them, feed them the resting pill, and hide them in the storage bag. When the Forbidden ghost slaves get close, we can throw them out. This can buy us some time to escape death." Some cultivators who had escaped alive also thought of a vicious method and shouted coldly. At this point, all kinds of coverings had been torn off, and the cultivators revealed their true crazed faces. That was, by hook or by crook. The naked bloody nature of the cultivation world where the weak were prey to the strong. Immediately, some people took action and went to capture those weak cultivators. There were even people who directly captured a city of mortals, hypnotized them, fixed their souls, and put them into storage bags. Then, they rushed into the stone cave. From a struggle for opportunities, it had now risen to a struggle for people. Starting from the Green Hill tomb, a calamity had risen to the extreme, and it was difficult to describe its cruelty and madness. "You want to use this method to break into the Immortal Palace?" In the Immortal Palace, the stone tortoise's eyes were also red with anxiety, and it revealed a scarlet killing intent. "Since you refuse to realize your mistakes, then let's obliterate you all." Rumble, the huge Green Hill tomb, the passageways that extended in all directions, and countless cultivators were obliterated. It was like a Jura hell, resentment soared into the sky, specks of ghosts, and vast blood energy gathered into a kind of violent and raging power. It was all collected by the Immortal Palace, and under the guidance of an invisible force, it gathered towards the lotus pond in the Immortal Palace. Then, it was absorbed by the pool of blood lotuses. In an instant, there were actually 3 blood lotuses that bloomed, and then they wilted, turning into mature lotus pods that were on the verge of collapse. Chi and blood rushed in the opposite direction, returning to the bottom of the pool of blood lotuses. In this special environment, a low sigh suddenly sounded, as if a woman had woken up from a great dream. "Haha, let's see if I don't kill you." In the Immortal Palace, the stone tortoise was in the middle of activating the Great Formation and killing people. When it suddenly heard this sigh, it was startled, and it looked towards the lotus pond in fear. It even forgot to activate the Great Formation, as if it had seen a ghost. Is it awake? That existence is actually awake. Under the stone tortoise's horrified gaze, an arm that was like a jade root reached out from the blood lotus pond. It was white and flawless, and it had a lazy appearance. When it saw this arm, the stone tortoise was simply indescribably frightened. Its eyes were like a thief that had seen its master wake up, and it was incomparably terrified. If this fellow had a heart, its heart would have already jumped to its throat, and it would almost turn around and flee. However, this arm rested on the side of the pond for a long time, and a faint voice said to itself, "Sleep a little longer." Then, the arm slowly retracted, the stone tortoise let out a sigh of relief, and thought to itself, "Go back to sleep for another few hundred years." However, before it could even catch its breath, suddenly, outside the Immortal Palace, there were screams and countless sounds of people flying through the air. Unexpectedly, several people rushed outside the Immortal Palace at the same time. It was those who had broken into the stone cave. Originally, they were blocked by the Great Formation that the stone tortoise was activating, and there were heavy casualties. However, the awakening of the person in the lotus pond was too shocking, and the stone tortoise actually forgot to activate the Great Formation for a moment, and this group of people seized the opportunity. Those who dared to break into the stone cave were all astonishingly talented golden core cultivators of the Divine Continent. Not a single one of them was weak. They seized this opportunity and rushed outside the Immortal Palace. This is... Why are there so many kneeling corpses? Could it be that they are the great figures who forcibly seized the inheritance of the Immortal Palace and disappeared? This really is the immortal palace from 700 years ago. I have heard people describe its appearance. Countless panicked voices rang out, and even some people knelt down in worship. There were also people who rushed in from outside the palace. The many noises caused the girl in the lotus pond to be slightly startled. Her hazy consciousness that seemed like it was about to fall asleep again gradually became clear. She could feel that the existence in the lotus pond was really waking up, and the aura was becoming clearer and clearer. A lotus arm once again reached out from the lotus pond, and a head covered in black hair gradually rose. Who is disturbing my sleep? A very dissatisfied voice rang out. After experiencing countless deaths and tribulations, the divine continent cultivators finally rushed to the front of the immortal palace. Their hearts were filled with indescribable excitement. Although they were a little shocked when they saw the corpses kneeling in front of the palace, they quickly reacted. Behind them, the forbidden ghost slaves were still chasing like fish. The group of divine continent cultivators immediately made a decision. They each threw out a dozen living people to stop them and took the opportunity to rush to the immortal palace. Boom! The half-closed door of the immortal palace was pushed open, and 5 figures rushed into the immortal palace at the same time. However, after rushing into the immortal palace, before they had time to scan their surroundings, their eyes were attracted by an existence. It was a pool of blood, and it was filled with a cluster of lotus flowers. They were beautiful and bewitching. At this moment, the lotus flowers were slowly parting to the sides, and a young girl was slowly rising from the lotus pool. As more and more of her body was exposed, the lotus flowers' petals flew off and turned into a pink dress that hung on her body. She was elegant and refined, and she looked otherworldly. How can there be a living person in the immortal palace? Seeing this scene, the 5 golden core cultivators from the divine continent were shocked. At this moment, the girl also tilted her head and looked at them. Her eyes were slightly confused, as if she had just woken up. Her eyes were clear and quiet, and wherever she looked, there seemed to be an indescribable sense of oppression. When her gaze fell on the 5 golden core cultivators from the divine continent, the 5 golden core cultivators immediately stopped moving and stood on the spot. When they looked back, they saw the dense forbidden ghost slaves outside the immortal palace. The ghost slaves also immediately stopped moving, as if time had frozen. It's not a dream. The girl looked at them for a long time and suddenly spoke softly. There seemed to be a little more sadness on her face. Then, she stepped out of the lotus pool and slowly walked out of the immortal palace with a pair of bare feet. When she passed by the 5 golden core cultivators, she gently stopped and stamped her feet like a little girl. She said, "The smell of blood is so strong, don't kill anymore." That feeling was like a spoiled little girl next door acting like a spoiled child to an adult. However, these 5 golden core cultivators from the divine prefecture were clearly ruthless and powerful, but in front of her, none of them dared to speak. They were even intimidated by the strange aura on the girl's body and nodded blankly. That's good. From now on, you guys will stay here and protect me. The girl laughed and made another request. The 5 Jingdan stage cultivators stood there blankly. After a long time, they actually nodded and agreed to this seemingly strange request. In front of the girl, they actually had the idea that they could not refuse her request no matter what. It seemed that since she had spoken, he had to listen to her. It was not hypnosis, but it seemed to be much more brilliant and powerful than hypnosis. The girl was finally satisfied. She walked out of the immortal palace and said to the forbidden ghost slaves, "There's nothing else for you guys to do." Following her words, all of the forbidden ghost slaves bowed and quietly retreated. Outside the immortal palace, everything was clean. The girl's footsteps did not stop. She continued to walk forward. As she walked out of the cave step by step, faint rays of light would occasionally be attracted by her and seep into the center of her brows. Those rays of light were the manifestation of her soul. It was a secret technique that scattered her soul into the world, allowing her to observe the world even when she was asleep until she woke up. Now that she had retrieved these rays of soul light, she could know what had happened in this world while she was asleep. As more and more soul light was retrieved, the expression on the girl's face became complicated and never-changing. One moment, she was exceptionally indignant. The next moment, she was filled with grief. The next moment, her face was filled with disappointment, and the next moment, she was slightly comforted. At the same time, her temperament was also fluctuating. At one moment, she was calm and indifferent. She was like a female immortal who had lived for millions of years and was accustomed to worldly affairs. At the next moment, she was like an ignorant young girl who did not understand the world, 300 years too early. As she approached the entrance of the cave, she muttered to herself. She felt that many of the soul light had not been retrieved and that her memories were incomplete. Even so, her expression had already turned cold. From that ignorant young girl, she had already turned into a cold and aloof female immortal. She walked straight out of the cave. With a wave of her sleeves, the thick miasma outside the cave dispersed with a wave of her hand and entered her sleeves. After that, her pure white feet stepped into the sky. A lotus platform appeared beneath her feet, and she flew into the sky. At this moment, there were still countless cultivators from the divine continent guarding outside the cave. All of them were looking at her in shock. In the distant horizon, there were even endless battles unfolding. It was the peak of the calamity in the Nanzhang continent. The girl's gaze swept far into the distant sky. It was as if she had already seen all the battles and disasters with just a single glance. After that, a hint of disappointment flashed across her face. She was extremely displeased. You can fight for the places where the Xian coffin is allowed to be fought over. Once the opportunity has been decided, don't fight over it anymore. Her gaze directly looked at the 4 or 5 cultivators of the Golden Core realm who were guarding outside the Green Hill tomb. These 4 or 5 people were at the Golden Core realm who had reached the Great Realization stage. The sects and forces that they belonged to were also top-notch existences in the Divine Continent. The girl seemed to be unconcerned, but her words had vaguely grasped the point. It was as if she knew who her words would be effective to. However, when the great cultivators from the Divine Continent saw the appearance of the girl in the lotus robe, their pupils shrank and their faces were filled with shock. Of course, there was no response. They all realized that the girl in the lotus robe was extraordinary, but they were not intimidated by her. They were only unusually curious about the girl in the lotus robe. They were all guessing her origin and identity in their hearts. The girl in the lotus robe glanced at them and seemed to know what they were thinking. She sighed softly and said, "Why can't you understand? Even if you can snatch all the opportunities in your hands, who can bear all the karma?" After saying that, she let out a long sigh and looked straight into the void. Whoosh, at this moment, there was an endless brilliance in the bottom of her eyes. It penetrated a great distance and directly saw the person she wanted to see. In a place that was unknown how far away from the encountering monster ridge, in the Lingshan temple, a skinny old monk who was sitting cross-legged in a monk's room suddenly sensed something. He glanced in the direction of the girl in the lotus robe and softly chanted a Buddhist chant. In the southeastern sea of clouds, in the Fuyao Palace, the great cultivator in the purple robe also looked in the direction of the girl in the lotus robe. The girl in the lotus robe looked in different directions 9 times and locked onto 9 different people, attracting their attention. These 9 people were located in different locations in the 4 provinces of Tianyuan. The distance between them was unknown, but the girl in the lotus robe saw them when she wanted to see them. This kind of amazing magical power made them not dare to underestimate her. They even vaguely guessed her identity. The heavenly eye, those who wanted to see it would see the legendary celestial method. After attracting the attention of the 9 people, the girl in the lotus robe said in a low voice, "I would like to represent the 9 coffins to talk to you." With that, she suddenly charged towards the heavens like a wisp of smoke. A total of 9 streaks of light shot up from various locations across the 4 planes, heading for outer space. They unleashed their full strength to keep up with the girl. They even dispersed their presences across the region, deterring all the cultivators who were fighting over the fortuitous encounters. As a result, the devastating Southside continent fell silent for a few seconds. No one knew what the girl in the lotus robe and the 9 great cultivators talked about that day. In short, after half an hour, 9 different decrees were issued and spread across the 4 provinces of Tianyuan. The content of the decrees was that the cultivators of Tianyuan should immediately stop fighting for the fortune of the mysterious region. Whoever obtained it would be the one who obtained it. The 9 decrees were too important. They were enough to shock the cultivators of Tianyuan. No one dared to disobey them. Because the 9 decrees were too important and had too great of an influence, they were remembered by the future generations and called the Alliance of the 9 Heavens. A great calamity swept across the Nanzhang continent for 3 days and finally stopped because of the appearance of a mysterious girl. Of course, the competition for the fortune did not really stop. Because of the appearance of the Alliance of 9 Heavens, all the sects and forces stopped fighting on the surface. However, all kinds of schemes and calculations were carried out in the dark. Like a huge wheel, once it was started, it could not be stopped. When the 9 decrees were issued, the girl in the lotus robe was very satisfied. She said to herself, "It seems that those who can cultivate to this level under the rules of the world are not stupid. They are not timid either. They can still tell which way the wind is blowing." After talking to herself, she seemed a little lost. I woke up 300 years earlier. Where should I go? Should I go back to sleep again? After hesitating for a while, she decided not to go back to sleep. She made up her mind. I'm going to play. However, when she thought of where to go to play, she was somewhat at a loss. She could only use her little brain and keep thinking. After a long time, she suddenly remembered a vague memory. When she was still in the deepest level of sleep, someone had fed her a blood lotus seed. It was also because of that blood lotus seed that she had eaten early that she had woken up 300 years earlier. I'll go find him, the girl in the lotus robe thought to herself. She glanced at a person tens of thousands of li away and confirmed his location. Then, her real body turned into a ray of light and returned to the lotus pond of the immortal palace. She recalled the soul light that had yet to return to her body and separated her divine sense. She extracted a jade root from the lotus pond and refined it into a clone. With a lively smile, she turned into a ray of light and flew towards the eastern sea. The descent of the mysterious coffin had brought great opportunities and calamities to the Nanzhang continent. However, it had finally come to an end in an even greater calamity. Due to the unexpected appearance of the immortal palace, the Alliance of the 9 Heavens had been formed. The sects and aristocratic families had no choice but to focus their energy on secretly plotting and competing with each other. The 8 immortals crossed the sea and displayed their remarkable abilities. Under such circumstances, the cultivators of the younger generation from Nanzhan who had left their names in the Xian domain or obtained a great fortuitous encounter were all favored by the large sects of the Dongxing Divine Continent. The Dongxing Divine Continent originally had plans to take them in because of their secret connection with the fortuitous encounter. Now that their plans to snatch the fortuitous encounter had been thwarted, their intentions became more and more obvious. Countless olive branches were extended to them. It was worth mentioning that under such circumstances, the Nanzhan little devil Fangxing had become a special existence. There were 108 people who had left their names on the divine monument of the Xian domain. 1 out of 80 people knew their background and names, while the other 27 people didn't know their names. This was because the divine monument of the Xian domain would only display large characters in the sky above the divine temple when one left his name for the first time or when there was a change in his name. However, after leaving his name, the divine monument would be shrouded in mist. The 81 people who were already known were all recorded by someone specially assigned to observe the large characters above the divine shrine in the depths of the mystic domain. However, there were still some people who, because the method of leaving their names on the divine shrine was too strange, or because it was too early, the cultivators specially assigned to record their names on the divine shrine did not have the chance to record their names. As a result, they did not know why they left their names on the divine shrine, nor did they know who they were. Some people speculated that these 27 people were the demon race and the western he-devil race who had secretly sneaked into the Xian domain. Although they were forbidden from entering the Xian domain by the divine continent's cultivators, they still had the opportunity to sneak into the Xian domain and obtain a lot of opportunities. There were also some people who were talented, but because the timing was not right, they didn't leave their names on the divine monument. Fangxing was one of them. After he assassinated Huangfu Daozi, no one doubted his ability anymore. This was because, according to reason, after assassinating Huangfu Daozi, he could replace Huangfu Daozi's ranking. However, according to the divine continent's cultivators who recorded the divine monument's rankings, when Fangxing assassinated Huangfu Daozi, there were no large characters appearing in the sky above the divine monument. This could only mean that an assassination outside the Xian domain would not affect the changes on the divine monument. It was also because of this that Feng Xing, who assassinated Huangfu Daozi, lost the invitation of the Divine Continent's cultivators. After all, the Divine Continent didn't lack the so-called geniuses, but people who were involved with the Divine Monument. No matter how great Feng Xing's ability was, because he had no connection with the Divine Monument, no big sect of the Divine Continent would sincerely invite him. Occasionally, there were a few who said they wanted to recruit him, but most of them coveted the opportunities in his hands. Of course, it was useless even if they said that. After the battle at the Green Hill Tomb, he made the Huangfu clan suffer, and then he disappeared. The Huangfu clan invited the people of the Divine Continent's Divine Mystery Palace to make a move and calculate the location of this little devil, but they didn't find anything. They could only say that he had already left Nanzhan. Regarding this, the cultivators everywhere were deeply worried. They were afraid that this little devil would sneak over to their side. After all, the name of the seat of calamity was not fake. Wherever he went, there would be chaos. It had almost become the golden rule of the cultivation world, and the cultivators of Nanzhan firmly believed in it. Knowing that Feng Xing had left Nanzhan, there were two people who breathed a sigh of relief. They were Xiaoxia he and Elder Blue Bird from the Blue Cloud sect. After these two people watched helplessly as Feng Xing killed Iron like madness with one arrow, they were filled with fear. They were afraid that one day when they woke up, they would see the little devil swinging his blade at them. This kind of fear had almost become a demonic miasma in their hearts. When Elder Blue Bird received the elixir sent by Su Lingyun before she left for the Divine Continent, he was even more regretful. If he knew that Su Lingyun was so capable and could find so many opportunities for him, why would he offend that little devil? If there was medicine for regret in this world, Elder Blue Bird must have eaten countless of them. Now, the little devil had been offended, and Su Lingyun also had the intention to leave. It was just that she sent the elixir and the letter, but she did not personally say goodbye. Obviously, she did not want to see her master anymore. It could be said that she had lost everything because of a wrong thought. Fortunately, she heard that the little devil had left Nanzhan and would not dare to come back for a certain period of time. She could finally breathe a sigh of relief and take advantage of this opportunity to reach the Gold Core Realm. When she reached the Gold Core Realm and the little devil came to seek revenge, she would at least have some power to resist. Now, these two people's fear of Feng Xing was very strong, and they did not feel safe at all with their foundation building realm cultivation. No matter how much you say now, it will not help. You should think about how to break through to the Gold Core Realm. In the mountain valley of the Blue Cloud sect, Xiaoxia he finally opened his eyes and said after listening to Elder Blue Bird's endless talk for 2 hours. So what if he broke through to the Gold Core Realm? Didn't you hear that the little devil even killed the 10 Gold Core Realm cultivators of the Huangfu family? Elder Blue Bird's eyes were full of panic. Her fear of Feng Xing made her feel completely insecure even after breaking through to the Gold Core Realm. That's right, surprisingly, Xiaoxia didn't console Elder Qingniao this time. Instead, after thinking for a while, he chimed in, that Brad is indeed a powerful character. If I had known about his abilities, I wouldn't have provoked him. However, it's not like we're completely hopeless. After all, that Brad has already left Nanzhan and won't have the time to seek revenge on us in a short period of time. This is also our only chance. As long as we can step into the Golden Core Realm during this period of time, we can seek opportunities to serve the Huangfu clan or other large sections. At that time, even though we'll lose our freedom, at least we'll have a strong backer. At least we'll be able to deter that brat from seeking revenge. Hearing this, Elder Blue Bird was still worried. She thought that after forming her gold core, she could be a carefree patriarch. Who would have thought that she would have to work for someone as a Gold Core Realm cultivator? Moreover, this little devil was not even afraid of the Huangfu family. Even if she worked for a large force, she was afraid that it would not really make him fear her. Unfortunately, this seemed to be the only way at present. I've decided. I'm going to chase after that girl Lingyun. After thinking for a while, Elder Blue Bird suddenly said with hatred, causing Xiaoxia he to be stunned. Elder Blue Bird said, that girl Lingyun is so heartless. I saved her from a pile of corpses and raised her to this age, but she only left a letter and a few lousy pills to send me away. I'm going to find her and follow her to the Divine Land. Although that little devil is ruthless, he and Lingyun are close friends. I don't believe that he would dare to kill me in front of that girl Ling Yun. As she spoke, she felt that her decision was more and more correct, so she stood up directly. Xiaoshan he looked at her excited expression in silence. Even he vaguely felt that this junior sister of his was rather shameless. However, this was indeed a good idea. Unfortunately, he did not have such a good opportunity. He could only think of a way to rely on the Huangfu family. Although the Huangfu family's threshold was high, with the hatred between him and that little devil, he might be able to find a chance to work for them. After making their respective decisions, the two of them were about to leave. Unfortunately, before they could leave the mountain, two visitors arrived. The person who came to look for Xiaoshan he was a young man with a cold expression. He was leading a tall, handsome horse with a 30-foot-long spear on its back. From his appearance, he looked like someone from the western desert. After arriving at the Blue Cloud sect, he was led directly to the valley by the guide boy. He looked at Xiaoshan he from head to toe and said, I came to look for you because of a letter. I'm also helping someone to retrieve something. Xiaoshan he was puzzled and looked at the young man with slight surprise. The young man took out a letter from his storage bag and handed it to Xiaoshan he. Xiaoshan he opened it and saw a line of crooked words written on the letter, Brother, help me kill someone. Xiaoshan he was greatly shocked. He raised his head with a whoosh, but the young man had already raised his spear from the back of the horse without saying a word. With a whoosh, the spear was brandished like a flower. Green chi crisscrossed the body of the spear as it slashed down towards Xiaoshan he. At the same time, in the cave of Elder Qing Miao in Vermilion Cloud Valley, a child with braids and a ghastly smile was looking at Elder Qing Miao. He said with a smile, this crown prince is about to leave for the divine continent. Aren't you awesome? But before I leave, that little bastard wrote me a letter and asked me to help him get rid of you. In any case, I have to give him face. After all, he's my brother in name, don't you think so? Alright, don't think about escaping. The entire Blue Cloud sect has been surrounded by our Ghost Kingdom's troops. You can't escape even if you want to. You. If you kill me, my disciple Ling Yun will definitely avenge me. Elder Qing Miao's expression was uncertain. When she saw the disdainful look of this ugly child, she knew that she couldn't scare him with Ling Yun. She gritted her teeth and suddenly jumped up. She formed a seal with her hands and circulated her spiritual power. Then, she directly fell towards Li Ying. She was taking advantage of Li Ying's cultivation being lower than hers. She wanted to make a move first and suppress him to find a way out. Ha 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 ha, you want to fight with this crown prince? I'm someone who left my name on the divine monument. Li Ying laughed presumptuously. Blood-red ghost aura surged out from the surroundings and turned into a huge ghost head that swallowed Elder Qing Miao. After 10 minutes, Li Ying carried the heavily injured and dying Elder Qing Miao up the main peak of the Blue Cloud sect. The punishment platform that was erected when the Huangfu family tortured Iron like madness was still there. Although it was a humiliation to the Blue Cloud sect, the Blue Cloud sect's sect master, Xianxia, never tore it down. Li Ying directly hung Elder Qing Miao on the punishment platform, tied the immortal binding rope around his neck, and hung him alive. Just when Elder Qing Miao was about to die, an explosion sounded in the valley. A young cultivator rode a Pegasus and held a 30-foot-long spear in his hand. Xiaoshan he, who was covered in blood, was nailed to the top of the mountain. The young cultivator directly rushed to the mountain and nailed him to the stone wall with his spear. Everyone in the Blue Cloud sect watched this scene. Some cried, some trembled, but no one dared to stop him. Even the Blue Cloud sect master, Xianxia, sat silently in the main hall and chose to watch from the side. A scroll was thrown into the hall from outside and rolled to his feet. Li Ying's laughter came from outside. I found a golden core cultivation method from this woman. It's yours. After escaping from the Green Hill tombs, Fang Xing and Jingwu flew toward a small dock in the easternmost part of Bohai Nation since no one was chasing them. When they arrived at the dock, they saw a big luxuriously decorated ship anchored in the bay. Fang Xing and Jingwu boarded the ship and saw a middle-aged man with a stout appearance sitting in the hall. He was the fat Taoist who had become a core disciple of Hundred Beasts faction, Yu Sanliang. The 18 large teleportation altars in the Nanzhong continent are under the control of the Huangfu family and the people who are loyal to them. I'm afraid they are waiting for you to come to them. Therefore, you can't leave through the altars, and it's not a good choice to cross the sea on a spiritual boat. The Huangfu family set up a flight restriction to capture you not long ago. If you fly in the air, you will be easily spotted by the Huangfu family's spies. Seeing Fang Xing enter the hall, the fat Taoist stood up and said, "That's why I prepared this big ship for you. Pretend to be a rich young master of Bohai Nation who is out on a trip. There are many mortals in the world, so it's not easy for the Huangfu family to spy on you. However, this way, you will be much slower, and you can only travel along the coast. This mortal ship won't be able to withstand the strong wind and waves. Haha, don't worry about it. It's good enough to sit on this thing for a while. Senior brother pig, let's meet again in 100 years. Fang Xing laughed and patted the fat Taoist's shoulder. The fat Taoist heaved a long sigh. His eyes were a little red. He hurriedly took out a storage bag and said, "The green fox ghost mask and the blood lotus seed that you left with me earlier are all here. I placed the jade coffin in the cabin below. In addition, I prepared a large amount of good wine and food. It'll be enough for junior brother Feng to use for a while." At this point, she paused and then whispered, "Also, my surname is really Yu, senior brother pig sounds so nice." Fang Xing laughed, took the storage bag, waved his hand, and said, "You better be careful, don't get caught. I'll tell you in advance, I won't go and save you. If you really can't do it, don't stay in a broken place like the 100 Beasts sect, go to the snowy mountain. That old bastard Wan Luo is already so old, but he doesn't even have a servant by his side. If you go and flatter him, you can get some benefits." When the fat Taoist heard this, he knew that Fang Xing was trying to find a good background for him. He felt touched and guilty. He said, "Junior brother Fang, I only have what I have today because of you. It's hard to express my gratitude in words. It's a pity that I'm really useless. The only thing I can help you with is this small matter. I only hope, sigh, I hope that one day, I can really help you." "Go to hell, you're so long-winded." Fang Xing kicked the talkative fat Taoist into the sea and waved his hand at the maids and servants on the ship, "Set sail." The big ship raised its sails and sailed out of the sea. The fat Taoist jumped out of the water and looked at the back of the big ship, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. "This little bastard, he really isn't likable." Wiping the seawater off his face, the fat Taoist cursed helplessly. Fang Xing didn't like the fat Taoist's nonsense either, so he just kicked him into the ocean. However, he trusted the fat Taoist quite a bit. This time, before he came to assassinate him, he left the green fox ghost mask and the blood lotus seed with him. If he couldn't escape after entering the Green Hill tomb, he would enter the immortal palace to threaten the old stone tortoise. Moreover, if he lost his life, the fat Taoist could give these two treasures to Xiaoman. Of course, this kind of what-if was actually subconscious. In reality, he didn't even think about what if. The ship wasn't very big, only a few dozen feet long. The people on the ship were also ordinary boatmen and maids. They didn't have any cultivation and didn't know much. When they saw the golden crow, they trembled in fear, afraid that the big bird would eat them. They were bought along with the ship by the fat Taoist a long time ago and left at the dock to wait. In order to prevent information from leaking, they were not allowed to come into contact with the outside world until they set sail. However, although he didn't have any cultivation, he was still good at serving others. He served Fang Xing and the golden crow comfortably, and just like that, he became a rich young master who went out to sea to play. Speaking of which, this was Fang Xing's dream since he was young. To ride a big ship, bring a bunch of minions, and bring a dozen old women from the spring-coming brothel, and knock over all the broken boats that recited poetry in the river. Now, other than the old women from the spring-coming brothel, the rest were almost all done. Of course, they were setting sail on the sea, but it was not quite the same as traveling on the river as he had imagined. Between the 4 provinces of the Tianyuan Empire lay the boundless sea of evil. It was difficult for mortals to cross it in their entire lives. There were many immortal mountains and strange islands in the sea, scattered like stars in the sky. There were also countless sea demons, immortal dwellings, and even great organizations like the dragons of the Zhanglan Sea. It was no safer than land. Fang Xing had yet to recover from his injuries, so he didn't really dare to sail into the deep sea. He could only travel along the coast like a mortal while recovering from his injuries. After recovering from his injuries, Fang Xing and the Golden Crow did not have to worry much with their current abilities. Even if they couldn't win, they could escape. For the first few days, the most important thing for Fang Xing was to recover from his injuries. The finger strike from Huangfu Daozi before he was beheaded was not light at all. It had pierced through his lungs, and he had forcefully endured it with his cultivation. Fortunately, his body was tough, so he could endure it with some difficulty. After eating dinner, Fang Xing drank a large bowl of fine alcohol and swallowed a few healing pills. He then sat down and began to study Huangfu Daozi's head. When he poured it out from his storage pouch, he saw that Huangfu Daozi's eyes were already closed, and he was no longer breathing. He seemed like he was dead, but there were no signs of decay. He seemed like a jade sculpture, vivid and lifelike, with clear lines. Is he dead? Fang Xing lifted the head up and slapped it twice. Don't kill me. Please don't kill me. With 2 slaps, a lotus imprint appeared between Huangfu Daozi's eyebrows. His soul sense was sent out, and his eyes opened. Oh my, he's not dead yet? Fang Xing felt that it was slightly fresh. When he chopped off Huangfu Daozi's head and casually took it away, it was because of his bandit nature that he intended to display this head to others. But he never imagined that Huangfu Daozi was actually different from others. His head had been chopped off, yet he was still alive and well. Even if he was placed in a storage pouch, he would only temporarily go into hibernation, and he would come back to life with 2 slaps. Fang Xing was no fool, and he knew with a single thought that this person surely had an extraordinary treasure in his possession to be able to protect his soul sense from dispersing. Tell me honestly, do you have some sort of treasure? Fang Xing glared at the head and started to extort a confession. How could Huangfu Daozi be willing to say anything? He knew that once he lost his extraordinary treasure, his life would be over immediately. Thus, he could only plead incessantly and didn't dare mention anything about the extraordinary treasure in the slightest. He said all sorts of nice things, yet he was pitiful, and his appearance was indescribably miserable. If he knew the situation he was in now, then he probably wouldn't have issued that order to capture Fang Xiaojiao no matter how he was pressured. Fang Xing slapped him over 10 times in succession, yet Huangfu Daozi still continued to plead for mercy and was unwilling to divulge anything about the extraordinary treasure. Fang Xing originally intended to directly dig open his head to take a look, but he felt that he could still force some useful information out of Huangfu Daozi's mouth, so he temporarily dispelled this thought and shouted towards the outside of the cabin. That chick with big breasts, bring me a pail of urine. Not long after, a pretty maidservant brought a pail of urine into the cabin. She originally intended to seduce this young master in the cabin, yet she never imagined that she would see Fang Xing holding a human head in his hand with a single glance, and she was instantly frightened to the point of slapping him. Fang Xing was speechless. He stood up to carry the pail of urine himself, yet he noticed that it had already been washed clean, and he was dissatisfied, so he ran off to get a new one. Are you going to speak or not? Fang Xing held Huangfu Daozi's head in one hand and the pail of urine in the other as he threatened fiercely. I beg you. Spare me. Once I'm resurrected, I'll surely give you the greatest repayment. Fuck you. You're still being stubborn. Go in and stay there. Fang Xing was infuriated, and he soaked Huangfu Daozi in the pail of urine before lying on the bed and sleeping. During these past few days, a calamity had swept through the Nanzhong continent, causing countless amounts of blood to flow and countless people to die. At this moment, the culprit of this calamity was bored on the ocean, and for the sake of relieving his boredom, he tormented Huangfu Daozi. He either tossed Huangfu Daozi into the pail of urine or tied Huangfu Daozi's head with an immortal bind rope and tossed him into the ocean to fish for sharks. After 2 or 3 days, Huangfu Daozi still wasn't willing to speak of the secret of the extraordinary treasure, yet he spat out everything about the Huangfu clan's secret techniques and cultivation techniques, and it could be considered to be a small gain. Of course, Fang Xing, who was tormenting Huangfu Daozi with all his might, didn't know that on the surface of the ocean 500 kilometers away, there was a girl in a pink dress walking over on the blue waves, and it seemed like she intended to properly torment him. He didn't expect to extort so many secret techniques from Huangfu Daozi's head. Among them, there was even the art of annihilation that the Huangfu family used to suppress Nanzhong. Fang Xing had heard about this technique from Bai Qianzhong. It was really mysterious and had reached the realm of immortal techniques. Bai Qianzhong had a deep understanding of this technique. He had told Fangxing in detail about this technique and asked him to pay attention to it in the future. Of course, what Fangxing didn't know was that Bai Qianzhong had used this technique to conceal his identity in the Blue Cloud sect. It was only later because of the arrival of Xianxia that his identity was seen through. This art of annihilation was the most secretive technique in Huangfu Daozi's head. Even cultivators at the peak of the Gold Core realm couldn't forcefully pry into the secret of this technique. Fangxing couldn't either. However, due to coincidence, Huangfu Daozi's head fell into Fangxing's hands. It was worse than death. In order to linger at death's door, he obediently told Fangxing the cultivation method of this art of annihilation in detail. Of course, Huangfu Daozi also had his own intentions. Cultivating the art of annihilation would attract resentful spirits and temper the soul. The Yuanying ancestor of the Huangfu family was likely to sense it and come to rescue him. He deliberately said it because he wanted to fight for a chance of survival. Of course, what he didn't know was that the Yuanying ancestor of the Huangfu family had already made a move. It was just that he was stopped by someone. After Fangxing obtained this technique, he carefully studied it. He really felt that it was mysterious and unpredictable. There was even a technique to form a gold core in it, which was just right for him. However, he always thought the worst of people, so he kept an eye on it and didn't cultivate it immediately. Anyway, at present, he had enough cultivation techniques. The most important thing was to find resources for cultivation. Another point was that Fangxing had been thinking about whether he had any hope of finding a way to complete the Samadhi True Fire. He already had a mid-rank Purple Dao Foundation. If he advanced a step further, he would be able to form a high-rank Purple Dao Foundation. It could be said that he had reached a perfect state in the Foundation establishment realm. With this Dao Foundation, he would be able to form a Gold Core realm. However, it was easy to imagine that the true Samadhi flame was known as an immortal flame. The only way to complete this flame was to find it in the Xian domain. Now that the Xian domain had been plundered clean, every sect was protecting their treasures. He did not know who had it. If he were to search them one by one and rob them one by one, who knew when he would be able to find it? In this kind of situation, he could only take it one step at a time. He would first hone his combat skills and improve his ability to fight with others. On this day, he was very bored. He was eating iced grapes and drinking 100-year-old wine. He was using Huangfu Daozi's head to fish for sea turtles. He was not careful, but a large sea turtle moved too quickly and swallowed Huangfu Daozi whole. Huangfu Daozi was scared out of his wits, and a weak divine sense came from the sea turtle's stomach. It kept shouting, "Save me! Save me, oh my god, this sea turtle is really fast." Helpless, Fangxing grabbed the sea turtle that was about to swallow Huangfu Daozi up from the air. Then, he squatted on the deck and used all his strength to pull out Huangfu Daozi's mouth. He was sweating profusely from exhaustion, but he finally managed to pull Huangfu Daozi out. How troublesome. Why didn't you tell me the secret of this thing in your head earlier so that I could kill you? Fangxing was indignant. He pointed at Huangfu Daozi's nose and scolded him. Huangfu Daozi wanted to cry, but no tears came out. Compared to the suffering that iron-like madness had gone through, he truly felt that he could neither live nor die. During this period of time, he had solemnly sworn to Fangxing that there was indeed a rare treasure in his head. It was personally bestowed by the clan's Yuanying ancestor when he was appointed as the Daozi. It could protect his soul from being destroyed. Originally, this was a way to protect him. As long as his soul was not destroyed, there was hope for him to survive no matter how serious his injuries were. It could even be said that when he cultivated some cultivation techniques that could easily damage his soul, this rare treasure could guarantee that he would not go berserk. However, the Huangfu clan probably never expected that there would be a fierce bandit like Fangxing, who would kill someone and still want to leave with their head. This caused the rare treasure and Huangfu Daozi's head to fall into Fangxing's hands, and it caused a huge commotion. On the other hand, Huangfu Daozi had told Fangxing that if he were to forcefully take the treasure, then he would sever his own divine perception, causing the treasure to tear through the sky and fly away. Huangfu Daozi would lose his life, yet Huangfu Daozi wouldn't be able to obtain this rare treasure. It was precisely because of this that Fangxing was helpless and didn't forcefully break open Huangfu Daozi's head to take the treasure. After he lectured Huangfu Daozi, Fang Xing turned around and was about to sit on the lounge chair when he suddenly exclaimed in surprise, and then his figure stiffened. He didn't know when, but he saw a girl in a pink dress sitting on his comfortable chair. She looked about 15 or 16 years old. Her hair was loose, and she looked very pretty. Her legs were bare and crossed together. She didn't wear shoes, and her feet were kicking as she sat on his rattan chair. She was eating his iced grapes and drinking his century-old wine. She looked even more arrogant than him. "Who are you?" Fang Xing was stunned for a moment, and he almost slapped the young girl. The reason he didn't slap her was because this young girl's arrival was simply too strange, and he actually didn't notice her even with the strength of his divine sense. The young girl didn't raise her head to look at Fang Xing, and she picked from the agate plate for a long time before choosing the largest one and stuffing it into her small mouth. She ate it extremely seriously and was extremely infatuated with it, and only after she finished eating the flesh of the fruit did she turn around and puff up her cheeks before spitting out the grape seed and skin into the sea. After that, she closed her eyes to savor the taste for a moment before slowly stretching out a hand towards Fang Xing. "Give me back my lotus seed." What lotus seed? Fang Xing instantly became vigilant. As a bandit, he was innately sensitive towards people who spoke in a creditor's tone. The young girl took another sip of the century-old wine and pouted her small mouth. She seemed to think that the taste was not bad, so she took another big gulp and smiled with great satisfaction. Only then did she roll her eyes towards Fang Xing and said, "My lotus seed, you took it away from me." Fang Xing didn't say anything and tilted his head to size up the young girl. He felt that her aura seemed a little familiar, but no matter how he looked at her, he couldn't remember where he had seen her before, let alone any memories related to the lotus seed. In his heart, he was sure that this young girl was here to cause trouble. Perhaps she was some creature in the sea that had become a spirit and ran onto the ship to confuse him. If that was the case, then he would have to sleep with her first before steaming her. He had already secretly activated the yin-yang fiend god mirror, but he still wanted to see her cultivation. As it turned out, the young girl's cultivation was only in the late stage of foundation establishment. Since she wasn't a Jin Dan, then he wasn't afraid. With his own ability, he wouldn't necessarily lose to someone in the late stage of foundation establishment. His temper rose again. He chuckled and sat on the armrest of the rattan chair. He raised his hand to lift the young girl's chin and said with a smirk, "Come, tell me, what lotus?" His action was really beyond the young girl's expectations. Her chin that was chewing on a grape immediately stiffened, and her eyes revealed an expression of disbelief. After a full 3 breaths of time, her small face turned slightly red. Light flashed around her body, and an indescribably huge force was immediately emitted. Fang Xing let out a strange cry and flew dozens of feet away, falling head first into the sea. "What's going on? What's going on?" This strange cry alarmed the boatman and the great golden crow who was studying the jade coffin in the cabin. They all ran to the deck to take a look. After seeing the young girl in pink, they were immediately stunned and didn't go forward. The boatman and the servant girls, on the other hand, were stunned by the young girl's delicate beauty. They subconsciously felt ashamed of their inferiority and didn't dare to go forward. The great golden crow, on the other hand, was very vigilant and had a bad premonition. As for Fang Xing, who had been sent flying into the sea, he didn't say anything. He didn't float up, but plunged into the bottom of the sea and quickly swam away. He wasn't stupid. After being sent flying, he immediately knew that he had kicked an iron plate. If it wasn't because of his yin-yang fiend god mirror, then this young girl must have hidden her cultivation. How the f***ck is this the ability of a foundation establishment cultivator? To be able to send him flying, she must be at least a Jin Dan. No, I have to escape quickly. Sinking to the bottom of the sea, his figure was as nimble as a fish. In an instant, he dashed hundreds of feet away, and he didn't even look back. The young girl, on the other hand, seemed to have seen through the surface of the sea and discovered the secret of his escape. She seemed to find it extremely amusing. She giggled and crooked her finger. The immortal binding rope that was thrown on the deck and used to tie Huangfu Daozi's head to catch the turtle flew into her hand. Then, she shook it lightly, and the immortal binding rope instantly flew out like a meteor hammer. The immortal binding rope was activated to its limit. Originally, it could only cover a distance of about 300 feet, but unexpectedly, it was surprisingly useful in her hands. In an instant, it covered a distance of 300 feet, and then went straight to the bottom of the sea. After 3 breaths of time, a smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. She gently lifted the immortal binding rope, and the squeaking Xianxia was hooked up like a turtle by her. Then, the young girl swung the immortal binding rope, and the rope actually turned to the back of the cabin. On the other side, the great golden crow saw that something was wrong. It was carrying its jade coffin on its back, and was planning to sneak away like a thief. However, it didn't expect the rope to fly over and tie it up with Xianxia. Then, it easily pulled them back and threw them on the deck like 2 dead dogs. They were in a sorry state and were extremely shocked. I give up, Xianxia and the golden crow shouted at the same time, begging for mercy without any sense of shame. The young girl smiled and loosened the immortal binding rope in her hand. Then, she picked up a grape and sent it into her mouth with a smile. With a rumble, Xianxia and the golden crow suddenly closed in on her at the same time, and each of them executed a killing move. The young girl was a little speechless. They actually attacked directly in front of her. She could only frown again, and the light around her flashed again. With 2 bangs, the golden crow and Xianxia were thrown out at the same time, and fell into the sea like 2 cannonballs. After a few rounds, Xianxia and the golden crow finally became obedient. They squatted on the deck dejectedly, unable to resist. This girl's strength was really too strong. She didn't even make a move. There was a wandering brilliance around her. With a slight movement, she could send Xianxia flying with his current cultivation. There was no way to make a move. If he made a move, he would definitely be at a disadvantage. As for the girl in the pink dress, she was eating grapes in one hand and holding the lotus seed from Xianxia's body in the other. She looked at it a few times, then looked at Xianxia and the great golden crow. After finishing the grape in her mouth, she said, "Is there only one left?" Xianxia rolled his eyes and said, "Yes, they were all taken by the Huangfu family." He saw that he was no match for them, so he wanted to bring trouble to them. Huangfu Daozi was shocked when he heard it. He hurriedly transmitted his divine thoughts, "Senior, don't listen to his nonsense. Senior, save me." The girl ignored everyone. She put away the lotus seed and said, "Forget it, I still have a lot." Xianxia was stunned, and a little hope rose in his heart. From this blood lotus seed, he had already guessed the girl's identity. Wasn't she the baby he saw at the bottom of the blood lotus pool that year? She had grown so big, and her strength was so terrifying. He was a little regretful. He didn't know if this girl's awakening had anything to do with his actions that year. He blamed himself for being unreasonable. However, what he didn't know was that this girl had a strange power to protect her. Even a gold core expert couldn't refuse her request when she used this power to speak. She was willing to abandon her sect, family, and great future to stay in the Green Mountains tomb as a guard to protect his real body. At that time, he was affected by that power, but only a lotus seed was left. It could be considered as a natural bastard. The girl might have come all the way to find him because she recalled that blurry memory and was curious about it. "Hee, big sister, since you still have a lot, let us go?" Xianxia smiled apologetically and pitifully begged for mercy. However, the girl rolled her eyes at him and said angrily, "Do I look that old?" Xianxia was stunned and hurriedly changed his words, "Little sister, please let us go." The girl said, "I don't even know how long I've lived, and you call me little sister?" Xianxia choked and said angrily, "Then what the **ck should I call you?" The girl did not mind his words at all. Instead, she thought about it very seriously. After a while, she suddenly smiled and said, "You can call me Young Mississippi. I have decided to accept you and this crow as my little servants." Hearing this, Xianxia and the golden crow were stunned. After a while, they shook their heads at the same time. What a joke, he actually wanted to be the servant of a little girl. How could he do that? If word of this got out, would Master Feng and Master Jean still have any face left? With a straight face, the girl in pink spat out the grape skin. "If you don't agree, I'll kill the both of you." Xianxia and the golden crow were scared. Although this girl did not have a murderous aura, if she was really angry, it would be really dangerous. Xianxia felt a little helpless. He decided to reason with this girl, so he sighed and said, "How can you do this? Fortunately, I gave you a lotus seed back then, so you could wake up, right? In this way, it can be considered that I saved you. It's fine if you don't give me some peerless technique or immortal weapon from the upper realm, but you actually want me to be your servant. This is too much. It's really because of you that I can wake up so early," said the girl. When Fangxing heard this, he was immediately happy. He felt that there was a chance, but he did not expect the girl to change her tone and said, "However, because you fed me a blood lotus seed in advance, it caused me to wake up 300 years early. Until now, my soul light is incomplete and my memory is scattered. If that rebirth technique is interrupted, it might even affect my cultivation." With every word she said, Fangxing's heart became a little colder. He thought that not only was he not indebted to her, but he also had a grudge against her. He did not say anything and was thinking of a way to escape. In any case, he definitely would not be a servant. When the girl saw his and the Golden Crow's reactions, she knew that these two fellas were unhappy. She was not anxious, however, and said unhurriedly, "Although my memory is incomplete, I still vaguely feel that I'm a big shot. You won't lose out by being my little servants. As long as you make me happy, I'll treat you well and not treat you unfairly." Fangxing and the Golden Crow looked at each other and sneered. Their attitudes were rather high. Both of them were shrewd and cunning. Their ability to read people's thoughts and body language was first-rate. After listening to this girl speak so much, they had already more or less figured out her thoughts. They knew that she did not have any killing intent, so they became bolder. They felt that as long as they were a little more upright, they should be able to find a way out. Therefore, each of them was more righteous than the other, and they looked valiant and unafraid of death. "I'm a descendant of the three-legged Golden Crow, a noble of the demon clan. How can I be a servant of others? No, I absolutely won't do it." The Golden Crow raised his head, looking like an old man. Fangxing also said, "It's okay to be a master, but I won't do the work of serving others." The girl took a sip of wine and stuck out her tongue. It seemed that she felt a little spicy. She seemed to not hear the words of Fangxing and the Golden Crow at all. She giggled and pointed to the Golden Crow, saying, "I feel that your qi and blood are vigorous in your body, which is stored in your muscles and bones. You should be on the path of refining your body, which requires a lot of qi and blood. I have a lot of blood lotus seeds in my hand. If you're good, I can give you a few." The Golden Crow's eyes became round at once, and he said involuntarily, "Really?" The girl giggled, and a few lotus canopies appeared out of nowhere. She tossed them in her hand. The Golden Crow and Fangxing were both sharp-eyed, and they recognized at a glance that these were the lotus canopies that they had taken from the Immortal Palace years ago. At that time, there was only one lotus canopies, but it had helped them a lot. Not to mention Fangxing, the Golden Crow's current demon body was all thanks to the 3 blood lotus seeds. Now there were a few more lotus canopies. If they were all given to him, what realm could he cultivate to? After being stunned for 2 breaths, Jinwu's expression suddenly changed. He ran to the girl's side attentively and fanned himself carefully with his wings. He chuckled and said, "Young mistress, I'm the best at serving people. Just wait and see, bootlicker." Fangxing looked at the Golden Crow with disdain. Although he was a little tempted, he would not bow and scrape for a few blood lotus seeds. In fact, he was more worried about the green fox ghost mask and the supreme sensing scripture. These 2 things were originally obtained from the Immortal Palace. If the girl wanted to take them back, there was really nothing he could do. Fortunately, she had not mentioned it until now, as if she did not know about it. At this juncture, of course, it was better to escape as soon as possible. If he stayed for too long, it was hard to guarantee that he would not be exposed. However, the girl seemed to find Fangxing's unyielding behavior very interesting. She threw a grape into her mouth, and a big bump appeared on her left cheek. While eating, she said, "Don't worry, I don't plan to take back the Supreme Immortality Scripture and the Supreme Divine Treasure. I originally wanted to find a successor, so it's fine to give them to anyone. In addition, I see that you have cultivated the Samadhi True Fire, right? Unfortunately, the Samadhi True Fire is not complete, and the True Fire is not real. If I said that I have a way to help you complete the last part of the Samadhi True Fire, then you Swoosh, Fangxing was completely stunned, and his eyes stared at the girl in the pink dress without blinking. The girl knew that her strategy worked, and she smiled proudly. She threw the grape in her hand and said, "I'm hungry." When the golden crow heard this, it ran into the cabin eagerly. "I'll ask the chef to prepare something delicious for young mistress." Before it could run 2 steps, Fangxing went over and kicked it into the sea. He rubbed his hands and smiled at the girl. "The food made by the chef is tasteless, what's there to eat? This damn crow doesn't know how to serve people at all. Young mistress, what do you want to eat? I'll make it for you personally." Hee hee, the girl laughed happily, and then she thought seriously and said, "Meat, I want to eat meat, the kind with 5 flours, fat and lean, the sauce is salty and sweet, and simmered slowly. It needs to be fat, but not greasy, and when I bite down, my mouth will be full of oil." As she said this, her eyes glowed with a strange brilliance, and she didn't seem to notice that there was a glimmer of saliva hanging at the side of her mouth. "You're so thin, without breasts or buttocks, but you like to eat meat?" Fangxing glanced at Lotus Girl and cursed in his heart, but he smiled quite happily on the surface. "Okay, I'll make you braised pork." Lotus Girl was also very satisfied with his performance, and said with a smile, "That's good, make more. By the way, what's your name?" Fangxing smiled obsequiously and said, "Don't stand on ceremony, just call me Xiao Feng." It was a dream to go to sea since she was young, but it turned out to be a journey of foraging for food. This mysterious lady of unknown origin was indeed a super glutton. Ever since she coerced and bribed Fangxing and the Golden Crow into becoming her lackeys, her mouth never stopped eating. There were so many things on the ship, but it was not enough for her. The fat Taoist had originally stocked up for Fangxing for nearly a year, but it was completely emptied in less than a month. However, this lady did not mind. Since the ingredients were gone, she would use the local ingredients. Of course, seafood was needed at sea. As a result, the old toad that had become a spirit on Bizhen Island, the one-horned mackerel fish in the Bloodwave Bay, the 300-year-old shrimp soldier, and the crab general that occupied a part of the sea and plundered living creatures were all caught by the 2 lackeys, Fangxing and the Golden Crow. They were either steamed, simmered, or roasted directly on a fire. The lady had nothing else to eat. Of course, the only thing she was a little dissatisfied with was that although the crab general was fat, it was only male and had no crab roe. After eating, the lady wanted to find a place to sleep. She could not be picky, but she chose the jade coffin of the Golden Crow. She slept for 2 or 3 days. When she woke up, she shouted that she was hungry and wanted to eat meat before she opened her eyes. Fangxing had already thought about whether to throw her into the sea while she was asleep and then escape with the Golden Crow. However, the Golden Crow was reluctant to give up his jade coffin and the blood lotus seeds in the hands of the Lotus Girl. After hesitating for a while, Fangxing also felt that it would be a pity to leave if the girl really had a way to replenish his samadhi real fire, so he could only bear with it. Now that he had the 99 soul reversal pill in his body, he only needed to find a few more spirit veins to improve his cultivation. As for combat techniques, he had been diligently cultivating the nameless technique given by the Black Sword embryo, so he improved rather quickly. In addition, he usually cultivated the Supreme Sensing Scripture and so on, so he had a scripture to rely on and a technique to comprehend. There was really no other way to improve his samadhi real fire. This idiot in front of him who seemed to only eat and sleep seemed to be his only hope to replenish his samadhi real fire. Usually, he also kept a few tricks up his sleeve and tried to probe the identity and background of this young Mississippi. Unfortunately, this fellow had always been vague. At first, Fangxing thought that she was deliberately evading, but later on, he realized that she really couldn't remember. This girl only knew that she came to this world with a purpose. It was just that her soul light was incomplete, so her memories were scattered. Whenever she thought about those things normally, she would inevitably have a headache. Thus, she had a clear conscience and treated herself as someone who came to this world to search for delicacies. As for the other so-called great responsibilities, so-called duties, and so on, she simply threw them to the back of her mind. In her words, she would remember them sooner or later. The 2 people and the crow leisurely strolled on the sea for 2 months. They were quite carefree. Because it was inconvenient to bring along a ship full of mortals, they simply found an island and put the boatmen and servants down. They were rewarded with money and considered to have returned their freedom. This way, they could go into battle lightly and play even more crazily. There was no deep-sea danger zone that they did not dare to go to. Of course, although the two people and the crow's abilities were not small, it was inevitable that they would occasionally encounter danger. There was one time when they were catching fresh sea fish for this lady, but they bumped into a huge sea demon that lived in the deep sea. It had the appearance of an octopus, and its body was close to 3,000 feet long. It was especially terrifying. This sea demon's realm was only around half a step into the Foundation establishment realm, but it was too huge. Thus, it could no longer be measured by ordinary levels. In terms of strength alone, perhaps even a great golden core cultivator would find it a little strenuous to deal with it. However, Fangxing and the golden crow were very calm and unperturbed. They waited for the lady to make a move without a care in the world. However, they did not expect that as the octopus came closer and closer, the lady did not have any intention of making a move at all. Instead, she was very calm and unperturbed as she waited for him and the golden crow to make a move. What are you still looking at? Slaughter it. When he saw that incomparably huge sea demon with the power to overturn the rivers and cross the seas, hiding the sky and covering the earth, Fangxing finally could not bear it anymore. The lady looked at him strangely. Then why don't you go up? When Fangxing heard this, his expression changed. This thing is so big, and you want me to go up? The lady said as if it was a matter of course you have to go up. You're my little servant. Aren't you born to protect me? Fangxing was furious and shouted, then I still have to be able to defeat it. You're so powerful, yet you're not going to make a move? The lady said, I can't defeat it either. My soul light is incomplete right now, so it's very difficult for me to cast spells. In addition, my body is too fragile right now, and it's not suitable for close combat. If I accidentally break it, I won't even have a place to cultivate in the future. Fangxing could be considered to be completely stupefied. He and the golden crow looked at each other in dismay and were speechless. Only after a long while did he finally roar, run. The two people and the crow immediately slipped away at lightning speed. That sea demon couldn't catch up to them no matter what. It was also only now that Fangxing understood that this lady wasn't as powerful as he imagined. Her soul light wasn't complete, so she could only cast a few small and delicate spells. Her corporeal body was frail, so it was difficult for her to cast close combat techniques. Frankly speaking, she was very strong, but she had too many weaknesses. Frankly speaking, she was actually just a clone. It was just that the method of refining a clone was too brilliant, and he didn't see through it. The most powerful thing about her was actually the brilliance that twined around her body. That seemed to be the manifestation of a kind of powerful incantation technique that could protect her from harm. It could even prevent any living beings from approaching her. However, that incantation technique should also have a limit. It was unknown if it could withstand a golden core. Fangxing, who originally thought that he had found a great backer, suddenly felt that this girl was extremely unreliable. On the contrary, the golden crow served her very energetically. This bootlicker stuck to the lotus girl's side every day, and it had already received 3 or 4 lotus seeds as a reward. This also made it even more enthusiastic. It fawned on the lady every day, but it just so happened that it didn't receive any benefits when it came to Fangxing's side. That lotus girl had previously promised him the true Samadhi fire restoration method, but she never told him about it. She only said that she would tell him about it after she had enough fun. But Fangxing felt that something was very wrong. This girl's so-called play was actually eating everywhere. Looking at her bottomless appetite, just how many years and months would it take for her to eat enough? Was his 300-year lifespan of a Foundation establishment cultivator enough for her to eat? They fled for hundreds of miles, and the boat also capsized, so they had to find a small island to settle down. The golden crow attentively picked a coconut for the lady to eat, in exchange for a blood lotus seed as a reward. Fangxing was so angry that he rolled his eyes. He thought that his good brother was sitting here, and his throat was burning with thirst, but he didn't see this thief bird bring a coconut to him. She really only cared about benefits and had no humanity. The eldest miss was holding a coconut that was bigger than her head. Her face was covered in juice, and she swayed as she ate. She was looking for other delicious things to eat. When she saw a weed on the side of the road, she would pull it out and chew on it to see if it was sweet. Fang Xing hid at the side and secretly cursed. He thought to himself that with this girl's gluttony, would she want to pick up dog poop to taste what it tasted like? In short, because this girl had never told him the method to complete the samadhi real fire, the more he looked at her, the more he disliked her. If he was not worried that the light of curse on this girl was hard to resist, he would have already joined forces with the great golden crow to rob her. Just as he was rolling his eyes, he saw that eldest miss had walked to the surface of the sea. Her eyes were fixed on the sea, and she even forgot to eat the coconuts. After a while, she suddenly shouted, little brother Fang, come quickly, come quickly." Fang Xing immediately scurried over with a whoosh sound. He smiled and said, "What's the matter, eldest miss?" The lady's slender fingers reached into the sea, and suddenly, an ugly fish about a foot long was caught by her. It had a black back and a silver belly, and it was fat and looked very cute. The lady held the fish and said happily, "Come and see, this is the ghost head fish, one of the most delicious sea treasures. It only lives in the Arctic region of the cold sea. There must be a cold current flowing through the vast ocean, so they were also brought here. But this is a female fish, so it is not as delicious as the male fish. The male fish is in the deep sea, go and catch it." Fang Xing was speechless when he heard what she said. He also heard that the female ghost head fish liked to float on the surface of the sea, but the male fish was at the bottom of the sea, so he had to go down to catch it. He was even more lazy and did not like to go into the water, so he said, "Let old Jean go down." The great golden crow heard it and shouted, "Do you have a conscience? I am a bird, and you want me to go into the water?" Fang Xing rolled his eyes and said, "It won't drown you." As they were quarreling, the lady was dissatisfied and pouted, "I want to eat this kind of fish." Fang Xing was full of annoyance, "What is there to eat? It looks so ugly, so the taste is definitely not good." The lady said, "The taste is very good. When I was asleep, a wisp of soul light specially wandered in the human world's kitchen. After so many years, there is no delicacy in the world that I do not know. This ghost head fish can be ranked in the top 10 of the world's rare treasures." A wisp of soul light specially wandered in the kitchen. "Do you think you are the kitchen god?" Fang Xing was speechless when he heard that. He felt that this lady was a weirdo. She was still dilly-dallying and was not willing to go into the water. The lady had no choice. She put her hands on her waist and said, "Go and catch 10 ghost head fish for me, and I will tell you the method to replenish your true fire." Fang Xing was stunned and said happily, "Really?" The lady said, "Of course, I always keep my words." Fang Xing said, "Last time, you said you would leave me half a pot of fish soup, but in the end, you ate it without leaving any dregs. Who did that?" The lady blushed and waved her fist at Fang Xing, but it gave Fang Xing a fright. He knew that this girl's punches were very painful, so he hurriedly ran away. After running a few feet away, he jumped into the air and shouted at the lady, "Remember your words." After saying that, he pulled out his hands and drew a circle of seawater. Then, his body dived straight into the deep sea like a swimming fish. After entering the water, he gradually felt the pressure increase. His heart suddenly moved slightly, and he took out a light blue bead. Fang Xing was now a foundation establishment cultivator, and he wore a dharma robe that could protect him from water and fire. After entering the sea, his clothes would not get wet, and he could hold his breath for a long time, so he was not worried about drowning. However, after entering the sea, the deeper he went, the greater the pressure of the sea. It was true that it was uncomfortable. After diving down a few hundred feet, he already needed spiritual power to protect his body, and he couldn't see anything without the Dharma eye. However, after he took out the light blue bead, the situation immediately improved. The light blue brilliance of the bead was released, and immediately covered his whole body. There seemed to be a cool feeling circulating around his body, making the suffocating feeling in his chest disappear, and it was almost no different from walking on land. At the same time, there was even a strange feeling rising in the bottom of Fang Xing's heart, that he could control the sea. This bead was actually pulled from the head of a kneeling corpse when Fang Xing was escaping in front of the Green Hill Tomb of Immortals. He vaguely remembered that the kneeling corpse had a human body and a dragon head, and was wearing a cloud-traversing rain robe. It should be a member of the Kanglan Sea Dragon clan. The bead was originally a bead embedded in its purple gold crown. He had already used the yin-yang fiend god mirror to examine it. This bead was called the yuan water-repelling bead. It was a treasure of the water tribe. When worn, it could allow one to breathe underwater and control seawater. As for its other uses, it had yet to be researched. After entering the water, he could see shoals of fish coming and going. They were all the ghost head fish that Miss had mentioned, but they were all female fish. This kind of ghost head fish was the most delicious male fish, and he needed to dive deeper to catch them. He continued to dive for another 100 feet, and finally saw a ghost head fish slowly swimming forward with the ocean current. It looked thin and bony, but it was a rare delicacy in the world. Compared to the female fish, this kind of male fish was so rare that it made one's hair stand on end. As long as Feng Xing could catch 10 of them, he could exchange them for the Samadhi true fire dharma that he dreamed of. Naturally, he did not dare to be negligent. With a flick of his finger, a stream of water turned into a water net, covering the front. The ghost head fish was alert and wanted to escape like lightning, but it was caught by the water net and pulled back in front of Feng Xing. Feng Xing counted them, but he didn't put them into his storage bag. That was because once he did, the fish would die and the taste would be discounted. Therefore, he simply plucked a piece of seaweed from the coral at the bottom of the sea, pierced through the gills of the fish, and continued to search. As long as he saw the existence of such fish, he could naturally easily catch it in his hand. It was not a difficult task. It was just that the number of such fish was too small, so it was not easy to find. An hour passed, and he only caught 6, but there were still 4 left. Just as he was hesitating about whether or not to go up and rest for a while, he suddenly saw a fat, big-tailed ghost head fish slowly swimming out from a clump of seaweed in front of him. It looked like it was also a male. Feng Xing was immediately overjoyed, thinking that with the size of this ghost head fish, it could at least match the number of other ghost head fish by 3. If he could catch this one and the others, he would not have to worry anymore. Thinking of this, he immediately flicked the water, wanting to catch the fish. But at this time, the water in front of him suddenly swayed, as if there was a giant attacking. Feng Xing was slightly startled, and saw that from the side, there were 2 strange fish wearing iron armor. One of them was holding a plug in its hand, and the other was carrying a silver net. With just a sweep, the ghost head fish was caught in the net. At such a critical moment, there is actually someone trying to rob me? Seeing this, Feng Xing's anger was needless to say. He rolled up his sleeves, wanting to kill these 2 monsters first. But he did not think that before he could send out his divine sense to shout, he saw that the 2 sea monsters had already stopped. 2 pairs of strange eyes stared straight at the ghost head fish in Feng Xing's hand, and the ugly expression on their faces showed joy. The one holding the fork shouted loudly, pointed at Feng Xing, and shouted, "Where did this wild monkey of the human race come from? Dare to hunt in the sea area ruled by the princess, quickly capture him." When they spoke, their voices directly shook the seawater, which seemed to be awe-inspiring. Seeing that they were talking, Feng Xing, who was about to take action, stopped and looked at them with interest. He saw that one of the 2 monsters had dorsal fins and a wide mouth with dense fangs. Although it had the shape of a human, its body was more like a shark, so it must be a shark spirit. The other one had a soft body, wore a white robe, and had 2 big shells on its back. It was clearly an old clam spirit that had turned into a spirit. On their bodies, they were all wearing excellent iron armor. It seemed that they were not stragglers, and must be the subordinates of a great sea monster. But Feng Xing did not care so much. Usually, he would be unreasonable, but at this time, these 2 blind sea monsters wanted to provoke him. After a glance, he chuckled and directly rushed up. Without even saying a word, he was going to slaughter them and snatch the ghost head fish in the fish basket on their back. Seeing this, the 2 sea monsters suddenly panicked, and at the same time, they used water magic to resist. The shark directly turned into its original form, opened its bloody mouth, and swallowed Feng Xing, while the old clam spirit opened its mouth and spat out a crystal-clear bead, emitting a gloomy glow, which led the sea current to roll towards Feng Xing. Although these 2 little monsters only had the cultivation of early-stage foundation establishment, they were very arrogant. First, as sea monsters, they were born to have an advantage in the water, and it was not a problem for them to fight against a middle-stage foundation establishment cultivator. Second, after all, they were in their own territory, so they naturally had enough confidence. However, they did not expect that they would encounter a little devil like Feng Xing, who only regarded them as small fish and shrimps. How could he take them seriously? Boom, with a slap of his palm, the palm force stirred up the hand current and stirred it into a cannonball, directly knocking the shark spirit into a daze. Then, with a suction force, he displayed the gravity technique and grabbed the water-calming pearl that the old clam spirit had spat out in the sea. Then, the immortal binding rope stretched out like a fish and tightly wrapped around the two sea demons, easily tying them up. He was almost invincible in the Foundation establishment realm, and with the help of the Yuanyuan water avoidance bead, he was even more powerful in the water. He was not weaker than these sea monsters that were born to control water, and he was even stronger. It was too easy to deal with these two sea monsters. He wanted to kill them directly, but he remembered that the Missy had a big appetite. These 10 ghost-head fish might not be for him and Jin Wu, so it was better to tie these two fellas together and prepare to make lunch. So, he directly lifted them up. The Missy, who was waiting anxiously for Feng Xing to come back, immediately threw away the coconut in her hand when she saw him coming out of the water. She jumped up and down excitedly. When she saw the two sea monsters in Feng Xing's hands, she did not think much of it. Her attention was focused on the ghost-head fish that Feng Xing was carrying. Her eyes lit up, and she could not wait to take a bite. Meanwhile, Feng Xing directly threw the shark and the old clam in front of Jin Wu. Stew the shark. Add some minced garlic to the old clam and roast it over the fire. His extremely practiced and calm demeanor scared the old clam and the shark demon. The shark demon hurriedly shouted fiercely, "How dare you? Do you really dare to eat us? Don't blame me for not warning you. Our princess has invited the passionate fairies of the northern divine mountain to a banquet in the Glaze Palace 3,000 miles away for the red meat. She has specially ordered the two of us to come here to capture sea treasures for the banquet. You, a human cultivator, dare to touch us. Aren't you afraid that the princess will lead her troops to trample you into meat paste? The passionate fairies?" When Feng Xing heard this, he was slightly stunned. He knew about the passionate sect of the Northern Divine Mountain. In fact, it was the sect that the 3 demons of the Northern Divine Mountain belonged to. Back in the Xian domain, he had some dealings with them. However, there was a change of plans. He directly led his troops to rob the Sword Catacomb, so he did not go with them to plot for the Sword Embryo in the Sword Catacomb. It was also their bad luck. They had planned for a long time, but in the end, nothing came of it. Originally, he thought that since he had left Nanzhan, it would be difficult for him to see his old friends in this vast sea. However, he did not expect to hear news about them here. They were actually together with the Princess of the Sea and were going to hold a damned red meat? The princess you are talking about, is she that girl from the dragon family who eats people without spitting out their bones? At this juncture, Jin Wu's experience and knowledge came into play. He asked curiously. When the shark demon saw that Jin Wu knew the name of his princess, he was instantly overjoyed. He said proudly, "Isn't that right? My princess is the eldest daughter of the Dragon King of the Azure Sea. Her cultivation is extraordinary and she has reached the Gold Core realm. Who doesn't know that the 1,000 flowing sea area is her territory? You cultivators of unknown origin. It's fine that you didn't report to her, but how dare you hurt us?" Hearing that the old muscle was bragging, Jin Wu did not care. He laughed and said, "Then, what is the red meat?" The old muscle was smart. It could tell that these people were extremely daring. It was afraid that the name of the princess would not scare them, but instead anger them. Hence, it said before the shark demon could, "My friends, this red meat is the event that my princess and the 3 female immortals of the amorous path of the Northern Divine Mountain are going to select a son-in-law. They have already sent out invitations and attracted many talents and sections. No matter if you are talented or good-looking, as long as you are chosen by them, you can be a guest. I can see that you are young and powerful. If you participate in the red meat, you will be intoxicated. Why don't we lead the way and show you around?" Feng Xing was stunned by what the shark demon said, while Jin Wu hid at the side and laughed evilly. What exactly was this red society? Not only was it a guest behind the curtain, but it was also a place of tenderness and gentleness. When the muscle saw that Feng Xing did not agree immediately, it became anxious. It turned around and saw the lady who was looking at the ghost-head fish with a smile on her face. An idea came to its mind. It purposely said, "Seeing that all of you are here to catch this black-headed male fish, I can see that you are people who know about good food. Our princess's red gathering may not boast about other things, but there are countless delicacies. The North Sea's ghost-head fish, the South Sea's flower-skin snake, the East Sea's 3 stars dragon, the West Sea's 8 treasures thief. There is also the Dragon Palace's celestial brew. Our thousand-flowing sea has gathered the currents from all the oceans and brought us countless delicacies. How can all of you not go to the Red Gathering and have a good taste?" At this point, he looked at Feng Xing and the others expectantly, looking like a pimp who was haggling for a pimp. Hua la la, before Feng Xing and Jin Wu could say anything, First Miss was already drooling. Hearing that there were so many delicious foods, the First Miss didn't care about anything else. She would definitely go to the Red Meeting. Seeing Jin Wu smirking all the time, Feng Xing knew that the Red Meeting was not simple. He asked about it in a low voice. After Jin Wu explained it to him, he finally understood. He was dumbfounded and felt his heart itching. He smirked a few times and suddenly felt that he should go there. Wasn't the so-called Red Meeting a man's paradise? It turned out that the so-called Red Meeting was the son-in-law selection of the Dragon Princess of the Dragon Palace. It was also a grand event among the demons and cultivators in the South Sea. It was held once a year. To put it bluntly, it was like the spring-coming brothel in the mortal world that opened once a year. Dragons were lascivious by nature. As early as the ancient times, the ancestral dragon had a very bad lifestyle and messed around. As a result, there was a legend that the dragon had 9 sons and each son was different. So far, the 8 great demon tribes, including Chonyo, Yazi, Chaofeng, Puleo, Swani, Fuwu, and Chiwen, were still subdivisions of the dragon tribe. They all had dragon blood in their bodies, but they were not pure-blooded dragon tribe. Later, the dragon tribe was seriously influenced by the human world and began to have the concept of propriety, justice, and honor. They began to practice incantations like the Ice Heart Sutra to suppress the evil thoughts in their bodies. This was also to maintain the purity of the dragon tribe's bloodline. Therefore, as time passed, the dragon tribe became the most taboo tribe to marry outsiders. The dragon lady would not marry outside the dragon tribe. She dominated the Kanglan Sea alone and ruled thousands of sea demons. She became a transcendent existence among the demon tribe, and her status was equal to that of the divine land sections. The princess of the thousand-flowing sea region was a special existence. She was born in the Sea of Azure Waves and was the eldest daughter of the Dragon Palace Master. However, since she was young, she did not like to cultivate the Ice Heart Sutra. It was difficult for her to suppress her evil thoughts. Her lifestyle was quite similar to that of her ancestors. She had countless affairs with the talents of the human world and the elites of the sections. The Dragon Palace Master could not control her, so he simply banished her from the Sea of Azure Waves and banished her here. This was exactly what the Dragon Lady wanted. She was even more open about it. Not only did she seduce the disciples of the sects on the surrounding islands, but she also did not let go of the passing sea merchants. She often sent mermaids to sing to lure them over. Those who looked ugly and weak were swallowed in one gulp. Those who looked handsome and strong were lured to the Dragon Palace to sing every night. Once they were done, she would swallow them in one gulp. And this was just her usual style. Once a year, there was also a large-scale gathering for selecting a son-in-law. This so-called gathering for selecting a son-in-law was to send out invitations to the disciples of the sects on the surrounding immortal islands, and even some young and strong sect elders. Even some talented and famous people would be invited to her glazed palace of the thousand-flowing sea area to recite poems and discuss the Tao. As long as they caught her eye, they would be able to enjoy a night of pleasure. Of course, the most important thing was that on this day, the Dragon Lady would not eat people indiscriminately. After a night of pleasure, she would let them go unharmed. If they performed well, they might even be rewarded with treasures and riches. This kind of gathering for selecting a son-in-law was held once a year. It had already become a tradition in the South Sea. However, this year's gathering was different from the past. The 3 fairies of the Northern Divine Mountain's Passionate Path had brought their disciples to the South Sea. As a result, the scale of this gathering had suddenly increased. With the Dragon Lady and the three fairies of the Northern Divine Mountain as the leaders, there were also many sea demons and spirits. It could be said that the gathering was unprecedentedly grand. Uncle 11 still wants me to guard Yuanyang for the time being. Do you want to go? Feng Xing regarded this red gathering as the brothel of spring, so he naturally hesitated. However, the eldest miss was moved. She looked mysteriously at Feng Xing and winked at him. Feng Xing immediately pretended to be serious and said coldly, "I'm not that kind of person." "I won't go." The eldest miss immediately revealed a pleading expression and said, "Let's go for a stroll." With one look, Feng Xing knew that this glutton could not resist the temptation of delicious food again. He refused to go and said, "I'm a combat cultivator. How can I be addicted to women?" When the eldest miss heard this, it was unknown what she was cursing in her heart. She rolled her eyes and giggled, "Didn't I promise to teach you the Samadhi true fire technique? Now is the time. This red gathering is also a good opportunity. You have to go." When he heard the words Samadhi true fire technique, Feng Xing became spirited. However, he looked at the eldest miss with some suspicion and said, "Don't tell me you're purposely tricking me to bring you to that place because you're greedy?" The eldest miss smiled mysteriously and whispered something in Feng Xing's ear. However, this caused Feng Xing to be stunned. He looked at the eldest miss in disbelief and said in shock, "You're not joking with me, are you? Do I really have to do this?" The eldest miss nodded and said seriously, "This is the only way in the human world other than the 9 tribulations that can let you replenish your Samadhi true fire." Feng Xing's face turned bitter. "Then isn't my sacrifice very big?" The eldest miss said, "Actually, strictly speaking, you won't suffer any losses." "It's precisely because I won't suffer any losses that the sacrifice is big," Feng Xing said angrily. He wanted to refuse, but he couldn't bear to give up this opportunity. He let out a long sigh and accepted his fate. Although the exiled Dragon Lady had formed her gold core 3 years ago and could be called an old ancestor, Feng Xing and the Golden Crow were extremely daring. They didn't care about the Dragon Lady who had just formed her gold core not long ago. The Lotus Girl didn't even know how to write the word afraid. All she saw was all kinds of delicious food. Therefore, the 3 of them hit it off and prepared to go to the red gathering. This red gathering was held in the glass palace of the Dragon Lady's thousand flowing sea. Thousands of miles of the sea were already decorated with lanterns and colored streamers. Light boats and flower boats could be seen everywhere, pulling handsome men in green robes toward the glass palace. There were also some cultivators who came from the sky. Those who met each other stopped in the air and greeted each other with cupped fists from afar. It was truly an indescribable demeanor of immortals. Unfortunately, when everyone saw each other, their smiles were a little strange. They had an expression that said, "You brat, you're here too." Those who came to the red gathering naturally didn't harbor any good intentions. They were mostly here to have a taste of the Dragon Lady and the 3 fairies from the Northern Divine Mountain. Although all cultivators knew that the reason the Dragon Lady and the 3 fairies were so debauched was because they wanted to harvest yang essence to increase their cultivation, they were all so delicate and beautiful that you could pinch water out of them. The Dragon Lady was even known as the most beautiful woman in the Dragon clan in the last 3,000 years. She was the kind of woman that could make any man go limp with a single glance. It didn't matter even if they harvested some of their yang essence. As for the Dragon Lady and the 3 fairies from the Northern Divine Mountain, they also knew very well that if they were dealing with ordinary people, they'd still have their lifespans harvested. However, when they were dealing with cultivators, they'd only dabble in it. They wouldn't go too far, lest they become enemies. Among the crowd of cultivators, there were some who came with their faces covered. They were unwilling to show their true faces, but this was normal. After all, there were still some who had the heart but lacked the guts to do so. They would only reveal their true colors after entering the glass palace. The glass palace was located in the center of the thousand flowing sea. Half of it floated on the surface of the sea, while the other half was submerged in the sea. The entrance was made of white jade, more than 1,000 feet tall. It led straight to the crystal hall at the highest point of the glass palace. The surroundings were blue and boundless, and the sun blazed fiercely. Below, there were countless exotic flowers and plants, as well as rare sea beasts. This place was like an immortal's cave. The spiritual qi here was also extremely abundant and refreshing. This place is so rich in spiritual qi. Could there be a spirit vein under the sea? Fang Xing, the eldest lady, and the golden crow arrived near the glass palace. Fang Xing's eyes began to light up. Generally speaking, blessed lands with abundant spiritual qi were usually located on spirit veins, or there were spirit veins nearby. As soon as he arrived outside the glass palace, he could already sense the abundance of spiritual qi. If it wasn't for the large-scale spirit gathering formation gathering spiritual qi, there would definitely be a spirit vein nearby. The golden crow's eyes lit up. Spirit veins aren't limited to the land. In fact, the land occupied by the wilderness sea is probably even larger than the land. There are many spirit veins, but human cultivators aren't used to living in the sea all year round. As a result, many of the spirit veins have been occupied by sea demons. Among them, the ones with the most abundant spiritual qi are naturally occupied by the dragon race. There are many spiritual treasures and divine mines in the spirit veins. This is also why the dragon race is famous for their wealth. This dragon lady, who was banished from the dragon palace of the Canglan Sea, is actually quite a wealthy woman, he. After hearing this, Fang Xing turned to look at the golden crow and chuckled softly. Everything was said without words. The eldest lady turned around and asked in a strange tone, "What are you two laughing at? Hurry up and go in." Fang Xing and Jinwu let out a wicked laugh, then hastily followed behind Lotus Girl, who was drooling with desire. There was a square with a radius of 300 meters below the white jade stairs of the glass palace. It floated above the blue waves for the cultivators to land on. Although the dragon lady was banished, she was the eldest daughter of the dragon palace after all. Her influence was not small. In addition, she had successfully formed her core and was a grand ancestor. Naturally, she was not a small figure. Therefore, none of the cultivators dared to directly enter her glass palace on a cloud. All the people who came to participate in the Red Society stopped at the square and walked up the white jade stairs to enter the glass palace. Fang Xing, Lotus Girl, and the golden crow landed and swaggered up the white jade stairs. Unexpectedly, when they were halfway up the stairs, two crab generals the size of small mountains stretched out their giant pincers and stopped them. They glanced at the Lotus Girl and the golden crow with bulging eyes and finally stared at Fang Xing's face. They shouted, "Who are you? Show me the princess's invitation letter." Before killing the shark and the old mussel, Fang Xing had already asked about the rules here. He did not panic and pretended to smile and said, "I'm a small cultivator who is cultivating with my master on a spiritual island 100,000 miles away from here. It's my first time leaving the island. When I saw such a grand event, I came to take a look and gain some experience. I hope the two generals can make an exception and let us in." As he spoke, he took out a storage bag and stuffed it over with a harmless smile. He did things properly and directly gave benefits. His words were also pleasing to the ear. The crab demons loved being called general the most. The crab general on the left took the storage bag and peeked inside. His ferocious aura immediately reduced a lot. He chuckled and looked at Fang Xing. "I have seen many people like you who don't have an invitation but want to see the world. Logically speaking, you are not allowed to enter. However, the princess has ordered that handsome and well-mannered people can be allowed in. However, you are not allowed to barge in. Do you understand?" Fang Xing hurriedly smiled. I understand. I can tell that you are handsome and well-mannered at first glance." The crab general on the right also smiled. "I can see this. Young people are still very sensible. You can go in and find your own seat. Don't offend the guests who have an invitation. Moreover, you should know what this red meeting is for. Women and mounts are not allowed to enter. Just let them wait outside to prevent any more trouble." Fang Xing was a little unwilling. Not to mention the missy, she was only going in to eat good food. How could she be willing to stay outside? As for Jinwu, it was best to bring him in. If something happened, he could still count on him to rush out. Ever since he found out that this missy was only good to look at but useless, he completely gave up on this so-called big backer. He rolled his eyes and stuffed another storage bag into the pincer of the crab general on the right. He whispered with a smile, "I hope the general can make an exception. This girl is my maid. She is the most timid, so it is not good to leave her outside. As for this crow, it is naturally psychic and can sing. It is a spiritual beast that I have brought to find an opportunity to present to the princess. Let me bring it in as well. It will definitely not cause any trouble." Hearing this, the Missy and Jinwoo stared at him at the same time. Fangxing hurriedly hinted to them to look at the bigger picture. The crab general on the right looked at Jinwoo with interest and said, "It looks like a demonic beast. It can actually sing? Why don't you sing a few lines?" Jinwoo's cultivation seemed to be only at the spiritual movement realm. If he did not make a move, anyone would have noticed this flaw. With the cultivation of these two early-stage foundation realm crab demons, they naturally could not see any flaws. Thus, they did not suspect anything. They were just a little curious. If it really was a singing demonic beast, it would indeed be interesting. Jinwoo was forced into a corner. In addition, Lotus Maiden was already a little impatient from waiting. She turned around and stared at it. It could only sing at the top of its voice. There is a girl in the village called Xiaohua. Her body is soft and big. Lord Jin will give her a few dozen tails. Tonight, I will sleep in her bed. Jinwoo's voice was loud, scaring all the cultivators within a few dozen meters. Oh, it really can sing. But brother, I advise you not to offer this kind of trash to the princess. These two crab generals were only guards. They had asked enough questions and did not ask any more. They even kindly reminded Fangxing that if this stupid bird was offered to the princess, not only would it not receive the princess' favor, it might even be killed. Before they left, they glanced at the eldest miss and laughed. "This servant girl of yours is quite pretty. Don't regret it after you bring her in." "No regrets, no regrets," Fangxing hurriedly promised. Only after hearing this did the two crab generals let the three of them in. "Is my singing not good?" The golden crow followed them and murmured indignantly. When they arrived at the front of the palace, there was another old turtle guarding the door. It was another round of questions. Fangxing casually gave a fake name and stuffed 100 pieces of top-quality spirit stones into it. Only then did he receive a small jade token that represented his identity. From this action, it could be seen that there were many people like him who could not get an invitation but wanted to join in the fun. Inside the lapis lazuli palace, after entering the gate, there was a large hall, which was wider than the white jade square below. Hundreds of white jade stone pillars as thick as an elephant's waist supported the ceiling. Looking closely, the stone pillars were carved into the shape of a man's penis, which was bold and straightforward. The hall was 300 feet wide and 200 feet deep. The floor was covered with cyan glaze and decorated with bronze ornaments. The hall was filled with red pearl lamps. The whole hall was divided into 3 steps. The entrance was the shortest, the deepest where the dragon lady's throne was placed was the highest, and there was another area in the middle. At this time, the whole hall was filled with small tables and cushions, and guests were sitting on them. Beautiful sea demon maids and ugly sea monster servants were walking around the hall with trays in their hands, serving delicious food and wine. In the deepest part of the hall, the small table in front of the throne and the 3 small tables beside it were still empty. It seemed that the owner had not arrived yet. In front of the hall, a sea serpent that had transformed into a demonic maid came to greet him with a smile. Fangxing did as the turtle spirit said and handed over his waist token. The sea serpent glanced at it, and the smile on her face faded a little. She glanced at eldest miss and Jinwoo behind him and sneered, saying, "Fellow Taoist, do you want to participate in the red meeting with your appearance? Hee, sit here." As she spoke, she pointed to an area at the entrance of the hall. Although the smile on her face did not diminish, her expression made people feel uncomfortable. "What's wrong with my appearance?" Fangxing's face was originally full of smiles, looking polite and modest, and he had even prepared the reward money. However, he did not expect that the sea demon would say such a thing. He was a little dissatisfied and did not give the reward. However, the sea snake did not care at all. She giggled and pointed to the group of people sitting at the entrance of the hall. "You'll know when you see them." She shook her head gently and ignored Fangxing. She went to greet the guests who had just entered the hall. Red Rock Island's young master Lu Qing, I haven't seen you for a long time. Damn it, you're looking down on me. Am I not handsome enough?" The more Fangxing thought about it, the angrier he became. Although he had simply disguised himself, his general appearance did not change. He was unhappy that he was looked down upon by the seductress. However, when he turned around and saw the area that she had designated for him, he understood what the sea demon meant. Although there were many guests in the hall, their identities and statuses were vaguely distinguished. In the area closest to the Dragon Lady's throne, there were a few cultivators with extraordinary looks. Their cultivation bases were all in the late stage of foundation establishment. Judging from their clothes, their identities were also extraordinary. Presumably, those who could sit closest to the Dragon Lady must be the distinguished guests invited by this red gathering. He could not find out their identities for a while. He did not know where those people came from, but their cultivation bases were undoubtedly the highest. In the middle area, there were also many cultivators with extraordinary looks. They must also be from famous sections. They all had a light red jade letter in their hands. It must be the invitation that the Dragon Lady had sent them before. It was also a symbol of their identity. After all, they were all invited. Although they could not be compared to the group of guests at the highest level, they were still proud to be invited. They were not ordinary people. In the bottom area, there were many cultivators like Feng Xing who came on their own without an invitation. Their cultivation bases were low and their background was not good. They only wanted to come here for a good thing and vainly hoped to gain the favor of the Dragon Lady. They wanted to take advantage of a night of pleasure and build a friendship or gain some benefits. Most of them were in the early stage of foundation establishment. There were even a few spiritual movement realm cultivators who were carefully hiding in a corner. However, although these people had low statuses, they also had a special characteristic. They were all abnormally handsome guys. Although their looks could not charm thousands of girls, it was not difficult to attract a group of love-struck fools with just a slight smile. It was no wonder that they dared to come to the Red Gathering to ask for a guest. It would not be easy to enter without this bit of capital. Compared to them, Feng Xing's appearance was indeed a bit ordinary. However, Feng Xing did not think so. No matter how he looked at it, he felt that he was similar to this group of people. In fact, he was even more handsome than them. That snake spirit has no eyesight. Bah, not only does she have no eyesight, she's blind. Feng Xing was indignant. He randomly found an empty place and sat down. His good mood was completely ruined. As for the eldest miss, she did not care much. As soon as she sat down, she immediately started to eat the delicacies and wine on the small table. Meanwhile, the great golden crow was well behaved. Its wooden fetus also seemed to be squatting behind the lotus girl. In this dragon palace, even it did not dare to act recklessly. Fellow Taoist, may I know where the spirit mountain is and what's your Taoist name? A man in a light yellow Taoist robe turned his head and asked Feng Xing with his fists cupped. He was in the early stage of the foundation establishment realm. The cultivators sitting in this area all regarded others as competitors. They really did not have a good expression on their faces. At most, they just smiled stiffly. However, when they faced Feng Xing, their smiles were very sincere. Perhaps it was because they felt that this guy could not pose any threat to them. That vague sense of superiority was already very obvious in their smiles. None of your business. Feng Xing, who had been provoked by the sea snake spirit, scolded angrily. He felt that everyone was an eyesore. Brother, you're very angry, the cultivator's face stiffened. He sneered with a hint of anger. Can't afford to be angry? Feng Xing revealed a trace of his cultivation. His cultivation of the foundation establishment realm was a level higher than that of the cultivator. The cultivator's face immediately turned a little ugly. Knowing that he was not a match for Feng Xing, he snorted coldly and turned his head. However, he was still unconvinced and muttered in a low voice, "Humph, what's the use of having a high cultivation? It's not cultivation that matters here." When Feng Xing heard this, he was unhappy again. Just as he was about to scold him again, his vision suddenly darkened. He saw that the soft-waisted sea snake spirit had come in front of him again. She was still smiling, but there was a kind of disdain in that smile that made it hard for people to find fault with. Her smile was even more annoying than before. She glanced at the young lady who was sitting next to Feng Xing and chewing. She chuckled and asked Feng Xing in a light voice, "Fellow Taoist, how should I address you?" Feng Xing did not know what she was going to do, so he gave her his fake name in annoyance. My name is Feng Ritian. Is there a problem? Pfft. Hearing this name, the sound of wine being spat out could be heard in the surroundings. The name Feng Ritian was indeed a little overbearing in this atmosphere and occasion. Even the cultivators who had been provoked by Feng Xing inadvertently glanced at Feng Xing's crotch. They thought to themselves, this kid looks so ordinary, and he's dressed so plainly, yet he's so arrogant. Does he have some sort of backing? In addition, the sea snake spirit, who was born with a pair of snobbish eyes, had come to talk to him, so everyone remained silent and watched silently from the side. When the sea serpent heard Feng Xing's overbearing name, she pursed her lips and smiled. She swept a glance at Feng Xing's crotch and put on a sweet smile. She pointed to the upper seats and said in a low voice, Feng Ritian. This fellow Taoist Feng, Mr. Zhu of Golden Turtle Island, who is sitting at the upper seats, asked me to pass a message on his behalf. He wants to invite you, his maidservant, to accompany him for a drink or two. If you don't mind, he will definitely reward you handsomely. He wants to snatch this kid's maidservant? When the surrounding people heard this, they immediately turned their heads away and no longer looked over. In their hearts, however, they felt that there was a good show to watch. Who asked this kid to be so arrogant? Now, he wants to snatch his maidservant. Let's see what he can do. Feng Xing looked around and saw a fat man in a golden robe at the highest area. He had an oily face and was raising his glass to him. There was an evil smirk on his face, and his eyes were practically glowing as he looked at the Lotus girl. The people who came to attend the Red Gathering had their own intentions. Some of them were waiting for the Dragon Lady and the three demons to come out and fight. Some of them were impatient and had already pulled over the beautiful glass palace maidservants to make their moves. However, they didn't expect that Mr. Zhu of Golden Turtle Island would coincidentally take a fancy to the Lotus girl. He wanted to snatch her because of his identity. However, he didn't know that Mr. Zhu was actually here to accompany his friends. He was only able to get the invitation because of his location and his friendship with the Glass Palace. He knew that with his appearance, he probably wouldn't be able to become the guest of the Dragon Lady and the three demons of the Northern Divine Mountain. There was no need for him to wait for the main character to appear. When he saw the Lotus girl that he was interested in, he immediately had evil thoughts. Seeing that Feng Xing didn't reply, the sea snake spirit's smile became more meaningful. She lowered her voice and said, Fellow Taoist Feng, by right, we can't force you to do anything. However, Mr. Zhu of Golden Turtle Island is not to be trifled with. He has taken a fancy to your maidservant, so it's best that you don't be too stingy. After all, you brought your maidservant to this place. It's inevitable that something like this will happen. She was secretly threatening Feng Xing because she was afraid that he wouldn't agree. However, she didn't expect that someone would take a fancy to the eldest miss, who was a source of trouble. He couldn't wait to send her away. At first, he was a little stunned. He didn't expect that someone would be so unlucky as to take the initiative to send the eldest miss away. When he came to his senses, he immediately said to the eldest miss with a smile, Did you hear that? There's a lot of delicious food up there. Do you want to go? The eldest miss had already eaten until she was drenched in sweat at the small table where Feng Xing and the Golden Crow were sitting. She was a little dissatisfied. She felt that the Glass Palace's maidservant really didn't know etiquette. She didn't even make up for the food after she finished eating. When she looked up at the fatty, she was immediately tempted. The delicacies and wine in the three areas were also different. The delicacies up there were more than the ones below. Moreover, there were maidservants serving them. If there was anything missing, someone would immediately make up for it. When he realized this, he immediately nodded and put down the fish slices that he was dipping in soy sauce. He said, Go. Feng Xing immediately turned around and said to the sea snake spirit, Take her away. She didn't expect Feng Xing to be so straightforward. The sea snake spirit was a little surprised. Fellow Taoist Feng is easy to talk to. Someone, send another jar of wine to fellow Taoist Feng. The sea snake spirit had completed the task entrusted by Mr. Zhu of Golden Ao Island. Naturally, she wouldn't be meddlesome. With a calm expression, she ordered someone to send a jar of wine to Feng Xing. In her eyes, it was as if she had used this jar of wine to exchange for Feng Xing's maidservant. In her heart, she looked down on Feng Xing a little more. She felt that this poor man gave his maidservant away without thinking. His flattery was really disgusting. When the cultivators sitting around Feng Xing saw this, they looked at him with contempt. No one came to greet him anymore. Haha, congratulations, Brother Zhu. As the person who accompanied me here, you've already hugged a beauty in your arms. At the head of the banquet, a man in a grey robe sitting closest to the dragon lady's throne saw that the sea demon had already led the beautiful maidservant over. He turned around with a smile and teased young Island Master Zhu of Golden Ao Island. Young Island Master Zhu didn't expect things to go so smoothly. He smiled so widely that his small eyes couldn't be seen on his fat face. He waved his hand and said, "Brother Jiang, don't make fun of me. I came to the Red Society to accompany you. With my appearance, I don't think that the Dragon Lady or the 3 fairies of the Northern Divine Mountain will like me. I don't want anything good to happen. It's my luck to find such a lovely little beauty." The man surnamed Jiang smiled and said, "With Brother Zhu's status, isn't it easy to get a maidservant like her? If you really like her, why don't you buy her? I'll pay for her as thanks for accompanying me to the Red Society." The closer young Island Master Zhu got to the eldest miss, the clearer he saw her appearance. He felt his heart palpitate more and more. He instinctively felt that he had never seen such an indescribably beautiful person. He didn't even have the mood to speak. He just stared blankly at the approaching Lotus Maiden. When the man surnamed Jiang saw this, he smiled and asked the servant beside him to talk to Feng Xing. At this time, the eldest miss had already arrived in front of young Island Master Zhu's small table. Her eyes stared unblinkingly at the delicacies on the table. She said, "I want to eat all the good food here. Tell them to keep serving me. They can't stop, and they can't repeat the same dishes. Do you understand? Of course, I can have a few more servings of what I like. Also, stay away from me. I feel a little disgusted when I see you." For a maidservant to say something like this, it was almost impossible. However, what was strange was that when young Island Master Zhu heard this, it was as if he was bewitched. He nodded repeatedly, smiling in a flattering manner, moving his fat body out of the way. He even carefully picked up a clean wine cup, trembling with fear as he poured wine for the young miss. Forget about hugging the beauty in his arms like other cultivators, he didn't even dare to touch the corner of her clothes. When the man surnamed Jiang saw this, he also felt it was a bit strange. He thought that young Island Master Zhu had been hypnotized, but after carefully sensing, he didn't find any traces of hypnosis. He was about to ask more when he saw Lotus Girl turn her head to look at him with a smile. He immediately felt that everything was normal. With a smile on his face, he lightly nodded and placed a plate of sliced ghost head fish on the small table in front of the eldest miss with both hands. The eldest miss was so happy that her eyes turned into crescent moons. "Look at that girl, she's so beautiful. Don't you think it's too much to only give her 100 pieces of top-grade spirit stones? How dare you? My young master is a disciple of the Divine Land Jiang family. Buying your maidservant. A disciple of the Divine Land Jiang family? Fine, 200 pieces of top-grade spirit stones. I won't sell any less. What you? My maidservant has long legs and a pretty butt. Is 200 pieces of top-grade spirit stones a lot? Is it a lot?" At this time, in the area below, Feng Xing, relying on his eloquence, reprimanded the servant sent by the Jiang family's disciple until he couldn't say a word. He had successfully sold the eldest miss for the price of 200 pieces of top-grade spirit stones. He beamed with joy, but when the surrounding cultivators saw this scene, they all showed disdain. They all felt that this wild cultivator, who came out of nowhere, immediately sold his maidservant without hesitation when he heard that the other party was a Divine Land cultivator who wanted to buy his maidservant, was really a bit shameless. That delicate little maidservant was really unlucky to meet such a master, but Feng Xing thought that since the girl was so easy to sell, it was a way to make money. While they were talking, they suddenly heard the ceremonial music. A tall woman in her 20s, who was surrounded by a group of solo-roading and enchanting maidservants, walked out gracefully. The eyes of all the guests in the hall were immediately attracted to her. For a moment, the hall was silent, as if all the sounds were cut off by an invisible knife, and all the souls were taken away by the woman's appearance. Is this the eldest princess? She's really coquettish. Fang Xing, also holding a glass of wine, looked at the tall woman surrounded by the sea demons with a smile, and transmitted his voice to the golden crow. The golden crow glanced at her, looked down, and transmitted his voice. In those rumors, she's even more coquettish than what you see. Just what I need. Fang Xing chuckled and carefully sized her up. He saw that the legendary dragon lady, whose lifestyle was very popular with men, was extremely tall, almost a head taller than a normal man. However, although she was tall, she had a slender waist and long legs. Her breasts were plentiful, and her skin was as smooth as snow. Coupled with her extremely perfect face, she could really be said to be able to take away one's soul and eat away one's heart. This dragon lady was different from the women that Fang Xing interacted with on a daily basis. This dragon lady was practically born for men. She was breathtakingly beautiful and extremely invasive. Just one look at her would make one's mouth go dry and their nose bleed. Her figure was voluptuous, but if she was plump, she would be fat, and if she was skinny, she would be thin. Her face was perfect and cold, as if she was 1,000 miles away from people. But when paired with those legends about her, even when Fang Xing saw her, he couldn't help but think that this girl was really seductive. After the dragon lady took her seat, the ceremonial music didn't stop. It was the 3 demons of the northern divine mountain who walked out hand in hand. Although the 3 of them weren't as soft and tender as the dragon lady, they were still beautiful and seductive. Although there were 3 of them, because of their different appearances and ages, their beauty came in 3 different flavors. One was pampered, one was cold, and one was just about to bloom. All the cultivators in the hall immediately fell in love with them. Which one should I choose? Fang Xing's eyes sparkled as he made a decision in his mind. He couldn't wait to take all of them. The 4 women sat down like 4 beautiful peach blossoms, making the cultivators in the hall itch uncontrollably. The cultivator sitting beside Fang Xing was so excited that a thin layer of sweat appeared on his forehead. He shook his head and said, "Each of these stunning beauties has their own unique qualities. If I can get a night with them, I can really cast aside my cultivation path. I, Zhou Wei, will fight for one of the red bedchamber tokens even if I have to risk my life. But which one should I fight for? I'm afraid it won't be easy to fight for the dragon princess's token." Hearing his rambling, Fang Xing was also curious. He asked, "What's the red bedchamber token?" Zhou Wei glanced at Fang Xing and sneered. "You don't even know that? Ask someone else." He had just been mocked by Fang Xing, and he did not really like Fang Xing, so he was naturally not in a good mood. Fang Xing glared at him and said in a low voice, "Damn you, do you want to die?" As he spoke, he clenched his fists in a ferocious manner, which startled Zhou Wei. She knew that she was no match for this unruly brat if she were to make a move. She hurriedly threatened, "This is the dragon lady's lapis lazuli palace." Fang Xing chuckled and rolled his eyes. "Fine, I won't beat you up here. But you can't stay in the glass palace every day, right? Hee, when the red bedchamber token is over, I'll stop you every day. I won't stop until I kill you." The threat of the carriage made Zhou Wei break out in a cold sweat. He was only in the early stage of the foundation establishment stage, and his sect was not very impressive. Otherwise, he would not have been able to sit at the head of the table closest to the door. He had only come to the Red Gathering to seek a good opportunity through this guest. Now, before he had even gotten into bed, he had made a strong enemy. Wouldn't that be a great loss? His heart was filled with evil intentions. He felt that he shouldn't have provoked this little bastard. Fang Xing could see that he was a little scared. He chuckled. "Scared? Are you still going to be stubborn?" Seeing this, Zhou Riwei hurriedly smiled in embarrassment. "Fellow Daoist, you really have a bad temper. How could you take a joke so seriously? What do you want to ask?" "I won't hide anything from you. The red bedchamber entry medallion is equivalent to the embroidered balls tossed out by Princess and the 3 fairies from the northern divine mountain's amorous path. Each of us has 1 medallion, and as long as we obtain it, we will be able to enjoy 3 days of sexual intercourse, so it's the proof of sex." Fang Xing pondered for a moment and said, "How do we snatch this token? Do you want to fight?" Zhou Lue laughed and said, if it's a fight to snatch this Honghong entering bed token, why would it be so troublesome? Wouldn't it be better to just invite whoever had the highest cultivation? Moreover, the princess and the 3 fairies of the Northern Divine Mountain's passionate path aren't ordinary fans that can be fought over. Therefore, the red bedstead token is actually a topic set by the princess and the 3 fairies. Then, we'll have to compete based on our own abilities. Whether it's a battle of magical powers, a discussion of the Tao, or even a poetry recitation, or even a competition where we take off our pants, it's all up to the wishes of the 4 fairies. A competition of size? Fangxing was stunned. He looked down and said with a smile, then why are you still competing? Ahem. The golden crow, who was pretending to be a wooden chicken, suddenly coughed softly. It grabbed the wine cup on the table with its claws and drank it in one gulp with a proud expression. Fangxing was immediately speechless. He scolded, we humans are competing in size. Why is a stupid bird like you joining in the fun? Hee hee, the golden crow looked at Fangxing and the dumbfounded Zhou Lue with disdain. It looked like it was beneath it to argue with them. Fangxing really couldn't be bothered with it. He continued to ask Zhou Lue about the rules of the Red Meeting. He learned that the Red Meeting lasted for 10 days. Every 3 days, each fairy would issue a red bedstead token for people to compete for. Those who obtained the red bedstead token could serve the fairy for 3 days. On the last day, everyone would drink to their heart's content and leave happily. He had arrived just in time. It was the first day of the Red Meeting. In other words, the first red entering token of the 4 fairies would be issued on this day. The first token was also the one that everyone paid the most attention to. After all, the other tokens would inevitably feel like they were wearing old shoes. However, the first token was different. Not only would it attract the most attention, it would also cause others to wear old shoes. Moreover, the first person who obtained the red bedstead token had also served the Dragon Lady comfortably for 10 days. Moreover, after obtaining the first red bedstead token, as long as one could withstand it, one could also obtain the rest. After asking about the rules, Fangxing began to ponder. According to the method that the Lotus Lady had told him, it would be better for him to obtain as many red bedstead tokens as possible. However, he didn't know what the 4 fairies would do later. If they did not take off their pants to compare their sizes, he was afraid that he wouldn't have the confidence to win. However, the method that the eldest miss had mentioned could not be used forcefully. He could only let nature take its course. Just as Fangxing was inquiring about the rules of the Red Meeting, the Dragon Lady, who was sitting on the throne of honor, stood up gracefully. She smiled sweetly, and the entire hall fell silent. Everyone raised their heads and stared unblinkingly at the Dragon Lady. They knew that the Red Meeting was about to officially begin. Everyone, please do me the honor of coming to my Red Meeting. Ao Inju is indeed proud. However, this year's Red Meeting is a little different. I have 3 good sisters from the Northern Divine Mountain's passionate path visiting. According to the rules of hospitality, it would be inappropriate for me, the host, to compete with them. The red bedstead tokens will be issued by them first. After they have made their choice, I will then look for my best son-in-law for 3 days. As soon as the Dragon Lady finished speaking, she raised the wine cup in her hand. The cultivators below immediately cheered in unison. Fangxing loved this scene so much that he also raised his cup and shouted, "Good." After the Dragon Lady finished speaking, her beautiful eyes sparkled. She looked at the eldest senior sister of the Northern Divine Mountain's 3 fairies and chuckled softly, "Little sister Hongyan, I'll leave the rest to you. Seeing how you've been choosing for so long, do you have any that you like?" The eldest senior sister, Fairy Hongyan, smiled faintly and said, "There are a few that I like. Big sister's place is still the best. As soon as I put out the invitation, cultivators from all over will come to support me. Unlike our Northern Divine Mountain, the surrounding sects view us like venomous snakes and ferocious beasts. They order their disciples to never interact with us. If they go too far, they even say that we are a demonic sect and want to chase us to the Western Hinyu prefecture." The Dragon Lady giggled and said, "Your amorous sex method is a bit too overbearing. Not only do you steal people's young essence, you also steal their cultivation. It's only natural that you're viewed with hatred. This time, at my red gathering, you must control yourself." It's fine to steal some yang essence and cultivation, but if someone dies because of it, then this big sister's red gathering's reputation will be ruined. The fairy Hongyan smiled and said, "Don't worry, big sister, I understand." After saying that, she turned her head to look at her two juniors. When her gaze landed on her third junior sister, Qing Yan, who had her head lowered in silence, she seemed to have thought of something. Turning to the dragon lady, she said, "Elder sister Yin Zhu, although there is an order of seniority, my junior sister Qing Yan has just mastered the passion art and is still a virgin. Why don't we give the first prize to her and let her pick first?" Naturally, the dragon lady wouldn't refuse. She smiled and agreed, then waited for the little fairy to ask the question. The little fairy seemed to be a bit unhappy. She bit her lips and no one knew what she was thinking. The second senior sister of the amorous sect, Bai Yan, saw this and held her hand. She tried to persuade her in a low voice. Finally, Qing Yan raised her head. Under the excited gazes of the cultivators, she bit her lips and took out 8 array flags. She threw them into the empty space in the middle of the hall. Not long after, the array flags were all inserted into the ground. Purple mist swirled around them, forming a formation that no one could see through. The fairy Qing Yan said, "If you want to touch me, you have to at least pass through this formation." When the cultivators in the hall heard this, they were all startled. Previously, in this red meeting, they had heard of all kinds of different topics. Even taking off one's pants to compare the size of one's pants was considered common, but they had never heard of this kind of method of breaking arrays. After all, everyone was here to play. You could choose those who were talented in literature, strong and vigorous, or handsome and elegant, but why did you choose those who were good at studying arrays? Qing Yan didn't say anything. She bit her lips and looked at the surprised cultivators below. For a moment, the atmosphere was a little awkward. Seeing this, the dragon lady smiled and softly said, "Little sister Bai Yan is still a virgin. You beasts have it easy. She is thin-skinned, so it's normal for the questions to be a little difficult. You are all outstanding cultivators, is there no one who can break through this formation? I, Ao Inju, have never thought that the people I invited to the red gathering would be such a bunch of trash." Her words were a mixture of provocation and persuasion. Immediately, many people responded. A cultivator who knew that it would be difficult for him to obtain the dragon lady's red bedchamber entry medallion and had some attainments in the field of spell formation stood up. He walked to the front of the spell formation and smiled at Fairy Qing Yan, who was standing beside the dragon lady. Then, he bowed slightly and walked into the spell formation with large strides. When he smiled at her, Bai Yan still had an unhappy and cold expression on her face, and she didn't respond at all. Seeing this, Hong Yan and Bai Yan felt a little awkward. They explained to the dragon lady in a low voice, "Although our junior sister is the successor of our master and has learned the true essence of the amorous tactics, she was forced to stay in the sect because she hasn't mastered the amorous tactics. Although she is a member of the amorous faction, she hasn't even seen many men. Previously, when we talked about these things with her, she didn't feel conflicted. Now that something good is about to happen, she feels a little embarrassed. Maybe she is thin-skinned. After taking the first step, she will definitely be fine. I hope the eldest princess will forgive me." The dragon lady smiled and didn't deny it. She said, "In the end, it depends on her own will. Otherwise, it won't feel good." As they were talking, a scream suddenly rang out from within the formation. The person who tried to break through the formation didn't walk out from the other end of the formation. Instead, he was struggling to get out from the other end of the formation. His face was black and he was screaming in agony. This was a sign that he was poisoned. Even the fairy Qing Yan was shocked. She flew down from the formation and fed him the antidote. Facing the surprised and angry gazes of the cultivators, the fairy Qing Yan nonchalantly said, "Our amorous faction is famous for the amorous tactics and the art of poison. Don't tell me you guys don't know about this? I put poison in the formation. If you guys want to do anything to me, don't be afraid of poison. After you've detoxified the poison and passed the formation, you can think about my red bedding token." It would have been better if she didn't say it. The moment she said it, the cultivators became even angrier. Although the purpose of the competition at the red meeting was to fight for the red entering bed medallion, it was also a way to liven things up. Up until now, no matter how difficult the questions were, no one had ever lost their lives. However, this fairy Xianxia had set up an array for people to challenge. She even set up poison within the array. Was she trying to take someone's life? In the main hall, the atmosphere was extremely stifling. A few cultivators' hearts were filled with anger. They were determined to teach this fairy Xianxia from the Northern Divine Mountains multi-emotion sect a lesson. After the first cultivator was detoxified of the poison, several cultivators who were proficient in arrays or alchemy stepped forward. They examined the poison within the array and concocted an antidote on the spot. However, their hearts were burning with anger. The colder this fairy Xianxia behaved, the more they wanted to detoxify the poison. Once they broke through the array and obtained the red entering bed medallion, they would teach her a lesson. However, 3 more people tried to challenge the array, but all of them failed. The array that the fairy Xianxia had set up was an extremely powerful treasure. It was extremely mysterious and difficult to break through the array. The poison within the array was also extremely difficult to detoxify. Even the antidote pill that was concocted at the last minute could only defend against the poison for a short period of time. After a long period of time, the poison would still invade the body. The combination of the two was extremely powerful. In order to challenge the array, one had to succeed before the poison entered the array. Otherwise, the longer the delay, the more dangerous it would be. In a short period of time, the red meeting seemed to have stopped. In fact, there were many capable people in the main hall. However, most of them were here for the sake of the Dragon Lady. Naturally, they would not enter the arena for the sake of a fairy Xianxia. They were afraid that if they snatched the red entering bed medallion from the fairy Xianxia, they would lose the chance to become the Dragon Lady's guest. Looks like you guys won't be able to break through the array. How disappointing. I'm going to deactivate the array. The fairy Xianxia waited for a while. Seeing that no one dared to enter the arena to break the array, she smiled proudly and was about to deactivate the array. But at this moment, a giggling voice said, "What's the rush? Let me try." Everyone looked up and saw a cultivator sitting closest to the entrance of the hall. His appearance was ordinary, and his robe was not as glamorous as the others. In this hall where almost everyone had a handsome face or was dressed elegantly, he was a bit conspicuous. Of course, being conspicuous was not a good thing. The main thing was that his appearance was too ordinary, and it made people feel that he was conspicuous. It was like a chicken standing in a flock of phoenixes. So many cultivators have already suffered. Is this Feng Riqian going to bite off some tough bones? With his looks, it's impossible for him to win the Dragon Lady's favor. He's just taking the opportunity to covet the little fairy. The cultivators around Feng Xing pondered in their hearts. As for the green-faced fairy, she did not say a word as she stared coldly at Feng Xing. I don't know if that stupid girl's idea will work. Let's start with this girl first. She'll be easier to deal with. Feng Xing was also pondering in his heart. With a smile on his face, he arrived in front of the spell formation that was surrounded by purple mist. He hesitated for a moment, took a deep breath, and strode into the spell formation. At this time, he was holding a communication jade talisman in his hand. After entering the spell formation, he used his spiritual power to protect his internal organs from being invaded by the poison. At the same time, he kept reporting the location of the spell formation to the Golden Crow outside. The Golden Crow was responsible for calculating the location of the array. Both of them were very familiar with this task and did not think much of the array. As for the poison in the array, with Feng Xing's spiritual qi, he was able to resist it before he broke the array. Once he had the ability, breaking the array would not be a problem. Under the shocked gazes of the cultivators, in less than 15 minutes, Feng Xing came out from the other side of the array with a grin on his face. Looking at his smug face, the green-faced fairy's face darkened. Sigh, I didn't expect this guy to steal the first prize. Below, Zhou Lue, who had quarreled with Feng Xing, sighed softly. However, she did not seem jealous. On the other hand, Hong Yan and Bai Yan from the Amorous sect, as well as the Dragon Lady, immediately felt much more at ease. They felt as if this guy named Feng Riqian had helped them out of their predicament. It was the little fairy named Xianxia who had made the atmosphere awkward. The red-faced fairy immediately held the hand of the green-faced fairy and led her down. She smiled and said, "Little junior sister, although the topic is strange, you have really chosen a good man. Hong Hong's bedchamber medallion is yours. It's a rare opportunity, so don't let it go to waste. Let's go to the bridal chamber now. Fellow cultivator, my little junior sister is a virgin. You have to know how to dote on her." When Fangxing heard this, he was stunned for a moment. Now? The red-faced fairy smiled and said, "If not now, how long do you want to wait?" Fangxing scratched his head and was a little surprised. He had wanted to get a few more medallions. However, on second thought, this little girl was so young and inexperienced. It wouldn't take long to get her. He would go in and see if this method worked, then come out and get the other medallions. He should be able to make it in time. After all, he had a whole day to do with it. Thus, he smiled and reached out to pull the fairy. However, the fairy snorted coldly and turned around to walk towards the side chamber. Fangxing felt a little awkward. He was also annoyed. "You're a whore, why do you still want a chastity? Let's see how I deal with you. Fellow cultivator, your luck is not bad. Why don't you go over?" The annoying sea snake demon appeared again. She looked at Fangxing with a smile, as if she thought that he had hit the jackpot. Fangxing didn't like her from the bottom of his heart. He glared at her and turned to follow the fairy into the side chamber. There were many rooms in the side chamber of the lapis lazuli palace. The purpose of these rooms was obvious. The closer they were to the main hall, the more extravagant the decorations were. However, the fairy ignored the rooms near the main hall. She didn't even look back as she walked along the corridor to the deepest part of the side chamber. There's something wrong with this girl. Does she not like me? Fangxing swore in his heart, "Damn it, I'll let you have a taste of my power." With a wicked idea in his mind, Fangxing began to size up Qingyan. When Qingyan passed by the door of a room, he suddenly took a step forward, grabbed Qingyan by the waist, and pushed the door open. He carried her and leaped onto the bed. He chuckled, "Little girl, why did you run so far? I can't wait any longer. The night of love is short. Hurry up and give yourself to me." As he spoke flirtatious words, his hands were already prepared to carry out his plan. However, right at this moment, he suddenly felt vigilance in his heart, and he tilted his head backwards, yet he avoided a talisman that stuck onto the space between his brows like a bolt of lightning. Shockingly, it was a soul-lock talisman. If he were to be stuck onto by this talisman, then even with Fangxing's cultivation, he would probably be unable to struggle free in a short period of time, and he would be like a puppet that was at the mercy of others. Seeing that he had dodged the soul-lock talisman, the fairy gritted her teeth and formed a hand seal. A storage bag was tied to her smooth and slender thigh. With a whoosh, two beams of light, one green and one red, flew out. They were two extremely powerful flying swords. They flew towards Fangxing's face with a murderous aura. At the same time, she waved her hand and shot out a wisp of purple mist. F***ck, it's just a bed. Is there a need to kill me? Fangxing was infuriated. It was fine if this fairy didn't want to sleep with him, but why did she use a killing move? It was obvious that this little demon had wanted to use the soul-lock talisman to restrain him, but now that the talisman had failed, she decided to use her killer move. Fangxing had no idea where her killing intent was coming from. However, with Fangxing's strength, he wasn't afraid of her at all. Laughing loudly, he grabbed the two flying swords and broke them into 4 pieces before tossing them to the ground. As for the little vixen's palm that was flying towards his nose and mouth, Fangxing was even more relaxed. He grabbed the little vixen's hand with one hand and placed his other hand on her waist. With a light push, he tossed her onto the soft mattress like a dead dog. Stupid girl, do you want my life? You've crossed the line. I'll teach you a lesson. Although Fangxing did not place little demoness Qingyan's methods in his eyes, her killing intent made Fangxing extremely angry. He spat on his palm twice, and was about to rush onto the bed to let this little demoness experience Great Master Feng's power. Little demoness Qingyan was shocked, as if she had never thought that Fangxing would have such strength. In front of him, she did not even have the ability to retaliate. Don't touch me." The fairy was so scared that she shrank into a corner and shouted, "You can't mess with my man." "Huh? You fairies have a man?" Fangxing said with disdain. He didn't think that the fairies of the northern divine mountain would have a man. Who would want a slut like her? The green-faced fairy's face was filled with panic as she curled up in the corner like a kitten. She waved her not-so-sharp claws around to prevent Feng Xing from getting any closer. She screamed, "I have a man. I'll only be with him for the rest of my life. If you touch me, I'd rather die." "Of course, I don't want to die either. You'd better not touch me. If he finds out, you'll be begging for death." Seeing the fairy's reaction, Feng Xing didn't want to waste any more time. If she didn't cooperate, he wouldn't be able to use his technique. However, seeing a girl who was supposed to sleep with him acting like a chaste woman for the sake of another man, he wasn't too happy. He pretended to pounce on her and said, "I want to see how powerful your man is." The fairy was scared out of her wits. She blurted out, "My man is the #1 genius of Nanzhan, Feng Xing. You dare touch me?" "Huh?" Feng Xing was dumbfounded. Just as he was about to pounce, he froze in midair. Seeing that she had managed to scare Feng Xing, a look of relief flashed across the little demoness face. Since she had already revealed her deepest secret, she might as well strike while the iron was hot. "He's someone who even dares to kill Huangfu Daozi. I don't believe that you haven't heard of his name. Let me tell you, I'm already his woman. If you dare to touch me, he'll tear you into pieces." Feng Xing's face lit up. Feng Xing was dumbfounded. His instincts told him that this little vixen was extremely serious when she said those words. It didn't seem like she was just pulling him out to scare him. This made him even more speechless. He had only seen this little vixen once, and they hadn't even exchanged a few words. When did he become her man? Could it be that someone had impersonated him and slept with this little vixen? Suspicious, he probed, "Is the entire street filled with your men? You can just say who they are?" Seeing that he didn't believe her, the little vixen started to panic again. Shrinking back into the couch, she shouted, "I don't care if you believe me or not. He is my only man. If you dare to use force on me, I will kill myself. I will say that you have ulterior motives and wanted to kill me. My 2 senior sisters and the eldest princess are all in the hall. Do you think they will let you off if they see that you want to hurt me?" "Hurt you?" Feng Xing glanced at her and suddenly made a move. Unbeknownst to him, a deity-binding rope had appeared in his hand. Under the suppression of his powerful spiritual energy, the little demoness was unable to resist at all. In just a few moves, he had tied her up. At the same time, his spiritual energy entered her meridians and sealed her spiritual energy. In an instant, she was powerless to resist. Feng Xing chuckled, "In front of this young master, do you think you have the chance to kill yourself?" The little demoness was scared witless. The difference in their strength was clear for all to see. In front of Feng Xing, there was no way she could fight back at all. Thinking that he was going to use force, she was both anxious and embarrassed. Tears began to roll down her cheeks. Feng Xing laughed mischievously and said, "Don't be in such a hurry to mourn. To be honest, I also admire Feng Xing, that handsome, righteous, and talented youth. I even plan to be friends with him in the future. If you really are his girl, then I definitely won't touch you. I just want to verify whether what you said is true or false. If it's true, then so be it. If it's false, heh." Hearing that there was still a chance, the little vixen hurriedly raised her head and said, "It's true. When I first met him in the mysterious region." Feng Xing nodded, "And then?" The little vixen blushed, and then he became my man." Feng Xing cracked his knuckles and laughed coldly, "If you don't tell me the truth, then today." The little vixen jumped in fright and shouted, "Step back. Step back. I'll tell you the truth." Since this matter concerned him, Feng Xing was filled with curiosity. Naturally, he cooperated. He retreated 30 feet away and pulled out a chair to sit on. Then, he took a bottle of wine from the coral table in the room and bit open the cork. As he drank, he listened to the little fairy's explanation. "Actually," the little vixen stammered, "he hasn't become my man yet, but he will sooner or later." The little demoness seemed to be a little anxious in her heart. Her words were incoherent. It was clear that there were some things that she wanted to cover up, and some things that she wanted to say in a more romantic manner. However, Feng Xing was not stupid. He accurately captured something in her words. By beating around the bush, he was able to figure out the true thoughts in her heart. After all this time, it turned out that this little demoness was just letting her imagination run wild. It turned out that after seeing Feng Xing in the Xian region, the three vixens from the northern Divine Mountains emotionless sect admired Feng Xing's bravery and wanted to help their little junior sister sleep with this little demon. However, with their abilities, they really couldn't do anything to Feng Xing. Later on, Feng Xing ambushed them outside the Immortal Garden and robbed them. The two parties basically had a grudge against each other. Later on, although they agreed to rob the Sword Catacomb together, the enmity between them had already faded. Later on, the three of them went to another place to seek opportunities. However, they didn't expect that before the appointed time to rob the Sword Catacomb arrived, Feng Xing led a group of people and directly robbed the entire Sword Catacomb. The three of them ended up empty-handed. This made Hong Yan and Bai Yan so angry that their silver teeth itched. They even wanted to catch Feng Xing and skin him alive. However, they couldn't find him for the time being. However, they never imagined that after coming into contact with Feng Xing a few times, Feng Xing would be valiant and audacious to the extreme. Even though the three of them had never obtained any benefits from him, and it could be considered to be a gap between them, a trace of a good impression had arisen within their little junior sister, and they intuitively felt that only a man like this was qualified to be their first man. Later on, the things Feng Xing did became more and more world-shocking. He shot their master to death with a single arrow, assassinated Huangfu Daozi, and killed 10 Golden Core realm experts of the Huangfu clan. His reputation was so great that it could be said to have shaken Nanzhan. In such a situation, even many female cultivators and fairies who didn't know Feng Xing faintly felt that this little devil was really awe-inspiring and fierce, not to mention the little fairy who already had such thoughts in her heart. That little thought at the beginning, after a round of brewing and teasing, had impressively become a burning and indescribable feeling, causing this little seductress to firmly believe that Feng Xing was her future man. She, who originally did not dislike the cultivation method of her own emotionless sect, suddenly became unusually resistant, resolutely refusing to let any man touch her body. In fact, her two senior sisters also noticed this change in her. They thought that she was facing a lot of pressure because she was facing her first time, so they brought her to the red gathering of the eldest princess, hoping to pick a good husband for her. However, they didn't know that to this little fairy, she already had her heart set on Feng Xing. Why would she be interested in these guys at the red gathering? Of course, this little fairy would not tell Feng Xing these thoughts. In fact, she couldn't even explain where this obsession in her heart came from. However, when Feng Xing heard this, he more or less understood the little fairy's feelings for him. He felt a burst of joy in his heart. This little fairy looked down on so many people, but she actually took a liking to this young master. It seemed that her taste was really good, and it was worthy of praise. However, there was also some regret in his heart. It was a pity that it was useless for him, who wanted to complete the Samadhi True Fire. You actually want to sleep with Uncle Feng? Dream on. However, he is no longer in Nanzhan. Even if you want to sleep with him, you won't be able to sleep with him. With your multi-emotion sect, do you think you can survive without sleeping with a man? You can't expect him to pick up someone else's second-hand goods, right? Feng Xing said with a smile that didn't seem like a smile as he looked at the little fairy. If she wanted to ask some questions on his behalf, she had to put in some effort. Hearing Feng Xing's words, the little fairy rolled her eyes and looked at Feng Xing unhappily. Are you doubting my loyalty? Feng Xing sneered, do you fairies have any loyalty? The little fairy was so angry that her face turned red. She said coldly, you don't have to worry about my business. Pfft, this young master doesn't care. Feng Xing laughed coldly. He reached out his hand to retrieve the immortal binding rope from the little fairy and turned to leave. Seeing that Feng Xing was leaving so quickly, the little fairy was slightly taken aback. However, she did not call out to him again. Looks like I'll have to find another one. Feng Xing sighed helplessly and walked into the main hall with his hands clasped behind his back. Seeing that he had returned so quickly, the people in the main hall all had a surprised expression. After the surprise, they all smiled thoughtfully, causing Feng Xing to feel stuffy in his heart. He wanted nothing more than to strangle that group of bastards to death one by one. Sullenly, he sat back at his small table, poured a full cup of wine, and drank it clean in one go. "Why are you back so quickly?" The golden crow winked at him and asked. Fang Xing rolled his eyes and said, "Don't mention it. It's so depressing." The golden crow chuckled and said, "Don't worry, there are many spiritual herbs. One of them will definitely be able to cure your illness." Fang Xing spat out the wine that he had just drunk. Grabbing the golden crow's neck, he shouted, "You're the one with that illness. That girl was trying to kill herself. I didn't do anything at all, okay?" His voice was a little loud, and many people heard it and snickered incessantly. He had already obtained Hong Hong's betting token and entered the side hall, but he had not done anything. Wasn't this the biggest joke in the world? The gazes of the surrounding crowd that looked at Fang Xing were filled with ridicule and ridicule. Especially the few people around Fang Xing, they had expressions of ridicule that said, "This kid's level is so low, he won't be able to do anything even if he takes the red bedchamber medallion." Fang Xing, on the other hand, was filled with anger. His eyes darted around, looking for an opportunity to snatch another Hong Hong's betting token. But at this moment, the Northern Divine Mountain's beautiful women had already made their decision. They had chosen their favorite person and headed to the side hall. Only the master of the Red Society, Dragon Lady Ao Inju, was left. The crowd of cultivators was also greatly encouraged. They talked loudly and eloquently and wittily, and there were even people who had meticulously prepared gifts. They wanted to show off in front of the elder princess and win her favor. However, no matter how the crowd behaved, the eldest princess continued to smile and did not mention her own topic. Below the eldest princess, the young cultivator surnamed Yuan from the Divine Prefecture also continued to hold a cup of wine with an expressionless face. The atmosphere was a little strange. The eldest princess did not mention the topic, so the cultivators did not know how to deal with it. They could only wait with their hearts itching. After a while, the eldest princess stretched lazily and called over a clam spirit made beside her. She asked something in a low voice. The clam spirit maid held a purple wooden tray in her hand. There were some jade tablets on it, and they were inscribed with names such as shooting, throwing pot, playing chess, painting, observing the sun, and so on. They were all the topics that had been used in previous Red meetings. There was no doubt that the Dragon Lady was preparing to choose the topic that she had prepared this time. The cultivators immediately held their breaths. However, it was also at this moment that the young man from the Divine Prefecture, surnamed Yuan, smiled and stood up. He bowed to the Dragon Lady and said softly, "Miss Yingzhu, you should have read the letter I gave you, right? Bijiao's sincerity can be witnessed by the heavens and earth. I hope that Miss Yingzhu can agree to Bijiao's request and come with me to the Divine Prefecture. We will choose a day to marry and cultivate the great Tao together." As soon as he said this, the entire hall immediately fell silent. Only the sound of ceremonial music could be heard. Everyone knew what they were here to do in the Red meeting, but why did they come out today to propose marriage? Everyone knew what kind of person Ao Inju, the Dragon Clan's eldest princess of Thousand Flowing Seas Glass Palace, was. Naturally, she was extremely beautiful. Even in the entire cultivation world, it was likely that there were only a few who had such a beautiful appearance. Although the cultivators valued cultivation so highly, in order to spend a night with her, he would rather let her pluck his precious young essence. This was equivalent to using his life to sleep with her. However, even if they flew around her like flies, how many of them would be willing to marry her? After all, as cultivators, even if they wanted to find a Tao companion who would be willing to find themselves such a sore point, the path of cultivation was long, and this regret would last for hundreds or even thousands of years. However, they did not expect that there would be a new case in today's Red meeting. Someone actually proposed to bring the Dragon Lady back to be married. Most importantly, the cultivators accurately heard the word divine continent that this person mentioned. Could it be that this young man in linen who wanted to marry the Dragon Lady was actually a cultivator from the divine continent? This shock caused all the cultivators to be bewildered. Otherwise, someone would have mocked them a long time ago. The Dragon Lady turned to look at him expressionlessly and said, "What letter? I've never seen it." The divine continent cultivator, Yuan Bichao's expression froze, and a hint of anger flashed through his eyes. However, he suppressed it and smiled. "Miss Yingzhu, don't be stubborn. I believe you've heard of this marriage. My father personally proposed to the old Dragon King, and the two elders personally decided on it. However, you refused to go back to the Azure Wave Sea, so I personally came to pick you up. The Dragon Lady sneered when she heard that. Did he agree? There are many princesses in the Dragon Palace. Wouldn't it be better to bring any one of them to the Divine Continent for marriage? Why did he have to come all the way to the thousand-flowing sea to find me? I'm already an exiled person. Ever since I was chased out of the Azure Wave Sea 40 years ago, that old thing has never asked me again. Now he wants me to marry someone with just one sentence? Yuan Bichao was at a loss for words and felt a little displeased. She thought to herself, if it weren't for the fact that my family wants to form a marriage alliance with the Dragon Palace, why would I be willing to marry a whore like you? If I could marry another princess of the Dragon Palace, I would be more than happy to do so. However, the Dragon Palace has always prohibited the children of the Dragon Tribe from marrying outside the Dragon Tribe. Only a piece of trash like you, who has a bad reputation, is willing to marry outside the Dragon Tribe. Because my status in the family is in danger, I have to grit my teeth and marry you to improve my status in the family. Otherwise, do you really think I like a piece of trash like you? A subtle thought flashed past his mind. The smile on his face did not diminish and he still spoke in a refined and courteous manner. Eldest princess, words are wrong. Although this marriage was agreed upon by my father and the old Dragon King, the reason was also because I have always admired the eldest princess' beauty and unyielding character. That was why I asked my father to propose marriage to the old Dragon King. However, I also know that the eldest princess is such an outstanding person and naturally would not marry me just because of a marriage contract. That is why I sincerely came to Thousand Flowing Sea to pay a visit, hoping to move the eldest princess. Haha, your words are pleasant to hear. The Dragon Lady giggled and looked at Yuan Bichao with a seemingly profound gaze. Then, she gently swept her gaze across the cultivators in the hall and said with a smile, you want to move me with just these words of sincerity? Haha, those who are willing to come to my red meeting, which one of them is not sincere? If I have to follow any one of them, I'm afraid I don't have so many doppelgangers. So, young Master Yuan, please sit down and wait for me to choose a topic. If young Master Yuan can defeat all the cultivators, even if I don't follow you back to the Divine Land, we can still be husband and wife for 3 days. Hearing this, a flash of anger flashed across Yuan Bichao's face. He hurried to state his intention before the Dragon Lady chose a topic. He just wanted to hint to the Dragon Lady that he was the husband chosen by her father. He did not care about her dirty past and was willing to marry her. However, he did not expect that the Dragon Lady dared to mention the matter of choosing a husband in front of him. In fact, he had submitted several invitations to the Glass Palace before, hoping to have a chat with the Dragon Lady. However, the Dragon Lady kept avoiding him and gave him an invitation from the Red Meeting. He had no other choice but to come to the Red Meeting to meet the Dragon Lady. However, in his heart, he naturally did not want the Red Meeting to continue. He was originally a reluctant person. After coming to the Thousand Flowing Sea, he was refused several times to meet. He was full of anger and could no longer maintain his elegant demeanor. He smiled coldly and said, Miss Zhu, you must be joking. How can these filthy people have any sincerity? I, Bichao, am different from them. My sincerity can be seen by the heavens. I personally came to the Red Meeting not for the so-called 3 days of pleasure, but because I sincerely want to take you back to the Divine Land to be my Taoist companion. His words had already scolded all the cultivators, but because he was a cultivator from the Divine Prefecture, and the person accompanying him was also the famous young island master Zhu of Golden Turtle Island in this area of the sea, although the cultivators were indignant, no one dared to refute him. Instead, Fang Xing, who was in the crowd, could not help but shout, we're all here to sleep with women, why the F***ck are you pretending for? Swoosh, 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 everyone looked at the area below. Fang Xing immediately pointed at Zhou Wei and said, he said it. Zhou Wei was frightened and hurriedly waved his hands. It's not me, it's not me. Ao Inju did not care about the movement below. After listening to Yuan Bichao's words, she remained calm, but her eyes inadvertently glanced at Yuan Bichao's waist. Then, she gently picked up a white jade bodhisattva placed in front of her and said with a faint smile, you said that I'm not sincere enough, but at least I brought a generous gift. I heard that the Yuan family of the Divine Land is one of the ancient aristocratic families in the Divine Land with a strong foundation and wealth comparable to that of a country. Why did you, a young master, come to me with nothing? Yuan Bichao was stunned. He knew that he couldn't keep the engagement gift that his father ordered him to bring. But he was thick-skinned enough, so he just smiled lightly and took out a long box from the storage pouch on his waist. He placed it horizontally in front of Ao Yinju and said with a smile, "Miss Yinju, you must be joking. It's the first time I've come to visit you, so how could I not be prepared?" After a pause, he opened the box a little. Immediately, a cold aura was emitted from within. It was like a killing weapon that had been through many battles for a long time, making people feel a chill in their hearts. Yuan Bichao only opened the box a little before immediately closing it again. He then said with a smile, "This sword embryo is a gift I brought to thank you, Miss Yinju. To tell you the truth, this sword embryo came from the mysterious domain. When the mysterious domain opened not long ago, the cultivators of the Divine Land occupied 70% of the domain. However, we did not expect that a miraculous opportunity like this sword embryo would appear in the domain occupied by the cultivators of the Nanzhan. Due to the agreement, the cultivators of the Divine Land could not cross the boundary and take it, which benefited the cultivators of the Nanzhan. Later on, an uncle of my Yuan family obtained this sword embryo from an old friend of the Nanzhan by chance. He wanted to give it to me, but I was deeply attached to Miss Yinju, so I refused to fuse with it. I sealed it with a secret technique and brought it to you." Upon hearing his words, the cultivators below all gasped. There were countless opportunities when the mysterious domain opened, but the sword embryo was one of the most well-known opportunities. However, it was rumored that the sword embryo had been snatched by the little devil Nanzhan. Almost 100 sword embryos had disappeared along with the little devil. Therefore, although the cultivators were extremely distressed, they could not snatch it even if they wanted to. No one expected that Yuan Bichao would actually bring such a precious sword embryo to Ao Yinju as a gift of thanks. Compared to the value of the sword embryo, the gifts given by the others were really like clay tiles. Among the astonished crowd, only Fang Xing nonchalantly picked his nose and flicked his finger into Zhou Lui's wine cup. He did not care at all, thinking that a sword embryo of this quality could only be displayed as a firework. What was the big deal about it? Oh? This is the legendary sword embryo that contains the ancient flying sword technique? Even Ao Yinju was a little surprised when she heard the word sword embryo. Her eyes flashed as she took the box and opened it to examine it. Yuan Bichao hurriedly said, "Be careful, Miss Yinju. The aura of the sword embryo cannot be easily leaked, or it will cause the sword spirit to disappear." Ao Yinju ignored him. She lowered her head and studied the sword embryo for a while before sighing softly. The mysterious domain sword embryo is indeed extraordinary. Unfortunately, my bone age was not suitable when the mysterious domain opened, and I had already formed my golden core, so I could not enter. However, I heard that there are good and bad sword embryos in the sword mound. Among them, the one with the best quality was snatched by that little devil Nanzhan. This sword embryo is just ordinary, right? When Yuan Bichao heard her words, he immediately felt very unwilling. He felt that Ao Yinju seemed to be picky about his gift. Thinking about how precious the sword embryo was, he actually didn't want to give it to Ao Yinju when he got it. He wanted to keep it for himself. This was also the reason why he didn't take it out when he first came to the glass palace. It was only after Ao Yinju pointed it out that he reluctantly took it out. He was displeased that Ao Yinju was picky about such a precious item. He smiled. Legend has it that there are indeed a few sword embryos with extraordinary quality. However, the one I've given you is definitely not ordinary either. I dare not say anything else, but Miss Yinju, it's said that your glass palace has countless treasures as well. However, Bichao dares to boast that I'm afraid there's nothing better than this sword embryo. A strange glint flashed through Ao Yinju's eyes when she heard that. She then closed the sword box and looked at Yuan Bichao with a fake smile. "Young Master Yuan, you seem very confident. Could it be that you already knew what treasures my glass palace has?" Slightly stunned, Yuan Bichao replied hurriedly, "This is my first time here, Miss Yinju. How would I know about the treasures here?" Instantly, Ao Yinju sneered. "If you don't know what treasures my glass palace has, how would you know that there's nothing better than this sword embryo?" Yuan Bichao couldn't help recalling his father's words when he said those words. Glass Palace Lord Ao Inju isn't just the eldest daughter of the old Dragon King. She owns the 1,000-flowing sea spirit vein and has countless treasures. If you marry her, not only will your status soar through the Dragon Palace, but you will also obtain the treasures of Glass Palace. You won't have to worry about cultivation resources in the future. However, Yuan Bichao had always been indignant in his heart. He felt that the value of the sword embryo was much higher than the so-called treasures of Glass Palace. After all, the sword embryo was a treasure of the mysterious domain. His unintentional words revealed his thoughts. However, his words had undoubtedly infuriated the Dragon Lady. She said coldly, "My Glass Palace naturally can't compare to the Dragon Palace, but I do have a few treasures." "How do you know that none of them is better than this sword embryo, young Master Yuan?" Yuan Bichao was slightly stunned. He thought that Ao Inju was trying to belittle the value of his sword embryo again. He smiled and said, "Miss Inju, the value of this sword embryo is indeed not low. I'm afraid it's second-rate even in my Yuan family, let alone here. If Miss Inju really has some rare treasures, why don't you take them out and let me and my fellow Taoists take a look?" There was already some disgust in Ao Inju's eyes. She smiled faintly and said, "I'm afraid you won't recognize them even if I take them out." Yuan Bichao said, "I grew up in the Yuan family and have seen many rare treasures. I do have a good eye." Ao Inju closed her eyes and thought carefully for a moment. She then called the sea demon maidservant beside her and whispered a few instructions. The sea demon maidservant left with the order. Ao Inju gently pushed the sword box to Yuan Bichao and said, "Then I'll have to test young Master Yuan's eyesight. I have 3 rare treasures here that I obtained by accident over the years. Since young Master Yuan has a good eye, why don't you help me appraise them? If you win, all 3 treasures will belong to you. Even I." At this point, her expression suddenly changed. Her charming eyes were like silk, and it was enough to steal one's soul. For a moment, Yuan Bichao's mind was in a mess. His mouth was dry, and he only wanted to pounce on her. No matter what she said, he would just listen to her. However, he was from an aristocratic family after all. Soon, he circulated his Xianxia and became alert. He thought to himself, "This woman is really good at seduction. I almost fell into her trap." He then said indifferently, "What if I lose?" After waking up in time, he immediately realized a more serious problem. Winning was good, but so what if he lost? Ao Inju was slightly surprised when she saw him come to his senses so quickly, and she said with a light smile, "If I lose, then I won't return this sword to you." Yuan Bichao was taken aback at once. She understood what this woman was up to. The sword embryo was meant to be used to propose marriage. If she was willing to return to the divine prefecture to get married, the sword embryo would be useless to her. However, it seemed that this B*TCH still wanted to live a carefree life in the 1,000-flowing sea. When she saw the sword embryo, she was tempted and actually wanted to trick it from Yuan Bichao's hands. However, he had just boasted, and this woman seized the opportunity, so he could not refuse for a moment. And in such a gap, the cultivators also realized that the Princess Royal actually wanted to bet herself with Yuan Bichao. They were a little shocked, and they began to discuss in low voices. Suddenly, there was a buzz in the hall. Among the discussions, another voice shouted, "You've already said it, but you still want to pretend?" The cultivators turned to look in surprise. The place where the voice came from was the area where Fangxing was. When the cultivators looked over, Fangxing was also looking straight at Zhou Wei with a very surprised gaze. Zhou Wei was so scared that sweat broke out on her forehead. She hurriedly waved her hands and said, "It's not me, it's not me." Fangxing said, "If it's not you, why are you in such a hurry to clarify?" Zhou Wei was immediately choked and could not say a word. Even Yuan Bichao glared at them fiercely. After thinking for a while, he said in a low voice, "Since the Princess Royal wants to test my judgment, I naturally dare not refuse. However, there's no need to use this sword embryo as a bet. This sword embryo is a generous engagement gift from me to the Princess Royal. Regardless of whether I win or lose, it's still the Princess Royal's possession, so why gamble?" When the cultivators below the stage heard this, many of them secretly lowered their heads, thinking that this cultivator from the divine continent was not bad at talking. Motherf***Ker, this bastard is actually scared. But he's actually so generous with his words, even Fang Xing secretly criticized and cursed under his breath. Deep down, he did not like this cultivator with the surname Yuan. One had to know that he originally wanted to snatch the dragon lady's Hong entering bed medallion so that he could use the method imparted to him by the Lotus Lady and complete the true Samadhi fire. Yet, this person with the surname Yuan actually wanted to interfere and snatch the dragon lady away. Wasn't this the source of everyone's fun? Just like the county magistrate who closed down the brothels and prevented people from doing business, he was not a good official. Fortunately, the dragon lady did not seem to be a simple person, so she was not intimidated by Yuan Bichao's words. She simply did not argue and just said indifferently, "Young Master Yuan, please take a look at the 3 rare treasures first." As she spoke, 3 trays covered with red silk were brought up by the sea demon maidservants and placed them on the table one by one. Then, under the signal of the dragon lady's eyes, the red silk covering the trays was removed at the same time. All the cultivators in the hall were curious about what kind of rare treasures the dragon lady would take out. They all craned their necks to take a look. Some of the cultivators who were far away simply used the Dharma eye technique and focused their attention on the treasures. Fang Xing also used the Dharma eye technique and saw that in the 3 trays, from left to right, there was an artificial mountain, a piece of scorched wood struck by lightning, and a compass with a broken corner. At first glance, the aura of the 3 treasures was not strong and there was nothing special about them. The dragon lady glanced at Yuan Bichao with a smile and said, "Young Master Yuan, you are very knowledgeable and have a good eye. Please appraise the names and uses of the 3 rare treasures on the table." At first glance, the aura of the 3 treasures was not strong and there was nothing special about them. However, she was only willing to say half of what she said. She did not mention the sword embryo would belong to her if she was wrong. However, it was obvious that if young Master Yuan was right, it would be fine. If he was wrong, she would probably keep the sword embryo. In any case, she did not respond to Yuan Bichao's words just now. She could say that there was a bet, but she could also say that there was no bet. It all depended on her mouth. Yuan Bichao originally wanted to refuse, but he hesitated slightly when he glanced at the treasures on the table. Because he was actually able to discern the origin of 2 of the treasures with just a glance. The 3rd treasure was slightly familiar as well. It was obviously a compass that was used to explore mountains and seas. This immediately made him feel that he had a great chance of winning, so he didn't refuse and started to observe in silence. The dragon lady smiled gently. She casually took a crystal hourglass and placed it on the table. She said, "There's a time limit." Seeing that the fine sand kept flowing away, Yuan Bichao made up his mind. He directly held up the rockery on the first wooden plate and showed it to the cultivators so that they could see it clearly. Then, he cleared his throat and said, "Since Princess Royal has ordered me to do so, I'll show my incompetence. The first rare treasure looks like a rockery, but it's actually a powerful celestial device. Princess Royal, if I'm not mistaken, this rockery is actually sealed by a real mountain, right? If the restriction is removed, I'm afraid the 1,000-flowing sea will be filled up. A mountain has been refined into a rare treasure?" When the cultivators heard this, they all stared at the rockery in Yuan Bichao's hand in shock and doubt. On the other hand, the dragon lady's eyes seemed to have some splendor when she heard this. She was a little surprised and a little impressed. She clapped her hands and said approvingly, "You're indeed a disciple of the Yuan family in China. I really admire your insight." A trace of pride flashed across Yuan Bichao's face. He put down the rockery and picked up the second plate to examine it carefully. All the cultivators also looked at Yuan Bichao in awe. Only Fang Xing looked at him with disdain, thinking that this guy was unlucky. Yuan Bichao looked at the charred wood in the second plate for a while and felt that it was ordinary. However, when he got closer to it, he felt that the yin qi on it was so dense that it made his hair stand on end. It was as if his eyes would be frozen, and it was very uncomfortable. He looked at it carefully a few times. After making sure that he did not see it wrongly, his eyes lit up in front of the cultivators and he said in a deep voice, "The second rare treasure should be the thunderbolt charred wood. If I'm not wrong, this wood should be the fuso wood that grows in the deep sea and penetrates the golden crow, right? Moreover, this wood has been struck by the 9 heavens thunder, which stimulated the extremely hot yang wood to a higher level. As a result, yang flourishes while yin is born, turning it into a yin wood that can protect one's soul. If one cultivates a yin supernatural power, one will be protected by it. Clap, clap, all of a sudden, the dragon lady and Ao Inju clapped their hands gently and said with a smile, "Brother Yin, your eyesight is indeed extraordinary." As soon as that was said, the cultivators immediately discussed and clicked their tongues. Someone said, "It's true that the dragon clan has many treasures. The royal princess actually has a fuso wood in her collection. It's priceless." Someone else said, "What's even rarer is that this fuso wood has been struck by the heavenly thunder before. That's even rarer. Young Master Yuan actually saw through it and guessed the use of this wood at a glance. Your eyesight and knowledge are truly admirable." Amidst the praises, even Yuan Bichao was full of smiles. He put down the piece of dead wood and cupped his hands at the cultivators. The more complacent he was, the more Feng Xing disliked him. He yelled at the top of his voice, "Come back after you've seen the third one." Swoosh. 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 This time, all the cultivators looked over again. Zhou Wei immediately pointed at Feng Xing and said, "He said it." Although he could not afford to offend Feng Xing, he finally could not hold it in any longer and took the initiative to testify against him. Seeing that, Feng Xing rolled his eyes and said, "You've said it twice. Can't I say it once?" Zhou Wei was instantly speechless, thinking, "Isn't that putting the previous two provocations on me?" Seeing Yuan Bichao's dissatisfied gaze, Zhou Wei really felt like crying. After looking at the first two treasures, Yuan Bichao was relieved. In his opinion, among the three treasures taken out by the dragon lady, the first two were rare, but they were not untraceable. With his eyesight, it did not take him much effort to guess them. This competition was really not difficult. It even made him feel that the dragon lady was deliberately letting him win. Does she also want to marry into our Yuan family, but she feels ashamed, so she deliberately loses to me? With this idea in mind, Yuan Bichao became more relaxed. He gently picked up the third treasure, which was a broken compass. Among the three treasures, the compass was the easiest to be seen through at a glance. Yuan Bichao was also full of confidence. He picked it up in front of his eyes, glanced at it, and was about to speak immediately. The eyes of the cultivators below were immediately attracted by him. They all wanted to see if this cultivator from the divine land really had the ability to identify the three treasures in an instant. However, unexpectedly, Yuan Bichao opened his mouth but did not say anything. He let out a soft huh, frowned, and looked at it carefully for a long time without saying anything. The cultivators below looked at each other. Some were puzzled, and some were gloating. The person who gloated the most was naturally Feng Xing. He laughed in his heart, "This dragon lady is not only coquettish, but also full of evil tricks. Compared with her, this guy surnamed Yuan is really too inexperienced. I'm afraid this time he will be deceived by her and lose his wife and soldiers." As expected, the more Yuan Bichao looked at the compass, the stranger his expression became. After a long time, he looked up at the dragon lady with a troubled expression and said hesitantly, "Your Royal Highness, this third treasure is really." Before he could express his doubts, the dragon lady had already taken out the hourglass with a smile and said, "There's not much time left." Yuan Bichao suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. He vaguely felt that he had fallen into a trap. Among the three treasures taken out by the dragon lady, the first two were precious, but he could completely identify them with his eyesight. Only the seemingly simple third treasure had a hidden trap. He thought he could see through it at a glance, but after a careful look, it was not the case at all, which put him in a dilemma. Seeing that the crystal hourglass had flowed to the last point, Yuan Bichao could not help but look at the dragon lady and said hesitantly, "Princess Royal, this treasure is simply an ordinary compass. It has lost all its spiritual chi and the Dharma formation is destroyed. It can't even be regarded as a celestial device." The dragon lady seemed to think that Yuan Bichao's words were very ridiculous. She said with a smile, "My most precious third treasure is just a broken compass in your eyes? Young Master Yuan, I just praised you for your eyesight, and now you're joking with me?" Yuan Bichao's back was drenched in sweat after he said that. He said awkwardly, "But to me, it's just an ordinary compass." The dragon lady chuckled softly. Seeing that the sand in the hourglass had flowed out, she reached for it and waved it in front of everyone. Then, she said, it seems that young Master Yuan has made a mistake today. I won this bet by luck. There's nothing more to say. Yinzhu will accept this sword embryo. I have to thank young Master Yuan for your generosity. Yinzhu can't thank you enough, but this spiritual brew is not bad. Have a few more cups, young Master Yuan. With that, she waved her sleeves and asked the sea demon maidservant to take away the treasure and the sword embryo. Yuan Bichao's face was full of awkwardness. He vaguely felt that the dragon lady was like a sly fox with ill intentions. He bowed slightly and said with a smile, one of my uncles asked me to bring this sword embryo as a betrothal gift for Miss Yinzhu. Naturally, Miss Yinzhu has to accept it. Other than this sword embryo, there are other meager gifts. I've already sent someone to deliver them to Glass Palace the day before yesterday. The dragoness suddenly pulled a long face and said in a cold voice, young Master Yuan, please be careful with your words. This sword embryo was given to me by you, and Yinzhu won it by luck. It has nothing to do with the engagement or not. Moreover, to put it bluntly, Yinzhu has long been expelled from the Azure Wave Sea. Now, I am all alone, and neither heaven nor earth will accept me. My marriage cannot be decided by anyone, and no one can force me. The moment she said that, Yuan Bichao was instantly embarrassed and annoyed. He thought, what does this woman mean by saying that? Did she accept the sword embryo without giving any promises? He was already sure that he had fallen into this B*****''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''Your Royal Highness is indeed thoughtful. In a moment of panic, His Royal Highness is indeed thoughtful. However, I have a question. Even if that was really a bet between the two of us, I don't think I've lost. I can't recognize that compass, and others might not be able to recognize it either. I'm afraid that even the royal princess can't explain it. His words implied that the dragon lady had cheated. His words were rather impolite. A cold glint flashed across the dragon lady's eyes when she heard that. She said coldly, you're the one with poor eyesight, and you're blaming me for playing tricks. Humph, if you can't recognize it, can't everyone here recognize it? Everyone, no one has obtained my red bedchamber entry token yet. Why don't we make identifying this treasure the topic? Is there anyone with good eyesight who wants to come up and appraise the third treasure? As she spoke, her gaze swept across the audience. No one knew what she was thinking. Yuan Bichao was also angry and anxious. He was already angry, and when he heard the dragon lady mention the red bedchamber entry token again, he became even more annoyed. He also swept his gaze across the audience and said coldly, that's not bad. Since the royal princess has invited us, how can we not give her face? I'd also like to see who has good eyesight and dares to come up and appraise the third treasure. The dragon lady said who wants to come up and appraise the third treasure, but Yuan Bichao said who dares to come up and appraise the third treasure. The difference of one word had changed the meaning greatly. Moreover, the undisguised murderous intent in Yuan Bichao's words made everyone feel the threat in his words. Without a doubt, regardless of whether the person on the stage could appraise the third treasure, the enmity would be formed. After all, Yuan Bichao was a cultivator from the Divine Land. Young Island Master Zhu, who accompanied him, was from the Golden Turtle Island, a major sect of the Immortal Islands. It would be effortless for him to crush all the cultivators. Who would dare to offend him in front of him? For a moment, the hall was silent, and no one dared to answer. Seeing this, the dragon lady was infuriated. Her expression was grim as she said slowly, is the person I invited so cowardly? Fangxing naturally would not let go of such an occasion. He shouted excitedly, I'll do it. His voice was so abrupt in the silent hall that everyone in the hall immediately looked at him. Zhou Wei, who was beside him, had suffered too many losses. She jumped up subconsciously and pointed at Fangxing and shouted, it's him. It's him. It's him. Fangxing stood up directly and glanced at Zhou Wei with disdain. He said, of course it's me. Do you have the guts? Zhou Luwei was despised, and she was suddenly speechless. All the cultivators looked at Fangxing with astonishment and a strange look in their eyes. They felt both surprised and a little impressed. To be honest, all the cultivators did not have a good impression of Fangxing. At first, he asked his maidservant to accompany him to drink with him. Later, he used his identity as a cultivator from the Divine Land to pressure him and forcefully bought the maidservant away. As the master, he did not even dare to make a sound. He had already left the impression of a coward in everyone's hearts. Moreover, he had clearly obtained the little demon's order to enter the bed, but he did not succeed and returned dejectedly. This instantly solidified the impression of trash, useless, and ridiculous in the hearts of all the cultivators. However, at this time all the cultivators were intimidated by Yuan Bichao and no one dared to stand up for him. However, this kid swaggered out again, which changed the cultivators' opinion of him a little. Not to mention, this guy was very bold. He seemed to be ruthless enough to risk his life for something. Of course, this bold impression was actually accompanied by a sense of foolishness. Didn't he know that this would cause trouble? As he strode up to the stage, the sea snake spirit who was standing in the hall also looked at Feng Xing in surprise. It seemed that she did not expect that Feng Ritian, whom she had always looked down on, would dare to stand up at this time. For a moment, she forgot to move away. Feng Xing directly slapped her buttocks and sent her to the side. He even squinted at her and said, "Are you blind? Don't you know to make way for me?" The sea snake spirit was angry and anxious. Her face turned red, but she did not dare to make a sound on this occasion. "Fellow Taoist, your courage is commendable," seeing that someone really dared to come up to the stage, and it was the guy who had been shouting under the stage before. Yuan Bichao narrowed his eyes and said coldly. He did not hide the murderous intent in his voice, which was as cold as if he had been fished out of an ice cave. Feng Xing glared at him and looked at Dragon Lady, saying, "Princess, he is threatening me." Yuan Bichao suddenly blushed, and all the cultivators in the hall were speechless. Everyone could see that Yuan Bichao was threatening Feng Xing, but who would say it so bluntly, especially Dragon Lady? After being stunned for a moment, a faint smile appeared on her face. She glanced at Feng Xing lightly, then looked at Yuan Bichao and said lightly, "Young Master Yuan, I know that the Yuan family in China is an ancient family that cannot be underestimated, but I didn't expect you to be so capable. Are you looking down on me, and yet you want to show off in front of me at the Red meeting?" Yuan Bichao looked a little embarrassed, and he hurriedly said, "Fellow Taoist, you have misunderstood. I just admire his courage. Even I can't see through the third treasure, but this fellow Taoist dares to come up to the stage. It shows that he has good eyesight." Although he spoke politely, the way he looked at Feng Xing was extremely resentful. All the cultivators in the hall felt a chill in their hearts when they saw his gaze, as if there was a blade pointing at their eyebrows. However, Feng Xing did not notice it at all. He chuckled and said, "You're stupid if you can't see it, but it doesn't mean that I can't see it." How dare he call me stupid? Yuan Bichao was so angry that he laughed. Now that he had made up his mind to kill him, he simply sat in front of the table and sneered. "Then please." Feng Xing was completely unaware of Yuan Bichao's killing intent. He walked slowly to the table, winked at Dragon Lady, and gave her a coquettish look that he thought was handsome, which made Dragon Lady laugh. Then, he glanced at the 3 rare treasures on the table, reached out to pick up the rockery, and said while shaking his head, "There are 3 rare treasures on the table. The first one is naturally this rockery." That guy was right. This rockery is indeed refined from a real mountain. It's a special existence among celestial devices called Treasure Mountain. It's as famous as the river diagram, a celestial device that refines a large river into a diagram. Although its grade is not high, it's extremely powerful. It's a masterpiece of ancient refining methods. All the cultivators were stunned when they heard that. Even Yuan Bichao, who had seen through the true appearance of the treasure just now, did not know the real name of the rockery. At this time, after hearing Feng Xing's words, he knew that there was a unified name for it, which was Treasure Mountain. Even Dragon Lady was slightly stunned when she heard Feng Xing say the names Treasure Mountain and River Diagram. Her impression of him changed a little. After being stunned for a while, Yuan Bichao sneered and said, "I've already identified this treasure. Do I need you to say it?" Feng Xing turned around and rolled his eyes at him, saying, "What you said just now is not complete. According to Princess Royal's original words, this bet obviously only counts if the use and name are mentioned together. Just now, you only saw through the true appearance of this magic treasure, but you didn't say its name. In fact, you've already lost. It's just that Princess Royal didn't say it directly to save your face. Now you don't know." Being rebuked by him, Yuan Bichao was so angry that his face turned red, but he kept silent angrily. The smile on Dragon Lady's face became wider. The more she looked at Feng Xing, the more she liked him. Feng Xing picked up the second treasure, that piece of charred wood. He held it in his hand and looked at it for a while, then said, "That's right, this is the Fusang wood that was struck by lightning. The yang qi collides with each other and turns into yin qi. It can suppress evil thoughts and also refining qi. Of course, you just said that using it to practicing Dao has a miraculous effect. But you idiot, why don't you think about it? The Princess Royal is not a demon, why would she use it to practicing Dao? I think Princess Royal has other uses for it, or maybe she has never used it and is just a collection." Hearing that, Yuan Bichao's expression became even weirder. He was both angry and anxious. He thought that he was knowledgeable, but he did not expect that this wild boy who came out of nowhere could find his mistakes in the appraisal of 2 rare treasures in a row. He even faintly suspected that Dragon Lady had planned to set him, so she arranged such a boy in advance to ruin his stage. Meanwhile, Dragon Lady's eyes became brighter and brighter. She seemed to be tempted. She glanced at Feng Xing with a smile. Seeing Dragon Lady's expression, Yuan Bichao became even angrier. He said coldly, "Fellow Taoist, please appraise the 3rd rare treasure." He had already concluded that the 3rd rare treasure was just an ordinary broken compass. There was nothing special about it. He did not know what Feng Xing could say. If he really said it casually and Dragon Lady agreed with him, then he could be sure that Dragon Lady and this little bastard teamed up to play tricks on him. He would not hesitate to fly into a rage on the spot. Meanwhile, Dragon Lady looked at Feng Xing expectantly. No one knew what she was thinking. She was indeed planning to deny Yuan Bichao's words. As long as someone dared to stand out and appraise this 3rd treasure, she would say that he was right no matter what he said. This was equivalent to snatching this sword embryo from Yuan Bichao's hands by force and deception. Anyway, with her strength, she was not afraid of Yuan Bichao causing trouble. However, after seeing Feng Xing, she faintly felt that this person might give her a wake-up call. At this moment, Feng Xing had already picked up the 3rd rare treasure. He pretended to look it up and down. Just when all the cultivators were waiting for him to speak, he suddenly sneered and threw the compass aside. Then, he stepped on the small table in front of Dragon Lady and lifted Dragon Lady's chin with a smile. He said with a chuckle, "The 3rd rare treasure is right here." Swoosh, for a moment, Her Highness was shocked, and all the cultivators were dumbfounded. Yuan Bichao was the first to stand up and yelled, "Little beast, you're courting death. How dare you disrespect Princess Royal?" Feng Xing turned his head and rolled his eyes at him. "What's there to be disrespectful about? Aren't we appraising rare treasures? You've already thrown the compass away. Why are you still appraising it?" Yuan Bichao wanted to curse out loud. He thought to himself, "It's fine if you're appraising rare treasures, but why are you appraising Dragon Lady's chin?" However, unexpectedly, Feng Xing glared at him and said in disdain, "You really don't know how to flirt. Who said that the compass is the 3rd rare treasure? It's just a lousy compass. It's not even a magic tool. How can it be called a rare treasure? The 3rd rare treasure on the stage is obviously this delicate beauty. You're really blind just now. You couldn't tell after looking at it for so long." As soon as he said that, the whole hall fell silent. Even Yuan Bichao was stunned on the spot. In his mind, a thought quickly flashed through his mind. Could it be that this coquettish woman really played this trick on me, but I didn't realize it? Damn it. I knew that this woman was indescribably coquettish. Why didn't I expect her to play this trick? Even Dragon Lady, after being stunned for a moment, suddenly giggled. Her laughter became louder and louder, and she looked extremely comfortable. She flicked her sleeves and stood up, pinching Feng Xing's face. Her delicate face was almost close to Feng Xing's face. She breathed like orchids and giggled. "Little brother, I really like you more and more. Maybe you're my big baby." Feng Xing blushed a little and said, "Don't call me little brother. Call me big brother, okay?" Dragon Lady was a dignified Jindan stage cultivator, but she was repeatedly teased by this kid. She felt a little strange in her heart. She was not a stingy person, so she was not angry. Instead, she found it more and more interesting. She pinched Feng Xing's face again and scolded, "You're so mischievous. As she said that, she stood up and wanted to say something to Yuan Bichao. However, she didn't expect that her waist was softened. She was actually pinched by a claw. This immediately made her blush. She looked back at Fang Xing with a little anger and scolded, "Behave yourself, or I'll cut off your claw." Fang Xing immediately rolled his eyes in dissatisfaction. He thought to himself, "I don't know how many times your man has slept with. What's wrong with me touching it?" Yuan Bichao was in a daze at the side. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that Dragon Lady actually gave him a chance just now. As long as he thought about it a little, it would not be difficult for him to win the beauty. He only hated himself for being too competitive. He only wanted to taste the mystery of the compass. After the appraisal failed, he believed that Dragon Lady had cheated on him. He spoke rudely and offended her instead. This kind of thought made him feel more and more uncomfortable. However, he also felt that since Dragon Lady was interested in him, he should still be able to save her if he worked hard. He felt a little better. When he was about to come back to his senses and say a few nice words to Dragon Lady, he happened to see the scene of Fang Xing reaching out to pinch Dragon Lady's slender waist with a smirk. For a moment, he was burning with jealousy, and his eyes were bloodshot. "Little beast, you dare to be frivolous with Dragon Lady. I want your life." Yuan Bichao couldn't care so much when he was burning with jealousy. He shouted loudly, and the sword light surged. With a whoosh, the awe-inspiring sword light swept like a dragon and went straight to the back of Fang Xing's head. He actually had the intention to kill. The Divine Prefecture Cultivator's attack was indescribably wonderful. It was clearly a sword attack made in a rage. However, when the sword stabbed out, the spiritual power around him actually turned into an invisible and powerful force along with the awe-inspiring sword chi. It spread in all directions and enveloped all the cultivators. In an instant, it seemed to suppress all directions, and only this sword could move. This sword attack, let alone a sneak attack, would be impossible to guard against even in a face-to-face battle. "How dare you?" At this critical moment, the only one who could react in time was Dragon Lady, who was close at hand. However, even though she was already a gold core cultivator, she could not cast any Dharma spells in time after she reacted. Facing the sword attack that seemed to kill Fang Xing, she shouted and suddenly made a move. She actually used her slender hand to directly grab Yuan Bichao's awe-inspiring sword. The blade of the sword slid more than a foot away from her slender palm. The sharp blade of the sword rubbed against her palm, but it did not hurt her palm at all. The Dragon Palace of the Tsanglan Sea was famous for its forceful physical body. Looking at it now, it really lived up to its reputation. And Fang Xing had already turned around abruptly. As someone who liked to cause trouble, he had a good habit. After he caused trouble, he would guard against others who were blinded by his anger and made a move. Therefore, although he had turned around, he was actually secretly paying attention to Yuan Bichao's actions. In addition, his divine sense was extraordinary. When Yuan Bichao revealed her murderous intent, he was already alert and turned around to attack. "Damn you, you dare to attack me?" Fang Xing, who had turned around, did not even think before he sent out a kick. Yuan Bichao's sword was caught by Dragon Lady. After all, she was a gold core cultivator. Even if she only grasped his sword with her bare hands, the powerful force caused Yuan Bichao to have no choice but to use all his cultivation to resist. Otherwise, he was afraid that the sword would be shaken out of his hand by her gold core power. In that case, he, as a member of the Yuan family of the Divine Land, would be utterly humiliated. His cultivation was indeed not weak. In addition, Dragon Lady had no intention of humiliating him. Therefore, when he used all his cultivation, he was able to stabilize the sword. It looked like he and Dragon Lady had exchanged a blow and were evenly matched. However, at this moment, Fang Xing had already kicked at Yuan Bichao. Yuan Bichao was fully focused on resisting the gold core power of Dragon Lady, so he had no time to care about this kick. With a bang, he was kicked in the chest. His face immediately turned pale, and he spat out blood. Then, he flew out like a broken bag and rolled 4 or 5 times on the floor of the hall before he stopped. For a moment, the hall was so silent that even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. A member of the Yuan family of the Divine Land was actually kicked away by someone? To be honest, the reason why Yuan Bichao was sent flying was because Fang Xing had taken advantage of him. However, he had launched a sneak attack first and triggered Dragon Lady's attack, so he deserved it. Moreover, after he was sent flying, the young master of Golden Turtle Island was furious. He slammed the table and was about to attack Fang Xing. However, Lotus Girl, who was engrossed in eating, suddenly knocked on the table and said, "I want to drink." The young master of Golden Turtle Island was immediately confused. He picked up the wine pot and poured wine for her with a flattering smile. This also caused Yuan Bichao to lie on the ground for a while after he was sent flying, and no one paid any attention to him. Seeing this, Dragon Lady was also a little surprised. She looked at Fang Xing meaningfully, as if she did not expect him to be so ruthless. After all, Yuan Bichao was a cultivator from the Divine Land. Even if he attacked first, Dragon Lady could only stop him, but she could not kill him rashly. If it was any other cultivator, after being attacked by a sneak attack, they would have to pray to the gods and ancestors if they could survive. They would have to hide far away. However, this little brat did not show any mercy and kicked him without any hesitation. This made the dragoness somewhat admire his courage. Of course, on second thought, this little bastard dared to openly tease her, so it was not surprising that he would do such a thing. "Little bastard, you, how dare you hurt me?" Yuan Bichao vomited 2 mouthfuls of blood on the ground before he managed to prop his body up. His eyes were filled with hatred and cruelty. "You should be glad that we're in a place like this. Otherwise, I'll kill you." Fang Xing glanced at him and said nonchalantly. It was a light sentence, but it made the cultivator's hair stand on end. This little brat was really bold to threaten a cultivator from the Divine Land like this. "Alright, young Master Yuan, you attacked first. There's no need to say anything else." Dragon Lady said coldly to stop the two from quarreling. She instructed the sea demon maidservant beside her, "Help young Master Yuan to a secluded side hall to heal his injuries, then take out the best medicine from Glass Palace for him." After saying that, she looked at Fang Xing indifferently. The little brat also turned to look at her. His sneaky smile made people feel uncomfortable. Dragon Lady paused and smiled helplessly. "This fellow has obtained the Hong Hong entering bed token. Sheiji, bring him to my room." "Sure, haha," Fang Xing was delighted as he clapped and laughed. The sea demon who looked down on Fang Xing earlier on and was scolded by him later on walked over slowly and looked at Fang Xing with a fake smile. There seemed to be some helplessness and disgust in the depths of her expression, but she hid it well. She extended her hand politely and said, "Fellow Taoist Fang Ritian, follow Sheiji. You're very lucky. I only hope that you'll have such a good foundation to enjoy this fortune with women." "You're too kind," Fang Xing chuckled and cupped his fists at her. He then winked at the Dragon Lady before turning to follow her. All the cultivators in the hall were in an uproar and began to discuss. They all felt that this little brat was really lucky. There were so many people in the hall, and there was no lack of geniuses among them. How could this little bastard get the last chance? Could it be because of his eyesight and his glib tongue that allowed him to appraise 2 rare treasures? Of course, there were also some people who had to admit that he had relied on his guts. Although he managed to snatch the red bedchamber entry token, he had also angered the Chinese Yuan family. It was hard to say whether he was lucky or unlucky. Under the guidance of the sea snake demon, Sheiji, who was swaying her slender waist, Fang Xing passed through the corridors of the lapis lazuli palace and came to a spacious bedroom that was decorated with jewels. The huge room with a circumference of 300 feet reflected the lifestyle of the dragon clan. That was extravagance. Even the pearls that were decorated on the bronze pillars were priceless luminous pearls. In the middle of the room, there was a huge bed with a circumference of 3 feet. It was covered with a soft fox fur mattress. On the wall behind the bed, there was a painting of the 9 beauties. In the painting, there were 9 beautiful women who were completely naked. They were playing the zither in various seductive poses. Their beautiful eyes were moving and the rich tenderness seemed to be gushing out from the painting. One look at it would make one's bones go numb and unable to control themselves. "Let's wait here then." Sheiji still looked like a dead person who had taken advantage of Fang Xing. She gave a faint instruction and turned to leave. As for Fang Xing, he chuckled and jumped onto the huge bed. He was almost submerged by the soft fox fur mattress. He laid on the huge bed with his arms spread out. His eyes looked at the dome that was made of pearls that formed the shape of a star. He laughed evilly and secretly recalled the method that Lotus Maiden had taught him. He went through every detail in his heart and made sure that he did not miss anything. He waited quietly for about the time it took for a joss stick to burn, but Dragon Lady did not come. The light in the bedroom was very dim and there was not a trace of movement. There was a faint intoxicating sweet aroma that seemed to make people drowsy. Fangxing laid on the bed for a while before he got up and strolled around the room. He saw a crystal jade cup filled with wine that was as viscous as blood. He sniffed it and felt that it was rich in alcohol. He picked up the crystal jade cup and drank 2 mouthfuls. He smacked his lips and felt that the taste was not bad. He kept the entire bottle and casually picked up a muskmelon from the jade plate. He chewed on it as he strolled around. There were indeed many treasures in the bedroom, but there were not many that caught his eye. He only felt that the luminous pearls that were embedded on the bronze pillars were not bad. He planned to pry a few of them and keep them. He thought that he could make a pearl necklace for Xiao Man to wear when he met her. Just as he was about to pry the 11th pearl, a light and ethereal music suddenly sounded outside the bedroom. The sound was ethereal and moving, as if someone was singing softly. The sound was extremely pleasant and it tugged at one's heartstrings. It was obvious that it could penetrate the jade walls of the Dragon Palace and reach the bedroom. It was clear as if it was right beside one's ears. However, it was extremely light, like a light breeze, making one feel intoxicated. "She's coming," Fangxing was overjoyed. He jumped onto the big bed, crossed his legs, supported his cheek with one hand, and posed in a posture that he thought was very handsome. The door of the bedroom was slowly opened by a gust of wind. A tall and slender woman with a jade-like body slowly walked in. Her face was indifferent but flawless. Her pair of jade-like legs made one's imagination run wild. It was Dragon Lady who had arrived. "Big beauty, come quickly." Fangxing patted the place beside him and motioned for Dragon Lady to hurry up. A scornful sneer appeared on the face of Dragon Lady, but she still slowly climbed up to the bed. Her slender jade-like hands pressed on Fangxing's chest, which was as cold as ice. Her jade-like hands wandered and slid gently into Fangxing's clothes. This bold action seemed to make Fangxing a little surprised. He looked a little dazed and stared at Dragon Lady in a daze, revealing the look of a virgin. The light in the room became even darker, with a kind of warmth that tugged at one's heartstrings. A delicate fragrance floated in the air, and the beauty was like jade. Dragon Lady bent down and kissed Fangxing's not wide but firm chest, while Fangxing looked up at the ceiling. In the face of this extreme enjoyment of the world, he seemed to have no interest. After a long time, just as Dragon Lady's jade-like tongue was slipping down to a more sensitive position, Fangxing suddenly jumped up and clasped Dragon Lady's neck, pressing her down on the big bed. This action was too rough, and Dragon Lady's face showed a slightly shocked expression. But she quickly reacted and thought that Fangxing liked this kind of style, so she giggled. Fangxing bent down and Dragon Lady pouted her mouth, as if she was asking for a kiss. But she didn't expect that after Fangxing stooped down, he only took a careful look at her, and suddenly slapped down with his palm. Between his fingers, there was suddenly a soul fixation talisman. He actually wanted to use this talisman to freeze Dragon Lady. "Damn it, you actually made a fake to deceive me, can't you take some responsibility?" That Dragon Lady's reaction was extremely fast. When she saw the talisman, she instantly retreated. Her body was as soft as a snake, and with a whoosh, she had already slid down from Fangxing's body. She turned over and jumped 30 feet away, and shouted, "What are you going to do? It should be you who wants to do something, little long worm. Do you believe that I won't pull out your snake tendon to play with me like this?" Fangxing sneered, stood up from the bed, crossed his arms, and looked coldly at the naked Dragon Lady standing on the ground. How did you?" Dragon Lady seemed to be very surprised, and her expression was a little anxious. "How can you tell?" Fangxing slowly stood up, and suddenly tore off the painting of the 9 beauties behind the bed, revealing a deep and spacious stone cave. Fangxing grabbed with one hand, and his spiritual power revolved, and an invisible force sucked in. Only to hear the crackling sound of the cave, a huge millstone-like thing was sucked out by him. And he casually threw it into the stone room. It was a giant clam. Under the heavy fall, the clamshell opened, and there was already a 3 feet tall petite woman inside, her face full of panic. After that, Fangxing sneered, and suddenly a black shadow flew out from his sleeve, like a spirit snake. It was the immortal binding rope. When the dragon lady saw it, her expression immediately changed, and she turned to escape. But she did not expect that under the pursuit of Fangxing's immortal binding rope, she was completely powerless to resist. The black shadow curled, and had already grabbed her waist, pulling her whole body over. Dragon lady opened her mouth to scream, but Fangxing had already turned over and rode on her, reaching out his hand to cover her mouth. The hand that was covering Dragon Lady's mouth was infused with spiritual power, and he gently kneaded it. Not long after, the beautiful Dragon Lady's appearance suddenly disappeared, and actually turned into another blushing woman. It was none other than the sea snake spirit Shaiji. Fangxing was extremely annoyed, feeling as if he had bought a fake. From the beginning, he noticed that there was a faint fragrance floating in the bedroom. At first, he thought it was just ordinary incense, but later, he found that there was some kind of bewitching effect on cultivators. However, the amount used was very light, and it seemed to be discovered by others. Only people like him who had practiced the supreme spirit transforming scripture could sense a little subtlety. But at first, he thought it was just an ordinary arrangement and did not think much about it. When he was in the mortal world, he often sneaked under the beds of prostitutes in the spring-coming brothel. Of course, at that time, he did not understand the ways of the world, but he was naughty and mischievous by nature. He secretly played tricks on his fourth uncle, the demon. He had smelled a similar scent, but it was only used as an aphrodisiac at that time. But later on, when the dragon lady appeared, he gradually felt that something was wrong. To him, being observant was a basic skill in life. He had to be mentally prepared to bully anyone he met on a daily basis. Which person would be easy to bully? Which one needed to be prepared before bullying? Therefore, when he saw the dragon lady, he found that although her appearance was very similar, her appearance and temperament were a little different. When the dragon lady pressed her palm on his chest, Fangxing immediately reacted. The dragon lady was a pure-blooded dragon clan. After the dragon clan was enlightened by the great Tao of the human world, half of them had become humans. Therefore, the moment a dragon was born, it had the appearance of a human and a dragon. It did not need to cultivate to transform into a human form like other demons. In other words, when transforming into a human form, dragons were actually exactly the same as humans in all aspects, including body temperature and body structure. But that palm was too cold, not like the body temperature that a normal person should have. After thinking about it carefully, Fangxing had already realized that only cold-blooded animals like sea snakes could have such a body temperature. After thinking of this, it was easy for Fangxing to discover the truth. He soon realized that the hidden fragrance in the room was a bewitching fragrance that could bewitch a cultivator to a certain extent. It could cause a person's mind to be slightly confused. Then, the sea serpent spirit who had transformed into a dragon girl came to his room and had all kinds of lewd acts. At the same time, she used her seductive technique to tug at people's heartstrings, causing them to be confused and unable to distinguish between the real and the fake. Of course, the most powerful one was the clam spirit who was hiding in the dark and singing softly. This was simply a powerful illusion technique. It could be said that the sea snake spirit's transformation was so vivid and lifelike. Half of it was due to the clam spirit's efforts. Even he himself almost fell for it. Fangxing, who had discovered the truth, was really unbearably angry. The rage in his heart was really burning. This is too much. I've already snatched Hong Hong's tabby bed entry token with my own abilities, yet she still made a fake one to trick me. Does she think I'm not handsome enough? Could it be that only those gigolos outside could sleep with her? After the sea serpent spirit was forced to reveal its true appearance by Fangxing, it was furious and kept shouting, "Let me go, let you go?" Fangxing was riding on her. He was even angrier than her. Do you believe that I will eat you? How dare you trick me with a fake? The sea snake spirit was naturally fond of handsome people, so she looked down on Fangxing. Now that she was called a fake by him with a look of contempt, she was even angrier. Her expression suddenly changed and became very gloomy. She said in a cold voice, "Little beast, it's fine if you pretend to be confused, but you just have to pretend to be smart." Let me ask you, have you ever heard that there are only two outcomes for those who enter the bed of the princess? Fang Xing thought about it and understood what she was talking about. The news of the dragon lady's lasciviousness had long been spread throughout the surrounding sea and immortal islands. Even people in the mortal world had heard of it. Rumor had it that those who were chosen by the dragon lady would often only have two outcomes. They would either be given jewelry and sent away after the matter, or they would be swallowed by the dragon lady. Sure enough, the sea serpent spirit threatened him. Those who are swallowed are all people like you who think you're smart. You're saying that I'm smart? You gave me a fake, and you don't want me to say anything? Fang Xing was even angrier. He thought angrily, I'm going to find that B*TCH to judge the etiquette. As he spoke, he took out a turtle breath pill and forcefully stuffed it into the sea snake spirit's mouth. He also forced the clam spirit, who was lying on the ground with its two big shells closed and did not dare to show its head, to eat one as well. Then, he stuffed the two spirit demons into his storage pouch. Indignantly, he was about to bring the two witnesses to the dragon lady to judge the ceremony. He looked exactly like a prostitute who had been secretly swapped with a prostitute after getting drunk and was about to cause trouble. However, as soon as he went out, he became a little sober and thought to himself, no, I can't beat her. Although he was a little dizzy from the knockout scent, Fang Xing still had the basic ability to distinguish between people. He wouldn't provoke someone he couldn't beat. At this time, he had already left the bed of the dragon lady. In the darkness, he didn't know how long he had been there. There were many restrictions in the corridor and hall, but no one was guarding them. However, these restrictions weren't a problem for Fang Xing. None of them were triggered. When he woke up, he was already in a corridor with side halls on both sides. In the long corridor, there were soft laughter and soft panting. Motherf *Ker, everyone else is having fun, but this young master has met an imposter. This dragon girl is going too far. Fang Xing glanced at the side halls on both sides and felt even more resentful. He saw that the side halls were full of guests who had come to attend the Red gathering. At this time, each of them had chosen a side hall, either holding a sea demon or a maid in their arms, enjoying the night. In comparison, he, who was disheveled and carrying a storage bag, was all alone and extremely pitiful. No, I'm not happy, but I can't let you guys be happy. Fang Xing already had a bellyful of pent-up anger and nowhere to vent it. At this time, he was even more vile. He simply retreated to the end of the corridor and glanced at a side hall at the end of the corridor that was decorated more grandly. However, he immediately discovered that the people inside were none other than the two demons of the Northern Divine Mountain. They were in the middle of a deep love affair with a handsome male cultivator. His vile thoughts began to bubble up along with his resentment. In addition to the technique that the Lotus Girl had imparted to him before, if he didn't use it now, when would he? He secretly used the aura concealment technique from the nameless art that the Black Sword Embryo had imparted to him. He avoided the restriction at the door and quietly snuck in. Meanwhile, the two demons of the Northern Divine Mountain, Bai Yan, was in the middle of enjoying the pleasures of fish and water with a male cultivator. Their yin and yang were reversed, and they were hovering between life and death. Suddenly, she noticed that there was an extra person in front of her bed. She immediately broke out in a cold sweat and cried out, "Who is it?" In the darkness, a muffled voice said, "Robbery." Robbery. At this time, the Bai Yan only wanted to curse out loud, "Robbery my ass. Who would come to this place to rob?" However, the newcomer's attack was surprisingly fast. Before Bai Yan could react, an enormous spiritual force suddenly pressed down on her, suppressing her to the point where she couldn't move. At the same time, the newcomer quickly formed a mysterious and unfathomable seal. The seal was completed within a third of a breath's time. Then, his palm quickly slapped the forehead of the Bai Yan and the male cultivator, who had yet to recover from their fierce battle. Pa! Pa! The palm retracted. Bai Yan and the male cultivator simultaneously felt as if something was missing from their bodies. The scorching energy that had been like dry firewood and raging fire suddenly disappeared as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over their heads. At the same time, the two of them lazily fell asleep. Before falling asleep, the Bai Yan faintly saw the figure in front of the bed take out a small, dark green lamp. He inserted 2 clusters of flames into the lamp, then let out an extremely familiar hee-hee laugh, turned around, and left. Holding the dark green lamp in his hand, Feng Xing quietly left the side hall and made his way to the second side hall. The lamp in his hand was a kind of container. It was given to him by someone in the mysterious domain when they exchanged for the sword embryo. This kind of container wasn't of a low grade and could store the power of nothingness. To a certain extent, its function was similar to a cultivator's sea of knowledge. Some of the power that couldn't manifest in reality could be temporarily stored in the lamp. And what he had extracted from the bodies of the Bai Yin and the male cultivator was the last flame of the Samadhi true fire, the flame of desire. This mysterious technique was the one and only technique that the Lotus Maiden had passed on to him. According to her, this was a very brilliant and sinister technique. The brilliant part was that this technique could extract the primordial flame from a person's body. Of course, it needed to be done at a specific time. Generally, this flame would only manifest when one's emotions were strong and could be extracted. In his original plan, Feng Xing had intended to sacrifice his own body and seduce the dragon lady or the three demons before waiting for an opportunity to extract the flame. But now, he had been tricked by the dragon lady. Without any other choice, he could only take the risk and rob everywhere. Fortunately, his cultivation of the nameless secret art had already reached a certain level. When he used the breath-concealing technique, he was like a ghost, difficult to detect. In addition, the cultivators were at the most difficult moment to be distracted, making it even more convenient for him to do things. There were naturally many spirit designs and restrictions set up within the lapis lazuli palace as well. However, considering that the cultivators could freely move between the side halls and the main hall, they were not activated. As a result, Feng Xing had it easy. In his eyes, this was basically an undefended city. As such, Feng Xing robbed from the beginning of the corridor to the end. The lamp in his hand grew brighter and brighter. But behind him, the side halls that were originally filled with obscene laughter and chatter suddenly became lifeless, and there was no more sound. The more serious thing was yet to come. All the people who had their fire of lust drawn away by him, after waking up, would find that they were astonishingly unable to arouse the slightest bit of interest in the matters between men and women. This was also the sinister side of the technique, to take away people's fire of lust and cut off their indecent thoughts. Whether it was a man or a woman, once their flames of desire were stolen, they would be cleansed of their desires for at least 3 years. After 3 years, their bodies would slowly be nurtured and then gradually return to normal. In this situation, for female cultivators, nothing could be seen on the surface. It was just that before their flames of desire returned to normal, they would not have the slightest bit of interest in sexual matters. However, for male cultivators, it was a serious matter. They would lose their ability for at least 3 years. To put it simply, wherever a small bandit went, there would be an infertility. That night, even Feng Xing himself did not know how many rooms he had entered and how many fires of lust he had drawn. Naturally, the process was not particularly smooth. Some people were resting after they were done, while others had more agile spiritual senses. However, for those who were resting, you would let them rest and come back later. For those with more agile spiritual senses, they were not as fast as Feng Xing. Even if he could not draw their fires of lust, they would still be knocked out and would not affect the overall situation, which was to say, it was just a minor bandit stealing fire. There were a total of 8 corridors and countless side halls. In short, he had visited all of them. It was truly a worthwhile trip. Such fires of lust were rarer the higher one's cultivation and bloodline. Although Feng Xing did not manage to collect the fires of Dragon Lady who had the highest cultivation, he had the advantage in terms of quantity. He managed to light up the emerald green lamp completely, causing it to glow brightly. It should be enough. However, even Feng Xing did not expect that as the cultivators were having sex, the obscene aura would rise to the clouds and form balls of indescribable absurdity in the sky above the glass palace. In the eyes of those who knew how to observe aura, this place was simply a den of lust that concealed all other auras. However, as Feng Xing finished collecting the fires of lust one by one, the sky became clear. My goal has been achieved. Should I retreat? Feng Xing hesitated. However, on second thought, I haven't seen that B*TCH Dragon Lady. She must be hiding somewhere having fun with a gigolo. I've been tricked by her. I can't just leave like this. I have to teach her a lesson. At the thought of this, he chuckled and jogged off in search of the dragon lady's treasure vault. Strangely enough, there were only restrictions and arrays in the huge glass palace. There was not a single guard. It was as though all the guards in the corridors had been transferred somewhere. It was rather odd. However, Fangxing did not mind. He continued to be careful as he sneaked around the glass palace. However, the glass palace was just too big and there were countless buildings. He could not find the treasure vault immediately. Fangxing was helpless. He first found a secluded place and pulled out Xianxia from his storage bag. Just as he was about to wake her up for interrogation, he was slightly taken aback. He knew that Xianxia was rather stubborn. He was afraid that he would not be able to get anything out of her, so he stuffed her back into his storage bag. Instead, he pulled out the clam spirit and forced her to reveal the location of the dragon lady's treasure vault with a ferocious look. The clam spirit was still a young lass by heart. She could not withstand a scare. She was afraid that Fangxing would really pull her out of her shell and eat her up with jealousy. She pointed out the location of the glass palace's treasure vault while whimpering. Fangxing was overjoyed as he stored her away again and secretly proceeded forward. As he gradually headed towards the center of the glass palace, the number of restrictions and arrays he encountered increased. Fangxing could only focus and dodge bit by bit. Gradually, he proceeded forward, and when he reached the end of the corridor, he realized that there was a flight of stairs leading downwards. The seawater was overflowing, but it turned out that half of the glass palace was submerged under the seawater. The location of the treasure vault was also hidden under the sea. If he wanted to enter, he had to enter the sea. Fangxing was a person who could not control his temper once he had an idea. To put it nicely, he was indomitable. To put it bluntly, he would not give up until he saw the coffin. Since he already knew the general location of the treasure vault, he would go even if it was a mountain of daggers or a sea of flames, not to mention going into the sea. He clenched his teeth and took out the beads that could repel water. He held them in his hands and dived into the water. The sea was dim and bright. There was no trace of any demon or human. The corridor was like a dead zone. Vaguely, there seemed to be an invisible force sweeping through the seawater. As it retracted and released, the aura was awe-inspiring. This feeling was like a humongous creature breathing unconsciously. The high and mighty pressure almost made one suffocate in the water. However, with the strength of Fangxing's spirit, he could accurately sense that the humongous creature had not discovered him. Hence, he gathered his courage and swam towards the deepest part of the sea like a thief with the help of the water-repellent bead. With the water-repellent bead, it was convenient for him in the sea. It was almost as convenient as on land. However, after swimming for about half an incense's time, Fangxing had no choice but to stop. With the help of the yin-yang demon mirror, he quickly discovered that there was a mysterious and complicated restriction at the end of the corridor. It was impossible to break it in a short period of time. Or it could be said that with the power of the restriction, even if he tried to break it by force, he would be discovered by the person who laid the restriction. Damn it, this dragon lady is really careful. It's just a treasure vault, but she hid it so tightly, Fangxing cursed in his heart. He looked at the seawater for a while and felt very helpless. He did not have the confidence to break this restriction. If I really can't get in, then forget it. At most, I'll go outside and burn down the glass palace to vent my anger. Fangxing made the decision helplessly. When he was about to turn around and leave, he suddenly found something wrong. The bead in his hand was rippling with the water, and there was a wisp of blue brilliance emitting from it. It was enshrouded in the seawater. This was the circulation of the aura on the water-repellent bead. It was a normal phenomenon. What was not normal was that the brilliance on the bead was actually integrated with the array in front of him. The wisp of brilliance entered the operation of the array, but it did not disturb the array at all. It was like water integrated into water, and fire integrated into fire. There was not a single ripple, and there was not the slightest abnormality. It seemed to be of the same origin as the array. This discovery made Fangxing's heart slightly moved. He remembered that the place where he took this bead was in front of the Green Hill Tomb of Immortals. The person who originally wore this bead had a dragon head and a human body, and was wearing a cloud-traversing raincoat. According to the Golden Crow's guess, that person was very likely the Dragon King of the Sea of Azure Billows, but he did not know which generation the Dragon King was. At this time, thinking about the identity of the Dragon Lady, Feng Xing would be too stupid not to understand something. Could this bead be of the same origin as the power of the long worms of the Sea of Azure Billows lineage? Feng Xing muttered to himself. He made a decision and put the bead in his mouth. At the same time, he circulated the mystic technique. His spiritual power wrapped around the bead's aura and circulated it throughout his body. Very soon, his entire body was enveloped by the blue power. Then, he made up his mind and rushed towards the array in front of him. At the same time, he was already prepared to turn and run if something went wrong. However, it was very fortunate that he, who was enveloped by the brilliance of the water-repellent bead, broke into the restriction without any hindrance. The restriction was also operating normally and was not affected at all. This result made Feng Xing overjoyed. He immediately mustered his energy and dove into the depths of the corridor like a fish. He exclaimed in his heart that he was really very lucky. This bead that he had obtained by chance was of the same origin as the aura of the heavily guarded array of the glass palace. With this bead, Feng Xing seemed to have obtained the key to enter and exit the array. In other words, he had become the master of the array. Feng Xing was overjoyed and immediately swam forward. Not long after, he arrived at the end of the corridor. He saw a huge iron door with a huge dragon's head carved on it. It had sharp fangs and was also filled with strict restrictions. However, they were of the same origin as the power of the array. Feng Xing pressed his palm on the dragon's head of the bronze door. Not long after, his power flowed and the restriction was broken. Creak, the iron gate automatically opened, and a dazzling radiance of precious treasures and pearls shot out from the gap of the gate. I'm rich. Logically speaking, Feng Xing was not poor right now. However, he was still extremely excited at the sight of someone else's treasure vault. After listening quietly for a while and confirming that there was no unusual movement in the surroundings, Feng Xing darted in with a swoosh and closed the door stealthily. Turning around, his eyes lit up. Heavens, the dragon race was indeed the best at accumulating wealth. There were all sorts of treasures in the treasure vault of the glass palace. Any random item was a rare treasure in the world. Yo, a spirit that's half the size of a human is carved into the shape of a horse? I'm keeping it. F***ck, array flags embedded with night illumination pearls. Is this a waist? I'm keeping it. Is this a flying sword or an accessory? Why is it so beautiful? I'm keeping it. A treasure the size of an orange? F***ck, how cool would it look to wear that on your head? There's a total of 9 of them. I'm keeping them all. Feng Xing fell into the treasure vault. It was no different from a mouse falling into a rice vat. He took out the largest storage bag he had on him and wandered around the Dragon Lady's treasure vault with a silly smile. He made a big fuss as though he was a lotus girl who saw food. Fortunately, he was still somewhat clear-headed and did not plan to take away all the treasures in the Dragon Lady's treasure vault. Instead, he only picked out the valuable items. Even so, he had already collected more than 10 treasures in the storage bag. Just as he was about to leave in satisfaction, he discovered that there was a red sandalwood box placed cleverly in the west corner. It happened to be in a position that was difficult for others to notice. When Feng Xing saw it, he knew what it was. He jogged over and opened the red sandalwood box. He was overjoyed. Inside the red sandalwood box was none other than the mountain treasure that he had seen at the Dragon Lady's banquet. This was different from the other treasures. It was a proper Dharma treasure. Although it looked like a small fake mountain, it was actually a real mountain. This fake mountain had been placed there with a spell. Although it did not grow in size, its weight was no different from a real mountain. Naturally, Feng Xing could not move it. However, after careful observation, Feng Xing immediately discovered that the Dharma power on the mountain treasure was of the same origin as the surrounding array. He thought of using the water-repellent pearl to break it. As expected, the light of the water-repellent pearl could break almost all the restrictions in the Glaze Palace. The restriction on the mountain treasure was wiped clean by Feng Xing in a few moments. He held the mountain treasure in his arms in satisfaction and kissed it twice. I got the mountain treasure, but where's the thunderstruck Fusang wood? Fang Xing pondered in his heart. He wanted to get his hands on the other treasure of the Dragon Palace. Before he could finish this thought, he heard a rumbling sound under his feet. The profound stone wall in front of him actually split apart, revealing a door. A dark light flowed out from inside. Fang Xing looked inside blankly and was immediately stunned. The second treasure. The mountain treasure that was placed against the wall was actually a huge mountain. Naturally, it was impossible for anyone to move it, unless the owner of the mountain treasure who had cast a spell on it personally undid it. And the person who had cast the formation on the mountain treasure probably did not expect Fang Xing to have the pearls that were closely related to the dragon clan. Undoing the spell on the mountain treasure was as easy as flipping his palm. And under the mountain treasure that was as heavy as Mount Tai, there was a mechanism. As long as the mountain treasure was moved, the mechanism would be activated and a hidden door on the mystic stone wall would be opened. Behind the door was a cave dwelling of the Water Clan. The interior was simple, with a pill furnace, a clear pond, a shelf of scriptures, and so on. Apart from that, there was nothing else. It was like the most simple room of a cultivator who had cultivated for many years. Fang Xing glanced into the cave dwelling and saw the second treasure that he had been searching for. The thunderstruck fuso wood was suspended above the clear pond in the middle of the cave dwelling, and the water in the pond had turned into white, hazy ice. What a waste of effort to get it, Fang Xing was overjoyed. He looked around the cave dwelling and heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that there were no traps or restrictions. He raised his hand and pulled the thunderstruck fuso wood over. To him, this treasure was even more valuable than the mountain treasure. After all, the mountain treasure was only a Dharma artifact and it was troublesome to use. On the other hand, the thunderstruck fuso wood was a treasure that produced steam from extreme yang. It had a special effect on the cultivation of various techniques. With these two treasures, Fang Xing was satisfied and could leave Glass Palace with peace of mind. However, something unexpected happened. As the lightning-struck Fusang tree was sucked into his hand, the clear pool of ice beneath it suddenly became covered in ice. Creaking sounds could be heard. It seemed that as the lightning-struck Fusang tree was taken away, the frozen water in the pool was quickly melting. Very soon, it was filled with cracks. Then, steam rose endlessly. Mist lingered around it, as if there was something scorching underneath. Fang Xing was shocked. He hugged the fuso wood and jumped 30 feet away. He stuck his head out to see what was happening. Soon, the mist dissipated, revealing a black figure in the pond. It was a head of embroidered hair. As the water in the pond melted, Fang Xing discovered that a person was sealed within the ice, and that person was sitting cross-legged in the clear pond. The third unique treasure of Glass Palace, Dragon Lady. Fang Xing would never have imagined that the Dragon Lady would be sitting cross-legged in the middle of the clear pool. She was naked and her eyes were closed. A thin layer of sweat seeped out of her forehead and her face was flushed. Her body was trembling uncontrollably, causing the water of the clear pool to heat up. "Ah, Princess Royal, are you still awake?" Fang Xing was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. He had been worried that he would alarm the Dragon Lady in the process of collecting the treasures, but he did not expect to bump into her when he was about to succeed. He subconsciously greeted her with a smile, as if he had met her on the street. Dragon Lady's breathing suddenly became heavier. She had obviously sensed Fang Xing's presence, but she didn't say anything. Haha, haha. It's a long night and I can't sleep, so I came out for a stroll. You can continue, Fang Xing smiled awkwardly and greeted her. As he spoke, he retreated 30 feet away and suddenly turned to run while carrying the mountain treasure. However, right at that moment, he suddenly heard the furious holler of the Dragon Lady behind him, "Brat!" Rumble, in the stone chamber behind Fang Xing, an extremely cold and violent power suddenly surged out. Like a tsunami, it drowned Fang Xing in an instant and filled the entire treasury. Then, like an extremely violent dragon, it shook its head and wagged its tail as it charged towards the lapis lazuli palace. After a while, a bright light burst out, shooting straight into the void like a beacon. In the void, there were countless evil chi that covered the clear sky. However, after Fang Xing collected the fire of lust from all the cultivators, the void became clear again. The bright moon and silver stars were like the stars. As the essence entered the void, a giant silver-white dragon that was hundreds of feet long suddenly appeared in the clouds. It swayed its head and tail and swayed its tail, circling around the bright moon. The might of this phenomenon was truly indescribable. Countless sea creatures, including demons, prostrated at the sight of this phenomenon. The phenomenon could be seen from thousands of kilometers away on a night with a bright moon and sparse stars. Naturally, it alarmed the cultivators on the surrounding immortal islands and cave abodes. All of them were alarmed by the indescribable dragon might and left their seclusion to observe the phenomenon from afar. Divine dragon chasing the moon. Why would there be a divine dragon chasing the moon here? Some knowledgeable cultivators frowned as they watched the phenomenon from afar. Master, what's the divine dragon chasing the moon? On an immortal island 6,000 kilometers away from Glass Palace, a boy who was following an old cultivator in hemp robes asked curiously. The old cultivator in hemp robes sighed gently. The divine dragon chasing the moon is a phenomenon of the dragon race. It's similar to the first period of a female human. After a female dragon reaches adulthood at 33 years of age, her essencing chi will surge into the heavens once every 3 years, imprinted into a scarlet dragon that chases after the moon. That's the divine dragon chasing the moon, known as the scarlet dragon chasing the moon in ancient times. Human cultivators used this to refer to the crimson tide of a female human as the scarlet dragon. The boy was stunned when he heard that and muttered to himself, "Isn't that the dragon lady's period?" The old cultivator in hemp robes slapped him on the head casually. "You don't know what's good for you to know about a woman's period." The little boy said aggrievedly after being slapped, "It's just a phenomenon of the dragon race's period." "What's an old man like you looking at?" The linen-cloaked cultivator sighed and said, "It's just like a lunar event. In fact, it's the female dragon looking for a husband. This phenomenon is the manifestation of the dragon race's primordial yin chi rushing into the heavens. In other words, only a primordial yin dragon will cause this phenomenon. Once the primordial yin dragon is destroyed, this phenomenon will not appear. The ancient dragon clan, and even the current dragon palace, will choose a husband for the dragon lady before this phenomenon appears. They will also consummate their marriage when the first phenomenon appears. In addition, this phenomenon is also to test if the dragon lady's bloodline is pure, and if she has preserved her chastity. In the Sea of Azure Billows, a dragon lady with this phenomenon represents that she has not lost her primordial yin body and that her bloodline is pure. She is even qualified to become the next dragon lord. The little boy didn't hear the sack-robed cultivator's explanation at all. He just nodded and said, "Oh, that means this dragon girl has a pure bloodline and a flawless body. Damn, she's actually a primordial yin body?" Since even the little boy understood, the cultivator in sackcloth didn't try to hide it anymore. He sighed and said, "After the dragon lady was expelled from the Sea of Azure Waves, she lived in the thousand-flowing sea. Once a year, she held a red party. Every time it was held, obscene energy would soar into the sky and cover the stars. I thought she had an evil heart and wanted to bring chaos to the South Sea, but I didn't expect that she was hiding this matter." What she wanted was not small. The boy was still unwilling to give up. "Master, is the dragon lady the mistress of the Red Society?" "How could she?" The cultivator in sackcloth smiled faintly and said, "What other reason could there be? It's nothing more than a fight for fame and fortune. The dragon clan of the Sea of Azure Waves values human relationships and etiquette. A person who lost her virginity would never covet the dragon clan's treasure. She was expelled from the Sea of Azure Waves, but she spent so much effort to tarnish her reputation and hid her primordial yin body with the Red Society. Naturally, she wanted to find another opportunity to return to the Sea of Azure Waves." Before he finished speaking, a cloud flew over from afar. It was an old cultivator who lived in seclusion on the neighboring island. When he saw the old man in sackcloth, he cupped his hands and said, "Fellow Taoist Xianxia, now that the godly dragon chasing the moon has appeared, it seems that the South Sea is in for a lot of trouble." The cultivator in sackcloth sighed softly and said, "Not long ago, I heard that the old dragon king of the Sea of Azure Waves is gravely ill. I'm afraid that he won't be able to live for long. His 8 children are fighting fiercely for the old dragon king's position. Even the Sea of Azure Waves is about to be sealed. At this critical moment, the appearance of the godly dragon chasing the moon is equivalent to the appearance of another competitor for the dragon king's position. Moreover, the old dragon chasing the moon is also in our South Sea. What can we do if we don't want to cause trouble?" It's just that, since this dragon lady has been hiding this for many years and doesn't hesitate to tarnish her reputation, it's obvious that she's afraid of something. Since she's already endured to this point, why not wait for the old Dragon King to pass away before making plans? Why must she reveal this mystery now? The old cultivator who came to visit said, perhaps she has other plans. Sigh. First, the appearance of the mysterious region, then the chaos of the Nanzhan. Now, the Sea of Azure Waves is going to be in chaos again. The Shiha demonic seed has always been plotting against us. Now, even the demons of the North Continent are restless. Looks like the 4 provinces of Tianyuan have already shown signs of great chaos after so many years of peace. Even we don't know where to go. The old cultivator in sackcloth said, ignore it for now. Let's seal the island and meditate. Since the signs have appeared, the people from the Sea of Azure Waves will probably come. The appearance of the godly dragon chasing the moon did not appear for long before it disappeared. The cultivators of the South Sea only thought that the dragon lady had used a secret technique to conceal the phenomenon after noticing it. They did not pay much attention to it. They only discussed in low voices and guessed what the eldest princess of the Dragon Palace, who had been expelled from the Sea of Azure Waves, was planning to go through so much trouble to tarnish her reputation and even use the Red Meeting to conceal the phenomena. However, no one knew that the Dragon Lady was currently losing her mind in Lapis Lazuli Palace. Feng Xing, who had fled in panic, was sucked back into the clear pool by the Dragon Lady. Under the suppression of the Golden Core Dragon Lady, he was unable to resist at all. Meanwhile, the Dragon Lady's face was filled with pain and madness. She pressed down on Feng Xing with both hands. Her eyes were golden, but they actually became bloodshot at that moment, as if she was doing her best to suppress something. After a while, she finally could not suppress it anymore. Little bastard, the Dragon Lady's voice was filled with endless hatred and bitterness. 64 years of guarding has been ruined by your hands. At that moment, 2 streams of tears rolled down the Dragon Lady's flawless face. Hey, I'll give it back to you. Don't be so agitated, let's sit down and have a cup of tea and talk slowly. Feng Xing was scared out of his wits. He wanted to use the Lotus Girl's technique to restrain the Dragon Lady or counterattack, but he could not resist at all. He opened his mouth to shout but stopped midway. Because the Dragon Lady suddenly lowered her head with a face full of resentment. Speak properly, don't bite me, Feng Xing shouted, but his voice was suddenly blocked and he could only make a whimpering sound. The dragoness didn't bite him. Instead, she fiercely kissed him on the mouth, scaring Feng Xing so much that his eyes almost popped out. Dragon Lady, who had been stripped of the Thunderbolt Fusang wood, seemed to have gone crazy for a moment. Her body was boiling hot and her qi and blood were surging. Her jade-like arms hugged Feng Xing tightly like a pair of pincers, causing Feng Xing to lose the ability to make hand seals. Furthermore, under the suppression of her undisguised cultivation, at such a close distance, Feng Xing really did not have much strength to resist. He was like a dead tree. Dragon Lady leaned over and kissed him. Her kiss was jerky but intense, causing Feng Xing to be unable to breathe. He whimpered and used all his strength to push Dragon Lady half an inch away from his body. He shouted, "Damn it, stop fooling around. If you keep fooling around, I'll be serious." Before he finished speaking, Dragon Lady kissed him again. Feng Xing was frightened. He pushed with both hands, but pressed on something soft that he should not have touched. A strange feeling suddenly arose in his heart. After all, he was a hot-blooded youth. How could he resist such temptation? Furthermore, this Dragon Lady, be it in terms of appearance or figure, was the most outstanding woman he had ever seen. At this moment, at such a close distance, the soft touch on his hands, coupled with the sandalwood fragrance of Dragon Lady's jade-like mouth, Feng Xing felt his heart sway. An indescribable feeling rose uncontrollably from the bottom of his heart. Should I do it with him? Feng Xing could not help but feel his heart palpitate. However, in his mind, there was still a trace of rationality that supported him. No. What if I have to maintain my pure young body for 11 steps? This thought melted like ice under Dragon Lady's kiss. Damn it. Anyway, I have always been disobedient. Thinking of this, he suddenly reached out and hugged Dragon Lady's smooth and slender waist. Dragon Lady's body was originally tense. With her golden core realm cultivation, she was really not someone that Fang Xing could move. However, when Fang Xing's palm hugged her smooth and soft waist, Dragon Lady seemed to be unable to exert any strength. Unexpectedly, Fang Xing's barbaric strength erupted and he hugged her waist and pushed her to the ground. "Slut, do you really think I can't deal with you?" Fang Xing looked down with a serious expression as if he was about to fight. In the cold and lonely cave abode, there was a different kind of brilliance for a moment. At the moment when water and milk blended together, Dragon Lady let out a muffled groan, and a painful and desperate look appeared on her face. This feeling seemed to make her mind clear for a moment. Her tightly knitted eyes looked at Fang Xing's face and she whispered, "I hate you, what did you say?" Fang Xing did not have the time to understand what she said. He had just tasted the feeling of yin and yang harmonizing, so he had no time to be distracted. The spring scenery rippled, and the water rippled on the stone wall. The pure yang body refined by the samadhi true fire and the primordial yin body of the pure-blooded dragon race blended together, producing an indescribable change. The clear pool that Dragon Lady was in was the place where one of the main meridians and 9 branches of the thousand flowing sea intersected. It was also the place where the spirit energy in the thousand flowing sea was the most abundant. At this moment, as yin and yang harmonized, Fang Xing no longer needed to deliberately activate it. Everything was developing in the best direction. Not only did the pure yang spirit energy in his body produce an indescribable change with the gathering of the primordial yin qi, the yang reversion elixir that was floating in his dantian also floated and sank with his breathing, producing an indescribable miraculous effect. The spirit energy in the clear pool was attracted by the golden core and gathered endlessly, entering Fang Xing's body. At this moment, the phenomenon above the glazed palace had already vanished, but it had been seen by countless people. A confidential letter was sent to the center of the desolate sea in a short amount of time by the various altars on the continents. It was a sea realm that had existed for countless years, and it was also one of the most renowned holy lands on the Tianyuan continent. The Kanglan Sea was where the Dragon Palace stood. It was a colossus that ruled over millions of sea race beings and was one of the most powerful clans in the world. In the Dragon Palace, there was a magnificent palace full of maids and servants. In the deepest part of the palace, behind layers of bead curtains, there was a noble woman with a head full of bead hairpins listening to Prime Minister Turtle, who was carrying a turtle shell on his back, read the contents of the jade slip. After a moment of silence, she suddenly raised her hand and swept it, smashing a glass on the table beside her into pieces. She shouted angrily, "I knew that bitch wouldn't stay still." Following that angry shout, everyone in the hall, from top to bottom, kept quiet out of fear. The Turtle Prime Minister said in a hurry, "Please calm down, Empress. Don't harm your health. The elder princess harbors ill intentions and has cut off her own path of survival. It hasn't been long since she formed her golden core, so she has no right to make you angry." The noblewoman's anger did not decrease. She said icily, "She really has wronged her for being able to endure for so many years without the icy heart method. Why does she dare to cast the phenomenon in the air now? Has she given herself away, or does she want to clear her name? Send an order. Tell the 4th and 5th brothers to go to the southern sea and bring that bitch to me. If she doesn't come, bring me her head." Naturally, there were people who immediately agreed to the order and left quickly. "Don't worry, Empress. Since the 5th and 6th princes have come, the elder princess will definitely be a piece of cake." The Turtle Prime Minister hurried to one side. However, the noblewoman did not speak. She pondered for a while, and no one knew what she was thinking. After a while, her eyes suddenly turned cold. She said in a cold voice, "This bitch has painstakingly hidden for so many years, and now she has given herself away so easily? Could it be that there is a trap? Then I'll add some color to your face. Send an order to release the 3rd brother. He has been locked up for long enough." "Empress, please reconsider." When the Turtle Prime Minister suddenly heard the 2 words 3rd brother, he was so frightened that his knees went weak and he directly knelt down. In the palace, there seemed to be someone chanting an incredible spell. For a moment, it was as if the palace was frozen. At the same time, in a place 3,000 miles away from the sea of azure waves, there was a huge copper pillar that went deep into the ground. It could be said that it penetrated the deep sea. On the copper pillar, there were countless black iron chains wrapped around it. They actually tied up a 300 feet long scarlet dragon. The iron chains had rusted, and no one knew how many years it had been tied up. The scarlet dragon also lowered its head and closed its eyes as if it was dead. However, in the dragon palace of the Azure Wave Sea, when the Empress mentioned its name, the scarlet dragon seemed to have sensed something. It suddenly opened its blood-red eyes and let out a long roar that traveled thousands of miles. In the main hall of the glass palace, there were only a few people left drinking. These people were either not interested in ordinary sea demon maidservants or did not manage to snatch the Hong Hong bedchamber token. Or they had already had sex and were out drinking and having fun. Of course, there were also people like Golden Crow who was bored to death, Lotus Maiden who had not eaten her fill, and Jolwei who wanted to cry but had no tears. The atmosphere was very oppressive. The people who stayed behind all drank their wine tastelessly. Even the musicians who stayed behind in the hall seemed a little weak as they played their zither and flutes. Only the Lotus Maiden was eating and drinking, enjoying herself. Bang! Suddenly, a person stumbled out of the inner palace. He was in such a rush that he directly fell to the ground. Everyone in the palace was shocked and hurriedly looked up at that person. That person looked around like a thief before he stood up as if nothing had happened. He glared at the people who looked at him and scolded, "Is there a flower on my face? What are you looking at? Do you believe that I won't dig your eyeballs out?" Some of the cultivators snorted and some lowered their heads. They were burning with jealousy, but no one dared to provoke him. They naturally recognized that this guy was the one who had obtained the Hong Hong bedchamber token and was lucky enough to be a guest of the Dragon Lady. Seeing this lucky fellow, all the cultivators naturally felt quite upset. Countless people thought to themselves, how could such a good piece of meat be eaten by this little bastard? Faced with so many unhappy gazes, Feng Xing would usually go up and find trouble with them. However, he seemed to have changed into a different person at this time. He pretended that nothing had happened and pulled Lotus Maiden's hand to leave. Lotus Maiden was still holding a big lobster roasted with charcoal in her hand and was picking out the meat to eat. She was pulled up by Feng Xing and shouted anxiously, "Hey, wait for me to get a plate of soy sauce. Why are you in such a hurry like a thief? Where is the Dragon Lady?" Golden Crow felt that something was wrong and got up to look at Feng Xing. "I knocked her out with the fusong wood. I don't know when she will wake up." "Let's run quickly," Feng Xing said in a low voice and pulled Golden Crow away quickly. Golden Crow was also shocked when he heard that the Dragon Lady had been knocked out. He hurriedly stood up and the three of them left dejectedly. In the emergency, he accidentally caught a glimpse of Feng Xing and vaguely felt that this little guy was a little different from usual. It seemed that his cultivation had improved a lot and the invisible aura on his body was several times stronger than when he first came to the glass palace. This kid must have made a fortune again. Golden Crow secretly glanced at Feng Xing and thought that he would also get a share of the loot later. No one stopped them at the entrance of the hall. Feng Xing, Lotus Maiden and the rest left the hall successfully and headed straight for the void. But unexpectedly, just as he flew over 100 zhang, the seawater below him suddenly flowed backwards, and a wall of water that was several hundred zhang tall rose up. Inside the wall, there were countless fully armored sea demon soldiers, and they were all filled with murderous intent. They shouted, "Gui Gui Chong Chong, where do you think you're going?" Feng Xing did not expect that there would be troops lying in ambush here. He retorted, "My mum asked me to go home for dinner. Why are you interfering?" A rider on a dragon horse walked out from the seawater. He was wearing a dark iron armor and his appearance could not be seen. However, his appearance was that of a human. Even his face was covered by a black iron mask. His cultivation was at late-stage foundation establishment. Under the iron mask, he looked at Feng Xing and the rest coldly and shouted, "No one is allowed to leave before the red meeting ends." This was only the second day of the red meeting. It would be 10 days later for the meeting to end. How could Feng Xing agree to that? "Kill him!" With a loud roar, Feng Xing attacked right away. He really did not dare to waste any more time here. With a roar, Feng Xing and the Golden Crow were telepathically connected. They turned into two streams of light and charged forward. The Golden Crow used the same move as before, it transformed into a meteor and tightened its body. It didn't care what was in front of it and directly smashed its head against it. Meanwhile, Feng Xing formed hand seals. Yin Qi in his left hand and Yang Qi in his right hand moved in mysterious trajectories. He used the great Yin Yang millstone and pushed forward with monstrous momentum. You dare to barge into the array? Take them all down. The soldier riding on the dragon horse roared and charged forward while brandishing his saber. In an instant, countless sea demons and demons in the upside-down sea wall also shot out waves of treasure light and Dharma artifacts. They almost interweaved into a huge net that covered the sky and covered the earth. It rushed to envelop Fangxing and the Lotus Maiden. However, at this time, Fangxing's great Yin Yang millstone had already entered the void. Boom, boom. Boom, two streams of light, one Yin and one Yang, spun in the air like a huge millstone that stretched across the void and obliterated all things. The millstone slowly spun, forming an indescribably powerful gravitational force. The Dharma artifacts, treasure light, and even the saber in the hands of the sea demon general were enveloped by this gravitational force. They could no longer resist and were sucked in by the great Yin Yang millstone. As it spun, they were completely ground into fragments and pure divine light. Then, the millstone spun in reverse and scattered them in all directions. Pa, 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 pa. It was as if divine light had descended from the sky and enveloped all directions. Under the impact of the countless divine lights, the sea wall that almost reached the clouds collapsed with a loud bang. Countless sea soldiers and demon generals were killed or injured. The seawater fell and stirred up angry tides that were dozens of feet high and surged in all directions. The defense that was like an iron wall was actually destroyed by a single move of Fangxing's. The power was indescribable. F***ck, why did the power increase again? Even Fangxing was a little surprised. He looked at his hands and muttered to himself in shock. The golden crow's eyes lit up with excitement. He shouted, "Damn it, little bastard, what benefits did you get this time?" Fangxing sighed and said, "Benefits my ass. I've suffered a great loss." With that, he didn't waste any more time and soared into the sky with the golden crow. Fangxing, Jinwu, and the others rushed out of the glass palace in a panic, but it also aroused the doubts of the cultivators in the hall. The young island master of Golden Ao Island, who had been serving Lotus Girl like a servant, gradually came to his senses after Lotus Girl left. The more he thought about what he had done previously, the more shocked he became. He rushed out of the glass palace with the other cultivators, and with doubts in his heart, he wanted to stop Fangxing and the others. However, after they ran out of Glass Palace, they happened to see the scene of Fangxing destroying Glass Palace's defenses with a single divine art. Their hearts immediately went cold, and they were all stunned by the power of this divine art. No one spoke for a long time. That person should only be at the Foundation establishment realm. How could it be, so strong? Someone was tongue-tied and could not believe that this was the work of a Foundation establishment cultivator as they looked at the messy Glass Palace group. Yin and Yang reversal, destroying the voids, just who is this person? The crowd of cultivators was shocked speechless. However, before they could recover from their shock, they heard a clear sound from the depths of Glass Palace. At the same time, a boundless might appeared and shrouded the entire region. As the cultivators shuddered in fear, they heard a loud bang and a hole was smashed through Glass Palace. A white-robed woman with disheveled hair and bare feet stood in the void. ****, you spoiled my plans. I'll take your life." In her rage, the woman turned into a streak of light and chased after him, her long skirt pulled into a straight line behind her. "Io, she's caught up. Run!" At that moment, Fangxing, Jinwu, and the others had just escaped less than 50 kilometers away. When they saw the dragon lady chasing after them, they were so scared that their hair stood on end. "Little beast, stop right there. I swear I'll kill you," the dragon lady shouted angrily. She chased closer and closer. Her murderous aura was especially terrifying. Scared out of his wits, Fangxing stomped his feet and yelled, "I really didn't do it on purpose. I only wanted to steal some treasures, how dare you say that?" Enraged, the dragon lady sped up and chased after him at lightning speed. Dragons were skilled in flight to begin with. Coupled with her golden core cultivation, she was extremely fast as she stirred the voids and rode on lightning bolts. However, the Jinwu's speed was nothing to scoff at. Furthermore, it had escaped earlier than the dragon lady and was close to 50 kilometers away from her. Although the dragon lady could not catch up to it, she could not shake it off either. Just like that, the chase and escape took them a great distance away. Sitting on the Jinwu's back, Fangxing found it more and more strange the more he thought about it. He muttered a few times, impossible. The lotus girl had not finished eating a large lobster pincer. She looked at Fangxing curiously. What's impossible? Fangxing said, then how could the dragon lady? No, why am I telling you this? Don't interrupt. The lotus girl wrinkled her nose and sneered. She lowered her head and focused on the lobster pincer that was half the size of her body. After pondering for a while, Fangxing finally thought of someone. He released the sea serpent spirit from his storage bag and injected a stream of spiritual energy to dissolve the medicinal effect of the turtle breath pill in her body, waking her up. The sea serpent spirit had been forcefully fed the turtle breath pill, but she did not know what had happened. Before she could look around, she saw Fangxing's frowning face. Little demon, tell me honestly, what's going on with your eldest princess? As soon as the sea serpent spirit saw Fangxing, she immediately threatened him fiercely. How could my princess take a fancy to someone like you? Naturally, I'll do it for her. Where is this? You actually dare to capture me? Let me go quickly, or else. Whoosh, a crystal flying sword was pressed against her chin. Fangxing's murderous aura was dense. If you keep talking, I'll eat you. The sea serpent spirit was so frightened that her hostility dissipated a lot. She calmed down a little and said coldly, you don't have to be angry. I'm telling the truth. The eldest princess has high standards. If you're not a genius or a passionate scholar, how can you enter her eyes? She doesn't like a small, ordinary person like you, so she has always let me and my sisters accompany you. It's just that she doesn't want to hurt your hearts, so she asked us to pretend to be her. It's fine if those people don't find out, but if they do, humph. Fangxing frowned and did not say a word. The flying sword suddenly moved forward an inch, and the sea serpent spirit's neck was immediately dripping with blood. I'm telling the truth, the sea serpent spirit trembled in fear and hurriedly shouted. Fangxing said coldly, according to what you said, some of them were personally fought by her. The sea serpent spirit hurriedly said, of course. Fangxing's eyes turned cold as he said, then explain to me. How could a person who has slept with countless men, at this point, he suddenly looked at the lotus girl who was looking at him with bright eyes and the golden crow who was listening with his head tilted. He could not continue and glared at the two of them. He changed to a voice transmission. How could it be a primordialine body? The sea serpent spirit was shocked and cried out, how did you know? Fangxing did not know how to explain. After a moment of silence, he took out a piece of dead wood and placed it in front of the sea serpent spirit. I originally thought that she used this dead wood to cultivate some dharma spell. Now that I think about it, it's used to suppress evil thoughts. How could the sea serpent spirit not understand what had happened when she saw this piece of dead wood? However, she knew that at this time of the year, the lightning-struck fuso tree would not leave her body. She had to rely on it to seal herself in ice and suppress the instincts of the dragon clan. Its effect was equivalent to the dragon clan's ice heart mantra. In fact, the dragon lady might have taken out the tree to show Yuan Bichao at the Red gathering to let him understand something. However, Yuan Bichao had a preconceived idea and did not think too deeply about it. That was why he had completely cut off the dragon lady's thoughts. Otherwise, even if Yuan Bichao was not a good person, it was still possible for the dragon lady to marry him on account of the Yuan family behind him. As the personal mate of the dragon lady, the sea serpent spirit had a deep understanding of the dragon lady's thoughts. What did you do? Fusang Wood. Why is it on you? Snake Princess's voice trembled. Her eyes flickered as if she had thought of something terrifying. I slept with her. Fangxing fell silent for a moment before slowly sending a voice transmission. He paused for a moment before adding, of course, you can also say that she slept with me. The sea serpent spirit's eyes turned bloodshot. Suddenly, she charged at Fangxing without any regard for her life. In an instant, her head transformed into the form of a sea serpent. She bared her fangs and bit at Fangxing's neck. With Fangxing's current cultivation level, he naturally would not be injured by her. He reached out his hand and his palm was like an iron pincer as he gripped the sea serpent spirit's neck tightly, forcing her to transform into her human form. However, even with such a huge gap in strength, the sea snake spirit still refused to give in. She grabbed at Feng Xing with all her might, and there was already a sobbing tone in her voice. "You bastard, do you know what you've done? Do you know that you've harmed the princess?" It seems that things have gotten out of hand. Hearing the commotion, Lotus Girl and the Golden Crow, who were flying with their heads down, perked up. They looked at each other and saw the curiosity and gossip in each other's eyes. One of them pricked up her ears to listen, while the other turned to look at them with glowing eyes. Feng Xing was already annoyed, so he keenly noticed the two of them. He pinched the sea snake spirit's head with one hand and turned around to glare at them. Lotus Girl said nonchalantly, "Don't look at me. Where else can I go in such a small place?" The Golden Crow shouted, "I didn't hear anything. You guys continue." Feng Xing took a deep breath and ignored the two of them. He tightened his grip on the sea snake spirit's neck until she couldn't even make a sound. He glared at her and said coldly, "Don't make a scene in front of me. Although it's a little unexpected, I'm not a person who's afraid of trouble." "You said that I harmed her. How did I harm her? If there's any trouble, I'll solve it for her." "You, solve it for her? Who do you think you are?" The sea snake spirit's eyes were full of resentment as she shouted in a hoarse voice. Hearing this, Feng Xing said seriously, "My name is Feng Xing. I'm the first man who slept with her. Can't I find out?" "Feng Xing?" The sea snake spirit's eyes suddenly widened, and her face was full of disbelief. "You're that Nanzhan's little devil?" Feng Xing said, "Remove the word little. I've slept with women. I'm not little anymore." The sea snake spirit had obviously heard of Feng Xing's name before, and probably more than once. After hearing Feng Xing admit his identity, she carefully looked at him for a long time, not letting go of a single strand of his hair. Then, she lowered her head to look at the Golden Crow, as if she was confirming something. After a long time, she slowly raised her head and smiled sadly. "If I had known it was you, I wouldn't have been so reluctant," Feng Xing said. "I don't want to." "Hurry up and get to the point." After a moment of silence, she said, "You're actually Feng Xing. Sigh, I've heard of you. You're indeed extraordinary. It's a pity that your current cultivation is too low. Otherwise, you might really be able to help the princess solve her problem." She looked up and saw that Feng Xing's face was already full of impatience. She hurriedly said, "Don't worry, let go of my neck, I'll tell you." Feng Xing was not afraid that she would play tricks on him, so he let go of her. The sea serpent touched her neck and pondered for a moment before saying, "You're right. Whether it was in the Azure Wave Sea or the Thousand Flowing Sea, the princess has never had a man. Humph, with her bloodline and nobility, secular men aren't even fit to carry her shoes. Being able to talk to her is already a blessing accumulated over several lifetimes. Who has the right to touch her?" Listening to her long-winded words, Feng Xing frowned again. Fortunately, the sea serpent began to get down to business. "In the past years, we sisters have actually been substituting for the princess. With Zhuer's illusion, very few people have discovered any clues. Even if there are any clues, they have been killed by us. It's simply not their turn to spread nonsense in the outside world. The purpose of all this is to tarnish the princess's reputation and let the Azure Wave Sea think that she has really given up on herself. Moreover, it's to use the filthy atmosphere of the Red Society to cover up the phenomenon of the dragon chasing the moon that happens once every 3 years, as long as a pure-blooded dragon lady is unmarried. From the age of 33 onwards, there will be a phenomenon of the dragon chasing the moon. This happens once every 3 years. When the dragon chasing the moon phenomenon appears, it indicates that the dragon lady is about to choose a husband. Every time this happens, she will be aroused and unable to control herself. Only those who practice the ice heart technique of the Dragon Palace can suppress it. However, the ice heart technique that the princess practices has been tampered with since she was in the Azure Wave Sea. Once she cultivates it, not only does it not have the effect of suppressing it, but it will also stimulate her heart and damage her Tao foundation. At this point, the sea serpent glanced at the fuso tree in front of her and sighed. It's also because of this that every time the dragon chasing the moon phenomenon appears, the dragon lady will be tormented. She went through all kinds of hardships to find this thunderbolt fuso tree. She didn't hesitate to use its extreme chi to freeze herself and suppress her desires. Her purpose is to return to the Azure Wave Sea one day and kill that bitch. Bitch? What bitch? Fang Xing subconsciously asked when he heard this. However, at this moment, he suddenly heard the sound of thunder behind him. Then he saw that the sky was covered with dark clouds, and below them, seawater was flowing backward. The sky and earth changed drastically, and murderous aura filled the air. Faintly, he could see two figures that were dozens of feet long looming in the void. In addition, there was also the aura of war, sweeping the entire void. At the same time, the dragon lady's angry shout could be faintly heard. You guys came so fast. Have you been watching me nearby? Oh no, the princess is in danger. The sea serpent couldn't care less about this at this moment. He stood up anxiously. As for Fang Xing, his face also darkened. Old Jean, turn back and take a look. The golden crow was a little reluctant. It's risky to go back now, Fang Xing said. Even if it's risky, we can't care anymore. That woman is obviously in trouble. The golden crow was speechless. She was still chasing us just now. Isn't it good that she's in trouble? Why do you want to go back? Fang Xing slapped it angrily and scolded, what do you know? Even my fourth uncle doesn't pick a virgin. A virgin? The golden crow was stunned. It seemed to understand something that Fang Xing didn't say clearly. It chuckled and immediately turned around to fly back. Fang Xing, who was standing on the back of the golden crow, began to quickly pinch a seal. As the seal was pinched, a faint green mist appeared around him. The mist gathered more and more, and in the end, it not only wrapped around him, but also the golden crow, the lotus girl, and the sea serpent spirit on the golden crow's back. Without a trace of their aura, it was as if they had suddenly disappeared into the void. At this moment, if someone was probing them with their divine sense, they would find that they had even disappeared from their divine sense. It was as if they had suddenly jumped out of the world and no longer existed in this world. This kind of seal was a concealment spell from the nameless skill formula passed down by the Black Sword embryo. Fang Xing hadn't understood it for long. The effect of using this spell was very good, but it also consumed a lot of spiritual power. Usually, Fang Xing couldn't bear to use the spell casually. It was only at this moment that he felt that the spiritual power in his body couldn't be used up, so he used it. The great golden crow trusted Fang Xing very much. He trusted him to the point that he didn't care what method he used to conceal himself, so he didn't notice the profoundness of this spell. However, the Lotus Girl was slightly surprised when she saw it. She thought to herself, amazing, he even knows the secret technique of the demon ancestor. They didn't dare to go any closer. They quietly hid in the void, only to see two groups of people facing each other in the air. One of them was a young man with a blood-red cloak on his back. He had a handsome and cold face and held a long spear in his hand. Opposite him was a young man who looked like a Confucian scholar in a fluttering green robe. He held a scroll in his hand and looked very fragile. From time to time, he would clench his fist and put it to his mouth, coughing a few times. The two of them had brought over a dozen silver-armored demon soldiers with them, and they were sandwiching a woman in white in the middle. That woman was tall, her hair draped loosely over her shoulders, and her feet were bare. Her beauty was indescribable, and she was the master of Glass Palace, Aoin Zhu. Big sister, since sixth brother and I have already seen you, why are we still running? The young man in the red cloak smiled and said to the dragon lady, Mother misses you very much. She specially asked us to invite you back to attend her 270th birthday. I don't think there's much to pack up in this lousy glass palace of yours. Come with us. What good things do you want in the Azure Wave Sea? It's not the 300th birthday, what's the hurry? I still have things to do. When I'm free, I'll go back, to pay my respects to Mother. The dragon lady's expression was solemn, especially when she said the word mother. She paused for a moment and her eyes turned cold. The world is big, but loyalty and filial piety are the most important. For so many years, it's fine if you don't stay by Mother's side to show your filial piety. Now that Mother misses you and wants to summon you back, you're not willing. What do you want to do with the utmost etiquette of the dragon race? The fifth prince in the red cloak sneered, Big sister, it seems like today's matter won't end well. I heard that you've already formed your golden core. Fifth brother won't be bullying you if he spars with you. As he spoke, he took a step forward and held the wrist guard on his right hand with his left hand. His battle intent surged. Fifth brother, why are you in such a hurry? After you make your move, there won't be many people left. The man in green looked at the dragon lady's graceful figure and a trace of lust flashed across his eyes. However, he stopped the man in silver armor and looked at the dragon lady with a faint smile. Big sister, you left the Azure Wave Sea penniless back then. You actually managed to form your golden core under such scarce resources. I, sixth brother, am really impressed. It's not easy to obtain such a cultivation base. Why must you force fifth brother to make a move? He never leaves a complete corpse in his hands. Isn't that a pity? Speaking up to this point, he pinched his lips and chuckled. Why don't you follow me back? We're brother and sister. Why must we fight to solve the problem? The dragon lady seemed to be still trying to persuade the two of them. She compromised and said, if we really fight, I may not be a match for the two of you. However, if you want to capture me, you have to pay a certain price. Moreover, our dragon palace is very particular about seniority. Speaking of which, I'm your sister after all. I'm afraid it's impolite for the two of you to force me like this. Sister, the man in green suddenly burst into laughter when he heard that. You also want to be our brother and sister? Unfortunately, although we have the same father, we're not born of the same mother. If you want to be our sister, you have to ask whether mother will agree or not. As the green-robed man spoke, he waved the scroll in his hand and suddenly opened it. On the scroll, there was a portrait of a beautiful woman with a beautiful face. As the scroll opened, there was a flash of spiritual light on the portrait, and the beautiful woman in the painting suddenly came to life. She walked out of the scroll with light steps. Her head was covered with pearls and her face was cold. It was a graceful and luxurious woman. Mother? When Dragon Lady saw this person, she was shocked and hurriedly bowed her head to pay her respects. Xianxia girl, you have been wandering outside for a long time, why didn't you come back to see me? The woman looked at Dragon Lady and said in a cold tone. Zhu is looking for a birthday gift for mother. When I find it, I will naturally go back. Dragon Lady didn't even dare to raise her head and said hesitantly. Birthday gift? Humph, what doesn't our dragon palace have? Do we need you to look for a birthday gift for me? The woman looked at Dragon Lady and sneered. I'm afraid you are playing wild and have ulterior motives, right? What a good red society, what a good exiled princess, it has really been hard on you. If it wasn't for the strange phenomenon, I really wouldn't know that you can endure it so much. Humph, if you really did these things, I might really turn a blind eye and let you marry into the Yuan family, at least you can live an ignoble life. But since you have ulterior motives, then come back to the dragon palace and be filial to me. Mother. Zhu really doesn't have ulterior motives, I just want to live peacefully, mother please have mercy. Dragon Lady was anxious and was about to cry, begging the woman for mercy. This woman wasn't actually here, it was just a projection, but in front of her, Dragon Lady didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Nonsense, why can't you survive if you come to my side? The woman scolded sternly, and a faint evil smile appeared on her face. I will love you well, you may err. The Dragon Lady could no longer tolerate being forced to this point. She raised her head and shouted, don't go too far. It's fine if you seduced my father and harmed my mother, but you even ate my younger brother and sister. Even so, I endured it and left the Kanglan Sea to drag out an ignoble existence. I don't even have the extravagant hope of revenge. Why are you still unwilling to let me go? With this anger, the atmosphere immediately became somber, and a murderous aura surged out from the sea. Yo, you actually dare to call me by my name. You don't even call me Imperial Mother, the lady sneered, aren't you called Ao Xianxia? Why are you calling me by your old name? Since the Dragon Lady was angry, she was no longer afraid. She said in a cold voice, Xianxia, Luo Zhu, do you really think that when you gave me a name that day, I did not understand the meaning behind it? You and your brother Demon Lord Nine-Headed Bug coveted the orthodoxy of the Dragon Palace. Let me tell you, it's a dream. Since you are forcing me, I will not tolerate it anymore. As long as I am alive, don't think that you can have your way. Amidst the stern shout, the seawater below suddenly churned, as if a gigantic creature was swimming beneath it. In the distance, a monstrous wave surged towards them. It was the group of sea demons and water monsters from Lapis Lazuli Palace. Behind them was a group of cultivators with different expressions. Yuan Bichao, the young island master of Golden Turtle Island, the 3 fairies of Northern Divine Mountain, and others were among them. Looking at the situation, the guests who participated in the Red meeting were also attracted by the commotion. However, they were all shocked to see such a tense situation. They did not rush forward to help, but watched from afar. At this moment, there was lightning flashing around the dragon lady. It gradually condensed and covered her body like a robe. "Yo, I was wondering why you have the patience to chat with me for so long. It turns out that you're waiting for reinforcements." The noblewoman laughed. "Heh, do you think that I don't know what you're thinking just because I'm being patient and talking to you? If I don't kill all of your subordinates, how can I turn the dragon palace of the Sea of Tsonglan into a nest of winged bugs in the Sea of Azure Billows?" At the end of her sentence, her eyes turned cold, and she shouted, "Lao Wu, Lao Lu, kill this wench and bring her head back for me. Hee, Empress Mother, you must remember to leave a mouthful for me. That little dragon that wasn't even 10 years old tasted really good. This one has grown to such a big size, and it's juicy as well. Just thinking about it makes me drool." The 5th prince, who was wearing a red cloak, laughed weirdly. His eyes had already turned blood red. The 6th prince, who was dressed like a Confucian scholar, looked at the dragoness with pity and sighed. "It's a pity about this appearance. Ever since grandfather disappeared after chasing after the immortal palace, the Sea of Azure Billows has really declined. It's actually invaded by animals like you." The dragon lady lowered her head and said softly. After a while, she suddenly raised her head and shouted, "But do you really think that I'm not a match for you just because I formed my gold core not long ago? Today, I'll let you see the difference between the royal blood of the dragon race and you bastards." As she shouted, her figure suddenly shot up into the sky. The golden veil that was mixed with tiny lightning bolts had already draped over her body. In an instant, it covered her entire body, and the light was dazzling. When the dazzling light dimmed slightly, the beautiful and flawless dragon lady had disappeared, and a silver-white true dragon that was about 100 feet long suddenly appeared in the sky. Its body swayed in the air, and in an instant, endless lightning bolts fell from the sky. At the same time, in the sea, there was a hoo sound. A tentacle as thick as a mountain stirred up the water and went straight for the 6th prince. It was an unimaginably huge monster. "Hee, royal blood is nothing. We have the strength of 2 bloodlines. How can you resist?" When the red-cloaked 5th prince saw the dragon lady charging at him with endless lightning, he also let out a roar. With a shake of his body, he also transformed into a giant dragon. However, his body was much larger than the dragon lady's. He was nearly 300 feet long, which was 3 times the size of the dragon lady. His appearance was also different. Although he had the general shape of a dragon, his body was covered with a thick layer of black scales. In front of his head, there was a dragon-shaped head. Beyond that, there were 8 other heads, all of which were bird heads. They were inexplicably ferocious and exceptionally terrifying. When he returned to his original form, he also bared his fangs and brandished his claws. His 9 heads roared at the same time and went straight for the dragon lady. The lightning fell from the sky, but he was not afraid at all. He spread out the endless feathers around his body to resist the lightning. At the same time, his claws were like sharp blades, grabbing at the neck of the dragon lady. At the same time, the 6th prince, who was dressed as a Confucian scholar, had also changed into his original form and was fighting with the giant monster. The subordinates they brought with them each took out their magic weapons and fought with other monsters that surged up from time to time in the sea. "I also want to help the princess escape." The sea snake spirit was loyal. When she saw the battle, she immediately rushed out to help. However, Fangxing grabbed her and said, "What's the use of you going out to help? Are you going to die?" The sea snake spirit said angrily, "Our lives were saved by the princess. Even if we die for her, what's the use?" Fangxing said coldly, "It doesn't matter if you die, but it will expose my whereabouts." The sea snake spirit was furious. She transformed into her original form and bit at Fangxing with her fangs. At the same time, her divine sense shook and she shouted angrily, "Shameless! I didn't expect the princess to lose her chastity to someone like you. You're courting death." Fangxing slapped the sea snake spirit back to her human form and stuck a soul fixation talisman on her forehead to prevent her from causing trouble for him. Then, he frowned and observed the situation below. The crisis that the dragon lady had encountered was really beyond his imagination. The 5th prince and the 6th prince below were both in the middle stage of gold core, and he couldn't even defeat one of them. Even the dragon lady was having a hard time dealing with them. The 5th prince, who was fighting with her, had a combination of the talent advantages of the dragon clan and the 9-headed insect clan. His cultivation had also reached the peak of the middle stage of gold core. On the other hand, the dragon lady had just reached the gold core realm. Under his crazy attacks and the suppression of his body, which was 3 times larger than the dragon king's, she was already struggling and couldn't even cast magic. It was the same for the giant demon that was entangled with the 6th prince. The giant demon was huge, but its cultivation level was low. Under the 6th prince's vicious attacks, it was soon covered in wounds. 7 or 8 of its tentacles were severed, and blood dyed the blue sea red. The sea demon soldiers of the Glass Palace also suffered heavy casualties under the charge of the Dragon Palace. They were barely able to fight back. The guests of the Red Society, led by Yuan Bichao, looked at each other, but no one helped. He, the 6th prince, who had transformed into a giant dragon, swam and surrounded the dragon lady in the middle of the vortex formed by his body. He let out a sharp laugh and shouted, "It seems that the Royal Blood Dragon clan is only SOSO. Big sister, I've been lusting after the flesh and blood of the Pure Blood Dragon clan for a long time. Mother only likes to suck brains and eat marrow. I'll take advantage of this good meat of yours." As he shouted, he clawed at the white dragon's abdomen with his sharp claws, trying to tear off 2 pieces of meat. A mere bastard dares to look down on the royal blood? The white dragon seemed to be enraged and suddenly opened her mouth. At the same time, she seemed to have used some kind of secret technique. Golden flames ignited on her white, jade-like body. Then, she clawed at the black dragon's claws. The 6th prince laughed proudly. He seemed to have the white dragon in his grasp. His claws did not stop for a moment and clawed down with unparalleled might. However, just as the white dragon's seemingly delicate claws were about to catch the black dragon's claws, the bones on the dragon's 4 claws protruded and transformed into another toe. The golden dragon's 4 claws had turned into 5 claws. It was also at this moment that the black dragon's claws and the white dragon's claws collided. In an instant, tornadoes rose and lightning descended from the sky. 5-clawed golden dragon? This bitch really has the appearance of a dragon king? The black dragon was shocked and desperately tried to escape the white dragon's attack range. However, it was too late. The white dragon clawed at him and tore his claws apart. Dragon blood dripped into the void as the black dragon desperately tried to escape. At the same time, the white dragon opened her mouth and spat out a golden core that was like a bullet. It shot towards the 6th prince like a bolt of lightning. The golden core was so fast that it turned into a golden light and rushed to the 6th prince in an instant. The 6th prince paid attention to the black dragon as it wailed and hurriedly set up layers of defense. However, under the impact of the golden core, they were destroyed like dry weeds. Oh my god, what the F***ck did I just sleep with? Fangxing hid in the void and watched the battle. At this moment, he was so frightened by the dragon lady's ferocity that he broke out in a cold sweat. The 5th and 6th princes were both at the mid-stage of the golden elixir realm and possessed the bloodlines of the true dragon and the 9-headed worm. Their strength was unfathomable, and even an ordinary late-stage golden elixir realm human might not be their match. However, they did not expect that with their strength, they would be thwarted by the dragon lady's early-stage golden elixir realm cultivation when she used her secret technique. The claw and the pill, one was the power of physical combat, while the other was the dragon ball formed from cultivation, managed to injure the 2 princes at the same time. Gaining the upper hand in one fell swoop, the dragon lady roared in midair and charged at the 6th prince. After the 5th prince suffered a loss, he immediately turned around and fled. He was smart, so the dragon lady could only kill the 6th prince who was closer to her first. However, she knew that the 5th and 6th princes had the bloodline of the 9-headed worm, which was also known as the 9-headed bird. Although it was called an insect, it was actually a bird that was good at flying. In terms of speed, she might not have the upper hand, so she still had to fight her way out. Since she wanted to fight them head-on, she could only focus on killing one of them first. At the same time, among the guests who participated in the Red Society, Yuan Bichao's eyes flickered and he thought to himself, it's time. He was injured by Feng Xing's kick and returned to the palace guarded by the Yuan family's guardian to heal his injuries. He was filled with endless anger and hated the Dragon Lady and Feng Xing to the extreme. It was only when the guardian of his family saw the strange phenomenon that the Dragon Lady projected into the void and told him about it that he suddenly reacted. For a moment, he was surprised and overjoyed, feeling that a great opportunity had fallen on his head. The Dragon Lady was actually a primordialine body, her previous reputation as a pervert was actually fake. This pleasant surprise caused Yuan Bichao to be overjoyed, and she realized that her opportunity had arrived. The Dragon Lady's image of a divine dragon chasing after the moon was more convincing than anything else. Her previous bad reputation had been washed away overnight. If she married the Dragon Lady, Yuan Bichao would no longer have to worry about her reputation being tarnished. Furthermore, if she married a pure-blooded dragon with a primordialine body, her status in the family would rise even higher than before. After all, this could be considered a formal marriage alliance. The dragon clan valued bloodline. For tens of thousands of years, there were only a few Dragon Lady who married outside the clan, but he married one. How glorious was that? Of course, the glory was secondary. What was important was the Dragon Lady's primordialine dragon body, which was of great help to his personal cultivation. It could be said that if he had known that the Dragon Lady's reputation as a pervert was fake, this good thing would not have happened to him at all. In fact, with the identity of the Dragon Lady, she was more than enough to be a match for the Taoist of the Yuan family. Moreover, the Dragon Lady's primordialine body needed a cultivator of pure yang in order to form the harmony of yin and yang, which would help to improve her cultivation. Yuan Bichao had long lost his virginity. There were many outstanding disciples in the Yuan family, so it could be said that no matter how many times he tried, it would not be his turn. After discovering this opportunity, Yuan Bichao immediately realized that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for him. However, at the beginning, the Dragon Lady was weak and was suppressed by the 5th prince and the 6th prince, so he felt miserable and did not dare to make a move. At this time, when he saw that the Dragon Lady had gained the upper hand, he became bold. There was no risk, and he could show off in front of the Dragon Lady and win her favor. Why not? He immediately stepped forward and shouted, "Don't panic, princess. The disciples of the Yuan family are here to help you." As Yuan Bichao made his move, the young island master of Golden Turtle Island and the others behind him also rushed out. Even the guests who had nothing to do with them were tempted when they saw the scene. They wanted to take this opportunity to sell the Dragon Lady a favor. In the rumbling sound, countless cultivators rushed towards the people of the Dragon Palace. It seemed that the advantage of the Dragon Lady's side was obvious. "Hey, big sister, I've always meant you no harm." As for the 6th prince, he was hit by the Dragon Lady's golden core and had a bloody wound on his abdomen. He was howling and trying to escape, but when he saw the Dragon Lady rushing towards him with lightning, he was scared out of his wits and turned to escape. "Little bitch, you dare to commit murder when you're about to die?" The portrait was floating in the air, and the projection of the noblewoman was also suspended in the air. Although she could not make a move, she shouted at the Dragon Lady. The Dragon Lady suddenly turned around and looked at the noblewoman with her eyes like lightning. She shouted, you ate my younger brother and sister, harmed my mother, bewitched my father, and now you're forcing me. Today, I'll kill your 2 sons first as interest." With the roar, a bolt of lightning shot towards the portrait. In an instant, it was blackened and set on fire. Haha, when the portrait was set on fire, the noblewoman's figure became blurred, and her voice came intermittently, "Little bitch, do you really think you can hide this from me? Imperial Mother has prepared a generous gift for you." When the dragon girl heard her sinister laughter, she felt an inexplicable panic in her heart. However, she quickly decided not to think about it. With a cold look in her eyes, she wanted to chase after the 6th prince. However, she had only traveled less than 2 or 3 miles when she suddenly stopped. She had already seen that on the black surface of the sea, there was a giant tortoise the size of a small mountain slowly swimming over. The 5th prince and the 6th prince, who had just escaped, were on the back of the giant turtle, looking at the Dragon Lady with a sneer. What shocked the dragon lady even more was that on the back of the giant turtle, there was a huge iron cage that was 30 feet long and 20 feet high. The cage was made of black steel, and there were fine and dense runes inscribed on it. From time to time, there would be terrifying lightning flashes, imprisoning the cage. And in the cage, there was a real dragon that was red all over, lying limply in the cage. As soon as she saw this dragon, the dragon lady's eyes changed in an instant. She gasped and called out, "Third brother?" The dragon in the cage did not respond, but its body occasionally moved up and down, indicating that it was still a little angry. The fifth prince flipped his palm and pressed it against the cage. A dazzling electric light was released, and the crimson dragon in the cage was struck by the lightning dragon. Its body suddenly trembled and it let out a mournful cry. The fifth prince laughed loudly and said to Dragoness, "Eldest sister, you have been away from the palace for so many years. Do you still remember third brother who is the closest to you? Mother was afraid that you would miss him, so she specially asked me to bring him to see you." The dragon lady's eyes almost popped out of their sockets, and she cried out involuntarily, "Third brother is not a threat to you, why do you torture him like this?" The sixth prince laughed, and his eyes were cold. He said, with such an obedient dog, who would not order around. "You are the dogs. Third brother, eldest sister will save you now." The dragon lady was indescribably furious. She roared and rushed towards the black iron cage. Even though she knew that she would not be a match for the fifth prince and the sixth prince, she could not care less at this moment. The dragon clan was the proudest clan, and the dragon lady's anger was unimaginable when she saw her third brother being treated like this. However, the sixth prince and the fifth prince had no intention of making a move when they saw the dragon lady rushing towards them. The fifth prince laughed sinisterly, pressed his palm on the cage, and said something in a low voice. The third prince in the cage raised his head with difficulty and answered him. After a few breaths, the fifth prince sneered, indicating that the sixth prince was almost done. The sixth prince then opened the cage. At this moment, the dragon lady had just rushed over, and she was still more than 5 kilometers away from the two of them. Behind the dragon lady, a large group of guests who had participated in the Red Society also came over under the leadership of Yuan Bichao to beat the dragon lady when she was down. Roar! When the cage was opened, the red dragon seemed to have smelled freedom. It suddenly raised its head and roared with an intimidating aura, causing waves to roll. This long roar was filled with madness and bloodlust, which was very different from its previous appearance when it was curled up in the cage. The dragon lady seemed to have sensed something. She suddenly stopped and cried out involuntarily, "Third brother, haha. Third brother, your favorite pure-blooded dragon clan is right in front of you. Go and eat to your heart's content." The sixth prince laughed heartily and raised his hand to point. A beam of spiritual light rushed forward in the direction of the dragon lady. At this moment, the red dragon actually locked its eyes on the startled dragon lady. With a roar, it suddenly flew out of the cage. In an instant, its body shook, and its soft body swelled up. It no longer looked weak, and its entire body became like steel. It was violent, bloodthirsty, strong, crazy, and unstoppable. Whoosh! The red dragon suddenly rushed out at an indescribably fast speed. In an instant, it tore the void and created 2 torrents. "Third brother, I'm big sister." At this moment, the dragon lady keenly felt that something was wrong. She shouted and raised her hand to set up a restriction. However, the red dragon didn't recognize her at all. As it roared, its bloodthirsty eyes locked on her position. Roar! At this moment, the seawater between the dragon lady and the red dragon suddenly flowed backward. Under the seawater, a mountain-like existence popped its head out from the bottom of the sea. It was the huge octopus-shaped sea monster. It was loyal to the dragon lady. At this moment, it seemed to have sensed that the dragon lady was in danger, so it immediately rose from the sea and used its huge body to block the red dragon and the dragon lady. Its body was like a mountain. Compared to the red dragon, it was like a giant facing an ant. However, the red dragon's ferocious aura didn't weaken in the slightest. It didn't stop and rushed straight towards the octopus. The octopus waved a huge tentacle toward the red dragon in the air. The red dragon didn't even look at it and directly collided with it. With a few puff-puff sounds, the tentacle curled up on its body. However, it was pulled by the huge force when it flew, and it was torn in half and fell into the sea. After that, the red dragon had already rushed in front of the sea monster. It suddenly let out a violent roar and stretched out its two dragon claws, grabbing the sea monster's body and tearing it apart. The small dragon body actually triggered an indescribably huge force. From point to surface, the power was transmitted. The sea monster under its claws let out a painful cry and was actually torn in half by the red dragon. It struggled into the sea. "Third brother, you're crazy," the dragon lady shouted. She stretched out her divine claws and a lightning bolt was drawn down by her to entangle the red dragon. She also noticed that there was something wrong with the red dragon. She didn't dare to approach it and use lightning to stop it. Crack, crack, sensing that the lightning was about to strike it, the crimson dragon suddenly raised its head, opened its mouth, and swallowed the lightning in one gulp. Then, it lowered its head and locked onto Dragon Girl. Its abdomen moved, and a powerful stream of air surged up. The dragon opened its mouth, and a malevolent and terrifying bolt of lightning shot out. The bolt of lightning in its abdomen was actually transformed into its own power, and it shot forward. The restraints that the dragon lady had set up in front of her were easily destroyed by the lightning. She was hit by the lightning, and blood spurted out of her mouth. Like a white kite with a broken string, she fell into the void. The guests of the Red Society were roaring and rushing to help the dragon lady, but they didn't expect to see the dragon lady flying weakly behind them before they could reach her. They were startled and found that the dragon lady was at a disadvantage. They hesitated and didn't dare to go forward to help. However, before they could decide whether to retreat or not, the red dragon had already roared and rushed toward them. "Stop it, stop it!" The people couldn't dodge in time, so they could only shout and use their Dharma spells and Dharma treasures to stop the red dragon from approaching. However, the crimson dragon was too fast. Many people hadn't even formed their spells or activated their magic treasures when the crimson dragon had already rushed into the crowd. With a swipe of its claw, 4 or 5 people were torn apart. With a sweep of its tail, another dozen or so people turned into a mist of blood. With a bite, 2 or 3 people were directly swallowed into its stomach. Then, it turned its head and with a pu sound, it spat out a flying sword that was stuck between its teeth. "Princess," on the back of the golden crow, the sea snake spirit was extremely angry when she saw the red dragon's crazy appearance. However, she couldn't move because she was stuck with the soul-stopping talisman by Feng Xing. Although she could see the battle below, she could only stare at Feng Xing with resentment. She didn't know how many times she had cursed this little bastard in her heart. What a heartless bastard. "Are you still a man?" Feng Xing couldn't hear the sea snake spirit's inner thoughts. He was watching the changes in the field and clenched his fists. "In any case, she's a woman that I've slept with before. I have to help her." After a long time, he suddenly said in a low voice, as if he was also making an extremely difficult decision. The golden crow was shocked by his words and whispered, "Are you out of your mind? How could he help her? Not to mention that crazy dragon, even those 2 princes are both in the golden core realm. Which one of them is someone we can deal with?" These words were abnormally realistic. The struggle of the Blue Wave Sea was an internal struggle between the strongest influences in the world. It was not something small characters like Feng Xing and the Golden Crow could meddle in. Even if Feng Xing's cultivation was invincible in the Foundation establishment realm, so what? The 4 sons and grandsons fighting below were all at the Golden Core realm. Furthermore, their bloodlines were powerful and their strength was much stronger than ordinary Golden Core realm cultivators. With such terrifying strength, they were already intimidated by the imposing manner from afar. If they wanted to participate, wouldn't they be courting death? Feng Xing looked at the battle in the field and frowned, thinking hard. He had always been quick-witted and had deceived many Golden Core experts. He had even killed more than 10 Golden Core cultivators of the Huangfu family in one fell swoop. However, that was under the circumstances that he was prepared. Now that he could not interfere in this battle, he would be courting death if he showed up. All of a sudden, the feeling of powerlessness that he had when he first entered the cultivation world rose from the bottom of his heart again. In the cultivation world, strength was still respected. No matter how many tricks he had, he could not solve all the problems. "Feng Xing, I've heard of your reputation and have always admired you. However, if you don't dare to help the princess today, wouldn't you be inferior to even the ordinary people in the Red gathering? The daughter of the dragon race has been loyal for 10,000 years. Don't let the princess down. Under the effect of the soul-locked talisman, the sea snake spirit actually moved a trace of his divine sense and tried his best to send a voice transmission to Feng Xing. However, he still seemed to have some expectations for Feng Xing. In a hurry, he only wanted to persuade Feng Xing to help. As the saying goes, the shadow of a tree and the name of a person. Feng Xing's reputation was so great that people would really place their hopes on him. However, Feng Xing knew that he was not as omnipotent as she thought. Although he had always been bold in his actions, unless he was forced into a corner, he would first consider saving his life before doing anything. If he encountered an existence that he could not afford to offend, he would not hesitate to pretend to be a coward. Now that he seemed to be provoking an existence that he could not afford to offend, he was hesitant in his heart. In the past, he would have made up his mind with a single thought, but now, Feng Xing was hesitant. It was not that he was not decisive enough, but it was really not in line with his philosophy of saving his life that he could not afford to offend. While he was hesitating, the golden crow suddenly patted him twice with its limbs, hinting something to him. Now, they were wrapped in the green cloud that Feng Xing had summoned, standing on the cloud. Feng Xing, the golden crow, and the sea snake spirit were all at the end of the battlefield, watching the fierce battle below. However, the lotus girl was not interested at all. She sat on the other end of the cloud, holding the big lobster pincers in her hands and eating the meat bit by bit. There was also a plate of refined salt beside her. Feng Xing looked in the direction that the golden crow's mouth was pointing at and immediately understood. He looked at the golden crow. The golden crow nodded, indicating that there was only one way. Feng Xing made up his mind and agreed with the golden crow's words. The two of them made up their minds and suddenly jumped up, startling the sea snake spirit. She thought that the two of them had finally decided to help the princess, but she did not expect that the two of them jumped to the side of the greedy maid at the same time. Feng Xing gently massaged the lotus girl's shoulders, looking like a lackey, while the golden crow smiled and fanned the lotus girl like two servants. What are they doing? The sea snake spirit was very puzzled. She did not understand why the two of them were surrounding the little maid at such a critical moment. She did not know the identity of the lotus girl and only thought that she was the little maid beside Feng Xing. She obviously remembered that Feng Xing had once sold her to the son of the Yuan family in order to flatter him. It seemed that she was also an insignificant person. Feng Xing put in a lot of effort and massaged the lotus girl's shoulders very professionally. The lotus girl stretched lazily and seemed to be enjoying it very much. She gently dug out the last piece of fine meat from the lobster pincer, dipped it in some fine salt and ate it. She casually threw the pincer shell aside and looked at Feng Xing with a faint smile. She said, "You are not so considerate usually. Do you want to ask something of me?" Feng Xing laughed and said, "There is no need to say it clearly. You have also seen that the few dragons below are so fierce. If the two of us make a move, we will be courting death. In today's world, only the eldest miss can make a move and suppress those long worms." The golden crow fanned himself vigorously and said, "Of course, even the old dragon king is kneeling outside the eldest miss's boudoir, let alone these few little dragons. As long as the eldest miss is willing to make a move, won't it be a matter of minutes to settle them?" The lotus girl sighed and said, "Don't flatter too much. Back then, it was not me who made those people kneel in front of the immortal palace and beg for forgiveness. That immortal palace is also not my boudoir, it is only using the immortal palace to live. As for those few little dragons below, if my real body came, it would not be a problem to subdue them. Unfortunately, I am only a clone now." Feng Xing's hand that was massaging her shoulders immediately loosened. He said with a bitter face, "You mean that you are not going to help?" The lotus girl shrugged and gestured for him to continue massaging her shoulders. She said as if nothing had happened, "You can't say that. This clone of mine still has some basic power, but it is not enough to subdue them. However, if I give up this clone, it is still possible to save the poor eldest princess. But before that, I have to ask you carefully, do you really want me to save her?" When Feng Xing heard that she could save the dragon lady, he did not think about anything else and hurriedly said, "Save, of course you have to save her." The golden crow also chimed in, "Eldest miss, don't worry. Even if this clone is destroyed, you can just refine another one another day. I promise you that when your next clone comes, I will definitely search for rare treasures in this world and let you have a feast. The Lotus Girl smiled gently and said to Feng Xing, now that I have saved her, no one will protect your little life. Feng Xing was stunned when he heard this, as if he did not understand what the Lotus Girl meant. The Lotus Girl sneered and said, do you really think that I am with the two of you and eat every day? Alright, it seems that I have been eating all the time, but it may not be that I am not protecting your little life. You have caused a great disaster in Nanzhan. Do you really think that it is over just because you escaped so easily? Do you know how many Yuanying level cultivators have used secret techniques to search for you? If I had not awakened my karma and stayed by your side to hide you from the heavenly secrets, you would have been discovered at least 3 times. Feng Xing's heart skipped a beat when he heard this. He stared straight at Lotus Maiden. The Lotus Girl changed her usual good-natured appearance of a foodie and had a serious look on her face. She said softly, that day, you fed me a blood lotus seed. Although it disrupted the steps of my resurrection, it also helped me avoid the danger of being lost in the shadows of the 9 coffins. Therefore, I also consider you to be my benefactor. You helped me through my tribulation, so I will also help you through your tribulation. It is a fair thing. The Lotus Girl's voice was soft and seemed to have a deeper meaning. Moreover, it was because you were able to resist my bewitching technique at that time that I was very interested in you. I wanted to see what you would look like when you grew up. That was why I chose you and this crow to be my servants to help me find delicious food, and also to take the opportunity to protect you from being discovered by some cultivators that you cannot afford to offend now. I originally wanted to protect you until you reached the Golden Core realm, so that you would have some capital to survive. But now it seems that this fate is not fated. At this point, her expression turned cold and she said indifferently, I can help you save her because I am also a little curious about this little dragon with the royal blood. I do not want her to die here, but once I help, you will have to deal with the trouble later on. When he understood the danger he was in, even Feng Xing's expression changed indeterminately, seeming to be unable to make a decision. But this hesitant thought only flashed twice in his heart before vanishing, and he said proudly, what's the matter with a man relying on a woman to protect him? Although I am a pretty boy, am I the kind of man who lives off a woman? I will take care of my own business, you go and save the others. Lotus Girl looked at him strangely. She seemed to have thought of something and smiled. She pinched her fingers and a blank jade slip flew out of Feng Xing's storage pouch. She held it in her hand and whispered a few words. Then she handed it back to Feng Xing and threw a lotus canopy to the golden crow. Finally, she thought for a while and said to Feng Xing seriously, you are not a pretty boy. Feng Xing was suddenly annoyed. He pointed to his face and said, not? Have you ever seen such a handsome man? Lotus Girl giggled, turned around and stepped out of the green gas. Her figure flashed and disappeared. A voice came from afar, run, try not to use your spiritual power. Below, Long Yu and the Scarlet Dragon were fighting fiercely. At this moment, the Dragon Lady no longer had any intention of showing mercy. She could only fight with all her might to avoid being torn to pieces by the Scarlet Dragon. Even so, she was already covered in blood. The Scarlet Dragon's power was simply unimaginably violent. Although its attacks were completely instinctive and without any technique, it was still not something the Dragon Lady could withstand under its crazy will. The 5th and 6th princes stood in the void with a smile and watched the battle leisurely. Mother is really good. A good 3rd prince of the Dragon Palace has been refined into such a vicious dog. Alas, it's a pity that Dragon Lady has such a good body. If Mother is willing to give it to me, it would be good. The 6th prince was extremely regretful and sighed in a low voice. The 5th prince looked at him with some disgust and said, in any case, we are half-blood relatives. Isn't your idea a bit dirty? Look at me, I only want to eat her. I have no interest in her appearance at all. The two of them were already confident of their victory, but they did not take any precautions. From the mysterious green mist on the upper left, a petite woman slowly walked out. She watched the battle coldly. Although she was standing in the air and could be seen with the naked eye, there were so many people present but no one noticed her existence. It was as if she was not in the same world as them. Lotus Girl looked at the battle and frowned slightly. She seemed to be calculating something. After a long while, she looked back and revealed a complacent grin. She seemed to have made up her mind. After a short moment of silence, she suddenly raised her voice and shouted, "Nanjian little devil Feng Xing, let's see where you can escape to." This shout could be said to have shaken the heavens and earth in an instant. It was clearly transmitted into the ears of everyone present. Feng Xing? Hearing this name, whether it was the fifth prince or the sixth prince, or even the guests of the Red Society who were lucky enough to survive, all looked at the void in shock. The expressions on their faces were both shock and joy. Nanjian, the little devil, Feng Xing, was now a famous person. The news of him assassinating Huangfu Daozi and killing more than 10 gold core cultivators of the Huangfu family had long been spread throughout the cultivation world. It could be regarded as the most important event in the past hundreds of years in the Nanjian state. Until now, the Huangfu family had even issued a decree and promised generous rewards that would make people jealous. Regardless of life or death, they just wanted to see the little devil's head with their own eyes. Of course, most importantly, according to rumor, this little devil himself possessed a large amount of rare treasures, and he was practically a moving treasure trove. Whoever was able to capture him would naturally be able to obtain the treasure trove. How could the cultivators not be tempted? It was precisely because of this that, even in such a tense situation, Lotus Girl's shout attracted the attention of countless people. Feng Xing was watching how Lotus Girl would save the people in the green fog, but his movement was exposed by this shout. He was shocked and cursed. He no longer cared about hiding and kicked the sea snake spirit into the sea. Then, he quickly fled with the golden crow while cursing Lotus Girl in his heart. The golden crow had also disguised himself, but at this time, he was in a hurry to escape and revealed his true appearance. Under the bright moon that was as large as a silver plate, he shockingly turned into a huge crow. He flapped his wings and left 2 whirlpools in the air. His entire body was already 3 or 4 miles away. Like a ray of golden light, he quickly fled toward the distant horizon. "Damn girl, how dare you harm me?" An angry shout gradually followed the ray of golden light into the distance. Lotus Girl giggled and muttered to herself, "I helped you reveal your identity so that others won't accept your kindness. Instead of thanking me, you want to scold me? It's really Feng Xing." Someone in the crowd recognized the golden crow's appearance and immediately cried out. As for the others, they saw Feng Xing's appearance clearly the instant he fled. When they saw that he was actually the person who sent Yuan Bichao flying with a kick during the Red gathering, they were even more shocked and fearful in their hearts. Never had they imagined that the little devil would be by their side just now. Is it really Feng Xing? The fifth prince's eyes also turned cold. Since this person is nearby, let's capture him and interrogate him about the whereabouts of the opportunity. With a cold shout, he was about to chase after Feng Xing. However, he did not expect that the sixth prince had already fled into the void in a flash before he could make a move. "Sixth brother, come here and watch this place. Don't let this be *tch escape." Seeing this, the fifth prince stretched out his right hand and turned it into a dragon claw, grabbing at the sixth prince who was rapidly chasing after him. He actually wanted to stop him from pursuing. "Haha, fifth brother, it's better for you to watch. Once I capture this little devil, I'll give you half of the punishment." As the sixth prince laughed, his body also swayed and turned into a dragon tail, lashing at the fifth prince like an iron whip. The two brothers were also competing with each other. When they saw this little devil nearby, they both wanted to capture him, and in the midst of their dispute, they didn't even hesitate to fight. They were deeply afraid that the other would capture Feng Xing and cause them to end up empty-handed. With a push and a shove, Feng Xing had already gone hundreds of miles away, and the golden light had already dimmed. The two brothers did not expect that the little devil, who was clearly only at the foundation building stage, would be able to escape so quickly. They panicked a little and did not care about fighting anymore. At the same time, they ordered their subordinates to watch as the red dragon killed Dragon Lady. They each revealed their true forms and chased in the direction that Feng Xing had escaped. They had never gotten the opportunity to enter the Xian domain. Although they had secretly supported some small sects to enter the Xian domain, they had not obtained too many valuable opportunities. Now that they had a chance to capture Feng Xing, it was as if a fire had ignited in their hearts, and they were not willing to give up no matter what. "He is Feng Xing?" Dragon Lady, who was fiercely fighting with the red dragon, also heard that shout and was slightly startled. She originally hated Fengxing to the core, so she did not really want to inquire about his identity. She only wanted to kill that bastard to vent the resentment in her heart. However, since someone mentioned him, she naturally paid attention to it. As for the feeling in her heart when she heard that the guy who destroyed her primordialine body was actually the bringer of disaster, Nanzhan's #1 little devil, it was hard to describe. Especially when she saw that bastard escape without looking back, her heart was filled with mixed feelings and she was extremely disappointed. At this time, the red dragon took advantage of the gap in her mind and clawed at her neck. Those sharp claws were sharper than any magic weapon, and they were about to claw at Dragon Lady's neck. Dragon Lady could not dodge in time, and in addition, she was really not the opponent of this already crazy third brother. Her heart was filled with despair, and she knew that resistance was futile, so she stopped moving. Roar! There was a burst of bloodthirsty excitement in the red dragon's eyes, and it directly clawed at Dragon Lady's neck mercilessly. At this moment, it was the closest moment to Dragon Lady. In the desperate eyes of Dragon Lady, she noticed that there were 3 bead thorns obliquely inserted on its head. They were like 3 bead flowers on the head of a noble lady, but they were fiercely inserted into the red dragon's head. The thorns were so deep that the handle could be reached. What was exposed was only a bit of the head and tail of the bead thorns and a crystal bead flower like a dragon's eye. Poor third brother, it's all my elder sister's fault. When I escaped, I didn't take you with me. Time seemed to be extremely slow, and a desperate thought arose in Dragon Lady's heart. Before I die, I'll help you one last time and release your shackles. At this moment, Dragon Lady angrily used the last bit of her strength, and her dragon form turned into a human form. Her 5 gentle hands brushed against the bead thorns on the red dragon's head. When she turned into a human form, whether it was her defensive power or the source of her life, they were all greatly weakened. In the process of fighting with the red dragon, it was even more suicidal. But she was already in despair, and she hoped to borrow the dexterity of the human form to pull out the bead thorns. Her palm brushed against the bead thorns in the middle, and Dragon Lady used all her strength to pull it out. She originally wanted to pull out 3 bead thorns in a row, but she didn't expect that these bead thorns would be so firm. She used all her strength, but she could only pull out 1. But this move wasted too much time, and the red dragon's claws had already scratched her body. The huge dragon claws and her thin and delicate body presented a huge contrast, and it seemed that her whole body was going to be scratched by this claw. Dragon Lady closed her eyes in despair, waiting for the end of her life. But it was also at this moment that she suddenly heard a soft sigh in her ear, and then there was the sound of metal clashing. She subconsciously opened her eyes, and saw a small porcelain hand, as white as jade, lightly supporting the red dragon's sharp, steel-like claws. The owner of the hand was beside her head, and she turned her head to smile at her. Dragon Lady seemed to be awed by her beauty, and her heart was slightly stunned. Then she remembered that she was that bastard's maidservant. Why was she here? How could a maidservant withstand a blow from third brother? For a moment, there were too many questions in Dragon Lady's heart, and she forgot exactly what she wanted to ask. He was the one who asked me to save you. Lotus Girl waved her hand, and an extremely mysterious force shot out from her fingers, and actually forced the red dragon to retreat more than 10 feet. It's that little bastard, the one who ran away so fast just now. After forcing the red dragon back, Lotus Girl turned her head and smiled at Dragon Lady. End of chapter 386. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.